A thick veil of night enveloped a corner of the abandoned city. In a narrow alley, a dry, grating dragging sound was incessant. A burly man dragged something across the ground. At first glance it looked like a human, but it was motionless and offered no resistance. Upon closer inspection, the creature was no longer human-shaped, with a bald head, a long tongue lolling out of its mouth, a crooked and broken nose, and eyes tightly shut like two slits. Veins bulged on its emaciated body, its fierce appearance like a monster statue carved from a nightmare. Its sternum protruded, split in two by a deep gash. Its limbs were long and slender, and its nails sharp as claws. After walking for a bit, the man stopped, casting an indifferent gaze at the person in front of him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the last one." Standing opposite Li Kui was a man with a buzz cut and his left eye covered by a mysterious black patch. He was silent for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping over the monster, then replied, "7 in total. Burn them all." No sooner had he spoken than his subordinate waved his hand and a raging inferno erupted, engulfing the monsters on the ground, including the one that had just been dragged there. The fierce flames licked over them, the crimson firelight reflecting on his face, and he sighed with regret. Before they became these monsters, they were human. What a pity. Two other subordinates who had just completed their tasks nearby let out disdainful sneers. These monsters had no sentience. How could they be compared to superpowered individuals like themselves? Nearby, a medium-sized truck stood silently, its cargo bed containing a cold iron cage. 4 girls huddled inside, monitoring rings on their ankles, their faces etched with fear and melancholy. The subordinates glanced at them, then burst into laughter. Anyway, being able to get such high-quality goods as spoils of war made tonight worthwhile. Li Kui suddenly barked, "Everyone get in the truck." Yehu was still waiting. Everyone hastily retreated, jumping onto the truck. Suddenly a torrential downpour began. The rainwater a deep crimson like blood, making the dark night scene even more eerie. In the year 1034 AD, disaster struck. Oil-based leaks, tsunamis, earthquakes, and countless sudden sinkholes shook the Earth's crust. Continental plates gradually merged, followed by a year-long crimson rain. This rain transformed most of humanity into predators, cannibalistic monsters. History called it the Crimson Rain Cataclysm. In this great disaster, a small portion of humanity awakened extraordinary abilities, divided into 5 major categories: enhancement, nature, restoration, psionics, and special. They were the superpowered individuals. Over the next decade, these superpowered individuals launched a cleansing operation against the predators, establishing 7 city-states as humanity's last sanctuaries. The remaining lands were strewn with corpses and ravaged, collectively known as the Wastelands. The truck carrying Li Kui's group sped along the dilapidated roads. Predator skeletons were scattered everywhere. Shortly after, the truck stopped in front of another team from the same organization, led by Yehu. They had just finished clearing out a few more predators. After hearing his subordinate's report, Li Kui mused, 4 waves of predators appeared in just 2 hours tonight. Today is a bit unusual. Why has not the boss shown up yet? A subordinate sighed dejectedly, saying, "We killed quite a few tonight, but they are all low-grade stuff, will not sell for much." Another interjected, dissatisfied, "If we had more power, we would not have to do this dirty work." Li Kui immediately ordered, his tone forceful, "All of you shut up, the boss is not here yet. The goods have not been handed over. Get your spirits up." He glanced at the iron cage. 3 girls had already fainted. Only one was still leaning against the bars, her eyes bewildered. The subordinates mocked, "Typical ordinary women, so fragile. No powers, faint just from being scared by a few monsters." Yehu stood by the cage, reaching out to stroke the still conscious girl, his eyes revealing naked desire. "If the boss had not said he wanted them alive, I might have already had my way with these girls." Suddenly, a drop of liquid landed on his finger. He looked up, his pupils dilating with terror. A monstrous creature as huge as a building was opening its bloody maw, a long tongue extending, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Everyone panicked, fleeing while launching their powers in retaliation. This was a grade 4 mutant, possessing intelligence and terrifying regenerative abilities, its body capable of transforming into countless forms. They were no match at all, only able to dodge and stall for time. They rushed towards an abandoned warehouse, but before they could enter, Yehu used his power to erect an ice wall, blocking Li Kui and his subordinates. He ran into the warehouse alone and slammed the door shut. Li Kui roared furiously, "Traitor!" Inside the warehouse, Yehu laughed triumphantly, "Captain, wait for me. I'll go find the boss, then I'll come save you." Li Kui is a C-grade superpowered individual anyway. He should be able to hold out for a while, right? Thinking he was safe, he unlatched the warehouse door and rushed inside. But before his joy could fully blossom, an eerie laugh sent shivers down his spine. He turned around and was met with a monster grinning from ear to ear, its eyes rolled back. Bloody tears streamed down its face, its visage terrifying as a nightmare. He fled in panic, but it was too late. Hundreds of glowing eyes and dozens of monsters surrounded him. "It has been a long time. This nest finally has living people entering it." The monsters swarmed, tearing Yehu to shreds, his blood staining the ground and blending into the deep crimson night. A blood-curdling scream pierced the sky, then abruptly ceased. The monsters reaggregated, gradually transforming back into the deformed creature that had been chasing Li Kui and his companions outside. Fear, betrayal, despair, and regret. These were their delectable feasts. A spine-chilling laugh echoed through the sky, and Yehu's body was twisted into a shapeless mass of flesh. Before closing his eyes, he even saw his abandoned companions and Li Kui, struggling in despair, suffocating as they were strangled. A thought flashed through his mind. It is all over. Suddenly a dazzling red light tore through the night sky, accompanied by an incantation. A young man in black, his right eye glinting from within a circular lens, snapped his fingers decisively. The scene before him ended. Dense clouds covering the entire sky instantly dispersed, restoring the original quiet night. Yehu coughed violently, the lingering fear still in his eyes. The mysterious young man stepped forward and asked coldly, "How does it feel to watch your companions die one by one?" Yehu roared and cursed wildly, but swore in his heart never to reveal the whereabouts of the Lord. The young man curled his lips, his gaze icy. "If that is the case, I'll find it myself." A small knife appeared in his hand, its tip sharp as a scalpel. He slowly approached, placing the knife tip against Yehu's forehead. The golden lens in his right eye emitted a white light, shining directly onto the knife. Yehu screamed in agony, the mind-shattering pain making him howl for mercy. But it was too late. A thread-like beam of light slowly rose from the center of his forehead. This was the method for memory extraction. After extracting memories from Yehu's mind, the young man discovered the location of an oil base in El country. He smiled and whispered, "How nostalgic." He then turned and left, leaving behind only ruins and the corpses of Li Kui, Yehu, and their subordinates. Dusk descended, casting shadows over the abandoned high-rise apartment building. In an apartment on an unknown floor, an old record player in the kitchen gently played an ancient English song. The young man in black stood there, a hammer in his hand, striking something on the table with force. A few drops of crimson liquid splattered out, falling into the bowl in front of him. He switched on an electric drill. The drill bit spun rapidly in the bowl, and he mumbled to himself, "Li Yuxuan, patience is what makes something delicious." He then poured the red-streaked paste directly onto a plate of soft-boiled eggs and broccoli. It turned out he was just preparing food for himself. The scene looked no different from a dismemberment murder. As he chewed, he thought about putting the leftover tomato paste in the refrigerator for storage later. His gaze unintentionally swept across a photo frame on the table. In the photo, a man, a woman, and a group of children stood together with a line below. Angel Era Orphanage, commemorating the year 1032 AD. A memory flashed through his mind. Blood splattered across the entire room. Children's bodies sprawled, only one child still alive, wearing clothes soaked in blood. He sat dazed in the center of the room. He was the only surviving child from the photo. A group of people entered the room. Leading them was a man in a white lab coat and wearing glasses. He crouched down and patted the boy's head. He asked, "Did you kill the others?" Then he smiled and praised, "Well done, truly a gifted individual." The child, holding a teddy bear, lifted his blood-stained face and asked with a smile, "Will you take me with you?" The man replied, "Of course, child." The boy never expected that from that day on. His life would plunge into the cold depths of a laboratory. Syringes pierced his skin, iron chains bound his hands and feet, and a collar choked his throat. He was experiment subject number 3, injected with NAN13 factor and B201 magic solution. Enduring currents that coursed through his body from low to high intensity, extreme pain second by second flashed through the young man in black's memory. The English song played again and the final scene emerged. The boy holding the teddy bear, his right eye glinting gold, watching the research building sink into flames. That is right, that boy was Li Yuxuan. Who is the young man in black today? Rage erupted. Li Yuxuan overturned the dinner plate on the table, his gaze fixed on the wall covered with photos and newspapers. In the center was a portrait of a man in a suit and tie. Li Yuxuan gave a cold smile. "We'll finally meet again, my dear director." In Jianzheng Tea City, established by the Glorious Federation and home to a large population of ordinary people, crowds bustled. A little girl with pigtails ran over and handed the bespectacled young man a rice ball, saying excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Gui, for the anti-infection medicine you gave my mom last week." The young man with a satchel slung over his shoulder and wearing a white shirt smiled and patted the little girl's head. "Keep this rice ball for yourself, I have already had breakfast." The girl named Xiaoyuan stubbornly refused. "No, this is a rice ball I made myself to thank you. I'll earn money to repay you later." Faced with the little girl's sincerity, he smiled, accepted the rice ball, and ate it with relish. They exchanged smiles, then said goodbye and walked in different directions. That is right, this young man was Li Yuxuan, known as Master Gui. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a surveillance operative watched Li Yuxuan's figure, whispering into a walkie-talkie, "No suspicious activity detected." "Switch out, continue tracking." The order was decisively relayed. From a roadside alley, a man wearing a baseball cap and with his face covered by a scarf subtly merged into the crowd, following the young man heading towards the bus stop. Seeing Li Yuxuan board the bus, he immediately followed. But as soon as he stepped onto the bus, he was horrified to find his target had vanished. He hastily whispered into the walkie-talkie, his voice trembling. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, the commander coldly ordered, "Recall the team." In the city center, a magnificent skyscraper stood tall. This was the headquarters of the Superpowered Individual Management Center, established by the St. Tanberg Alliance. Here, ordinary people were responsible for recording and storing information on all superpowered individuals from the 6 major cities: Eagle's Nest City, Rose City, Huasha City, and Danma City. As the card was swiped, a scanner emitted a beep indicating a successful scan. Li Yuxuan walked in and approached a woman of about 50 who was sitting in front of a computer screen. He called out, "Sister Wen," then handed her a stack of documents. "Uncle Zhang asked me to bring these to you." The woman looked up and asked, "Why are you later than usual today?" Li Yuxuan chuckled, saying he took the wrong bus, but thought to himself that it actually took him quite some time to shake off the tracking flies. A short-haired girl at a nearby desk interjected, complaining, "This is not your job, is it? Why does Uncle Zhang always make you run errands?" Sister Wen sighed, saying, "It is a good thing Xiao Gui does not have to go on missions. I heard 5 superpowered individuals recently died tragically in an abandoned factory, not far from the city." This news surprised the short-haired girl, who asked worriedly, "Has a high-level predator infiltrated our area and no one has found out yet?" Sister Wen frowned, lowering her voice. "We have to be careful no matter what. This center is full of ordinary people. If something really happens, we'll be the first to suffer." Their conversation was interrupted by a man who rushed in, shouting, "Li Yuxuan, the director is looking for you urgently. Go to his office immediately." Li Yuxuan nodded to everyone and quickly left. Upon entering the office, the director immediately patted his shoulder, led him to the coffee table, and gestured for him to greet the person sitting in the guest seat. He introduced the short-haired lady with exquisite makeup sitting there as Lu Zhao from St. Tanberg City. "From now on, she will be your direct superior. Quickly add her phone number for easy contact." Lu Zhao scrutinized Li Yuxuan from head to toe, then spoke, "Is this the dispatched team member with a 100 mission success rate?" Without waiting for his reply, she threw a stack of photos onto the table, coldly demanding, "Explain this. What are these photos about?" Li Yuxuan remained silent, his eyes unperturbed. He picked up the stack of photos and analyzed them carefully. Based on the wounds, he judged that the victims had been dead for at least 3 days, tortured to death with a blunt instrument. His expression suddenly changed, and he eagerly suggested to Lu Zhao, "We should investigate the victims' social connections and find the culprit who exacted such terrible revenge." Lu Zhao remained expressionless. She said, "Yi Hu, he is an expert in illegal transactions, a C-grade superpowered individual investigated countless times, but no clues were ever found. Such a cunning man to be tortured to death." Hearing this, Li Yuxuan gradually understood. He clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I will definitely catch this killer." Lu Zhao looked at him, her tone full of doubt. Could Li Yuxuan, merely an ordinary archivist, truly have the ability to catch such a killer? Li Yuxuan did not flinch, his confident voice ringing out. "Ever since I joined the dispatch team, I have disregarded life and death," he continued, his eyes shining with pride. "It is my honor to dedicate my life to the Alliance." Before he could finish, Lu Zhao interrupted him, stating that Li Yuxuan need not bother. The matter of catching the killer was already handled by a specialized investigation team. But as she reached the door, she suddenly turned around, a hint of a sneer in her sharp gaze. "You are quite special, a talented individual. It seems I'll be keeping a close eye on you." The man standing beside Li Yuxuan patted his shoulder, expressing gratitude to Lu Zhao. Li Yuxuan merely responded with an indifferent, expressionless look. In Rose City, the bustling free trade zone was abuzz with activity, with the sounds of deliveries and transactions echoing endlessly. A man stopped to shop, then suddenly looked up to see a train passing, his eyes filled with confusion. He asked the stall owner, "A train dares to operate at this hour? Is not it afraid of predator attacks?" The boss laughed. "You must be new to Rose City, right?" He then explained, "This is a special train called Black Rose, a unique tourist attraction in our city. The train departs at night and returns at 2 a.m., costing only 20,000 crystal coins." The man was shocked by the price, his voice filled with indignation. This amount was equivalent to half a year's expenses for a family of 3. But the boss calmly said that the train was protected by 12 A-grade superpowered individuals, so 20,000 crystal coins were absolutely worth it. In an empty train car, Li Yuxuan gently pushed open the door. A server quietly pushed a food cart, preparing to serve passengers. He spoke, his voice echoing in the silent space. Hearing the voice, the server suddenly turned around, her face distorted, her eyes full of mutation. She shrieked and rushed forward, her sharp claws lashing out in attack. But Xiao Gui's face was as cold as ice. With just one hand, he effortlessly dealt with the mutated server. He stepped over the rolling severed head and with a gentle wave of his right hand opened up a different space. In the new space, another train car appeared, filled with passengers and enthusiastic servers carrying trays of luxurious drinks. This was the BL Oil Market, Li Yuxuan thought, which was the underground trading zone, also known as the Black Market, where if you had money, you could find anything you desired. He walked through the passengers, observing them secretly. These people surely possessed special psychic abilities, enough to mask their true appearances. Li Yuxuan, however, bothered not to hide his identity and quickly found a seat. Before him appeared an information board, displaying the cost of querying address information. Looking at the price of 200,000 per query, Li Yuxuan frowned, calculating in his mind that this extortionate price was equivalent to a senior staff member's annual salary at the superpowered individual management center. Just then a server approached, and gently placed the food he ordered in front of him. Li Yuxuan glanced at the food on the plate, a shiver running down his spine. The dish was so disgustingly plated it was unappetizing, he muttered, pushing aside the revolting layer on the surface of the plate and found a few lines of text hidden underneath. The oil base in L country is now located in the Shadowless Church in Oil City. There has been some activity there recently. Li Yuxuan's face darkened, a thought flashing through his mind. How ironic. The next day, in the Shadowless Church in J City, a holy ritual was taking place. The high priest and a group of black-robed, hooded, masked followers stood solemnly. He began the ceremony, his gaze sweeping over the candle-holding nuns, muttering praises and pledging to serve the great Lord. Suddenly, streaks of blue light appeared, tightly coiling around the nuns. At the same time, the hooded figures chanted in unison as if uttering a spell. "Come, offer yourselves and you shall all be remembered." The girls, dressed in nuns' habits and holding candles, had vacant eyes and eerie smiles. Whispers incessantly echoed in their ears. Suddenly, the lake in the hall rippled, and the water surged, instantly submerging the girls. They did not struggle, did not resist, sinking silently. The water quickly returned to calm as if nothing had happened. A blond man in a hooded robe spoke. "The saints have returned to the embrace of the Lord and will suffer no more." But just then, on the glass surrounding the hall, the faces of the submerged girls appeared. Their expressions varied, some with terrified eyes, some frowning with folded arms, but all revealing extreme pain behind the blond man. A massive picture frame depicted the Virgin Mary, her eyes gently closed, hands clasped over her chest, appearing exceptionally benevolent. But from the frame, countless blue light threads grew, penetrating the glass and entwining the girls' bodies. Thin threads tightly bound their wrists, ankles, and heads, causing blood to flow. Drops of blood dripped along the threads onto the hooded crowd below. They all raised their bowls to collect the blood. The blond man shouted loudly, "Behold, our piety has moved the Lord. Drink it, and we shall become the Lord's most faithful servants." Among the crowd, a young man, also hooded and holding a bowl of blood, stood silently. Suddenly a whisper echoed in his ear. "Your heart has been seen through. There is only darkness within it, but you still have a chance to turn back. The benevolent Lord will come to your side." Invisible female figures touched him, caressed him, inviting, "Drink this bowl of blood and we will accompany you forever to a world without pain or sorrow." The young man lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp as knives, seemingly unmoved by the alluring words. He waved his hand, violently smashing the bowl of blood to the ground. "How beautiful this lie is," he said coldly. "But unfortunately this dream should wake up now." The blood bowl shattered, its crisp sound echoing from him. A dazzling light burst forth, throwing the surrounding crowd into chaos. The blond man was startled, sensing an abnormally powerful psychic fluctuation. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the person before him, then frowned and said, "Is that you? Weren't you dead?" In the dim light, the young man quietly removed his hood, revealing his right eye gleaming with a golden halo. He smiled faintly, looking directly at the blond man, and calmly said, "Has it been 16 years? I did not expect you to still remember me." The blond man laughed heartily, his white teeth sparkling in the light, his eyes gleaming as if recalling an old memory. "You left such a deep impression on me back then." He paused, a reminiscent look in his eyes. "But you were just a child then, and even with the research building engulfed in flames, you held a sharp knife, your eyes full of killing intent, trying to take my life." Suddenly the blond man roared, his sharp voice echoing throughout the hall. He waved his hand, commanding the masked figures behind him, "You have the right to punish this traitor who dares to profane God." Instantly the crowd roared, rushing towards the young man like a pack of wild beasts, but in a flash a cold voice rang out, carrying a mysterious power. True word activated. The wind surged, violently swirling in the hall. Li Yuxuan, the young man standing proudly between life and death, raised his hand and unleashed his ability. Streaks of crimson light, like sharp blades, erupted with dazzling brilliance, tightly binding the masked figures. They were thrown into the air, struggling in despair but unable to break free. He smiled, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Your performance today was truly spectacular, but perhaps it is time for the curtain call." Cold sweat dripped down the blond man's forehead. He snorted softly, a trace of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He unhesitatingly waved his hand, summoning blue light threads that shot towards the masked figures bound by red light. The blue light threads roared and bit, causing the masked figures to scream in pain and fall to the ground. Li Yuxuan sighed softly, a hint of regret in his voice. "Even after more than a decade, you still like to use people as tools, do not you?" The blond man's lips curled into a smile, his voice as cold as ice. "Whether they were lab rats back then or useless now, they are all just flawed products. My most perfect tool has always been only you." No sooner had Li Yuxuan finished speaking than he waved his hand, unleashing a spell. The masked figures suddenly clung together, merging into a colossal, terrifying entity. The monster sprouted countless blood-veined heads, eyeless, roaring with wide-open mouths. Dozens of long arms with sharp fingers and protruding eyes scattered across its shoulders and body, making it look like a living nightmare. Li Yuxuan's lips curved upwards, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and he leapt forward, fearlessly charging towards the deformed monster. "It is truly astonishing what you can achieve," he said with a laugh, waving his hand, and hundreds of red lights burst forth, tightly entangling the monster, making it let out deafening screams, but unable to move. The blond man screamed wildly, "Die." Then the most obedient tool, if it refuses to obey, is just useless. "Die for me." He controlled the monster with blue light threads, injecting power, making it struggle violently and attack Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan was as fast as lightning, dodging the attacks, and 5 small knives appeared in his hands. He danced around the monster, continuously slashing at its weak points. The monster roared in pain, struggling even more fiercely. The blond man controlled it while roaring, "Do not resist in vain." But Li Yuxuan merely chuckled, his eyes cold. "Perhaps you still do not know. My target is not you, but the Virgin Mary statue behind you." That painting was the source of hundreds of blue light threads controlling the monster, and was the key. The blond man's face turned pale, shouting, "Oh no!" He desperately tried to stop it, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the painting turned to ashes in a shower of sparks. From the thick smoke, a figure emerged, a deep voice resounding, "Truly worthy of my excellent student, you found my location so quickly?" Li Yuxuan smiled, looking directly at the newly appeared person. "Oh, you still enjoy being a hiding old rat, my dear director. That director, the mastermind behind all the cruel experiments back then, now appeared, aged and gaunt with hollow cheeks, pale skin, leaning on a trembling cane. The blond man roared, pointing at Li Yuxuan. How dare you be disrespectful to my master? You truly do not know what's good for you. But his loyalty was met with the director's cold command. The demon puppet, a terrifying entity, suddenly grabbed the blond man, lifted him, and swallowed him like an ant. The old director mumbled contemptuously. Only the weak are so noisy. He looked directly at Li Yuxuan, his eyes cold. Now it is our turn. Let us see how much you have improved these past years. He waved his cane, and the demon puppet charged forward. Li Yuxuan immediately rushed forward, meeting it head-on, but the blow seemed to have no effect. He frowned slightly, thinking, cannot I directly attack with psychic abilities? The old director sneered. This is the demon puppet I created to suppress your psychic abilities. A head-on confrontation is not a good idea. Li Yuxuan smiled, his eyes glinting with challenge. In that case, that is a good idea. Thousands of golden light threads erupted from his palms, charging forward, ready to directly confront the monster. Blue light threads from the old director's hand also burst forth, rushing towards Li Yuxuan like a storm. He immediately raised his hand, summoning a golden halo to envelop himself, its dazzling light countering the attack. But a stream of blood suddenly gushed from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs felt squeezed, and agonizing pain spread throughout his body. Yet Li Yuxuan's gaze remained firm, showing no sign of retreat. The old director stood in the dust, a cold smirk on his face. I'll give you a chance, Li Yuxuan. Come back to me and I'll stop immediately. Li Yuxuan laughed, his eyes sharp as knives. Have you forgotten what you taught me, to lure the prey into a trap? No sooner had he spoken than the old director suddenly turned his head. His previously ferocious demon puppet was now riddled with countless golden light threads, its body disintegrating. He roared in terror, panic showing in his eyes. I was too careless. With an earth-shattering roar, dust billowed and the demon puppet turned to ashes, leaving only the old director kneeling on the ground, spitting blood. Li Yuxuan stepped forward, his voice low and cold. Your current state does not seem too good. The old director looked up, his eyes clouded. So, 16 years later, you have become an A-grade psychic ability user. Truly my perfect masterpiece. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Li Yuxuan erupted in rage, rushing forward and kicking him to the ground, roaring, if you had not chosen us back then, my parents might not have died. It was time for this debt to be repaid. His heel pressed firmly against the old director's face, making him groan in pain. The old director, Gu Qingming, his voice trembling, said, do you really think the organization valued your talent and killed your parents for it? It was Buddha of Transience who gave the order. Your parents knew secrets they should not have. That is why they were silenced. Li Yuxuan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. Who is Buddha of Transience? What secret did my parents know about the organization? The old director suddenly laughed maniacally, veins bulging on his pale face. Go ask death. Instantly, a red and black magic circle blazed to life, enveloping Li Yuxuan. It was the gate of hell. A mysterious sacrificial ritual that could summon demons from another dimension, forcing them to sign a contract with the summoner until the summoner's death or the contract's completion. From the magic circle, a monster appeared with a pitch-black dragon head, crimson eyes and pointed horns. Its hands transformed into laborious wings, and its teeth were sharp as it roared ferociously. The old director shrieked, as your master, I command you to kill Li Yuxuan. But before he finished speaking, Li Yuxuan kicked him away. The old man crashed heavily into the distance, but unexpectedly, the monster turned and bit the old director's shoulder. The old director screamed in agony, bleeding profusely. Taste the pain my parents endured, Li Yuxuan said coldly, watching him. The old director was terrified, unable to understand why the monster he summoned would betray him. It turned out that from the moment of their confrontation, Li Yuxuan had used his psychic invasion skill to foresee the old director's fate and set a trap. He stepped forward, his voice low like a judgment. If you had told me who the real killer was, I could have given you a quicker death. The old director lay on the ground, barely alive, laughing maniacally. I will not betray my master will surely avenge me. With that he summoned several blue light threads, wrapped them around his own neck and pulled hard. His head rolled off and blood spurted out before Li Yuxuan's astonished eyes. How dare he fake his death in front of me? The magic circle before him suddenly changed, and two dog-bodied human-headed monsters with long fangs appeared, tightly chained with disgusting wings on their backs. Sitting majestically on their backs was a girl in a high-slit long dress, revealing her slender legs. Her face blurred and a pair of curved horns on her head. In her hand she held the old director's recently severed head, and behind her was a mountain of hundreds of skulls. A voice echoed in Li Yuxuan's mind, run, run. But he stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the horrifying scene before him, unable to move. Inside the shadowless church the atmosphere was as tense as a taut string, with mist and black smoke pervading, even spreading outside. Seeing this strange phenomenon, a crowd of reporters and media rushed to the scene, surrounding it completely, busily documenting every moment of this nightmare. Outside the shadowless church, a reporter wearing a gas mask, microphone in hand, stood before a camera reporting urgent news in a hurried voice. Citizens, officials from the Dream Enlightenment Society have launched an investigation into the mysterious fog here. Nearby, a group of people in protective suits with oxygen tanks cautiously entered the church, attempting to uncover the truth behind the mist. Inside the church, Li Yuxuan was confronting two winged, grotesque monsters. From his hands burst dazzling golden light threads, tightly binding them, making them roar and struggle. The mysterious woman who had just appeared stood on the pile of skulls and coldly said, "Give up now. You should feel honored to be servants of Chelsea, the strongest demon in hell." She curled her lip, her eyes cold. "Stop using your penetration skill, your psychic energy is almost depleted." A thought flashed through Li Yuxuan's mind. His body was weakening second by second, and his abilities were gradually exhausting. If he did not end this battle quickly, he would lose the ability to resist. Suddenly, a group of winged demons charged forward with thunderous explosions and dust flying. From the smoke, Li Yuxuan's voice rang out with a hint of mockery. "It seems her servants are not very obedient." As the smoke cleared, the demons were seen tightly bound by his golden light threads, a sight that intensely provoked Chelsea's eyes. She roared, her eyes ablaze with fury. "You lowly servant, what have you done to my subordinates?" Li Yuxuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Just added a little trick to the psychic energy you used to control them." "What's wrong? Where's your deterrent power gone? Feeling powerless?" Chelsea shrieked in exasperation. "A mere human dares to deceive this empress?" She raised her hand and summoned a long thread with a sharp spearhead tied to its end. Li Yuxuan was fearless, controlling the group of demons to turn and fight their master, throwing them into disarray. A voice whispered in his ear, "Now hurry and go." He nodded, responding briefly. "Understood," then turned and rushed towards the door. Chelsea watched him escape, roaring as she chased after him. A dazzling red light shot from her hand, piercing directly through Li Yuxuan's back. The light was blinding, forming a beam that pierced the church's dome and shot straight into the sky. The onlookers outside screamed in unison, "What's happening? Is it a new predator?" Li Yuxuan fell to the ground, bleeding profusely, roaring in pain. "Get out of my body now!" Chelsea laughed heartily, her voice triumphant. "Do not resist, obediently offer your body to this empress." Meanwhile, the commotion of the crowd outside grew as they prepared to break through the door. Chelsea sneered, "Either submit or I'll hand you over to those people." Li Yuxuan gritted his teeth, trying to resist the threat. Just then, the door was broken open and a group of people in protective suits poured in. As the dust settled, the ground was strewn with the corpses of flying monsters. One of the protective suit team members shouted, "These are not predators. Check around for any survivors and bring them back to the research institute." In the chaos, Li Yuxuan silently slipped into the darkness, escaping without a trace. Night fell over ESTP City. In a dimly lit room, a man in a suit sat contemplatively, twirling a shining gem in his hand. Before him stood a hooded figure. He spoke coldly. "Chelsea, that exiled one has finally appeared. Go kill her quickly." The subordinate acknowledged the order and swiftly vanished into the darkness. Under the blazing firelight, a voice echoed in Li Yuxuan's ear, "All the predators tonight have been dealt with. You should rest tonight. The side effects of your body's modification are about to erupt, so be careful." Li Yuxuan fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. But Chelsea emerged from within him, cupping his face and revealing an evil smile. "Sleep and enter your never-ending dream." The scene gradually unfolded. A black four-seater sedan drove smoothly down the road. The man with glasses drove while answering a phone, his tone excited. "SO713 technology can be launched. I must get the clinical trial results first." In the back seat, a young, beautiful woman with long hair sat beside a boy. She spoke, her voice with a hint of reproach. "Husband, did not you promise not to talk about work today, and to spend time at home with our child?" The man smiled and turned to the boy, saying, "I am sorry, Xiao Chuan. When we get to the amusement park, Daddy will play whatever you want." The boy showed a brilliant smile, his eyes curving into two arcs. Suddenly, a violent rustling sound echoed in the sky. The people in the car looked up, startled at countless crows flying chaotically, obscuring half the sky. The woman sighed softly, her voice filled with worry. "I wonder why there are so many crows." Suddenly, the boy pounced and hugged his mother tightly. She quickly embraced the child, asking anxiously, "Are you feeling unwell?" Then she turned to her husband, her voice urgent. "Turn around and go to the hospital. Our son seems unwell." The man quickly turned his head to check on his son, but just then a truck suddenly crashed into their car from the left. With an earth-shattering bang, the sedan tumbled and flew far away. Moments later, the piercing siren of an ambulance wailed. The rescue team quickly pried open the car door and found that the two adults had already stopped breathing. Only the boy, held tightly in his mother's arms, was still alive. Rescue workers picked him up and the boy cried out, calling, "Mom, Mama." These vivid images flashed before Li Yuxuan's eyes, stunning him. A hurried voice echoed in his ear. "Wake up quickly, this place is about to collapse. If your will is not strong enough, your consciousness will be swallowed by this illusion." Li Yuxuan realized that those memories of a family of three, his parents and his childhood self, were disintegrating in the distorted space. Images of his childhood experiments and his adult life as an employee of the superpowered individual management center flashed by, turning to dust. Chelsea let out a curse-like roar in the dream. "You humans are truly foolish, just die. This is the greatest mercy this empress bestows upon you." She was about to make her move, taking advantage of Li Yuxuan being immersed in her enchantment, but he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hand, blocking the attack. Chelsea was greatly surprised, her eyes panicked. "Why, you were clearly still under my spell." Li Yuxuan gave a cold laugh. "Psychic invasion is my strongest domain." Chelsea was astonished to find that his psychic energy was terrifyingly powerful, completely beyond her control. He slowly spoke, his tone tinged with mockery. "Since you gave me a beautiful dream, I'll give you another amusement." Under Li Yuxuan's threat, Chelsea panicked, her face covered in tears. "I am crying so bitterly, spare me, I am just a poor little demon." But in her heart, she gritted her teeth. "It was so hard to reach this level. If I lose now, I'll have to start all over again." "I will not accept this," she begged in a trembling voice. "Just let me go and I'll do anything for you." but her clumsy acting had long been seen through by Li Yuxuan. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light cut off the two horns on her forehead. Chelsea shrieked, cursing furiously. "You dare!" She darted forward like lightning, and the two fiercely entangled. Li Yuxuan suddenly remembered the blue light threads the old director had used to counter psychic energy, and he immediately summoned similar threads, shooting them at Chelsea. The thread sliced across her hands, feet, and body, making her scream in pain. Chelsea thought to herself, the bloodburst effect only lasts for 5 minutes, after which I'll fall into my weakest state. I must find a new contractor to survive. But Li Yuxuan refused to be a slave, so she could only devour him to prolong her life. Suddenly, a terrifying energy burst from behind Chelsea, striking her directly. She was surprised, unable to dodge in time, and fell clumsily to the ground. A figure appeared, his face hidden beneath a black robe, revealing only a pair of ghostly red eyes. He spoke coldly. "Chelsea, you dare to show your face? Are you afraid I will not find you?" With a loud bang, his punch sent Li Yuxuan flying, crashing heavily into a car across the way. He scoffed. The top-ranked imp demon knocked away with one move, truly weak and pathetic. As the dust settled, the mutated demon surprisingly asked himself, where did Li Yuxuan go? Only a lone car remained, no one in sight. Suddenly, a whip violently lashed out, tightly coiling around him. Following the direction of the whip, Li Yuxuan appeared, his eyes arrogant. He said contemptuously, "A mere mutated demon dares to mock me so brazenly." Inside Li Yuxuan, Chelsea was secretly annoyed. If it weren't for the side effects of bloodburst, I would not need to reside in this weak body. Fortunately, she had saved Li Yuxuan's life, Chelsea roared, swinging another whip at the mutated demon. "If it weren't for this imp's weak body, I, Chelsea, could take you down with one move." The mutated demon, unconvinced, its eyes burning with fury. "You exiled one, what right do you have to look down on me?" He tightly gripped the iron whip, crushing it, then rushed towards Li Yuxuan like a storm. Fortunately, Li Yuxuan, with his skilled technique, dodged the fatal attack, continuing this battle to the death. Suddenly, a violent headache assaulted Li Yuxuan's brain as if it were about to explode. He roared, veins bulging, desperately trying to expel Chelsea from his body. From deep within him, Chelsea's sharp voice rang out, fiercely resisting the imp's will. "Does an ant like this imp dare to defy Chelsea's will?" Taking advantage of the brief lapse in attention as the imp and Chelsea confronted each other, the mutated demon quietly approached, planning a sneak attack. But Li Yuxuan, with his keen intuition, discovered his intention. He dodged sideways, blocking the assailant's attack with one hand despite being pushed into a desperate situation. The demon was unwilling to fail, resisting furiously, feeling underestimated. He swore to defeat both Li Yuxuan and Chelsea. Sensing the tense situation, Li Yuxuan spoke to Chelsea in his mind with a firm voice, "We have a common enemy. Why do not we join forces to eliminate this demon and save our lives?" Although Chelsea was annoyed, thinking Li Yuxuan was threatening her, she suddenly unleashed astonishing power, surprising both the demon and Li Yuxuan. Just then, Chelsea's voice echoed in his mind, indifferent but agreeing to temporarily lend him this power to fight the demon. Seeing the situation reverse, the demon roared, his eyes crimson, and charged directly at Li Yuxuan. "Li Yuxuan, what on earth are you doing?" Facing the enemy's fury, Li Yuxuan did not hesitate. Using Chelsea's power, countless chain arrows shot out, tearing through space to attack the demon. With a deafening roar, dust billowed, obscuring vision. The mutated demon was severely wounded, unable to stand. Chelsea's proud voice emanated from within Li Yuxuan. "Do you see this empress's mighty power?" Although severely wounded, the demon still gritted his teeth, asking himself in surprise, why does an ordinary human like this imp have Chelsea's psychic energy? Have they already signed a contract? No sooner had the thought flashed through his mind than he suddenly pulled out a syringe filled with blue solution. A hint of despair flashed in his eyes. Given the situation, he had no choice but to use the miraculous potion bestowed by that master. A roar ripped through the sky, and the demon's body mutated, its power surging, transforming it into an entirely different powerful creature. Li Yuxuan was fearless, continuing to control the chain arrows, firing them at it. A cloud of dust exploded, but the demon was incredibly fast, instantly dodging the attack range and unexpectedly appearing behind Xiao Gui. It grabbed Li Yuxuan with astonishing speed, slamming his head to the ground. And after several heavy blows, Li Yuxuan lay motionless on the ground. The demon grinned sinisterly, mocking him. "Even upgraded, you cannot move under my single attack." Just as the demon was about to drag away Li Yuxuan's body, a sudden slash flashed and blood spurted out. It turned out he had fallen into Li Yuxuan and Chelsea's trap to lure the enemy. Before falling, the demon fiercely snarled at Chelsea, "You let a human use your power before signing a contract? How audacious!" From within Li Yuxuan, Chelsea responded in an ice-cold tone, "It seems that in the end, it is still the best and fastest choice for me to take action." Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged behind Li Yuxuan. It was a giant snake demon, opening its bloody maw, devouring the demon's remaining power. Though difficult, Chelsea felt a part of her power gradually recovering. However, after this fierce battle, Li Yuxuan's body could not withstand it, and he swayed, collapsing. Chelsea was both annoyed and helpless, quickly supporting him. She thought to herself, "This guy's body is too weak, but there is no other choice, I have to save him." Suddenly, a gigantic phantom of a king cobra appeared, with horns on its head exuding dazzling purple light, its eyes flashing, coiling and swirling below. Chelsea held Li Yuxuan tightly, her gaze sharp, thinking, "Now there is no other choice. Xiao Gui, hurry and thank me for my grace." A purple lightning bolt flashed, and Chelsea's power struck Li Yuxuan's chest directly. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood which dripped to the ground. He realized with horror that he was merging with Chelsea's body, his brain receiving her memories. A scene of raging hellfire appeared before his eyes. A group of demons surrounded her, roaring and calling Chelsea a traitor, clamoring to kill her. Suddenly a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky, astounding the demons. They shrieked, rushing like mad towards the light source, fighting over it. Chelsea's lips curled into a provocative smile, declaring, "Since you want this thing, I will take it." In the final scene, she wielded her long whip, fiercely striking the group of demons. Li Yuxuan woke up with a start, looking around in confusion, unsure of his whereabouts. Seeing Chelsea sitting opposite him, a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes immediately. She smiled slightly, her tone confident. She had just saved his life. Li Yuxuan's body was sore and weak, his limbs powerless, unable to move. Chelsea coldly explained that due to the power of the law, Li Yuxuan could not act against her and vice versa. After all, her spiritual power was already in his body. Li Yuxuan pondered for a long time, his eyes deep, and asked, "Were the visions of your past I just saw real?" I fled to the human world because I was being hunted in hell, right?" Chelsea flared up, her eyes flashing with light. "I am a demon, invincible in power. I once fought 2 other demons for 2 days and 2 nights. She recounted her glorious war achievements at length, her tone full of pride, as if no one could match her. The two talked until midnight, when Chelsea suddenly cried out that she was hungry, pulled out a box of food and devoured it. Surprising Li Yuxuan, he frowned and asked, "Do demons get hungry too?" Chelsea replied loudly, appearing nonchalant. After arriving in this world, she was bound by the laws of this world. She secretly sighed, "Tonight's supper is really delicious." Li Yuxuan suddenly noticed a purple number 1 appearing on his chest. Chelsea glanced at it and explained, "In the demon world, all demons are ranked on a list called the demon ranking. Demons in the top 36 have such numbers." Looking at the mark on her body, she gnashed her teeth, her eyes sharp, realizing she had been tricked and her ranking and memories had been erased. But she then discovered that, ever since she came to this world, as long as she devoured other demons on the demon ranking, her memories would gradually recover. Suddenly, Chelsea's eyes became cunning. She looked at Li Yuxuan and said in a tempting tone, "Sign a contract with me." A thought flashed through Li Yuxuan's mind. The potion that demon used was identical to something the old director had given him. And who was the master he mentioned? He suddenly stepped forward, wrapped his arm around Chelsea's waist, and asked with captivating eyes, "If I sign a contract with you, what's in it for me?" Chelsea replied with certainty. Li Yuxuan was already hers. She had read his memories and would help him find the murderer of his parents. In exchange, he must help her return to the peak of the demon ranking. Li Yuxuan nodded. "All right, but the contract must include additional clauses: no arbitrary orders, no wanton acts, and no coercion." Chelsea cursed him for being demanding after hearing this. After a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly agreed. The two shook hands and a dazzling pink light enveloped them, completing the contract quickly. 2 pink lines appeared on Li Yuxuan's middle finger, signifying the establishment of the contract. In a certain skyscraper, a huge screen displayed an alarm. Demon appearances were increasing, requesting urgent assistance. Before the screen, 3 or 4 people frowned, worried about the situation being more severe than they had anticipated. Lu Zhao, the girl standing in the middle, said with a decisive tone, "There is not much time, hurry and deal with it." In a desolate land, a winged demon was gnawing on the corpse of a low-level predator. The roar of a truck engine approached, and before it could react, both were hit and run over by the convoy. An annoyed voice came from the car. "This world has really changed. How come predators are starting to eat predators?" Li Yuxuan and a man in a brown jacket sat in the car. He observed the scene through the rearview mirror. He thought to himself, "The low-level demons in hell must be extremely hungry to be so indiscriminate in their eating." Recalling the predator's seemingly crying expression, he found it amusing. He turned to the driver and asked, "Did you think those were predators, but their appearance did not match the existing predator registry?" "No." The man replied, "Li Yuxuan, have not you been watching the news lately? The batch of goods you brought back from Rose City before, those monsters have already appeared here. The government has updated the list, and there are overwhelming reports on TV about the research. Recently appearing predators have new forms, rebranded as fiends, equivalent to grade 3 infected." Li Yuxuan thanked the man for the ride. He thought to himself, "It seems Rose City's government is still concealing things about demons." The man waved his hand. "You are welcome. Another person with us means more combat power. In case we encounter predators on this road," he sighed. "Many things have happened in Rose City, and many superpowered escorts charge exorbitant fees. It seems business will be difficult in the future." Li Yuxuan looked around and said, "That one wasn't dangerous. The batch of goods we have behind us will definitely sell for a good price in Vilon City." Before he could even smile, a loud bang came from the convoy behind. Li Yuxuan and the man hastily jumped out of the car, running towards the truck that was engulfed in flames. Around them, people were in a chaotic scramble, dragging an injured young man from the vehicle. Someone shouted, "Old Zhang is slightly injured. Old Wang is dead." Li Yuxuan sharply looked up, seeing a winged black shadow dive down from high in the sky, carrying the aura of death. He reacted quickly, shouting, "Watch out," and urged everyone to get down. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, shooting out a dazzling light that struck the demon directly, sending it flying far away to the ground. The driver's face was ashen, and he roared, "Everyone run, there is an enemy." After running a few steps, another demon suddenly attacked from above, making him think he was going to die. Fortunately, Li Yuxuan intervened in time, saving him from the scythe of death. The man incoherently thanked Li Yuxuan. He waved his hand, smiling faintly. "It is nothing." Before he could catch his breath, a scream came from the crowd. "Everyone look over there, where did all these crawling demons come from?" Ahead, a large group of winged demons gathered densely, their eyes flashing ferociously, all targeting Li Yuxuan and his group. He whispered to Chelsea, the uninvited guest within him. "Do people in hell all like to use this kind of mental deterrence to scare opponents?" Chelsea's voice echoed in his ear, full of sarcasm. "Do not compare me to these low-level demons, okay?" Then she pressed. "Do you want to start your first training?" He smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. What perfect timing! The remaining people trembled with fear as the demons attacked like a storm. Suddenly, a murderous chain slashed through the sky, its dark bronze light shining fiercely, tearing through the darkness. The man who had just been rescued was dumbfounded, stammering, "Who exactly is Li Yuxuan to possess such powerful strength?" He replied concisely, his tone calm. "Just consider it my thank you for the ride." With that, he furiously swung the chain whip at the group of winged demons. They sensed danger from this exceptionally powerful opponent and turned tail, fleeing in panic. A sharp chain hook whistled out, piercing the back of one demon, sending it plummeting to the ground, instantly dead. The figure of a small white snake coiled around Li Yuxuan, complaining in an irritated tone, "If you make me eat these low-level demons again, I will not forgive you." Just as he was about to ask Chelsea if she wanted some more appetizers, a rumble came from afar. It rolled in like thunder. The man shouted, "The law enforcement team is here." In the sky, a helicopter slowly descended, lowering ropes. Below, several figures in black suits and sunglasses, led by a girl in a tight white jacket and short skirt, strode towards Li Yuxuan and his group. The newcomer was Lu Zhao. He gave a wry smile, a hint of relief in his voice. "Fortunately you came, Lu Zhao, otherwise all of us would probably have been annihilated." He turned to Uncle Li, who had given him the ride, and chuckled, unnoticed by others, giving him a subtle wink. Uncle Li understood, nodding repeatedly, covering up for Li Yuxuan's recent battle with the demons. Lu Zhao gave him a deep look, then patted his shoulder. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Before he could react, Li Yuxuan found himself and her in another room. Lu Zhao whispered, "It is quieter here." He was startled, realizing she had just used spatial jump. "Does Lu Zhao possess spatial abilities?" Beside his ear, Lu Zhao's meaningful voice sounded, "It is time we talked." She leaned closer to Li Yuxuan, gently placing her hand on his chest, and whispered, "You signed a contract with a demon, did not you?" Her gaze fixed on him, sharp as a knife, as if trying to probe the deepest secrets of his heart. The one-horned little snake poked its head out from Li Yuxuan's collar and said in a voice only he could hear, "She is asking if you want to kill this person in front of you." He glanced indifferently, responding in his mind, "No rush. Since she dared to come alone, she must be prepared. Let us wait and see." After silently communicating with the little snake through his subconscious, Li Yuxuan calmly replied to Lu Zhao, "I do not understand what you are talking about." She slowly turned and walked away, her tone full of doubt, clearly disbelieving Li Yuxuan. Then she asked, "Have you heard of Heaven's Wrath?" He questioned back, half skeptically. "Is that the most powerful superpowered organization?" He remembered this organization, born after the Crimson Rain cataclysm, specializing in handling predators, active worldwide, and a little-known secret organization. Lu Zhao stopped by the window, her expression serious, and abruptly turned back. "Do you want to join this organization?" Surprised by which faction Lu Zhao belonged to, he no longer concealed it, calmly replying, "I have things I must do, and I will not join your organization." She knew he was difficult to sway, but still persuaded. "Do not refuse so quickly. Joining Heaven's Wrath is the best choice for you." She slowly explained the benefits: free access to 95 of the 7 major cities' areas, and access to top-tier resources to enhance his demonic contract power. Li Yuxuan sneered, his indifference unconcealed, and still refused the invitation. He countered, "Do you want to imprison me?" It turned out that a magic circle had already appeared under Li Yuxuan's feet, and invisible chains tightly bound him, imprisoning him. Lu Zhao's voice was both seductive and threatening. "You illegally signed a contract with a demon. Either join Heaven's Wrath or die." Li Yuxuan ignored Lu Zhao's question, reached up to take off his glasses, and his body suddenly erupted in dazzling purple light, exuding a deadly aura. His demonic voice rang out majestically. "I did sign a contract with a demon, and I can join Heaven's Wrath, but I need the right to choose my missions." Flames shot from his eyes, and behind him, a ferocious giant snake phantom with crimson eyes and a long flicking tongue appeared. At this moment, Li Yuxuan was no longer the ordinary employee everyone knew. As if he had transformed into an entirely different being, he looked directly at Lu Zhao, demanding that Heaven's Wrath must share information about demons with him. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Li Yuxuan, Lu Zhao was instantly startled. She could feel the terrifying power of the demon he had contracted with. Suddenly, her lips curled into an inscrutable smile. "In that case, that plan can finally be completed." Li Yuxuan coldly asked, "How much does your organization know about demons? How did they appear?" Lu Zhao sighed, expressing helplessly, "That I am not too sure about. It is just that there were records of demon appearances many years ago. It is only recently that they've started appearing on a large scale." She snapped her fingers, suddenly remembering that her organization had discovered these demons seemed to be able to subdue predators, making them fall into a frozen state. Li Yuxuan frowned, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Lu Zhao's organization had discovered this but did not reveal it to the public, instead classifying demons as predators. Lu Zhao replied coldly that the root cause of human fear had not yet been identified, and if the public knew too much, it would only create more chaos. Anyway, demons and predators, they are all monsters. Hearing this, Li Yuxuan fell into thought, realizing that a secret was still being kept, and that Heaven's Wrath's involvement with demons was probably deeper than he had imagined. He softened his tone. All right, Lu Zhao, since you are so inclined, I'll give this cooperation a try. Lu Zhao's eyes curved into a smile, and she extended her hand to shake his as if to welcome him into the organization. Li Yuxuan walked past her, not taking her hand, merely saying that the handshake could wait for later. After a few steps he looked back, a slight smile playing on his lips, hoping Lu Zhao would not disappoint him. The ignored Lu Zhao showed no displeasure, only replying, "Tomorrow morning at 8 I'll arrange for someone to take you to the airport to meet the others at headquarters." Night fell, and the evening glow enveloped the entire city. In Li Yuxuan's apartment he was slicing tomatoes for dinner when he heard faint footsteps behind him. Chelsea, holding a broken showerhead, asked in a gentle voice, "How are human things so strange?" At this moment she was only wrapped in a bath towel, her body still dripping wet. Li Yuxuan froze instantly, hastily pulling her hand into the bathroom, gritting his teeth in regret for having left her alone in there. Looking at the messy broken items on the floor, he thought with a headache that it was too late to clean up now. Suddenly he remembered with horror that he had left Chelsea in the kitchen. Worried she might dismantle the kitchen, he rushed out, only managing to shout, "Chelsea, do not!" But he was immediately speechless at the sight before him. She had licked clean the tomato sauce he had just made, with a few drops still clinging to her. Chelsea, with an expression of enjoyment, said, "This is much tastier than the fast food you gave me before." Li Yuxuan felt a chill down his spine. He turned around, his eyes blazing with fury, and gritted his teeth. "You ate all my dinner." Chelsea immediately transformed into a small snake, scurrying around in panic, screaming as she ran. "I was hungry, could not I eat it?" The entire neighborhood echoed with Li Yuxuan's roars and Chelsea's shrieks. She loudly declared, "Li Yuxuan is a demon, whatever. I am dead for sure this time." The next morning, as planned, Li Yuxuan and Lu Zhao flew together to the Heaven's Wrath headquarters. Stepping off the plane, Lu Zhao glanced at his troubled expression and teased, "Were you too excited last night to sleep well?" Li Yuxuan had obvious dark circles under his eyes. He forced a smile. The kitchen was just a bit messy. Lu Zhao did not ask further, turning and walking inside where someone was waiting for them. The Heaven's Wrath base was protected by multiple layers of sturdy gates, making it difficult for ordinary people to infiltrate. Before Li Yuxuan appeared a city with a gigantic ancient tree, its trunk flickering with blue information, appearing exceptionally grand. He thought to be able to build a base in St. Tanberg City. The head of Heaven's Wrath must be a high-ranking official of the St. Tanberg Alliance. Lu Zhao gestured for him to follow. He had originally thought the base was within St. Tanberg City, but she immediately corrected him. That city possessed an advanced defense system. A door slowly opened, and Lu Zhao urged him to hurry. As such entries and exits would restrict Heaven's Wrath's operations, Li Yuxuan gently pushed open the door before him, revealing a dark and unfamiliar tunnel, as if leading to a mysterious world. Noticing the surprise in his eyes, Lu Zhao smiled and offered to give him a tour to familiarize him with the environment. They stepped into the elevator. The machine gently vibrated, silently sliding downwards into the earth. In the confined space, there were only Li Yuxuan and Lu Zhao. She handed him an ID card, not forgetting to remind him that his room number was recorded on it. Lu Zhao began to briefly introduce the Heaven's Wrath base. It had 5 floors in total. The 2 above ground were residential areas with dorms, a canteen, and common areas. The 3 underground floors were the core, including the Ability Assessment Center, Training Center, and Mission Center. When the elevator doors opened, Lu Zhao led Li Yuxuan directly to the Ability Assessment Center. This was the first step anyone joining Heaven's Wrath had to take, used to test physical constitution and abilities. Before Li Yuxuan was a vast space filled with modern machinery, but with only a few scattered staff members. Lu Zhao strode forward, and the staff members all respectfully bowed to her in greeting. Li Yuxuan, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised by the strange machines. His gaze suddenly stopped on a massive piece of equipment, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. He glanced at Lu Zhao, his eyes filled with a degree of suspicion. Noticing his hesitation, Lu Zhao smiled reassuringly. "If you are afraid, Li Yuxuan, you can let your demon go in first." Li Yuxuan's lips curled into a sneer, a flicker of anger in his eyes, and he walked directly into the assessment machine without a word, closing his eyes. When he activated his energy, the system suddenly emitted a series of piercing alarm sounds. Outside, a staff member shouted in panic to Lu Zhao, reporting, "His ability index has exceeded the machine's capacity." Lu Zhao froze, her eyes widening at the news she had just heard. Suddenly, with a bang, a slight explosion echoed. Dazzling light shot from the machine and thick smoke billowed, enveloping the entire room. Lu Zhao thought, could his ability be this terrifying? Li Yuxuan was indeed the person she had long awaited. From the chaotic smoke, Li Yuxuan emerged with a hint of apology and a touch of mockery on his face. He said, "My apologies, I broke it. This machine is pretty much scrap now, is not it?" His gaze lightly swept over the results announcement screen. The results showed S-grade psionic ability, B-grade physical constitution. Li Yuxuan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his physical constitution index. Seeing this, Lu Zhao hastily explained that psionic ability users typically only engage in long-range attacks. With a B-grade constitution, he had already surpassed many B-grade enhancement ability users. After listening, Li Yuxuan nodded lightly, his expression softening somewhat. The two continued to walk forward. Lu Zhao believed that with his S-grade ability, he would not need to participate in the subsequent tests. Suddenly, several strange blue lights flashed all over Li Yuxuan's body. Lu Zhao stopped, her gaze sharp. The floor beneath his feet vibrated, revealing a massive glass cage containing something mysterious. Lu Zhao began to introduce. This was Heaven's Wrath's research center. Li Yuxuan looked up, observing the enormous machine before him, and muttered to himself, "So this is Lu Zhao's true intention in inviting me here at all costs." Exposed, Lu Zhao lowered her head in tacit acknowledgement. Li Yuxuan's gaze swept across the laboratory where a demon was idly bound for research purposes. He commented that Heaven's Wrath's Demon Research Center was quite large. Chelsea at his side suddenly spoke with a skeptical tone, wondering if Lu Zhao intended to experiment on them. Zhao did not reply, simply walked forward, gazing at the demons preserved in other glass cages. She slowly explained, "Demons arrived on Earth long before the Crimson Rain cataclysm. This research center is actually just the culmination of previous generations' efforts. We are merely utilizing Heaven's Wrath now." She did not stop, continuing to point at a massive technological tree. That technological tree served only as a superficial function. In reality, beneath its roots, an abhorrent and terrifying demon, the 36th ranked demon, was sealed. Chelsea listened intently, clearly sensing the strong demonic aura along the way. Lu Zhao suddenly turned, facing Li Yuxuan, saying that no one knew why demons appeared, especially as their emitted evil energy infected countless humans, giving rise to predators and superpowered individuals. Li Yuxuan frowned, pondering that all power originated from the same source. No wonder demons could activate the inherent abilities of predators. Under the shade of the ancient technological tree, Lu Zhao stood proudly, her resolute gaze seemingly piercing through the mist, declaring that the hidden underground passage was precisely where 36 demons were sealed. Once those demons were locked away, the catastrophe threatening humanity would end. With a tone both earnest and tinged with worry, she looked at Li Yuxuan and emphasized that to seal them, only a demon could seal a demon. Lu Zhao seemed to have placed all her faith in Li Yuxuan's power. He was the sole hope for saving Earth and humanity. In contrast, Li Yuxuan remained indifferent and expressionless, as if the fate of the world had nothing to do with him. "I do not really care what happens to Earth's future," he replied plainly, but his gaze suddenly turned cold as a knife. He turned to face Lu Zhao, questioning, "Wasn't my contract with a demon part of your plan?" Lu Zhao remained silent, her eyes quietly observing, offering no response to his accusation. From behind Li Yuxuan, Chelsea, the spirit possessing him, whispered in his ear, her voice agitated, "Kill her. She looks just like that director with ill intentions." Bad guy," Chelsea's voice echoed incessantly. Making Li Yuxuan frown in impatience, he barked, "Shut up," and immediately activated his ability. A dazzling golden thread appeared at his feet like a shimmering snake, ready to strike at any moment. He continued to question Lu Zhao, his tone sharp. "From Yihu to Alarte City you had people monitoring everything. You cast too long a line, did not you?" At this moment, Li Yuxuan held a sharp card, glinting with metallic luster, ready to strike at any time. But Lu Zhao unexpectedly spoke, her tone calm and full of deeper meaning. "Did not a big fish like you also take my bait?" Li Yuxuan was furious, flinging the card violently towards Lu Zhao. The card, swift as lightning, grazed her cheek, causing Lu Zhao a slight start. She reached up to touch her cheek, feeling a stinging pain. "If I did not have spatial abilities, that move just now would have surely killed me," she muttered to herself, a mix of pain and irritation at the same time. Li Yuxuan mentally commanded Chelsea to first occupy the space, then suppress her abilities. Chelsea responded with a disgruntled expression. "You mere creature, do not command this empress." But no sooner had she spoken than something appeared before Chelsea, startling her. A shimmering blue pyramid suddenly enveloped her, sealing her within a confined space. Chelsea revealed her true form, roaring in a fit of rage. "You lowly human, release me now." Li Yuxuan was also considerably startled by this scene. Lu Zhao smiled, calmly explaining that this was a new technology from the research center. Unfortunately, it wasn't yet complete, but for experimental purposes the effect was clearly quite good. Li Yuxuan sarcastically retorted, "Your subordinates are not all useless, at least the research center has some achievements." Suddenly he felt a chill creep up his spine as something slid past his foot. Fortunately, he lifted his foot in time, but his foot immediately felt as if it were frozen. Unable to move, he looked down to see a mass of pitch-black slime spreading across the floor, crawling towards him. Lu Zhao turned around, smiling as she thanked a small figure that had just appeared. It was a petite girl with flowing pink hair holding a pure black bow that exuded a terrifying slime. Lu Zhao introduced her in a flat tone. "This is Sana, an elite agent with a 0 failure rate, but she had failed during the mission to kidnap the girls with Yihu." Li Yuxuan froze as memories of Sana flooded his mind. He remembered this girl. Back in reality, he looked at Lu Zhao and said coldly, "So this is your elite agent? Sana, she is the one who told you about me." Lu Zhao looked at Sana, her eyes sharp. "Your demon can conceal its aura, so you did not notice Sana feigning unconsciousness to deceive you." She walked closer to Li Yuxuan and continued, "It was Sana who sent your photos back to the center. Your aptitude, your powerful psychic energy is precisely the key to the demon contract. That is what we need." Li Yuxuan laughed, his tone full of provocation. "You have got some nerve standing so close to me." In this tense moment, Lu Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Li Yuxuan's cold words made her heart feel as if it had stopped. Before she could regain her composure and step back, a dazzling golden thread suddenly appeared before her. It tightly coiled around Lu Zhao's neck, tightening with force, making her choke. The situation reversed too quickly. Sana urgently cried out, "Lu Zhao!" But it was too late. They were a step slower than Li Yuxuan. Sana's eyes were resolute. She immediately drew her bow, the arrow pointed directly at Li Yuxuan, her voice trembling but firm. "Release Lu Zhao or I'll shoot." Li Yuxuan revealed a triumphant smile, his eyes glinting with confidence. "Sana, understand the current situation before you act. The initiative is with me now, not Lu Zhao." He paused, his tone turning threatening. "If you want Lu Zhao to live, immediately unseal Chelsea." Sana bit her lip, her gaze wavering between hesitation and determination. Finally she drew the bowstring and the arrow whistled out, but its direction was not towards Chelsea's seal but directly at Li Yuxuan. Unexpectedly, a thin yet sturdy spiderweb barrier appeared, blocking the arrow. Li Yuxuan had anticipated this and prepared a shield to protect himself. With a wave of his hand he threw Lu Zhao to the ground. The arrow, deflected by the spiderweb, inadvertently struck Chelsea's seal. A crisp crack echoed and the seal shattered. Chelsea was freed. Sana immediately rushed to Lu Zhao's side, asking anxiously, "Are you all right?" At this moment, Li Yuxuan's face suddenly changed, becoming utterly terrifying. His face seemed to merge with Chelsea's, his mouth stretched into a chilling grin that made everyone present feel a shiver down their spine. Sana hastily pulled Lu Zhao behind her, her voice trembling. "The demon inside Yuxuan is too strong." Lu Zhao realized the situation was dire, lowering her voice, trying to diffuse the tension. "Yuxuan, I only wanted to test your strength. I did not expect it to make you lose control. I apologize for my imprudence." After hearing the explanation, Li Yuxuan gradually calmed down, the sharpness in his eyes receding slightly. "Do not test me like this again in the future, lest you make unnecessary mistakes." At this moment, Chelsea transformed back into a rope coiling around Li Yuxuan's neck, still indignant. "Lu Zhao, you hypocrite, you are more disgusting than a low-level demon." After everything temporarily subsided, Li Yuxuan spoke, asking calmly, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Lu Zhao said straightforwardly, "I have assembled a team of superpowered individuals who have contracted with demons, but we are missing a leader. I would like to ask you to take on this role." Li Yuxuan replied without hesitation, "I have no interest in babysitting." Lu Zhao hastily interrupted him, her tone firm. "You will not be wasting your effort. Aside from ranking demons, you can handle other matters yourself." She opened her hand, and a shimmering map appeared in her palm. "Heaven's Wrath will provide the locations of demon appearances free of charge." This proposal made Li Yuxuan waver slightly. Heaven's Wrath's goal aligned with his, to rank demons and use their power to fulfill the contract. And Chelsea, dangerous by nature, this contract had to be severed as soon as possible. He looked at Lu Zhao, asking in a deep voice, "What's your next plan?" Lu Zhao smiled faintly, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes. "The Lamentation Tower. There is an extremely powerful demon there. Tomorrow Sana will go with you to eliminate it." Sana gently draped a coat over Lu Zhao, emphasizing that once there he would also meet 3 other teammates. Lu Zhao revealed a mysterious smile, thinking, "My plan has finally succeeded. The most perfect demon squad is now complete." Meanwhile, in S-City's plaza, a long-haired young man with glasses and a high ponytail appeared. He held a strange blue orb emitting a faint glow. He looked at the orb, muttering, "The fluctuations are all normal." In a distant dark dungeon, a slender platinum-haired boy walked with weary steps, a demon's corpse lying at his feet. 2 lines of blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, he whispered. "Delicious." On a secluded path, the blood-red moonlight illuminated the night sky, and a maniacal laugh echoed. The person, covered in tattoos, carried a sword on one shoulder, and in the other hand tightly clutched a demon's head. He laughed uproariously as if celebrating a victory. As night fell, on the top floor of a luxurious hotel, Li Yuxuan, having just finished swimming, lounged in a bathrobe on a chair, a glass of red wine in hand, lost in thought. He recalled the days when he was a test subject, a pair of bewildered eyes on his dirty face, listening to others discuss Subject 1724 and the experimental results sent elsewhere. Before Li Yuxuan, the cold experimental machine from those days clearly reappeared. That memory lingered in his mind. The scene of those people preparing to conduct a second experiment on his young body resurfaced. He suddenly remembered the machine he had seen at the Heaven's Wrath organization, eerily familiar. Li Yuxuan leaned his head back, falling into contemplation. The 2 machines were identical. Could there be some mysterious connection between the old organization and Heaven's Wrath that he did not know about? Heaven's Wrath, a name he had never heard before. Was there another organization hiding in the shadows? Lost in unanswerable questions, Li Yuxuan did not notice a figure quietly approaching. A soft hand pressed down on his wineglass and a seductive voice purred, "Looks like you are quite pleased." He looked up to find Chelsea wrapped only in a flimsy bath towel. She tilted her head back, drinking the wine she had just snatched, a few drops of red wine tracing a path down the corner of her mouth. That alluring sight stirred a slight ripple in Li Yuxuan's heart. He cleared his throat, reminding her, "This is the men's bathroom." Chelsea pouted, completely unfazed. "So what if it is the men's bathroom? I am a demon. I do not care about such things." She glanced at him, then suddenly lifted Li Yuxuan's chin, her tone playful. "Are you thinking something lewd about me?" She pulled him closer, the distance between them vanishing. Chelsea's eyes gleamed as she cast an enchantment spell. Blurred voices seeped into Li Yuxuan's ears as if trying to invade his mind. She whispered into Li Yuxuan's ear, her voice like a hypnotic suggestion, Now just obediently submit to me. But at that very moment, Li Yuxuan's lips curved into a slight smile, and he softly uttered, "Mind pulse." He stared directly at her, asking coldly, "What did you just say?" The infernal eye, a dazzling golden ring, appeared around Li Yuxuan's right eye, countering Chelsea's hypnotic spell. He had long seen through her ploy, the faint smile on his lips filled with disdain. He tightly grasped Chelsea's wrist, making her body tremble and surprising her greatly. Her plan to charm Li Yuxuan had completely failed. "Blame it on you having your intentions written all over your face," he said. As he spoke, he waved his hand and several golden threads flashed into existence, binding her tightly. "Want to tempt me in your next life?" Chelsea roared, consumed by fury. "Despicable human!" The shimmering golden threads tightly coiled around Chelsea. At that moment, a memory flashed through her mind. As a child, she was covered in wounds, clutching a sharp dagger tightly in her hand. Cheers echoed throughout hell, revering her as the noblest demon king. She grew up amidst bloody wars, thousands of dried corpses beneath her feet, the screams of vengeful spirits like a death knell in her ears. Back in reality, Chelsea's rage reached its peak. Her fangs lengthened, her eyes shone with light, and deadly energy erupted. A powerful force sent Li Yuxuan flying, knocking him to the ground. He coughed a few times, surprised by everything he had just seen in Chelsea's secret memories. Rage made her lose control. She swung her hand, striking directly at him. If he had not dodged in time, that blow would have been enough to shatter Li Yuxuan to pieces. The two intensely wrestled, but Chelsea suddenly stopped, her gaze falling on what she was holding, Li Yuxuan's bathrobe belt. She turned around and saw a scene that embarrassed both of them. The bathrobe slipped open, revealing his six-pack abs and a physique that would make anyone blush. Li Yuxuan's smile froze, consumed by fury. He roared, "Chelsea!" That roar echoed through the sky, so loud that even a frog by the river several kilometers away heard it, and lazily croaked in response. The next morning at the Jade Emperor Tower, Chelsea, as usual, transformed into a small snake and coiled around Li Yuxuan's shoulder. She whispered into Li Yuxuan's ear, her eyes fixed on Lu Zhao in the distance. "I wonder why Lu Zhao brought us here today. What a waste of time." Li Yuxuan calmly replied. "Her last spatial jump consumed a lot of her powers. Lu Zhao is doing this simply to deter me." Chelsea turned her face away, disdainfully, tching. Such boring humans. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. A pair of blood-stained hands clutching a cold, sharp sword, aiming directly for Li Yuxuan's head. Fortunately, he dodged in time, but the blow still caused a massive explosion, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Li Yuxuan's mood darkened. This guy was too strong. He had not even sensed his presence. Lu Zhao shouted, "Shimon, stop! Li Yuxuan is my new teammate." The newly appeared man had striking golden hair, bulging muscles, and an aura of death radiating around him. He pouted. "Li Yuxuan smells terrible." He did not stop. He lunged forward, swinging his sword. "Ping does not like your smell." Li Yuxuan cast a spell, erecting a dazzling light barrier that blocked Shimon's fierce attack. A deafening clang echoed throughout the plaza. Suddenly a voice interjected, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Shimon, you cannot treat a newcomer like this." The newcomer was a long-haired young man in an elegant gray suit. He gave Li Yuxuan a brilliant smile, cleverly easing the situation. Shimon frowned, his face full of disgust. He retracted his move and looked at the newcomer with icy eyes. "Josh, are you trying to stop me?" Behind him, a green energy stream snaked its way, accompanied by the tender voice of an unfamiliar boy. He called Shimon Big Brother, his voice soft but firm. "Please calm down, this is Lu Zhao's arrangement." Shimon continued as he pleased, turning to look at the sword in his hand, calling it Ping. He whispered to the sword, "I know you hate Li Yuxuan's demon, bear with it a little longer." The sword named Ping had a small mouth on its hilt that opened and closed, appearing eerily unsettling. It nodded gently, agreeing to endure for Shimon. The killing intent instantly vanished at this moment. Lu Zhao, standing nearby, spoke in a serious tone. "Time is running out. 3 months ago, a mysterious tower appeared. Every night, mournful cries emanated from within, hence its name, the Lamentation Tower. The organization sent 4 investigation teams inside, but all lost contact. The demon's energy fluctuations match a target on the ranking list, making it likely a high-level demon. Everyone be careful." Hearing this, Shimon snorted coldly, turned and walked straight into the tower. He did not care, just kill anything that gets in the way. "Why so much talk?" The boy Jia Sha quickly followed behind. Hurrying inside, a man in the suit extended his hand to Li Yuxuan, smiling amiably. "I am Ban, I hope we work well together." Li Yuxuan returned the greeting and introduced himself, but Chelsea, coiled around his shoulder, whispered in his ear, "This guy named Ban is even stronger than you, I want his body." Li Yuxuan gently squeezed Chelsea, making her whimper in pain. Shimon and Jia Sha had already gone ahead, leaving only Lu Zhao, Li Yuxuan and Ban outside the tower. Suddenly a swarm of red-eyed spectral bats circled in the sky, howling mournfully, so much pain, so much sorrow. Wailing cries and whispers intertwined, sending shivers down one's spine. From a mysterious room in the tower, a massive pool appeared, in which a monster with ears flared like fish gills was submerged, saying in an icy voice, "We have guests, go entertain them." Beneath the water's surface, countless mutated fish with 4 legs surfaced. Their eyes blood red, large ears on their heads. Hundreds of them responded in unison, "Understood, Mama." Inside the Lamentation Tower, Shimon and Jia Sha entered, facing pools of foul-smelling slime scattered everywhere. Shimon strode aggressively ahead, while Jia Sha leisurely followed behind. Suddenly a half-human, half-fish monster lunged out from the slime to attack. Jia Sha was caught off guard. The monster pounced from behind, its mouth agape, making a mocking sound. Fortunately, Shimon was as fast as lightning, turning and slicing the monster in half with a single swing of his sword. Jia Sha was still shaken, but then swarms of monsters emerged from the slime pools. They were everywhere in the tower. Shimon suddenly realized something and quickly warned, Jia Sha, be careful, these monsters move through these slime pools. Jia Sha showed a terrified expression, clutching Shimon's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Big brother, you'll protect me, right? Shimon showed a satisfied smile, promising unequivocally, do not worry, I'll protect you. Jia Sha's words seemed to inject power into him, making Shimon more combative than ever. He charged into the crowd of monsters, hacking and slashing wildly. But behind him, Jia Sha's expression changed, licking his lips with a covetous look. The deeper we go, the more the fun begins. The boy activated his gluttony skill, rushing forward and sweeping away the monsters in an instant. In another area of the Lamentation Tower, Sana and Bayan had also entered. The foul-smelling slime pools were still everywhere. Bayan walked, talking with Sana about what happened earlier. Before entering, Bayan had suggested to Li Yuxuan that the three of them move together, setting up a demon barrier to conceal their aura for easier reconnaissance. But Li Yuxuan had flatly refused. I prefer to act alone, I do not want to go with you. Bayan was worried, his eyes showing unease. I wonder if he'll be alright acting alone. Sana spoke to confirm that this mission was precisely to test Li Yuxuan and assess if he was qualified to join the team, so Bayan did not need to worry too much. Hearing this, Bayan gradually showed a relieved smile. He believed that this 4-star difficulty entry test would not be too hard for Li Yuxuan, because his power was inherently strong. He firmly believed their team would soon welcome a powerful teammate. In contrast, Sana looked solemn and worried. In her heart, Li Yuxuan was a dangerous and unpredictable variable. In another area of the tower, Li Yuxuan walked cautiously. Beside his ear, Chelsea, in her small dragon form, continuously grumbled, her tone full of irritation. You have been circling around here for ages, are you going to get anywhere? As Li Yuxuan walked, he placed his hand on the damp wall, feeling every tremor. After a moment of thought, he concluded that if he wasn't mistaken, he and Chelsea had fallen into a ghost wall trap. Chelsea incessantly complained about the sticky liquid on the wall, her tone full of disgust. How disgusting! Li Yuxuan keenly noticed several merfolk monster figures lurking in the puddles, secretly observing him with the intent to attack. He glanced at them, judging that they must be the merfolk monsters. Suddenly, Chelsea cried out, her tone alert. Watch your surroundings. Li Yuxuan was startled by the warning and immediately activated his skill, dodging sideways. But when he turned around, he saw only a stained patch of water on the floor, no one visible. The space instantly became eerily silent. Suddenly, a black shadow with crimson eyes appeared behind Li Yuxuan. His heart leapt. It was the 31st rank mermaid demon, its face twisted and terrifying. It made a strange sound, saying in a sharp voice, Give me children. Its drooling appearance stunned both Li Yuxuan and Chelsea. Though frightened, Chelsea did not miss the chance to tease, Why do not you just agree to the demon? Maybe it'll be happy and let us go. Enraged, Li Yuxuan roared, Shut up before I go crazy. He was furious, brandishing his magic ropes, lashing them violently at the demon. His eyes cold, he stated sharply, Having children is something you do with someone you love. How can you ask for it so casually, beautiful lady? The mermaid demon paused, dodging the attack. But Li Yuxuan's words sent it into a daze. It kept muttering, Beautiful lady. It asked back, entranced, How many do you want to have here? Then it immersed itself in fantasies of the future, even beginning to mumble about names for the children. Before it could finish, Li Yuxuan immediately whipped out his magic ropes, fiercely striking the demon. One of its arms and half its face were severed, and its body fell into a pool of water. It mumbled, Too much. The surrounding little monsters cried out for Mama, looking at it worriedly. Suddenly, the mermaid demon let out a deafening shriek. It shot up from the pool, its body perfectly intact as if it had never been injured. A huge waterspouts formed in front of it. Suddenly, it cascaded down, flooding the entire floor of the Lamentation Tower. The surging water swallowed everything. Just then, a young man holding another person broke through a glass window, safely leaping to the ground. It was Shimon and Yasha. As soon as he landed, Shimon anxiously checked the boy's condition, only breathing a sigh of relief when he confirmed he was all right. Meanwhile, Sana and Bayan also exited the tower. Sana hurriedly checked the team information on her device. Just then, the boy asked, Where's Li Yuxuan? Why is not he out yet? Shimon replied with a mocking tone. Li Yuxuan must have died in there, just a waste. Sana immediately retorted, holding up the information board displaying vital signs. Li Yuxuan is still alive, just be patient. With that, she looked up at the shattered glass window of the Lamentation Tower. In the tower's pool floor area, Chelsea had revealed her true form but was trapped in a water sphere, unable to escape. She shrieked furiously, That trash is not allowed to touch my things. Meanwhile, the mermaid demon still stared with a threatening gaze. It ignored Chelsea's warning. The mermaid demon just mumbled, its mind filled with Li Yuxuan's image. Li Yuxuan was sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The mermaid demon slowly crawled closer, continuously murmuring its intense desire for him and its fervent wish to have children with him. As it spoke, it reached out to caress Li Yuxuan's face, its eyes dazed. Suddenly, it took out a glistening blue gem from its own body. It looked directly at Li Yuxuan, then turned to Chelsea, saying with a provocative tone, I know you have already signed a master-servant contract with him. But so what? I do not care at all. It arrogantly declared its confidence that it could sign a new contract with Li Yuxuan, binding them together forever. With that, it moved the blue gem to his mouth, trying to force it in. The mermaid demon slowly approached, a hint of obsession flashing in its eyes. It mumbled dreamily, "As long as I put the gem into Li Yuxuan's mouth, a new contract will be formed and we can be together forever." A satisfied smile appeared on its face, its eyes filled with anticipation. Suddenly a voice rang out, making its face instantly freeze. It was Li Yuxuan. He had only been pretending to be unconscious, secretly luring it into a trap. The mermaid demon was stunned, not expecting him to have been awake all along, simply lying still, letting it indulge in its fantasies. Li Yuxuan opened his eyes, his cold gaze shooting directly at it. "I have no interest in creatures like you," he said sharply, holding a sharp object in his hand. Peeved, he stabbed it in the waist and the mermaid demon collapsed, groaning in pain, clutching its wound. Just then, Chelsea broke free from the water bubble trapping her. She walked up to Li Yuxuan with a triumphant look, smiling. "Was my acting pretty good?" She glanced at the mermaid demon writhing in pain on the ground, her tone full of disdain. "This fool had no guard up against you at all." Li Yuxuan stood up, calmly adjusting his clothes. Meanwhile, the mermaid demon lay dying, 2 lines of tears streaming down its cheeks, each drop turning into sparkling diamonds scattered across the floor. Memories flooded its mind. It remembered the past. When it was a beautiful young girl by the sea, one day it found an injured man washed ashore. Barefoot, it walked from the sea to the man. As time passed, the two lived together, spending quiet and warm days. It meticulously tended to his wounds, while he painted and shared every moment with it. This blissful scene seemed destined to last forever. But cruel reality struck. It was captured and put up for auction. The auctioneer boasted that mermaid flesh could grant eternal life. And even more painful, it saw the man it had lived with and saved, watching coldly as it was auctioned. He smirked, muttering, "My love seems to be worth quite a bit of money." The painful memories drove the mermaid demon into a frenzy. It shrieked, its mouth tearing open to its ears, an incredibly grotesque sight. Its body transformed into a terrifying monster with countless eyes and winding tentacles. 2 enormous waterspouts appeared beside it, growing larger and larger. Li Yuxuan and Chelsea could not help but retreat, instinctively raising their hands in defense. In its monster form, it muttered with a resentful tone, "Even if Li Yuxuan betrays me, as long as I turn him into a corpse, he can stay with me forever." Bang! A huge tentacle shot straight at Li Yuxuan. Fortunately, he agilely dodged, his eyes returning to calm. "So you want to go all out? How exciting," he sneered, his whole body erupting with power, unleashing all his skills ready to face the challenge. The mermaid demon shrieked, a huge water bubble appearing in its hand. It mumbled, "Go die." But before it could make a move, Li Yuxuan was a step quicker, launching a preemptive strike. "What you want will likely be difficult to achieve," he coldly retorted. The two engaged in an intense battle, evenly matched. Li Yuxuan's every move was blocked by it, and in turn he countered all its attacks. The mermaid demon furiously rushed forward, launching continuous attacks. Li Yuxuan deftly dodged, leaping up, secretly thinking, "If this continues, I'll probably be reduced to dust." The mermaid demon sneered, thinking he was scared. Li Yuxuan curled his lips, saying in an arrogant tone, "Scared of you? I am just incredibly excited." He touched the ground and countless dazzling golden chains shot out, attacking it relentlessly. Bang! With a loud crash, only a thick smoke remained where it stood, and a pool of water hastily slid away, vanishing into the air. Unexpectedly, the mermaid demon silently appeared behind Li Yuxuan. His heart skipped a beat, but he immediately regained his composure. Realizing it had used its ability to teleport through water, Li Yuxuan revealed a hint of a sinister smile. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "You have walked right into my trap," he thought. He pulled out a sharp weapon without hesitation. Peeved, he fiercely stabbed a tentacle that was continuously attacking. The tentacle writhed in pain, unable to resist. Just then, countless chain arrows from Li Yuxuan whizzed towards it, incredibly sharp, as if to bind it tightly. Eventually, it was firmly entangled by those chains, lying motionless on the floor. But after just a few seconds, the mermaid demon suddenly grinned eerily, muttering strange incantations no one could understand. Suddenly, countless blue lightning bolts flashed, drawing the water puddles together to form a gigantic vortex in front of Li Yuxuan. It continuously chanted, activating its rule reinforcement skill, a skill based on demon rank. The higher the rank, the more terrifying its power. A massive tentacle violently lashed out at Li Yuxuan, its terrifying force giving him no time to resist, causing him to collapse backward. Bang! His entire body hit the floor, dizzy. He gritted his teeth, clearly feeling its terrifying speed and strength. The mermaid demon continued without pause, using its dissolve skill, its body turning into puddles of water scattered across the floor. Its forms appeared from all directions, surrounding Li Yuxuan. Chelsea frowned, mumbling, "This way you cannot lock onto it for attack, so troublesome like a slippery loach." Though annoyed, Li Yuxuan's mind was racing, searching for a countermeasure. Suddenly he bent his knees and leaped out of the water circle. Chelsea cheered, "Did you figure something out?" Li Yuxuan curved his lips into a smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Clearly having a plan, he swiftly moved away from the puddles, and violently swung his scythe, striking the glass window. Crash! The sound of breaking glass echoed, and cracks spread. Below the tower, Ban, Sana, Shimon, and Yasha heard the shattering sound. Ban hastily activated his skill, creating a protective film to shield Sana. Shimon, meanwhile, shielded Yasha with his own body, cursing as he did so. "Damn, Li Yuxuan intentionally trying to mess with us. Does he want us to get hurt too?" Glass shards fell, the space vibrated, and the puddles of water throughout the tower began to converge. Li Yuxuan roared, activating his true word, burn skill. Countless dazzling golden ropes appeared, some of them burning fiercely, covering the entire tower. The terrifying high temperature made the water on the floor boil and evaporate into thick steam. The mermaid demon shrieked in pain, "It is so hot, I cannot stand it." It revealed its true form, its body trembling. Li Yuxuan immediately commanded Chelsea. Now, countless purple chain arrows shot out, aiming at it, piercing its body. It let out agonizing screams, and tears fell, transforming into sparkling diamonds before Li Yuxuan. Within those diamonds, its image appeared, a beautiful mermaid before becoming a demon. Painful memories vividly emerged, it being captured and auctioned, and the man it had once saved appeared. But contrary to its narration, the man had not abandoned it. Instead, he made the highest bid to save it, then meticulously cared for it. Li Yuxuan looked at the diamonds, deep in thought about that memory. The young man quietly observed, noticing that though the mermaid could not speak, her sparkling eyes revealed a secret. Through those eyes, he guessed she had also fallen in love with him. When the man whispered sincere words, both became shy, their cheeks flushing. The mermaid tried her best to make a sound in response. After many attempts, she finally managed to say, "Like." Hearing this, the man was so happy that he could not help but hug her tightly, as if a life of happiness awaited them. But this fragile happiness did not last long. In its hunger, the mermaid suddenly transformed into a beast, mercilessly tearing at her beloved. Only the man's shattered clothing remained before her. Scattered in a pool of blood on the floor, she sat there, her eyes vacant, looking at this terrifying scene. When she regained consciousness, she was horrified to realize the crime she had committed. Her mind was in chaos. What was I doing? Why did I kill the person I loved most? In extreme pain, she shrieked, unable to accept the truth. And from that moment on, she became a demon, carrying indelible sorrow. Suddenly, Chelsea's chain arrows shot out coldly, directly piercing the mermaid's heart from the wound. Her body gradually turned to frost. Li Yuxuan stood there quietly observing, his heart heavy. He thought perhaps death was her only liberation to return to her true self. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with pain, as if he understood that she had sealed her memories to escape a tragic past. Suddenly, Chelsea's chains transformed into a giant snake. Opening its maw, Chelsea prepared to devour the mermaid demon, but Li Yuxuan quickly stopped her. Surprised by his action, Chelsea spun around, asking sharply, "Why did you stop me?" Li Yuxuan calmly looked at Chelsea and the mermaid demon, replying, "A demon ranked 31st is not worth heaven's wrath making such a fuss over. On the contrary, focusing on collecting other demons would be more beneficial." Though his tone was calm, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He knew there was a contract between him and Chelsea, and she could not harm him. But in the current standoff, he was concerned she might do something detrimental. Suddenly, Chelsea's snake tongue darted out, gently licking Li Yuxuan's cheek. He was slightly startled, but this gesture seemed to placate her anger. After confirming his words weren't a lie, Chelsea coldly warned, "Do not play clever games, my patience has its limits." With that, she transformed into a small dragon, gently perching on Li Yuxuan's shoulder. He stood silently in the collapsed building, looking out at the desolate city through the shattered window frame. He thought, "It is finally all resolved." In another place, a skyscraper was engulfed in flames. Explosions and collapsing sounds intertwined. A young man in a corner frantically operated his communication device. Suddenly, a long-tongued monster in the darkness lunged, attacking him. Blood splattered and the young man fell, his body surrounded and devoured by a pack of monsters. In his hand, the control panel was left with only a beep 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 sound. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the screen. "A city is in danger, requesting urgent assistance." In the distance, Sana frowned at the notification panel on her wrist, muttering, "Something happened in Dani City, Luzhou. We need to get there quickly." Ban looked up, his voice anxious. "I wonder why that newcomer has not come out yet." Shimon stood by, a mocking smile on his face, venomously saying, "Someone as weak as him should have died and moved on long ago. What's he waiting for?" Suddenly, an earth-shattering bang echoed from a hole in the building. A dazzling ball of light shot out like lightning, leaving the crowd below speechless. The light landed not far from them, causing a violent tremor, and Shimon hastily jumped away. Bayan and Sana, meanwhile, put up a protective shield, blocking the flying debris. When the dust settled, a black-robed figure gradually emerged. Li Yuxuan slowly spoke. "Are not we all here to punish demons?" Shimon's younger brother replied. "The intel was wrong. This is not an S-grade demon." Sana nodded in agreement, simultaneously casting a spell to project an image of a certain city at 4:22 p.m. on a certain date in Epic 1044. She said this demon was ranked 31st. Bayan clapped, welcoming Li Yuxuan to the demon squad with a false tone. Li Yuxuan ignored the insincere welcome. He turned to Bayan and asked, "Have you also signed a contract with a demon?" Seeing that Li Yuxuan still remembered his name, Bayan showed an interested smile. However, he remained silent, not answering Li Yuxuan's question. Bayan was about to turn to the Shimon brothers to ask if Li Yuxuan still remembered their names, but Li Yuxuan spoke first, his tone calm. "Is not that Shimon and Yasha?" Yasha, the younger brother, frowned, clearly disliking being called by his first name by a stranger. Conversely, Shimon looked at Li Yuxuan with an unusual gaze, abandoning his initial disdain and admitting in his heart that a newcomer like Li Yuxuan, capable of eliminating a ranked demon alone, was indeed not simple. But Shimon's competitive nature was immediately roused, and he brandished his sword, intending to challenge Li Yuxuan on the spot. Suddenly, Sana drew her bow and shot an arrow which lodged deep into the ground by his feet, halting Shimon's aggressive move. Sana said coldly that after the mission, he was free to fight whoever he wanted. But for now, the next mission was to support Donny City. Shimon tched putting away his fierce demeanor, he turned and yelled at Li Yuxuan, "After we have settled things in Donny City, we definitely have to spar." Chelsea, in snake form, slithered closer and whispered into Li Yuxuan's ear, "This guy named Shimon is tough. He is really strong." Li Yuxuan curled his lips into a cold smile. He glanced at Ban, thinking, "You are the difficult one. It seems you are hiding quite a few secrets." At this moment, a blood-red dusk enveloped the sky, and the giant truck carrying Li Yuxuan's squad drove along the dusty road, stones scattering as if crossing a desert. The vehicle was encased in a shimmering energy shield. Inside, everyone was resting and recovering their strength. Sana held a communication device, reporting to Lu Zhao, "We are en route." Li Yuxuan and Ban sat in one row, and he and Chelsea secretly observed the people around them. Chelsea whispered, "That kid smells great. A demon barrier can conceal one's aura, avoiding attacks from predators and other demons. Being able to maintain it for so long proves his mental power is quite astonishing." Ban continued to carelessly play with the energy orb in his hand, a mysterious arc on his lips. His harmless appearance made it hard to believe he had already signed a contract with a demon. Chelsea looked up at Li Yuxuan and asked, "Do you know that only two types of people sign contracts with demons? One is the wicked and the other is those with secrets. Which kind do you think the people here are?" Li Yuxuan scanned his surroundings. The Shimon brothers were fast asleep, completely unguarded. He closed his eyes, tilted his head to rest, then asked Chelsea in return, "Then which kind do you think I am?" She answered without hesitation, "Of course, you are the kind who's both wicked and has secrets." Hearing this, Li Yuxuan merely smiled, his eyes inscrutable. Thinking of Donny City, their next destination, a prison for exiled criminals where they atoned through labor, he knew this place would definitely attract many demons. In Donny City, the scene was chaotic, as if it had just experienced a fierce bombardment. Demons battled fiercely, dust flew, and houses were destroyed. Lu Zhao and her squad stood not far away. A man called her captain, reporting that the fog surrounding Donny City was the same as the one at the church. The concentration was very high, and existing shielding methods were almost ineffective. Lu Zhao asked gravely, "How are the teams sent in?" The man replied, "Team 1 and Team 2 have completely lost signal. Team 3's signal is getting weaker near the research facility. I suspect there is a living entity in this fog." Facing the unfavorable situation, Lu Zhao ordered continued monitoring of Team 3 and instructed the research facility to expedite the investigation of the fog. She gazed ahead, her heart heavy. At this moment, she could only wait for the demon squad's support. On a dark road in the city, disgusting chewing sounds echoed. A man with a scarred face slowly brought something vivid, red and sticky, from the ground to his mouth. On closer inspection, it was shredded human flesh, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The man revealed sharp teeth. A voice suddenly came from behind, "Does the food suit your taste?" The monster turned around, its eyes just two black holes, its face covered in stitches like a terrifying doll, its mouth was smeared with blood, and it stammered in reply, "Very, very tasty," it chewed. Then turned towards the direction of the voice, stammering, I am in the dark corner." The person did not reveal himself. Only a tall figure was visible, with a faint light flickering on his face. When the moonlight shone down, his appearance became clear. Long hair curled like silk and only one eye on his face. He held a book in his hand, the cover of which bore an eye identical to the one on his face. He spoke in a cold tone as if addressing someone. "It has been 3 days and your subordinates have not finished eating the people in the city?" He looked at the monster on the ground eating human flesh, encouraging it. "Eat up, be happy." Hearing this, the creature hastily grabbed another piece of meat, gulping it down. The chewing sounds bone-chilling. If anyone witnessed this, they would likely faint on the spot. The person slowly approached the meat-eater, thinking to himself, communicating with such a stuttering low-grade creature is truly difficult. He brought the book with the strange eye closer and whispered to it, "The real prey is almost here. Book, do you still remember our agreement?" He quietly observed the creature sitting on the ground, reached out and gently patted its back, saying in a low voice, "Go for it, eat everyone in this city." He entrusted everything to the creature, then suddenly vanished as if he had never been there. The next morning, at the temporary base of the Heaven's Wrath organization in Donny City, Lu Zhao posted detailed photos of the past few days' battles on a board. She said in a serious tone, 3 days ago, Donny City was attacked by unknown creatures. Afterwards, a mysterious fog enveloped it, cutting off all signals. I sent multiple teams in to investigate, but none have returned. She turned to Li Yuxuan's squad and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Sana mused. The fog and demons appeared simultaneously. "I'm afraid there is a connection between them," Shimon brazenly interjected. "Everyone just rush in and kill anything that gets in the way." Sana shook her head worriedly. "We do not know the situation inside, so rushing in might be disadvantageous. If we encounter something unexpected, it'll be difficult to handle in time." Li Yuxuan calmly concluded, "This might be a trap." Ban leisurely suggested, "As usual, let Sana and me go in to scout first." But Lu Zhao interrupted him, ordering, "Sana and Li Yuxuan go first." Ban asked in surprise. "Li Yuxuan is a newcomer. Can he handle this mission?" Lu Zhao glanced at him, her eyes sharp. "You have maintained the demon barrier for a day and a night, with such a great expenditure. Do you still have enough strength to perfectly complete this mission?" Then she turned directly to the Shimon brothers. "You two are only suited for combat, not reconnaissance." Shimon tched appearing nonchalant. I do not care for this kind of leading mission anyway, Lu Jiao said gravely. This battle is very important, and I do not want to add unnecessary risks. The most suitable candidates right now are Li Yuxuan and Sana. Hearing this, Li Yuxuan raised his hand, smiling lightly as if in surrender. All right, do not flatter me so much. I'll take this mission, he thought to himself. The fog is definitely related to summoning demons, and Dani City's situation is probably their doing too. This is a good opportunity to investigate. Lu Jiao disagreed with his intention to act alone. Sana is more familiar with these types of missions. She must go with you. The rest will wait for my orders. Chelsea, coiling on Li Yuxuan's shoulder, whispered in his ear. Lu Jiao definitely wants someone to keep an eye on you. Li Yuxuan merely shrugged, appearing indifferent. Just follow the plan. Night fell, and the city plunged into silence. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Plunging towards the ground, a glowing cube appeared, then its light gradually extinguished. Li Yuxuan and Sana emerged, slowly descending as if suspended. Li Yuxuan was somewhat surprised by Lu Jiao's ability, unexpectedly able to store powers in a Rubik's Cube for others to use. I really cannot underestimate her, he thought. Suddenly a sound came from above. Sana looked up at the night sky, frowning, and gestured for Li Yuxuan to wait. The two looked up together, seeing a winged creature circling. Sana whispered, "Is it a dragon demon?" The creature suddenly lowered its altitude, revealing two human corpses clutched in its mouth. It circled once, then dropped the bodies into an area where a group of predators waited to tear them apart. Sana was too shocked to speak. Li Yuxuan remained silent, realizing the situation here was more complex than imagined. Suddenly a predator lunged from behind, attacking Sana. While she was looking up at the sky, Li Yuxuan reacted like lightning, using his ability to create a perfect shield that enveloped both of them. The monster was blocked, unable to penetrate. Sana's eyes sharply fixed on the attacker, and she told Li Yuxuan, "Lower the shield in 25 seconds. She drew her bow, preparing to aim. When the time came, Li Yuxuan retracted the shield. Sana's arrow whistled out, striking the predator in the chest, sending it flying backward, collapsing after a few whimpers. In less than 5 minutes, its corpse melted into a pool of black water. Sana looked around, confirming it was temporarily safe. She suddenly turned, aiming her bow at the dark corner to her left, and shouted, "Who's there?" A man in a hooded cloak stepped out, asking in a low voice, "Are you superpowered individuals?" The man's cold voice echoed in the darkness, asking Li Yuxuan and Sana, "Whose side are you on?" Sana countered without backing down, "Who are you?" Neither side was eager to reveal their identity, as in this chaotic city, discerning friend from foe required absolute caution. Observing the newly appeared man, Li Yuxuan suddenly remembered Lu Jiao's instructions before they left. If they encountered survivors, only use the identity of the St. Tanberg Alliance. This name was more convincing than admitting they belonged to Heaven's Wrath, a small organization unknown to the public. I did not expect there to be survivors here. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a friendly smile, and pulled out his pass. "We are from the St. Tanberg Alliance, sent to assist Dani City." Then he asked in return, "And you are?" The man stepped forward and carefully examined the documents Li Yuxuan handed him, muttering, "St. Tanberg Alliance. He placed his hand on his chest, looking up and thanking heaven. "The Alliance has finally sent people." He introduced himself as Jite, a locksmith, then tightened his hood, turned around and said, "Follow me, this is not a good place to talk." Passing through winding streets, Jite led them to a massive sewer opening. He opened the manhole cover, revealing stairs leading underground, and deftly climbed down, saying in a low voice, "Below is the survivors' shelter." Sana was still suspicious of this stranger, signaling Li Yuxuan to be careful. He merely smiled calmly, thinking, "The intel is right in front of me. Whether it is true or false, I have to follow through." He gestured for Sana to quickly descend the stairs. The three entered underground, covering the manhole. Just then a dangerous energy surged. They dodged in time, avoiding detection. Below was a long dark tunnel with damp walls, muddy water on the floor, and crisscrossing pipes overhead. Jite lit a lamp, leading the way and narrating, "Before the Crimson Rain cataclysm, this was Manhwa City. Because it was often flooded, the underground drainage system was very developed, so everyone hid here and survived." Li Yuxuan noticed that Jite was very familiar with the place, presumably having lived there for a long time. Jite nodded, confirming, "I have been here since before the disaster. This is my hometown." Stopping in front of an iron door, he said, "We are here." Sana was slightly nervous, her eyes alert. They walked in. Jite explained, "The underground structure is very complex. Outsiders would find it hard to locate this place. This place is very safe." But as soon as they stepped inside, Chelsea, perched on Li Yuxuan's shoulder, whispered uncomfortably, "This place has a foul smell, and it is making my sensory abilities drop." Li Yuxuan calmly asked Jite, "If it is safe here, why cannot I see a single survivor?" Suddenly, a volley of gunshots rang out and bullets whistled towards them. Li Yuxuan reacted like lightning, raising a sturdy shield that blocked all the bullets. A group of armed individuals appeared, surrounding the two. Jite shouted, "These are people from the St. Tanberg Alliance, stop." Li Yuxuan sneered, gripping his small knife and adopting a fighting stance. He secretly guessed that these people were the criminals imprisoned here. Just as he was about to counterattack, Sana stopped him. She wanted to negotiate first, but before she could speak, an iron cage suddenly descended from above, trapping both sides. Li Yuxuan looked up, asking confused, "Is this the origin stone?" Sana observed, nodding, "It should be. It was an origin stone used to seal the powers of superpowered individuals. Jite turned around and ordered the darkness, "Come out now. No need to hide anymore." A group of people in heavy cloaks appeared one after another. Leading them were 4 individuals, 3 women, old and young, and an injured young man with a bandaged arm. Their faces were haggard and pale. One woman asked Jite, "Did you bring back the medicine?" He replied in a low voice, "The surface was heavily damaged. I could not find the exiled faction's medicine storage." The woman worried, "If we do not get the lamb antidote by tomorrow, we'll all die." Jite comforted her. "Do not worry, have not we just caught our bargaining chips?" As he spoke, he glanced at the cage holding Li Yuxuan and Sana. Listening to the conversation, Li Yuxuan quickly guessed their identities. How could the exiled faction control so many criminals, he thought. It turns out they use drugs to control them. Sana continued, her voice low. "This cage is probably also a means for the exiled faction to restrict criminals. This is not an underground pipe system but a real prison." Seeing that they had already guessed, Jite no longer pretended, speaking heavily, "This is where we once lived. Endless darkness. Never-ending labor was the rule here. There is a medicine called lamb that constantly torments us." At the mention of the medicine's name, the crowd behind them trembled, their eyes revealing obvious fear. As if they had endured too much suffering for too long, Sana approached the iron bars, asking coldly, "If it is truly so painful, why did not you just steal the medicine back then? Would not that have been better?" Jite's face stiffened at her words. Sana keenly noticed a thin thread hidden in his wrist, guessing it was a makeshift tool used during the disaster. Li Yuxuan added, his tone sharp, "Your index finger and middle finger are the same length. That is characteristic of a seasoned thief." Exposed, Jite flared up, roaring, "Shut up," he said sternly. "How could you high and mighty people understand our pain?" A woman nearby quickly grabbed Jite's sleeve, urging him to calm down. "The most important thing now is to exchange these 2 for the antidote." She turned to Li Yuxuan and Sana, saying forcefully, "Before tonight, quickly get someone to send the antidote in a vehicle or you'll die." Sana raised her wrist, opened the communication switch, but there was no signal. She sighed, "I would like to contact the organization, but unfortunately, the fog in this city blocks all signals." The crowd immediately erupted in an uproar, thinking she was playing tricks. She claimed to be a rescue worker sent by the St. Tanberg Alliance. If she could get in, she must know how to get out. Li Yuxuan rubbed his ears, frowning at the noisy argument. "Next time, can you listen to what someone means before acting?" He turned and asked. "After delaying for so long, it is enough time for your demon illusion to appear, is not it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a black mist erupted from Sana's feet, rapidly spreading throughout the entire basement, engulfing the crowd before them. They froze in place, unable to move or speak. Jite was panicked, sweat streaming down his cheeks, stammering, "Did not the origin stone already control your powers? How is this happening?" Sana's authoritative voice rang out. "Excluding these 26 people, there are 14 outside, all under my control." At the same time, Li Yuxuan activated his golden eyes, sharp light radiating outwards. "It is time to break this cage," said. Chelsea, on his shoulder, complained indignantly, "Should not you have done this sooner? A mere origin stone cage trying to trap a demon's power, it is a pipe dream." With a single wave of his hand, the small knife in Li Yuxuan's hand sliced the iron bars in half, and the cage instantly shattered. He stepped forward, placing the knife tip against Jite's eyes, his gaze as cold as frost. "Quickly tell me everything that happened in Dani City, or this knife will go straight into your eyes." Images of the past gradually surfaced. Back then, Dani City still had origin stone caves underground, and a young Jite was a miner. With a large basket on his shoulder, he tirelessly mined emerald green origin stones. One day, after extracting the last stone of his shift, he happily told his younger brother that he had already dug 215 origin stones, enough for their morning wages. His brother came over and whispered, "Have you noticed there are fewer and fewer people here recently?" Jite handed the freshly dug stone to his brother, replying, "Do not guess randomly. We'll be able to leave in 2 years." He sighed, wondering why the exiled faction needed so many origin stones. Before he finished speaking, a foreman appeared, brandishing a long whip and striking the 2 brothers. He shouted that talking was forbidden during work hours. The 2 were punished with double work. His brother angrily called out the man's name. "Gone?" He accused the fellow of holding a personal grudge. The foreman roared in fury, kicking him in the chest and incessantly cursing. Jite saw his brother being beaten, screamed his brother's name, and rushed over to help him up. The foreman named Gon turned around, cracked his whip on the ground, and the crisp sound echoed in the mine. He cursed at the miners. "You bunch of dirt pigs. Get to work," he arrogantly declared. "If the exiled faction had not taken you criminals in, you would have died without a trace long ago." The miners were too scared to speak, bowing their heads, frantically digging out the origin stones embedded in the rocks. Gon stood with his arms crossed, pointing and gesticulating, incessantly cursing this ungrateful bunch who did not appreciate the exiled faction's kindness. Under the dim light of the mine, a comrade quietly approached Gon and whispered something, causing a sinister smile to curl on Gan's lips as if he had heard some terrifying secret. His voice suddenly rang out, cold and decisive, "Everyone stop. It is time to take our distinguished guest to dinner." With that, he raised glittering handcuffs and slowly approached the uneasy miners. Ignoring Jite's bewildered gaze, he unhurriedly handcuffed everyone. An ominous premonition rose in Jite's heart, his face turning grim. But he still did not know what he was about to face. The handcuffed crowd lined up one by one. dragging their heavy steps out of the mine. They walked towards the Sony City mining plant, where other miners had already gathered. The glaring sunlight forced the long-unseen Lot to raise his hand to shield his eyes, frowning from the dazzling light. The miners stood in a line, silently observing. Opposite them, a group of people in blue clothes slowly walked over. Lot's eyes were sharp and he tilted his head slightly, telling Jite, "Did you see that? These people seem different from usual." Jite nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is much quieter than usual today." Too quiet. In the cold room of the mining area, an old man with bloodshot vacant eyes sat in a chair. He was the leader of the exiled faction, but he seemed indifferent to everything around him. Standing beside him was Hobbiton, a grotesque figure with only one massive eye on his face and long black hair writhing like snakes. He softly whispered in the old man's ear, "Hobbiton, the time has come. Why not open the feast?" As if awakened, the old man's eyes flashed red and he uttered two cold words, "Serve the meal." In the courtyard outside, a group of blue-clad people suddenly turned around, but they were no longer human-shaped. Long tongues protruded, hands and feet deformed, limbs elongated, looking like terrifying monsters. They swiftly rushed towards the miners, roaring and tearing everyone apart in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd. Why did these soldiers turn into predators? In his astonishment, Jite forcefully broke free from his handcuffs, and seeing the exiled faction turn into a group of monsters, his eyes burned with fury. He gritted his teeth. Are they secretly conducting some experiments? Several miners, squeezed out of the chaos, ran to Jite and urgently said, "You have a knack for picking locks, right? Quickly help us unlock these handcuffs." Jite did not hesitate. Quickly unlocking their handcuffs, freed from their restraints, they cheered joyfully, immediately unleashing their powers. The two laughed heartily, then charged together into the crowd of predators, unleashing fierce spells. The monsters gradually fell under their power. Jite was surprised to discover that the handcuffs contained origin stones that suppressed their powers. In the room, the one-eyed man observed the battle, a curious smile playing on his lips. Today's feast is more interesting, with a few extra little mice. The eye in the center of his forehead suddenly glowed. Summoning three winged monsters shaped like dragons but with only one gaping mouth on their heads like carnivorous plants, they let out blood-curdling howls, diving down to grab the miners, instantly tearing them to shreds. The miners fled in panic, letting out desperate screams. "What kind of monsters are these? They're terrifying." In the chaos, Lot shouted. Tackling Jite to the ground, using his body to shield his brother from the attack, a monster raised its foot and stomped hard on Lot's back, and blood spurted from his mouth. Jite cried out in panic. Lot braced himself with his hands, giving a weak smile. "Those demons are gone, brother. Let us escape home together." His voice grew weaker and blood soaked his chest where a large bleeding hole was. Jite frantically hugged his brother. "Lot, wake up. I'll buy you Aunt Lynn's apple pie as much as you want." Jite's tears fell on Lot's pale face. He trembled, reaching out to wipe away his brother's tears. "Brother, you must live well for me." Lot's eyes closed and his hand fell limp. Jite let out a desperate cry, tightly embracing his brother's corpse as a predator's claw swept towards him. Jite rolled into a nearby door with Lot. Narrowly escaping the monster's claws in his heart, the flame of determination burned brightly. "I swear I will expose the evil forces of Sony City." After hearing the story, Li Yuxuan nodded. As expected, the demons have allied with the predators. Their target is these prisoners in Sony City. Sana stepped forward and whispered, "I have used my spell to make them unconscious and left their illusions." Li Yuxuan smiled. "That illusion is not enough." He raised his hand and a sharp red chain with a pointed tip pierced the wall. "If we leave, something will come out and devour these people." From within the wall, a grotesque figure emerged. With glowing eyes, fluffy green hair, clad in a beast-skin coat and sharp claws, he smiled coquettishly. "Hee, I did not expect to be discovered so quickly." Mist surrounded him, and Li Yuxuan coldly asked, "The fog in Sony City is your doing, is not it? What about the team Lu Jiao sent?" He pouted. "All eaten and quite delicious." With that, the demon suddenly vanished, the fog growing thicker, enveloping the entire basement. Above Li Yuxuan and Sana, a pair of black eyes with red pupils gleamed, accompanied by an eerie roar. "Now it is your turn to become my delicious meal." His blood-curdling laughter echoed, mixed in the thick fog obscuring their vision. Li Yuxuan and Sana immediately adopted a defensive stance, observing tensely. The pair of crimson eyes and gaping mouth flickered in and out of the fog, emitting a muffled sound. "In this fog I am the supreme god, unrivaled." Li Yuxuan frowned, his tone full of contempt. "You demons are really troublesome. Are you all so arrogant?" As soon as he finished speaking, the demon roared furiously. "How dare you compare this empress to ordinary demons?" Countless magic chains whistled out from the fog, shooting towards Li Yuxuan. He quickly set up an array, raising a dazzling light shield that blocked all attacks. The demon fought with increasing ferocity, shouting and violently striking the shield, making the space vibrate. Sana held her longbow, infusing her spell into the arrow. Aiming at the red eyes in the fog, she blamed herself. "I was too careless. The enemy was already behind me, and I did not notice." In her annoyance, Sana gritted her teeth, released a whirlwind of arrows that tore through the fog, but there was no indication that the demon had been hit. A portion of the fog in front of them dissipated, and the chains retreated. Sana looked at Li Yuxuan in confusion. "My arrow did not hit the demon, it seems," Li Yuxuan shouted. "Sana, watch out!" Behind her, a mass of fog with crimson eyes silently approached, and she was completely unaware. By the time she realized it, it was too late. The fog, like a giant hand, tightly gripped Sana's throat, lifting her into the air. The demon's blood-curdling laughter echoed through the cellar. "Fool, how can fog have a physical form for you to hit?" The air in the cellar gradually thinned, making it difficult for Li Yuxuan to breathe. He noticed the anomaly and quietly spoke to Chelsea. She replied in an arrogant tone, "A demon's body can adapt to any environment. Unlike you fragile humans," the demon continued to roar. "Feeling uncomfortable are not you, this is my unique technique for dealing with humans like you." A furious barrage of attacks forced Li Yuxuan to dodge constantly. The situation was unfavorable, and he did not want to remain passive. He called out to Chelsea, giving her an order. Although annoyed at being bossed around, she stepped forward to face the demon. Sharp stones swirled around Chelsea. She gathered her power and shot them violently into the mist. The demon laughed mockingly. "So your demon contract has some skill, but too bad, I am the strongest." Li Yuxuan's formation combined with Chelsea's attack gradually dispersed the mist. Everything in the cellar became clearly visible. The demon was hiding in a corner, surprised to find its spell easily broken. Li Yuxuan's figure suddenly appeared before it. Without hesitation, he swung his hand, shattering the mask on its face, and blood soaked its features. It roared in pain. "Even if the mist is broken, it will not necessarily make me vanish. You will all be buried here." A chain suddenly shot towards Li Yuxuan. He tightly gripped the chain and replied coldly, "Who lives and who dies is yet to be seen. Do not underestimate us humans." Li Yuxuan leapt up, spinning the chain clockwise to form a powerful whirlwind, dispersing most of the mist. Sana was rescued, coughing incessantly. Feeling the air finally becoming breathable, she looked at Li Yuxuan, her eyes full of questions. Where did his demon contract come from? Seeing the disadvantage, the demon turned and ran, not forgetting to shout, "I'll let you off for now, do not expect it next time." As it ran, it thought, as long as it could escape it would go find that lord. But suddenly a black shadow flashed, slicing across half its face. With an earth-shattering roar, red smoke billowed. Sana's magic arrows blocked its escape route, making its eyes widen in terror. Under the gradually dissipating red smoke, Li Yuxuan approached, his sharp gaze sweeping over the object on the ground. He raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The enormous fierce demon from before was now just a small child with pointed horns, sharp hands, and crimson eyes. It crawled on the ground, crying piteously. "I have no strength left," it roared in despair. But it was too late. Defeated to this extent, it was completely unable to resist when Li Yuxuan picked it up like a chicken. He happily handed the demon infant to Chelsea, but she turned her face away, utterly disgusted. Chelsea handed the chain in her hand to Li Yuxuan and said coldly, "Use this to drain all its power." Hearing this, the tiny body struggled violently, but the chain had already pierced its head. Its power was gradually drained, leaving only faint whimpers. Sana stood quietly by the side the whole time. She approached Li Yuxuan, looked at him, and calmly said, "I told you before, your demon contract can also take human form." Li Yuxuan frowned, looking utterly bewildered. But the conversation was interrupted by a beep-beep from Sana's earphone. Lu Zhao's signal. He silently thought, in this demon squad there is someone else who has also signed a contract with a humanoid demon. It seems he still has too little information on the others. Lu Zhao's voice came through the earphone urging, "You two get out of Dani City quickly." Sana asked worriedly and hastily, "Has something unusual happened?" But the voice in the earphone suddenly became intermittent, leaving only static and a few fragmented words. Lu Zhao was warning that a demon was approaching, then a beep sounded, and all communication fell silent. The people who had been lying unconscious on the ground began to stir. Jite, one of them, rubbed his head, trying to shake off the stupor. He looked at Li Yuxuan and Sana, asking suspiciously, "What exactly do you and the exiled faction want?" Sana replied calmly and decisively, "We are reinforcements from the St. Tanberg Alliance. If we were working with the exiled faction, those people would have been killed long ago." A woman in the crowd looked up at Jite, her gaze seeming to agree with Sana. With no other choice, Jite thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll go with you." But just then, the wall behind him suddenly exploded without warning. Sana cried out in horror, wanting to rush over, but Li Yuxuan held her back tightly. From the spreading dust a husky voice came, counting brokenly, "Only 98. Still too short." When the dust settled, a colossal monster appeared. Its body was covered in distorted human faces, its skin pale and covered in hideous scars. Countless tentacles writhed on its body, ready to snatch prey at any moment. Before Jite could react, a tentacle tightly coiled around him, and his body instantly disintegrated, dying unjustly. The scarred monster turned its gaze to Li Yuxuan and Sana, its voice filled with joy. Just 2 people making it exactly 100. Jite's corpse was reeled in by a tentacle, while other tentacles chased after the remaining people, letting out blood-curdling screams that echoed throughout the cellar. "Too noisy." The monster raised its hand, pinching a victim's head. The person screamed in agony, and it said disdainfully, "Too noisy." Sana was astonished to find that this demon possessed human-like consciousness. She murmured, "Are not all demons unconscious beings who only know how to absorb souls?" Li Yuxuan also found it unusual, so he secretly asked Chelsea, "Does this demon's aura feel a bit off?" Chelsea hesitated, replying, "The cellar still has the scent of the mist demon. I cannot distinguish it." Without hesitation, Li Yuxuan fiercely rushed towards the monster, disregarding Sana's panicked shouts. Its tentacles immediately swirled to attack, but in an instant they were sliced into pieces by his sharp slashes. Li Yuxuan moved like lightning, circling the monster, and the tip of his chain shot out, piercing deep into its head. He roared, his tone ferocious, "Feel this sensation properly." The monster's painful roars echoed, and it struggled wildly. Li Yuxuan leaped up, dodging its wild thrashing when he returned to Sana's side. She angrily questioned, "Why did you act alone again?" He calmly replied, "This thing is not a demon." The chains cannot absorb its power. The monster's piteous cries mixed with its roars, and tears streamed down its face. It cried like a child. They dared to hit me, to bully me. Then it suddenly shrieked, "Mama, I want Mama." Li Yuxuan's lips curled upwards. He turned and said, "It is not a demon but a predator." Things are starting to get interesting. Sana was stunned. She had never seen a predator with human-like consciousness and emotions. Outside the city, the scene was still chaotic, with predators savagely slaughtering. Corpses and blood piled up like mountains, and the strong stench of blood permeated the air, chilling to the bone. Lu Zhao and her team entered the city, and Bayan observed the group of predators. She murmured, "They might have been recently infected." After the mist dispersed, they rushed out like mad, killing. She paused, her voice dropping. The mist wasn't to stop us from entering the city, but to prevent these predators from escaping. As the red mist gradually dispersed, Shimen was shocked by Lu Zhao's words. He had never imagined this mist was to protect them. But Lu Zhao's eyes were deep, and she had a different thought. Perhaps things are not as simple as we imagine. Bayan stood by, focused on the signal of the communication device on his wrist. Li Yuxuan and Sana's signal had not reconnected, making him worried about their situation in the city. Lu Zhao looked into the distance, her mind racing with thoughts of the large number of predators appearing. She murmured, "The number of infected has far exceeded expectations. I am afraid there is a grade 5 predator in this city." She only hoped that Li Yuxuan and Sana were smart enough to avoid a head-on confrontation with them. In the city center, Li Yuxuan and Sana were desperately fighting the scarred predator. The monster was now furious, roaring, "I'll eat you both alive." Its tentacles quickly regenerated as if they had never been injured. Although Li Yuxuan looked a bit strained, he coldly observed that its recovery speed surpassed grade 4 predators, but still fell short of grade 5. With a plan in mind, he signaled Sana to stall it for a while. Sana nodded without hesitation. She shot a whistling arrow that transformed into a long rope, tightly coiling around the monster's body, making it roar incessantly. Li Yuxuan rushed forward with his scythe. He frowned slightly, disgusted by the predator's feigned pitiful appearance. With a sound that cut through the air, the scythe ripped open its abdomen, leaving a huge wound. The monster howled, "My belly is cut open, all my delicious things are spilling out." But suddenly, the howling stopped, replaced by an eerie laugh. It shed its pitiful disguise, revealing jagged teeth, and fiercely bit the rope Sana used to bind it. Li Yuxuan was surprised to find its intelligence suddenly surged, and the wound on its abdomen healed instantly. It approached him step by step, its eyes glinting with the intent to devour him. With no other option, Li Yuxuan released the binding rope, simultaneously calling for Chelsea's support. He cast a spell, and dazzling red light enveloped the two, and a gigantic mouth opened above the predator's head. A golden light flashed, accompanied by an incantation, and a formation unfolded. Everything plunged into darkness. The scene shifted to a cold hospital room. Hanging blood bags transfused blood into a woman lying on the bed. An urgent voice reported, "This is a difficult labor patient. After giving birth to a baby boy, she died from excessive blood loss." Despite being hooked up to medical equipment, the woman still tightly embraced her newborn, but her eyes had ceased to move. A man in a doctor's coat pulled down his mask. Li Yuxuan's voice sounded, "This is indeed that predator's memory." He smirked triumphantly, as he had guessed correctly. For a growing creature, psychic power was a fatal weakness. He raised the knife in his hand, preparing to end its evil. But just as the knife tip was about to touch the infant, the woman suddenly grabbed his hand, pleading weakly, "Please spare my child." Li Yuxuan seemed frozen, unable to move. Behind him, a one-eyed figure appeared, filling him with terror. He recognized the person, but wasn't sure who he was. "I am the Dream Weaver. I have already entered its subconscious. Is not this an illusion?" The one-eyed man stepped forward, picked up the infant, and said in a low voice, "It is truly lucky to have such a loving mother. In that case, I'll take this child." A dazzling light erupted, blinding Li Yuxuan. He hastily chanted a spell to dispel the illusion, escaping the predator's subconscious. Thrown far out, Li Yuxuan felt the illusion had not completely lifted. He looked ahead, stunned. The predator now appeared almost human. Its body curled like a fetus, enveloped in a thin amniotic sac-like membrane. A dazzling golden light emanated from its body, eerily chilling. Around it, countless monsters with grotesque hands appeared, rushing towards the golden light. Suddenly a purple chain flashed, entangling the group of monsters, turning them into black smoke. Chelsea stood there, muttering, "These demons are really unappetizing, so disgusting." Chelsea glanced to the side, her sharp gaze spotting a strange figure. Indeed, a long-tongued monster was about to lunge and attack her. Chelsea murmured, her tone filled with disdain, "When we get home, I must make Li Yuxuan turn these monsters into a dish. Perhaps then they'll be barely palatable." As she spoke, she caressed the chain in her hand, preparing to attack. Suddenly, 3 arrows flew from somewhere, shooting directly at the monster, deeply piercing its body. Blood gushed out continuously until the monster fell. Chelsea stopped, a bit surprised by the sudden arrows. She frowned, turned towards the direction the arrows came from, and murmured, "Sana always meddling." Sana paid no mind to the mockery, replying calmly, "I sensed a tremendous power approaching." She worriedly glanced at Li Yuxuan, who was still unconscious within the golden orb enveloped by that strange amniotic sac. The city's predators and demons were all drawn to this battle and were surging towards them. We do not have much time, Sana frowned deeply, turning to Chelsea. That predator, after Li Yuxuan invaded its mind, turned into an amniotic sac. I do not know what form it will take next. Chelsea stood by, looking slightly worried. She approached the golden orb, her tone resolute. I'll go in and see what's happening, just in case. Before leaving, she left a hovering purple chain as a defensive line. She turned to Sana, pointing, and declared, If you can survive, I will acknowledge your strength and accept you as a partner. Before Sana could reply, Chelsea vanished, invading the interior of the light orb. Sana was shocked by her swiftness, her gaze sweeping over the purple light trails left on the ground. She sighed, murmuring, Li Yuxuan calls her Chelsea. From demons to contractors, they are all equally willful. Recovering her composure, Sana stepped forward. Her eyes firm, she asked herself how long her demon contract could last. Now only she and her bow with 3 arrows remained, ready for battle. Determined not to let any other demons approach, she told herself, pull back the bowstring, prepare for the fight. Deep in Li Yuxuan's memories, the battle continued fiercely. A huge explosion filled the entire space with dust. Fortunately, Li Yuxuan ascended in time, dodging the fatal blow. He thought, this speed is too fast, impossible to track. The attack could come from anywhere. Just as he was immersed in thought, a naked man, eyes blood red, suddenly charged. Caught off guard, Li Yuxuan chose to endure the attack, falling heavily to the ground with a deafening crash. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. In the pervasive dust, the attacker's figure gradually became clear. He propped himself up with both hands poised like a beast ready to pounce, muttering to himself, no good, this body is not enough to analyze, I must start over. It turned out this was the predator's true form. Li Yuxuan still lay slumped on the ground, unable to recover from the previous heavy blow. The predator lunged forward, attacking madly. Suddenly, several purple chains tightly coiled around its body, flinging it far away, crashing into the window. Li Yuxuan, having narrowly escaped death, watched everything before him in surprise. Chelsea appeared, her tone mocking. Useless trash, you only kept your pathetic life thanks to me. In the dim light, Li Yuxuan met Chelsea at this critical moment, feeling a shock. He felt as if a flame had reignited from the ashes, gradually regaining his strength and confidence. He slowly stood up, his gaze coldly sweeping over Chelsea, thinking to himself she and he were bound by the old oath, making it impossible for her to stand by and watch him fall. A triumphant smile played on Li Yuxuan's lips. Chelsea, hearing this, was furious, her eyes spitting fire as she snarled, You'd best not forget the oath between us. His strength gradually returning, Li Yuxuan stood firm, but his mind was still racing, searching for a way to deal with the predator. Suddenly, his connection with the Nightmare Weaver was established. He urgently contacted them without hesitation, asking why the illusion could not be dispelled earlier. On the notification board, the Nightmare Weaver replied, explaining that the illusion continued his weakened mental state, and that predator possessed a power composed of 2 parts, a fragile shell and a powerful core, always ready to devour his illusion. After reading, Li Yuxuan pondered, muttering to himself, So this guy has 2 parts. No wonder it felt so strange. He frowned, his gaze fixed on the predator lying motionless on the ground. He secretly guessed that the shell must be composed of absorbed human souls, and the core was the predator's true body. Memories suddenly surged, the one-eyed man's words echoing in his ear. An as yet untainted infant is the best subject for cultivation. He had said that Li Yuxuan's child had been adopted by him, which confused Li Yuxuan. He muttered to himself, the figure in that memory must have been a demon. But why would it cultivate such a pure predator? What conspiracy was hidden? Just as he was immersed in thought, reality suddenly trembled. The predator, the one named Anne, abruptly woke up. It roared, scattering dirt and stones all around. Li Yuxuan and Chelsea were startled. It charged directly at Li Yuxuan like a mad beast. It shrieked, Everyone who hurt me must die. Before Li Yuxuan could react, Chelsea suddenly rushed in front of him. She spread her arms, blocking the predator's attack. Sharp blades pierced deep into her body. Blood splattered. Li Yuxuan shouted Chelsea's name in shock. She gasped for breath, stammering the words, Dispel illusion. As if suddenly awakened, Li Yuxuan repeated the 4 words and a golden halo enveloped him. Dazzling light erupted, consuming everything around. When the light faded, only Chelsea's chains lay scattered on the ground. Li Yuxuan awoke from the dream, standing proudly. Beside him, Sana lay exhausted on the ground. He looked at her, feeling a pang of guilt, and softly said, I woke up too late. Then he relayed Chelsea's words. She acknowledges your ability. Sana, hearing this, showed a triumphant smile. She thought to herself, perhaps Li Yuxuan had become even stronger, even a little like her former master. Li Yuxuan turned his head, his cold gaze falling on the terrifying amniotic sac before him, muttering, Now only this ugly thing remains. The moment he awoke, the Nightmare Weaver absorbed the predator's psychic energy. Unexpectedly, this power not only helped them evolve but also healed Chelsea and his injuries from the illusion. Suddenly, a tearing sound came from within the amniotic sac. An infant crawled out, crying in pain. It hurt so much. It hastily fled, searching for a place to hide. Li Yuxuan immediately gave chase, not forgetting to instruct Sana, try to contact Lu Zhao's people. The situation was urgent. Sana nodded in agreement. In the dark alley, the infant stumbled along, crawling while thinking to itself, Yuxuan stole all my power. If I do not get far away, I'll surely die. Suddenly, a fierce kick landed on its face, sending it flying. In the dim light, the one-eyed man appeared, coldly declaring, Disobedience naturally brings bitter consequences. The infant was in agony, clutching its bleeding face, sobbing, I was wrong, but I already devoured 5 million humans, as you said. Why are you still hitting me? The one-eyed man showed no mercy, coldly kicking the infant. It immediately fell to the ground, blood staining the earth, and a deep red gem shone from within. He picked up the gem, muttering, "It was 5 million, but 2 are still missing." He was referring to Li Yuxuan and Chelsea. The one-eyed man put away the gem, raised his head, his voice echoing in the alleyway. "Since you are already here, why not come out and say hello?" His gaze stopped on Chelsea, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "Long time no see her." Li Yuxuan and Chelsea emerged from the darkness of the alleyway. Facing the one-eyed monster, Li Yuxuan pondered for a moment, his gaze sharp, thinking to himself, this guy was the one he had seen in the Predator's memories. He sharply asked, "So the culprit in J City is actually an acquaintance of Chelsea's?" Chelsea, hearing this, flew into a rage, her lips pressed tightly as she snarled, "Only the strong deserve respect. How could I know such a despicable wretch?" The one-eyed man showed a false smile upon hearing this. He took out a silk scarf and wiped his face, feigning a wronged expression. "To hear Chelsea call me despicable, it truly pains me." Then his tone turned to mockery. His eyes gleamed with malice. "But my methods are not even 1,000th as effective as hers." He waved his hand, summoning terrifying images, humans invaded by demons, screaming and begging Chelsea in extreme agony. He turned to Li Yuxuan, his tone mocking. "Working with Chelsea, you'll only push yourself into endless hell." Then he extended his hand, saying sweetly, "Only I can save you." Li Yuxuan suddenly laughed, a hint of disdain playing on his lips. He pointed at the one-eyed man, turning to Chelsea and mocking, "This guy puts on quite a show, as if I just watched a tragicomedy directed by him personally." He continued to tease, "Most of the demons you and I have encountered want to kill you. Your popularity in hell is truly abysmal." Chelsea's face flushed with anger, and she roared, "Shut up, do not provoke me anymore." Li Yuxuan was startled by the roar and took a step back. The one-eyed man, ignored by the two, roared furiously, "How dare you two act as if I do not exist?" He was as fast as lightning, his figure flashing behind Li Yuxuan, intending to kill them both. Before Li Yuxuan could defend himself, he was grabbed by the head and slammed violently into the ground. A sharp crack echoed, and the pain was excruciating. The one-eyed man laughed triumphantly. "So noisy you cannot feel pain." But he suddenly stopped, surprised to find that what he held was not Li Yuxuan but shimmering golden chains. Li Yuxuan appeared from behind, a huge scythe in his hand, his eyes burning. He roared, "You underestimate humans too much. Let me end all this." He put all his strength into it, slicing the one-eyed man in half with a single blow, roaring, "Go back to hell." But from within him countless purple butterflies flew out, gathering to reform his original shape. This time the one-eyed man held a strange book with a bizarre eye drawn in the center. Li Yuxuan felt a trace of fatigue, sweat beading on his forehead. That last blow had almost exhausted his strength. The one-eyed man chuckled, a playful glint in his eyes. "How interesting, I have decided. I want to play with you and Chelsea a little longer." Suddenly he opened the book, chanting a mysterious incantation that Li Yuxuan could not understand. A gigantic crimson eye appeared behind him. The book in his hand was the grimoire of the Evil Eye, a demonic tome that recorded all the attacks the evil-eyed demon had ever witnessed, its power stemming from its bizarre demonic source. Pages flew out continuously, shooting towards Li Yuxuan like sharp blades. Fortunately, he noticed in time and quickly raised a shield, blocking the fierce attacks. Li Yuxuan resisted, his brow furrowed. He thought to himself in annoyance he had encountered yet another demon that attached to a physical body. Sensing time was running out, he immediately cast a freezing skill. The fierce pages were frozen, shattering into fragments that scattered across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuxuan charged forward, heading straight for the one-eyed man. The man showed a hint of surprise at his talent and skills, a slight smile playing on his lips as he praised, "Truly Chelsea's close associate. It seems you have a few tricks up your sleeve too. No wonder Chelsea signed a contract with you." No sooner had he spoken than he closed the book and swiftly deployed a magical shield, blocking Li Yuxuan's rapid attack. Suddenly, several red cannonballs appeared in his hand, their fuses lit, awaiting explosion. Li Yuxuan looked at the flickering flames, a jolt of alarm in his heart, not understanding their origin. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire block. Li Yuxuan was blown away, his back hitting the wall behind him with a heavy thud, twisting his face in agony as he gritted his teeth. The one-eyed man did not stop. He drew a sharp sword, a screech of metal on metal sending shivers down one's spine. He sneered, his tone full of disdain. "Cannot even withstand one blow? Then let me finish you off." He gathered his strength and lunged. Fortunately, Chelsea suddenly appeared before Li Yuxuan, roaring furiously, "Do not casually pry into and comment on what belongs to me." She timely unleashed her power, blocking his attack. The man cursed under his breath. What she just did was truly anticlimactic. Suddenly, two figures appeared behind Li Yuxuan, Lu Zhao and Bei, and they walked to his side where he was slumped on the ground and said worriedly, "Leave the rest to us, Yuxuan, you should rest for now." Sana and Yasha also suddenly appeared, surrounding the demon. Sana drew her bow and arrow aimed at him, but he showed no fear, even sneering, his tone full of provocation. "So all of you intend to push me to the brink?" Suddenly, a demon named Jie descended from the sky, pouncing on him, intending to deliver a fatal blow. He unleashed his power while shouting at Li Yuxuan, "I have come to save you. Try not to cry tears of gratitude." But the one-eyed man had anticipated this. He hastily reopened the book, from which a sky full of pitch-black powder flew out, permeating the entire space. Yasha shouted, "Brother, watch out for those powders." He shielded his face with his hand as he shouted, avoiding inhaling the strange powders. Sana also hastily shielded herself, but Jay could not react in time and inhaled the powder. He jolted violently, his eyes wide with terror. In an instant everyone was frozen, though they could still see, feel, and think. Lu Zhao's only thought was that this guy was too powerful. She had to get everyone out of here immediately. He looked up at the sky. The bright moonlight made him exclaim, "Time is almost up. Tonight is a rare full moon night." He bowed, one hand over his chest, seemingly respectful but actually mocking, "You cannot catch me." Then his entire body gradually dissipated, transforming into a swarm of purple butterflies fluttering in the air. Boom, he vanished, leaving only butterflies circling. Lu Zhao suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Bayan asked concernedly, "How are you feeling?" She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, striving to regain her composure, and replied, "I had intended to activate my spatial ability to take everyone away, but the momentary paralysis was completely irresistible." Li Yuxuan looked up at the swarm of purple butterflies, muttering, "From the start, its goal might not have been to kill us." A thought flashed through his mind. From their confrontation until now, he had not sensed any killing intent, but this was not a good sign. Suddenly, Yasha stammered, pointing at Chelsea. "Perhaps Li Yuxuan's demon is a bit off." Chelsea was now out of control, her body radiating dazzling purple light. Her face was twisted with fury and she muttered incessantly, "I must kill it." Volley of purple chains whistled out, erupting with deafening crashes wherever they struck. Li Yuxuan and Lu Zhao observed, their brows furrowed, their hearts filled with questions. Li Yuxuan's voice held a trace of panic. "This demon's behavior is beyond expectation. Perhaps it did something to Chelsea." In this chaotic and critical moment, Lu Zhao suddenly remembered a crucial point about contractors like Li Yuxuan. She hastily spoke, urgently reminding him to take out the contract rope between him and Chelsea, as it could help her regain calm. Hearing contract rope for the first time, Li Yuxuan could not help but feel confused, his eyes showing obvious bewilderment. He turned to ask Lu Zhao for clarification, but his worry for Chelsea made him unable to wait for an answer. He shot forward like an arrow, leaving a message for Lu Zhao in his wake. "Perhaps Jay has already caught up with Chelsea and he will certainly attack. I need to rush to prevent this." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished. Lu Zhao only had time to call out his name, but it was already too late. She felt a slight surprise, thinking to herself, even though Li Yuxuan had already signed a contract with a demon, yet he knows nothing about the contract rope. This will certainly cause him trouble. Lu Zhao fell into deep thought. When the situation spun out of control, her heart was filled with worry. At this moment, they could only wait for Li Yuxuan to resolve everything. On the other side, in a tense pursuit, Chelsea was in a furious rage. Her purple chains swept through everything around her, destroying all in her path just to find Jay. She roared, her voice full of anger. "Where is that bastard? I must find him and kill him to appease my wrath." Suddenly, Jay appeared from behind, raising his sharp sword with terrifying lethality, and struck directly at Chelsea. He did not forget to shout, "You just damaged public property by destroying buildings. You might have to pay for it." Chelsea's eyes burned with fierce purple light. She turned and screamed, "Jay!" A purple chain violently swung out, hitting Jay directly, causing an earth-shattering bang. Not far away, Yasha shouted his brother's name. Seeing Chelsea attack his brother, his anger reached its peak. A hurricane-like energy surrounded Yasha, rushing directly towards Chelsea. But just as the blue lightning approached, a dazzling golden shield suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Li Yuxuan arrived just in time. Sana and Yasha questioned in unison, "Why are you protecting Chelsea? She has gone mad and lost control." Li Yuxuan responded displeased and firmly, "I'll handle my own people. No one has the right to judge." Before he could fully recover, he heard a roar from behind him, turning around. He saw Chelsea raise her hand, ready to attack him. Her eyes showed only madness, not a trace of emotion. Seeing him block her, she attacked immediately without a word. Fortunately, Li Yuxuan raised his hand in time to block the attack, yelling at Chelsea, "Wake up!" His right eye flashed with golden light as if trying to awaken her. But Chelsea was already immersed in madness, losing consciousness. Her whole body erupts with purple light, sparks flying. Annoyed at being commanded, she continuously attacked Li Yuxuan, sending him flying far away. His mood soured, and a hint of doubt flashed through his mind as to why Chelsea's power had suddenly become so strong and swollen. How strange. Sana ran behind Li Yuxuan, saying urgently, "Your demon has lost control. You cannot stop her alone." Li Yuxuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes firm. "I'll stay here and fight her. If everyone is scared, then run." He looked directly at Chelsea, who now could not distinguish right from wrong. Behind her, her true form appeared. A giant king cobra with its mouth wide open, roaring as if to devour everything. Li Yuxuan calmly said to Sana, "Anyway, there is only a bond of power between me and Chelsea. If the rules are no longer effective, I'll let her exhaust herself until she is powerless." With that, he cast true word. In the air, a huge mouth several times larger than Chelsea's king cobra appeared, opening wide as if to swallow her. Chelsea roared instinctively, yelling in fury, "Anyone who blocks my path will only find death." The two forces collided, erupting in dazzling light. Sana and the others could not bear it, retreating a few steps, raising their hands to shield their eyes against the destructive impact. Li Yuxuan and Sana realized the situation was irreversible, so they quickly turned to Yasha, urging, "Quickly take the injured Jay out of here. The surroundings were too dangerous." Suddenly, Lu Zhao's figure appeared behind them. she said in a low, firm voice. Jay has already been sent to Bayan. All we can do now is for me to teleport the two of you over. Everyone has fought to their limit. Further delay will only cause more losses. As Lu Jiao spoke, she cast her gaze on Li Yuxuan and Chelsea's battle, suspicion undisguised in her eyes. The moves Li Yuxuan displayed were too powerful, too strange, making her wonder what kind of power he truly possessed in the battle. Chelsea forcefully pushed aside Li Yuxuan, who was blocking her, speaking impatiently, yet he was still desperately obstructing her attacks. But he did not flinch, unleashing his psychic power, yelling, "Wake up!" With his roar, the enormous mouth high in the sky opened to its widest, devouring the phantom of the king cobra behind Chelsea. It transformed into a massive ball of light where lightning and flames intertwined and flashed. The light orb vibrated violently, emitting sizzling sounds. Suddenly, the space was enveloped in dazzling light, and panicked footsteps echoed. Chelsea, covered in sweat, fled in terror, her eyes filled with fright. Looking back behind her, she asked herself, "Why must I go through all this?" Huge demons with sharp teeth and crimson eyes ceaselessly pursued her. She kept running, but the sense of despair only grew. Suddenly, a piercing pain struck, and Chelsea's body and head were split in two. Fear and agony brought tears to her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. But then she noticed something strange. Looking down, her body was perfectly intact. Chelsea was alive. Joy filled her heart, but just then an eerie voice whispered in her ear, "Revive again, for that will make our power stronger." Her mind was enveloped in a shroud of blood red. The demon's words like sharp blades pierced her heart, and Chelsea unwittingly fell into a deep sleep. When she awoke, Chelsea found herself lying on the ground, tightly bound by iron chains. The cycle began anew, her face etched with exhaustion. Indistinct shouts echoed in her ears. "Chelsea, give us blood, your power, you are our king." Her eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead, surrounded by the screams of demons. Suddenly, the eerie voice spoke again. "Tisk tisk, your fate is truly pathetic. Who told you to be chosen as a sacrifice?" Chelsea turned her head and saw the one-eyed demon approaching, holding a book with a crimson eye carved on its cover. As he approached, he said, "Your existence is our endless source of blood, so this time I revived you to make your blood richer." Chelsea only watched him, not noticing another demon appear beside her, an axe in hand, ready to strike her head. She no longer had the will to resist. How many times had she been split in two, only to be reborn and killed again? The extreme pain made her long for death. Tears streamed down her temples. The sight of the axe falling filled her with despair, awaiting pain and death. But just then, a dazzling golden shield appeared, blocking the axe. Li Yuxuan said with a hint of sarcasm, "I arrived just in time to save your life. You look truly pathetic right now." Moonlight enveloped the castle, and blackbirds continuously flapped their wings, circling. Inside the castle, the lights were dim. The one-eyed man stood there, flipping through the pages of the book, mumbling the words repeatedly. He mentioned Chelsea's fate, his tone full of regret. "Perhaps it has been changed and rewritten. What a pity." He looked at the tightly closed coffin, entwined with thorny vines. He mumbled, "Next time she definitely will not be so lucky." As he spoke, he held a shining ruby and cast a spell, summoning something mysterious. As he began to channel magic power, blue lightning flashed violently, shooting from the gem in his hand. He was lost in thought, wondering if sacrificing millions of souls was truly worth it to summon the demon ranking. Suddenly, thousands of dazzling emerald-green lights poured out, covering the ancient coffin. The magic circles on the ground and coffin lid gradually appeared. Shimmering with mysterious light, he exerted all his strength, issuing a low command for another demon to awaken. Suddenly, in the void, countless fresh red rose petals drifted down like an eerie dance. The coffin lid trembled slightly, slowly opening, revealing a captivating demon with platinum blonde hair shining like moonlight. His eyes were closed, immersed in a deep sleep. He was the 9th-ranked demon on the demon ranking, a powerful and majestic being. A deep voice sounded, awakening him. His master needed his help. Hearing this, the demon slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as knives, piercing through the void. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Li Yuxuan was engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious monster. He raised his dazzling golden shield, blocking a continuous barrage of attacks. Beside him, Chelsea lay motionless on the stone table, her eyes blankly staring at the struggling Li Yuxuan. With a bewildered expression, she asked, "Yuxuan, are you also going to kill her?" Hearing this, Li Yuxuan was stunned, his eyes wide with shock. Old memories surged, taking him back to that silent space where he lay on a hospital bed, hearing those heartbreaking words. Did those people want him dead too? Li Yuxuan softened his gaze, looking at Chelsea with concern, and replied, "That will never happen, because they are companions." But in the instant he was distracted, the monster shattered the golden shield. It rushed forward, launching a fierce attack. Li Yuxuan was almost hit by a fatal blow. He angrily turned to Chelsea, yelling, "If she does not wake up, something big will happen." He roared incessantly, urging her to quickly awaken and escape the dangerous situation. However, Chelsea still lay motionless on the stone table, her memory blurred. Unable to recall what had happened, her eyes filled with sorrow, she mumbled, repeating Li Yuxuan's words, "Are she and he companions?" All she wanted at this moment was to end everything. Suddenly the earth trembled violently, and deep cracks appeared. The monstrous creature, colossal, moved behind Li Yuxuan, its massive figure seemingly about to devour him. It roared, its voice full of killing intent. "The Demon King will surely be reborn continuously, so anyone who disrupts the sacrificial ritual must die." Hearing this voice, Li Yuxuan turned around, listening intently. After speaking, the monster rushed forward even more frantically. It leaped into the air, gathering strength for a fatal blow, swinging its enormous axe directly at Li Yuxuan and Chelsea on the stone table. Bang! A deafening crash echoed through the sky. The stone table shattered into countless pieces and dust billowed. One of Li Yuxuan's arms seemed to have been severed and blood dripped onto Chelsea's face. Fortunately, with agile reflexes, he pulled her away just in time. Excruciating pain. Li Yuxuan mumbled, "It has been so long since he suffered such a severe injury again." Chelsea still stared blankly, wide-eyed at the scene before her. Blood splattered on Li Yuxuan's face, and he winced in pain yet did not forget to say, "This time she owes him a huge favor." Chelsea looked up, her eyes misty with tears, not understanding why he was fighting so desperately to save her. Her mind was filled with negative thoughts. Surely everyone would be happy if she died. Suddenly she burst into tears, feeling she was the source of all evil, believing death was the only liberation. Hearing these words, Li Yuxuan could not remain calm. The monster was still continuously attacking both of them. He roared that she must pull herself together and not sink any further, otherwise both of them would die, not just Chelsea. Reaching his limit, Li Yuxuan leaned close to Chelsea's face, their foreheads almost touching, urging, "Wake up quickly or you'll be trapped in this world forever." Suddenly, Chelsea's gaze changed. She narrowed her eyes, furrowed her brows, and a dazzling purple light flashed, startling the monster. Chelsea responded firmly, "What nonsense are you speaking? She is the strongest demon. She will never be trapped by a low-level illusion," so Chelsea returned. A half-dragon, half-snake phantom appeared behind Chelsea, exuding a mighty aura, signaling the return of her astonishing power. In reality, in a dark alley in J City, a dazzling golden light erupted in the distance. Lu Jiao and Bayan quietly conversed about some mysterious matter beside them. Shimon, bandaged by Sana after being injured, winced in pain, angrily telling Sana, "Be gentler, it hurts." Yasha stood nearby, hastily comforting, "Brother Shimon, just bear with it a little longer. Sana will finish bandaging soon." Lu Jiao looked serious, saying in a deep voice, "She can sense the fluctuations of psychic energy around here, even standing still." She secretly admired him. An S-grade psychic ability user was indeed formidable. Despite this, Lu Jiao's thoughts still revolved around Li Yuxuan. She thought, his potential, he might one day reach SSS grade. Bayan stood by Lu Jiao's side throughout, just listening silently, not saying a word. Suddenly a strong wind blew, sweeping up two figures, which gradually materialized before them. Because the power was too immense, Lu Jiao instinctively narrowed her eyes and raised a hand to block the residual force. It was Chelsea and Li Yuxuan. As soon as Li Yuxuan landed, he hastily turned around and blamed her. "Did not you say you'd arrive here?" Chelsea snorted lightly, responding arrogantly, "I already brought you here, yet you are ungrateful. And you scold me instead?" Suddenly, she gently pulled Yuxuan closer, slightly lifting his chin. To Lu Jiao and Bayan's shocked gazes, Chelsea suddenly kissed Li Yuxuan's cheek. Afterwards she turned to Bayan and angrily said, "What is he looking at? This is the highest courtesy among us demons." Bayan stammered in response, having never witnessed such a thing. Li Yuxuan's face flushed crimson, and all he could do was bite his lip, too embarrassed to speak. Lu Jiao calmly spoke, breaking the awkward silence. She did not heed Chelsea's scolding, simply replying, "Tomorrow morning at 8 I'll arrange for someone to take you to the airport, to meet the others at headquarters. It is good that you are okay. Now is not the time to relax, as headquarters has already sent intelligence." She announced gravely that the demon they all encountered was not on the demon ranking. It had been hiding on Earth before the Crimson Rain cataclysm, and its appearance in S-City this time was accidental, with no specific purpose. Hearing this, Bayan fell into thought, then deduced, it was that one-eyed demon that made the predators continuously devour the city's inhabitants. Its goal was to create something new, hence sacrificing so many souls. Chelsea suddenly interrupted him, saying with certainty, "That must be resurrection." Lu Jiao asked back in surprise. Chelsea quickly explained, "To resurrect a powerful demon requires a huge cost in souls, therefore that one-eyed monster must be using these souls to resurrect other demons." Sana, hearing this, suddenly spoke with a hint of annoyance. "That predator has already devoured over 4 million humans, so the evil-eyed demon's target for resurrection must be an extremely difficult opponent." Yasha stood nearby, exclaiming in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the predator had devoured over 4 million souls. This number was simply too vast. Bayan also added, "Li Yuxuan has not fully mastered the contract rope yet, and if he encounters that evil eye demon again, I am afraid the team members might first become his opponents." Li Yuxuan stood nearby, wearing a confused expression, as he still did not understand what everyone was referring to as the contract rope. After hearing all the opinions, Lu Jiao decisively decided to split the team into two. She would take Sana back to provide rear support in J City, while Bayan would take Li Yuxuan to learn about the contract rope from teacher Han Yu. Hearing Han Yu's name, Bayan's face contorted, and he opened his mouth wide, revealing an expression of disgust. Meanwhile, Li Yuxuan remained clueless, not understanding what everyone was referring to as the contract rope. 3 days later, in the St. Tanberg slums, Li Yuxuan followed Bayan into a dimly lit alley. Chelsea looked around and could not help but ask, "Is not St. Tanberg City known as the human capital? Why does it have a place like this?" Bayan calmly explained, "Not everyone has the means to live there." He continued, "St. Tanberg City's tech tree forms a 3-layered protective shield. The civilian district is on the outermost layer, and the people living there are spirit sentinels." Chelsea, in her small snake form, asked about the term spirit sentinel again in surprise. Li Yuxuan quickly explained, "Because Street Tanberg City is often attacked, the people in the civilian district can not only raise alarms but also buy time. Therefore those high-ranking individuals like to call them spirit sentinels." Chelsea chuckled after hearing this. She felt that human behavior was no different from that of demons. She suddenly shouted, catching Ban's attention. "Are not they going to find a spirit sentinel to learn the demon's contract rope?" Ban replied unhurriedly. "Teacher Han Yu is not a spirit sentinel. He lives here simply because he despises the way those people inside conduct themselves." Suddenly, Ban broke the silence. "They've arrived." Li Yuxuan and Chelsea looked ignorantly in the direction he pointed, where a weathered old brown wooden door stood before them, surrounded by cracked walls and a dusty floor. A few torn sticky notes were haphazardly plastered on the door, as if telling an incomprehensible story. Suddenly, the door opened on its own, emitting an unsettling creak. Ban was startled, his face contorted, and he frantically shouted at the still dazed Li Yuxuan, "Teacher Han Yu is urging them to come in. It is not good to be late." Chelsea, still not understanding what was happening, pressed, "What was he just saying?" Before she finished, countless black tentacles shot out from the void, tightly coiling around Li Yuxuan's body. Before he could react, he was violently yanked into the house, so fast that one of his shoes flew off. Ban stood by, mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Fortunately, Teacher Han Yu's target was only them." But no sooner had he spoken than the tentacles reappeared, coiling around him and his shoe, pulling them both inside. Ban screamed as he was dragged away, his voice echoing throughout the area. "Stop teasing him. At least teacher should have brought Li Yuxuan's shoe in too, right?" Meanwhile, at the entrance of the D-City Origin stone mine under the hazy sky, people scrambled to pick up stones glowing with green light. Among them, two familiar figures appeared, Lu Zhao and Sana. Sana stood behind Lu Zhao, watching her carefully examine a stone, and said in a calm tone, "This batch of ore has not yet been approved by the Alliance. They always use J-City's prisoners as labor." She paused and added, "Perhaps these ores have been secretly mined for a long time." Lu Zhao's brows furrowed at this and her eyes sharpened. "Where are the survivors from the prison now?" Sana quickly replied, "All prisoners have been rescued." Lu Zhao tightly clutched the stone, her brows furrowing even more. Lost in thought, she murmured, "This is not just a matter of secret mining. There must be traitors within the Alliance." After a moment of contemplation, she turned around and said decisively, "Those survivors must be well protected. They will be important witnesses later." Sana nodded, immediately taking the order. Lu Zhao suddenly stood up, her expression serious, and commanded, "The existing intelligence needs to be reorganized. This matter must be reported to the superiors as soon as possible." Meanwhile, in that old apartment building, Li Yuxuan and Ban went to visit teacher Han Yu. Ban sat there looking gloomy, complaining to a black-haired girl with a half-updo. She was Mei, Ban's senior sister. Ban frowned, hoping she would not interrupt him next time he spoke. He considered her actions extremely childish and despicable. Mei replied impatiently that she had not taken it seriously herself. Then she glanced at Ban, her eyes gleaming with interest as she strictly adhered to her master's teachings, which was to be adept at exploiting an opponent's weaknesses. She added triumphantly, "Are men's weaknesses all so simple?" Ban's face darkened upon hearing this, and he grumbled, "Master is just teaching his senior sister bad habits. He absolutely does not want Mei to learn those things." No sooner had he spoken than a chain of tentacles, appearing from nowhere, shot directly at Ban, accompanied by an angry voice. "How dare you insult Master like that? It seems you want a beating." Fortunately, Ban reacted quickly, raising his hand to erect a translucent green barrier in front of him. He defended while pacifying, "Master, please do not be distracted, because Li Yuxuan and Chelsea are not easy to deal with." Hearing this, a cold snort echoed, and the chains gradually retracted. By the dining table in the center of the room, a white-haired old man with a cigarette in his mouth sat with his eyes closed, resting. He seemed to be concentrating on his cultivation, but scattered thoughts prevented him from finding peace. The old man murmured, "Perhaps Ban is growing stronger and stronger, and it will not be long before he surpasses me." Suddenly, the old man spoke, asking about Li Yuxuan. He heard that Li Yuxuan was an S-grade psychic ability user. Therefore, he hoped Li Yuxuan and Chelsea could last a little longer. That way his boring life could have more fun. Meanwhile, in the soul maze, Li Yuxuan and Chelsea were still groping through the mysterious passage. Their hands were bound by a chain. Li Yuxuan irritably rubbed his forehead, pondering that it felt like cheating to be unable to use special spatial abilities. Chelsea walked beside him, looking straight ahead, and asked, "Li Yuxuan, do you see it?" Before them was an old brown wooden box with a few colored papers haphazardly pasted on it. On the lid was a portrait of the old man with the words, "Open the box quickly," written beside it. Half an hour ago, as they were about to enter the maze, they received a signpost. The signpost said that the old man was waiting for them at the deepest part of the maze, and added that the old man had prepared a surprise box for them. Perhaps that box could help Li Yuxuan and Chelsea quickly pass this level. Back in reality, Chelsea and Li Yuxuan looked at the old box before them with frustration. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yuxuan decided to bypass it with Chelsea and continue forward. The two continued silently along the dim paths of the soul maze. Suddenly Chelsea stopped, her gaze sharply fixed on an object ahead. She quickly called out to Li Yuxuan, her voice excited, "Is this the box mentioned on the signpost?" Before them was another equally old box, with a few torn pieces of tape haphazardly pasted on it. On the lid, the mysterious old man's portrait appeared, with messy handwriting beside it. "Open the box." Chelsea, curious and excited, leaned closer to examine the box. She murmured, "This box looks quite ordinary, nothing strange about it." but Li Yuxuan, standing nearby, sensed something amiss. His intuition told him to shout loudly, trying to stop Chelsea. "Li Yuxuan, are you scared?" Chelsea turned around, raising an eyebrow, teasing him. "What if it is a trap if you are so timid? When will the two of them ever escape this place?" Ignoring his warning, she resolutely stepped forward, narrowed her eyes, and carefully opened the box. Inside was only a lone card, engraved with an eye and a forbidden symbol. Suddenly a thick white smoke billowed out, enveloping Chelsea. She was startled, unable to dodge, and screamed in panic. "Her eyes cannot see anything." Fortunately, Li Yuxuan stood farther away, avoiding the white smoke. He called out Chelsea's name anxiously, but before he could act, a sharp cackling laugh came from inside the box. In the smoke, two clowns appeared, one smiling, the other with a mournful face. They took turns introducing themselves. They were the box-opening sprites, congratulating Chelsea on opening an empty box. The mournful-faced clown continued, "There are 2 boxes in this maze, but 15 of them are empty boxes." The smiling clown interjected, laughing loudly. "If the 2 of them collect 10 empty boxes, they can stay here forever and be friends with them." He chuckled as he spoke. The mournful-faced clown then spoke, his voice lower. "If they can find the box containing the only key, they can quickly pass this level without having to stay with them." After speaking, the 2 clowns quickly fled, disappearing into the darkness of the maze, muttering, "Stay, stay, discard, discard." Chelsea was still very angry, turning to Li Yuxuan and asking, "What should we do about this situation now?" Li Yuxuan hesitated for a moment, then decided to open the box, but only Chelsea would open it. Chelsea, hearing this, flew into a rage, shouting, "What did you mean by that? Seeing this situation, are you eager to abandon me and run away?" Li Yuxuan awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "Even he himself does not know what danger they might encounter now. Since she has already been affected, at least one person needs to remain capable of fighting," he continued, his tone earnest. "Within the rules, opening the box with the key is the best outcome. If not, then having someone else open the remaining boxes will easily reduce the worst-case scenario." Chelsea frowned, falling into thought, her anger gradually subsiding. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, making her decision. Chelsea's purple chains shimmered, slowly coiling around Li Yuxuan's hand. She said firmly, "No matter what happens, she will definitely do her best to protect Li Yuxuan's safety." Li Yuxuan was surprised by her action, but the two continued to grope their way through the maze. Chelsea had already opened 9 boxes, but all were empty. She cursed angrily. "Humans are truly despicable, daring to play tricks on her. Every box she opens is empty," she added irritably. "Humans simply do not want the 2 of them to leave." Just then, another box appeared before them. Li Yuxuan pondered, shaking his head. Chelsea had already opened 9 boxes, and he did not know what was in the box before him. He decided not to let her take any more risks and directly opened the lid. Inside was a sharp dagger and a piece of paper. Li Yuxuan's eyes widened as he carefully read every word on the paper. In the soul space, abilities and contracts were useless. This meant that as long as the demon agreed, she could kill him at any time, but this dagger could protect his safety. Chelsea stood behind, asking anxiously, "I wonder what use that dagger has?" She felt annoyed and thought it was ridiculous. Everything now seemed to be toying with her. Chelsea urged Li Yuxuan anxiously, her tone full of anticipation. "Hurry up and move forward. There must be other boxes. Quickly find the key and leave this place." Li Yuxuan gripped the dagger in his hand, remaining silent. The two silently delved deeper into the maze, their footsteps echoing between the cold stone walls. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan stopped, his body tense as a drawn bowstring. Chelsea immediately noticed the change and quickly asked, "Did you see the box?" Li Yuxuan softly replied with a cold confirming her guess. The box lay quietly in the darkness. He gently lifted the lid, and sure enough, a silver key shimmered inside, accompanied by a thin cloak and a crumpled piece of paper. Li Yuxuan's gaze swept over each line of text on the paper, silently reading the congratulations. They had found the key, and a reminder echoed in his ears. "Do not forget to take the cloak of mist, transform into mist, and move freely. Discard those heads around you. You should know there is only one leader. Put it on, take the key. Do not tell your teammates you are the ultimate winner." Chelsea clung tightly to him, urging him on with great anxiety. She asked in confusion, "Is that the curse that made Li Yuxuan unable to speak?" After a heavy and silent moment, Li Yuxuan took a deep breath and said to Chelsea, "You found the key." Chelsea was overjoyed at the news, her eyes sparkling. She immediately pleaded with a trembling voice, urging Li Yuxuan to quickly leave this godforsaken place. What was he waiting for? Suddenly, a fantastical mist poured down from above, enveloping the entire space in a haze. Golden threads twinkled, and 2 cackling clowns appeared. They congratulated the 2 on successfully finding the key and brilliantly passing this stage. The mournful clown sobbed, tears streaming down, complaining that they would be discarded once the key was found. A casual remark from the happy clown stunned both Li Yuxuan and Chelsea. Suddenly, the happy clown revealed another surprising detail to Li Yuxuan and Chelsea: the danger of the next stage, which would appear in a different space. In the distance, the old man stroked his silver beard, his eyes gleaming, having followed Li Yuxuan and Chelsea's journey the entire time. He smiled triumphantly, muttering, "It seems Act 2 is finally about to begin." Under the starry night sky, a crescent moon hung high, and a smiling imp held several vertically arranged cards. The cards bore questions requiring players to draw and answer truthfully, with clear game rules. The reward was generous. If they answered honestly, the imp would remove all curses from Li Yuxuan and Chelsea. However, the imp's expression suddenly turned serious. It approached Li Yuxuan with a cold warning. It warned that if they chose to lie, something very terrible would happen. Hearing this threat, Li Yuxuan's expression tightened slightly, and his heart was filled with apprehension. Conversely, Chelsea closed her eyes and confidently drew a card, as she firmly believed she had no secrets she could not tell. Therefore, Chelsea hoped to finish quickly to restore her eyesight. The smiling imp showed interest in her words, then with a playful attitude asked when she drew the first card. It asked Chelsea if she wanted to take over Li Yuxuan's body. Despite the pointed question, Chelsea remained composed and answered unequivocally. She stated that while she had wanted Li Yuxuan's body before, after several shared challenges, she now considered him family. Therefore, Chelsea no longer wished to take over his body. As soon as she finished speaking, soft light bloomed around Chelsea and several emerald crystals shimmered and floated behind her. The entire scene instantly became dreamlike. This sincere answer moved the smiling imp with her feelings for Li Yuxuan. Chelsea stood with her hands on her hips, ignoring its words, merely retorting testily that it should stop rambling and quickly lift her curse. But how could things be so simple? Li Yuxuan had not yet answered, so neither of them could escape the burden of the curse. He himself was eager to finish quickly, so he drew a card without hesitation. Looking at the question on the card, the smiling imp grinned excitedly. It excitedly asked if Li Yuxuan had lied to his teammates after entering the maze. Hearing this, he focused on the card, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then he quickly clasped the card with one hand, staring at the smiling imp, and confidently replied, "According to the principle of dialogue, Li Yuxuan did not lie." The smiling imp was suddenly confused, not understanding what he meant by the principle of dialogue, and even Chelsea asked blankly, "Is that principle a human law?" To make it easier to understand, Li Yuxuan gave a simple example. Suppose Li Yuxuan had 7 candies in his hand. When Chelsea asked him how many candies he had, even if he answered 1 or 2, it would be correct. This was the principle of dialogue. Under the hazy moonlight, Li Yuxuan skillfully maintained a calm tone, explaining a well-thought-out principle without any intention of deceit. But the imp stood with its hands on its hips, a look of regret on its face, frowning because it had not received the answer it expected. Thanks to Li Yuxuan's shrewdness, Chelsea simply watched him silently without saying a word. Both were pondering each other's thoughts. The imp then took out the remaining 3 cards. They shimmered and floated before Chelsea, each with different content. She leaned slightly, focusing to clearly see every detail on the cards. A fiery red cloak appeared on the first card. The second card was densely covered with white text. The last card depicted a deep red eye, different from the first 2, surrounded by twinkling purple light. But this card, having lost its use, gradually dissipated into the air. The smiling imp, with a cunning smile, revealed to Chelsea that the items displayed on the cards were precisely what Li Yuxuan had hidden when she wasn't paying attention. At this point, the imp asked Chelsea, "Do you want to settle the score with Li Yuxuan?" Chelsea held the 3 cards, murmuring in thought, "Contract ends, cloak of mist." At the same time, a worried expression appeared on Li Yuxuan's face. He knew Chelsea's stubborn nature, which was why he did not want to reveal the truth. Seeing her silence, he rushed forward, hastily explaining. At that time, she could not see and was blinded by the curse. If she knew, the contract ended, but before he could finish, Chelsea testily interrupted him, turning away and saying coldly, "No need for further words. Her only goal right now is to get out." She turned to the smiling imp, affirming that Li Yuxuan had not lied, then decisively commanded, "Let us through quickly." The imp showed no displeasure at her attitude. Instead, it praised her happily. "Such extraordinary demeanor, I am pleased to serve you." It snapped its fingers lightly, lifting Chelsea's curse. A purple light flashed around her. Once done, the imp flew into the starry sky, and under the gaze of the crescent moon, cards fluttered down. It congratulated the 2 on passing this stage. Under their focused gaze, a few cards lay scattered on the ground. 3 exit doors appeared before Chelsea and Li Yuxuan. The smiling imp revealed that only one door was real, and as for which one, they had to find it with their own wisdom. Chelsea closed her eyes, concentrating her magic. A small purple vortex appeared in her palm, but she felt nothing. Li Yuxuan stroked his chin, deep in thought, proposing a hypothesis. Although these 3 doors looked the same, a true danger might be hidden within. After listening, Chelsea stepped forward, turned to Li Yuxuan and said, "I think each of us should choose a door. Whether it is life or death is entirely up to our individual abilities." Li Yuxuan was startled by her bold intention and hastily shouted, "Wait." But Chelsea hesitated no longer and immediately walked into one of the 3 doors, leaving Li Yuxuan behind. As soon as she entered, a white light enveloped her, merging with a blue aura. Then she disappeared, entering the next stage. Li Yuxuan reached out to grab her, but it was too late. At that moment, his eyes grew dim and sharp. He sighed at teacher Han Yu's talent. "You can defeat others without force." This made Li Yuxuan recall Han Yu's signboard in the second stage. He realized that both of them had fallen into the old man's trap from the beginning. To avoid trouble, he had hidden the truth from Chelsea, but now it had become a minefield between them. Li Yuxuan regretfully looked at the scene where they had jointly passed the second stage, realizing their lack of understanding and inability to cooperate in another space. Chelsea gripped her blade, rushing forward without hesitation. In the surrounding darkness, the shadows of 3 cunning clowns appeared. They continuously mocked. She only believed in herself. Lying meant he did not trust her, but did she truly believe him? They did not stop. continuing to say that no one truly understood her. She was just a demon feared by humans, a demon used by demons. Chelsea stood coldly in the hazy space, her eyes sharp as blades. She decisively commanded the lingering shadows around her, her tone merciless. "Enough, all of you, get lost." She allowed no distractions to shake her will, concentrating on passing the challenge. Suddenly, several golden threads shot out from behind like venomous snakes. They shot directly at her back. Chelsea was furious, spinning around fiercely, her eyes blazing with fire. She swung her blade and with a flash of light she severed the threads. "Get rid of those troublemakers," she roared, her voice full of authority. The severed golden threads fell before her, each segment shimmering like embers. Chelsea frowned, her eyes wide, muttering to herself, "What is this?" Before she could react, a colossal brownish-yellow monster appeared. It opened its huge mouth, its sharp teeth seemingly ready to devour her, lunging at an astonishing speed. Chelsea swung her blade again without hesitation, and the sharp edge sliced across the monster's mouth, flesh and blood flying, revealing the shape inside, which stunned her. A figure identical to Li Yuxuan gradually emerged from the disgusting slime, and realizing this was the mastermind behind the challenge, her rage burned fiercely. Li Yuxuan looked at her with a mocking smile, saying, "Do not be in a hurry, because perhaps the real Li Yuxuan is thinking the same thing as you right now." In another parallel scene, smoke billowed behind Li Yuxuan. He observed cautiously, his eyes wary as he faced a fake Chelsea. Unlike the original, the two challenge designers had two green lines on their faces and necks, a unique mark of the third stage symbolizing telepathic connection. Meanwhile, at the St. Tanberg Alliance headquarters, a towering skyscraper hidden among ancient trees where countless secret information was stored, Lu Zhao stood before the president, respectfully reporting, "The danger in J City has all been resolved, handled by Li Yuxuan, a new member of the Demon Squad." She placed a stack of documents on the table, her tone full of confidence. "I propose that the captain allow him to officially join Heaven's Wrath." The president's golden hair gleamed as he focused on Li Yuxuan's secret files. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, his deep voice full of probing. "He used the identity of the Anomaly Management Center to secretly do quite a few things, did not he?" Although still somewhat suspicious, he looked at Lu Zhao, awaiting her reply. Lu Zhao responded unshaken, her eyes firm. "Li Yuxuan shares common interests with us. He wasn't so foolish as to sacrifice the bigger picture for small gains." Her lips curved upwards and she added, her tone full of calculation, "As long as we know how to cleverly use him, he will become a sharp blade in our hands." After listening, the president's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. However, he still had a question. "I heard Chelsea lost control in J City." Lu Zhao quickly and certainly replied, "I have already sent him to Han Yu. If he masters the contract rope, he definitely will not be affected." The president pondered for a moment, then nodded gently, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. In another space, Chelsea relentlessly pursued Li Yuxuan. Countless purple chains erupted, tightly coiling around her body as if to imprison her. Conversely, Li Yuxuan hid in the shadows behind a large rock, cautiously observing her every move. A thought flashed through his mind. To pass this stage, he had to defeat Chelsea's clone with a control-type ability. But he only had the items from the previous maze. Everything was already designed. He mumbled to himself, deciding to bet everything on these items. The Cloak of Mist could help him hide his aura and increase damage evasion by 80. The Cursed Dagger, with a single strike, could defeat the strongest enemy. Suddenly, a chain struck heavily against the boulder behind Li Yuxuan, a deafening roar echoed like thunder, and he hastily covered his ears. The stone slab shattered, revealing Li Yuxuan's entire body. Chelsea, suspended in midair, immediately spotted his presence. He froze in place, unable to move, as purple chains pierced directly through his body. Excruciating pain struck, and he screamed in agony, blood gushing from his mouth, his face pale, struggling to remain calm. He clutched his wound, swaying as he fled, seeing him try to escape. Chelsea roared, "Stop!" The purple chains violently whipped out, rushing directly towards him. Li Yuxuan, caught off guard, used his last bit of strength to lightning-fast dash behind Chelsea. With a provocative smile, he did not forget to mock her. "Who do you think is running?" At the moment of dashing past, he wielded a sharp dagger, delivering a fatal blow to Chelsea's back. She screamed in pain, her body jolting. Li Yuxuan glanced at her, his eyes full of allure, his voice low and sharp. "Just a little closer." Chelsea still thought he was at his limit. He sneered mockingly. "Continue." He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So this time he won. Chelsea's body gradually dissipated like smoke. Suddenly, a crack appeared in a nearby wall. Li Yuxuan sensed the anomaly and immediately turned towards that direction. From the crack, the real Chelsea slowly emerged, her eyes cold. She looked at him, her tone full of mockery. "I only came here to help you clean up the mess, but I did not expect you to have even eliminated the clone. Truly commendable." Li Yuxuan replied with sharp eyes, wiping the residual blood and sweat from his face. His tone was calm. "It was just luck." Suddenly, he noticed Chelsea's wounds and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. "Will those wounds not heal?" Chelsea glanced at him with an annoyed look, responding with only half an eye. "Mind your own business, because you do not look much better than me." The wounds on her body began to heal as if they had never existed. Chelsea narrowed her eyes, recalling the battle she had just fought, her tone full of mockery. "It took you so long to find such a tiny flaw in me. Li Yuxuan, you are too cautious." Suddenly the ground shook violently, the surrounding walls began to crack and rubble rained down. Both were taken aback. Chelsea frowned, displeased, saying, "It seems this space is starting to collapse." Just then a flash of light appeared and an old man stood before them, his hands clasped behind his back. He said in a low voice, "You two certainly know how to stir things up." It was Han Yu. He raised his hand, and with a gentle turn green light manifested. Swirling with his hand, he continued, "The entire soul maze has been thrown into chaos to the point where even the soul demon can no longer sustain it." The green light grew denser, piercing through Li Yuxuan and Chelsea's bodies like invisible blades. Li Yuxuan remained silent, quietly observing the old man, a series of thoughts flashing through his mind. He wondered, the space is not collapsing anymore. Could this be the real Han Yu? The old man smiled, his tone full of deeper meaning, congratulating the two on passing the soul maze. Then he continued, "Have you found the first condition for forming the contract rope?" The two replied in unison. "Seriously? That is the trust between us, right?" Hearing this answer, Han Yu burst into loud laughter. "Indeed, that is correct," he said. But a hint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Suddenly a strange figure appeared behind him. A happy clown accompanied by a gigantic orb of light. He announced the rules of the game. "If you two can endure the demon's power for 10 minutes, it will prove you have established the rope of bondage." Li Yuxuan and Chelsea immediately nodded in agreement without hesitation. He confidently replied, "Is not that why we came to you?" The clown nodded, conjured a shimmering blue orb of light and wished them good luck. Han Yu rubbed his neck, a satisfied smile on his face. "My part is done, now I'll just await your good news." Suddenly, Chelsea in her small snake form slithered past him. Han Yu flinched, his smile freezing. Did they fail at the very start? Before him, Li Yuxuan was engulfed in a dazzling blue light. Han Yu's expression was serious, his gaze sharp. He murmured to himself as if analyzing, "You and Chelsea combined have over 800 personalities. How could you truly trust anyone?" Li Yuxuan, seemingly merged with Chelsea at this moment, was expressionless, glaring fiercely at Han Yu. Around him, dark energy and golden threads flickered as if poised to devour everything. Han Yu chuckled, saying in a low voice, "Young people truly are young." He activated his ability, swinging his hands, and green light erupted with his martial arts movements, determined to teach them a lesson. He said seriously, "Let me teach you a good lesson." In the ensuing trial to meet the conditions for the rope of bondage, Li Yuxuan lowered his head, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Han Yu took a stance, employing his martial arts, ready for battle. In his heart, thoughts swirled as he wondered if this kid's terrifying psychic energy had already been drained by the demon. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan charged forward like a whirlwind, full of aggressive momentum. Han Yu was startled by this sudden attack, but being well prepared, he deftly dodged. He swiftly raised his hands, delivering two heavy punches that resonated with a deafening sound, making the surrounding space tremble. Li Yuxuan, unprepared for the sudden punch, was hit hard in the stomach, involuntarily letting out a cry of pain. Han Yu's eyes were sharp, and he did not forget to mock, "Sneak attacks are not a good habit, especially against someone as experienced as me. It is ill-advised." Struck hard, Li Yuxuan stumbled backward. In the instant he fell, he swiftly activated Chelsea's ability. Drawing a gigantic scythe, he slammed the scythe onto the ground, and sharp ice shards suddenly erupted, shooting directly towards Han Yu. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Han Yu did not hesitate. With a gentle twist of his hands, he employed his unique self-created martial art, the 10 styles of primordial chaos, integrating psychic energy based on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. A shimmering Bagua array appeared before him, blocking Li Yuxuan's icy attack. The ice shards shattered upon impact with the array, scattering into countless small pieces on the ground. Han Yu, at this moment, sinister expression receded, replaced by a rare seriousness. He secretly assessed the opponent before him as formidable, yet still hesitated whether to call him a genius or a monster. Meanwhile, night fell, and the silvery moonlight enveloped the entire city, with only 2 figures quietly walking along the empty streets. It was Bayan and his senior sister Mei. Bayan held a large pile of food in his arms, unable to hide his worry as he gently asked his senior sister about their master Han Yu. The two walked and talked, their footsteps echoing rhythmically in the silent night. Ben anxiously asked his senior sister to read his fortune to see how their master was. Mei nodded in agreement, her gaze calm. Around her, countless shimmering hexagrams manifested like spinning stars. She pondered for a moment, then reached out and drew a card. As the hexagram appeared, Mei softly, "Oed," reading the text on it. "Lower trigram Khan, upper trigram General," she calmly explained to Bayan. "Fish swim in a verdant pond yet are trapped by snares from all directions." Bayan repeated the explanation of the hexagram, then asked curiously, "Does senior sister mean that person has already been taught a lesson by master, right?" But Mei replied with an unchanging calm expression, "Master has not made a move in a long time. I am afraid that person will not be easy to deal with." Bayan's expression changed slightly, and his tone became serious. "Regardless, the soul maze is just master's warm-up. His years of strenuous martial arts training are what truly strike fear into everyone." In the combat space, Han Yu grew increasingly serious as he contended with Li Yuxuan and Chelsea's power. He powerfully delivered a heavy punch to Li Yuxuan's abdomen. He secretly thought, "In this battle your impatience will cost you dearly." Caught by surprise, Li Yuxuan had no time to defend and cried out in pain. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, glaring at Han Yu. Suddenly several purple chains emerged from the ground, shooting directly towards Han Yu. He merely glanced, swiftly perceiving the danger. He snorted lightly, praising Li Yuxuan's power yet not forgetting a hint of pity. After all, you are just a kid. Han Yu tightly gripped Li Yuxuan's shoulder. Li Yuxuan flinched, his eyes wide. Before he could understand Han Yu's intention, Han Yu had already used his void step ability, stepping on his shoulder and leaping into the air. A Bagua array appeared beneath Li Yuxuan's feet. Thousands of lightning bolts erupted from the array, piercing every inch of his muscles. The pain was immense. Li Yuxuan's eyes were wide, veins bulging on his body. Trapped in the lightning storm, he roared in agony. Unlike the previous chaos, Han Yu deftly avoided the Bagua array, landing lightly on the ground like a falling leaf. He rubbed his neck, a hint of weariness on his face but still not forgetting to mock. He looked at Li Yuxuan, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Young people truly are young, are not they? Meanwhile, after being tormented by the array, Li Yuxuan was too weak to stand. He collapsed to the ground, his body completely limp. Han Yu glanced at him, a hint of impatience in his eyes, then slowly walked forward, standing before Li Yuxuan, who lay unconscious on the ground in pain. Han Yu noticed his tightly furrowed brows as if he were still suffering even in unconsciousness. He shook his head, murmuring thoughtfully, "In this state, I suppose I'll have to continue teaching him next time." Han Yu's gaze swept over the small snake curled up on the ground. He rubbed his temples, sighing wearily, thinking about the lack of trust between Chelsea and Li Yuxuan, to the point where their arguments continued even now. Such a rare pairing. He sighed again, thinking the contract rope between them will likely be difficult to maintain. Meanwhile, deep in hell, lava boiled, painting the entire space in a hellish fiery red. The one-eyed demon was respectfully kneeling before another person. That person rotated a deep red gem in their hand, saying in a low voice, "Guki's power has not fully recovered. The number of sacrifices is insufficient." The one-eyed man trembled, carefully replying, "Your subordinate has failed. I beg for your forgiveness, my lord." Suddenly, a surge of dark purple energy coiled around his neck, forcing him to his knees, his single eye wide with pain. The person continued coldly, "You have been with me for tens of thousands of years, have not you?" The one-eyed man could only nod, sweat profusely. He stammered, "You are correct, master." The person's lips curled into a smile, curiosity flickering in their eyes. "I heard you have met Chelsea. How is it doing now?" The one-eyed man hastily replied, "Chelsea is currently contracted with a weak human. Its strength is less than 1/10 of its peak." The person slowly walked forward, holding a red wine glass, gently swirling it as if appreciating an interesting play. He said with satisfaction, "I'll spare you this time, but there will not be a second." The one-eyed man hastily nodded, murmuring thanks for his magnanimity. The person's back gradually came into view, their platinum blonde hair shimmering in the lava's glow, their figure as agile as a phantom. As they walked, they murmured, "This time let Wookie go to meet it personally. The plan proceeds as usual." The one-eyed man could only bury his head deep in the ground, respectfully obeying the order. A sinister smile appeared on the person's face, their features similar to Chelsea's, though occasional red horns protruded from their forehead. He chuckled coldly, murmuring, "I truly look forward to seeing Chelsea again. I wonder what expression it will have when it faces me." Under the starry night sky, thin clouds drifted. Though there was no moonlight, the scenery remained captivating. Looking up from below, the windows of Heaven's Wrath Tower showed sporadic lights interspersed with dark rooms. In a brightly lit room, Li Yuxuan sat before a modern touchscreen, his face scratched, his head wrapped in bandages. He was conversing with Ban via a virtual screen. Ban's tone was as calm as if nothing had happened, reminding him, "There are a few things I forgot to tell you. Old man Han Yu's soul maze will bring you bad luck after you leave. Misfortune will follow you like a shadow. Be careful." He even flashed a brilliant smile as if just making an offhand remark. Upon hearing this, Li Yuxuan's face darkened and he gritted his teeth in fury. "Is this guy intentionally messing with me?" He recalled the past 3 days. Those sudden misfortunes. That day, Li Yuxuan, dressed in all black with white capri pants and red gloves, looked particularly striking. He leisurely walked along the corridor between rooms, pondering the underground demon research lab. As expected, it was protected by the highest clearance. He murmured to himself, his gaze cold. "To uncover the connection between Heaven's Wrath and that organization, I must find another way." Under the gentle afternoon sun, Chelsea walked briskly along a small street, holding a pink and white soft-serve ice cream cone in one hand, and a golden chocolate ice cream cone in the other. Her face was adorned with a brilliant smile as if it could melt the entire space. Her eyes squinted with joy. As she walked, she chattered incessantly with Jay, the imp who was eyeing something, clearly wanting to snatch it from her. Chelsea waved her hand, her tone full of confidence. "How could that guy be my opponent?" But at a busy street corner a sudden collision occurred. Chelsea stopped, letting out a gasp. 3 scoops of ice cream, 2 yellow and 1 brown, which had been delicious and untasted, suddenly flew into the air. They landed precisely on Li Yuxuan. 1 yellow scoop clung tightly to his collar, and another slid directly onto his head, settling perfectly between his double hair buns. Chelsea, far from worrying about the sudden situation, was only concerned about her super strawberry ice cream scoop. Li Yuxuan slumped onto the ground, trying to maintain a bent-over posture to prevent the ice cream from melting further. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed, roaring in anger. "Chelsea, you did that on purpose, did not you?" Before he finished speaking, the remaining brown ice cream scoop followed, landing right next to the yellow one on his head. Li Yuxuan froze as if challenging fate. "Is there any more bad luck? Bring it on." Chelsea, still holding her intact ice cream, had intended to apologize, but seeing Li Yuxuan in such a sorry state, she could not help but burst out laughing, her face flushed from holding it in. She hastily defended herself. "Oh, I wasn't laughing at Li Yuxuan. but Li Yuxuan remained seated on the ground, his tone growing more furious. Chelsea coughed a few times, trying to hide her laughter, then feigned sympathy. "All right, I'll take pity on you and clean up this mess." That Chelsea waved her hand, one hand still tightly gripping the ice cream, the other casting a spell. A shining star appeared, surrounded by a mysterious halo. On Li Yuxuan's arm a sudden burst of icy cold air erupted. Chelsea frowned, murmuring to herself, "How strange, I clearly used water magic, not this kind of magic." Li Yuxuan was terrified, his tone even more displeased. Chelsea must have done this on purpose, but Chelsea remained leisurely, a mischievous smile on her face. "Oh, it turned into ice magic," her eyes sparkled. She made a playful face. "I just made a mistake. How about I conjure some hot water for you?" But by this point, Li Yuxuan was completely frozen inside a shimmering block of ice. He roared, his voice icy, "Chelsea, get away from me." The scene shifted to a hot water bathroom. Li Yuxuan was soaked, sneezing and murmuring, "Such bad luck, so cold." He walked into a bathroom with his eyes closed, hoping to warm up with hot water. But because he was continuously complaining, he did not notice he had entered the wrong bathroom, ignoring the sign on the other side that marked it as the men's bathroom. Meanwhile, two girls appeared in the bathroom. One was Lu Zhao with shoulder-length short brown hair, and the other was Sana with unique jellyfish-style pink short hair. Sana's bangs and the hair on both sides of her shoulders were cut very short, while the ends at the back of her head were long and flowing. Both, wrapped in bath towels, entered the women's bathroom. Sana asked curiously, "You still want to soak in the hot springs this late?" Lu Zhao softly replied, "So much has happened recently, I wanted to come here to relax a bit. Besides, if we came during the day or evening it would be crowded and Sana would not feel comfortable, right? This time of night is very quiet and more relaxing." They stepped into the warm water together. Steam rose softly, and as they loosened their bath towels, their graceful figures and captivating curves were faintly visible in the water. Lu Zhao soaked in the water, exclaiming, "Oh, this is so comfortable. These hot springs are really good." Sana nodded in agreement. "It really is great. Let us ask Ban and the others to come here to relax tomorrow." Then she suddenly fell into thought, wondering if Li Yuxuan could pass teacher Han Yu's test. Lu Zhao raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Are you concerned about Li Yuxuan?" Sana blushed, hastily defending herself. "I am just worried that if he does not pass, he'll hold us back in future battles." Suddenly, both noticed strange bubbles rising in one corner of the pool. Lu Zhao asked suspiciously, "What's over there?" Sana frowned, her voice full of apprehension. "It could not be that thing, could it? Books sometimes mention unclean things in water. I hope it is not what I am thinking of." Lu Zhao looked panicked, hastily pulling Sana, her voice trembling. "We should leave here immediately." But Sana tried to remain calm, reassuring her, "Calm down, it might just be a towel. It is nothing." Before she could finish, a figure suddenly emerged from the water, startling the two girls into screaming. They hastily clutched their bath towels to cover themselves, huddling together and trembling. It was Li Yuxuan. His hair dripping wet, his whole body soaked, he rubbed his eyes, muttering that his diving time had not been much longer than last time. Discovering the two girls, Li Yuxuan was startled and hastily began, "Listen to me first," but his explanation could not salvage the situation. Lu Zhao and Sana shrieked in unison. Their screams echoed throughout the bathroom, calling him a pervert. The scene shifts to the rooftop of the Heaven's Wrath base. Li Yuxuan was still immersed in the shadow of the bathroom incident, his expression solemn. Behind him, Lu Zhao appeared, her gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce him, her tone full of mockery. "Did not you used to work in the archives? All these things are for you to do. Do not think about leaving until you are finished." A stack of files piled higher than his head lay beside him. He spent 2 full days organizing Heaven's Wrath's complex data, a workload several times greater than the anomaly management centers. But he also discovered a secret because of this. The basement lab equipment was purchased from Rose City, where the director hid in Shadowless Alley. Clearly, Rose City and that organization had a close connection. He held a CNI 982 purchase contract in his hand. The buyer was Heaven's Wrath, and the seller was the Golden Camel Society's illusory dreamology. But before he could delve deeper into thought, he glimpsed a white-haired old man's figure flash past behind him. The old man kicked, but only struck Li Yuxuan's illusion. It was teacher Han Yu. He secretly mused, "This kid actually dares to imitate my void step?" He then stopped his attack, laughing heartily. "Oh, it seems this old man was discovered by you long ago." Li Yuxuan hastily explained, "Teacher, thanks to the Dreamweaver I remembered your every movement from the moment you stepped in here, which allowed me to seize this opportunity." Teacher Han Yu scratched his head, smiling, "You rascal, so many schemes, nothing like your master's wife." Li Yuxuan asked in surprise, "You know my master's wife?" Teacher Han Yu turned around, hands behind his back, his tone vague. "I'll tell you once you have learned the contract rope. Now, call out your demon. Someone is waiting for you and your demon in the training room on the 2nd basement level." The scene shifts to the training room teacher Han Yu mentioned. Inside, the immortal demon Belle, a red-haired, curly-haired lady holding a flying axe and dressed lavishly, was complaining, "A gentleman should not make a lady wait this long." Opposite her, a man wearing a vest with a jacket draped over his shoulder, exuding a dangerous aura, was comforting Belle. "Do not worry, I can already sense Li Yuxuan's presence." Li Yuxuan entered the room wielding a black scythe and immediately confronted the man. The man, holding a long sword, rushed forward, roaring, "Come and fight me, let us decide who's superior." It was Shimon, now exceptionally excited, continuously provoking, "Come and fight me, let us have a good hearty battle." Li Yuxuan, more serious than ever, used his and Chelsea's power to shoot a chain at Shimon. The chain grazed his cheek, but the wound healed instantly. Another chain shot towards the wall, causing a massive explosion. Shimon laughed triumphantly. "You think you can attack me with such paltry power? How ridiculous." Li Yuxuan hesitated slightly, his thoughts in disarray. Shimon's wounds healed too quickly. Could this be the power of the immortal demon? While he was distracted, Shimon rushed forward to attack. Fortunately, he defended in time, blocking the blow. Chelsea said urgently, "He seems a bit difficult to deal with. Quickly, give me control, I'll finish this quickly." But Li Yuxuan sharply interrupted her, one of his eyes flashing with light, and a golden chain shot out, coiling around one of Shimon's arms. Shimon frowned, saying irritably, "Is this how you are going to avoid my attacks?" Chelsea could not keep calm, screaming, "Do not underestimate the opponent before you." Just then, Shimon became enraged, roaring, "A mere psychic ability user dares to play such tricks? Do you take others for fools?" He still used his enhanced muscle strength, gradually breaking free from the chains, and furiously charged at Li Yuxuan. He muttered to himself, "If you want to turn back, beg for mercy now, it might still be time." Li Yuxuan subtly glanced at Shimon, his gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce the opponent's heart. He thought, "How dare this guy get so carried away?" A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he looked directly at Shimon, certain his grand dream had turned to dust, because at this moment it wasn't him who had no retreat but Shimon. Dazzling golden threads shot from Li Yuxuan's hand, tightly coiling around Shimon's body, binding him like a snared beast. Li Yuxuan showed a victorious smile. "Do not be arrogant in front of me," he secretly thought, believing victory was already in his grasp. Conversely, Shimon was tightly bound by the golden threads, unable to move. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage, continuously cursing Li Yuxuan. Suddenly, Shimon's body trembled violently, his lips continuously moving. Abruptly, Chelsea spoke, her tone full of worry. "Shimon seems a bit off." Hearing this, Li Yuxuan was startled, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Perhaps the dream weaver had already invaded Shimon's memories, reawakening painful ones. Shimon began to go mad, his eyes bloodshot as if entangled by frenzied thoughts, continuously muttering, repeating only one thought, "Kill Li Yuxuan immediately." In Shimon's chaotic memories, a tragic scene surfaced. Back then, Shimon was a weak child, running and crying, screaming as if fleeing a terrifying ghost. His eyes brimmed with tears as he cried out that he did not want to die. That memory was clearly a deep wound, still tormenting his mind. Back in reality, outside the training room, teacher Han Yu quietly observed everything. Lu Zhao walked over, asking worriedly, "How's the situation in the training room?" Teacher Han Yu calmly replied, "The training has ended." Lu Zhao approached the glass, observing intently. She continued asking, "Did Shimon win? Did he develop the demon power of the contract rope?" Teacher Han Yu closed his eyes, neither sad nor happy, simply replying softly, "I am afraid this time it is Shimon who has finished, not anyone else." Lu Zhao's eyes widened, shocked by the scene inside the training room. Red lightning erupted in the space, pervading the entire space as if she would have been injured had it not been for the protective glass. Inside, Shimon's demon continuously roared, trying to rouse him, telling him this was just a drill, not the reality he saw. However, Shimon was completely out of control at this moment. Veins bulged on his face, his teeth gritted, showing extreme pain. Lu Zhao wanted to rush in, attempting to awaken Shimon, as she knew he was being controlled by memories, but teacher Han Yu hastily stopped her, saying sternly, "If he does not overcome the darkness himself, he will never become stronger." He added, "Li Yuxuan's talent and abilities are not yet fully developed. Keep observing. If you have found Li Yuxuan, it is like finding a treasure. So let that treasure unleash its full power." Li Yuxuan froze, looking at Shimon with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He did not know what to do with him. Suddenly he sensed something, narrowing his eyes to carefully observe Shimon. In an instant he recognized Shimon's memories. There Shimon was still a weak child, stumbling during training in Haegu village, a fighting family. At that time, Shimon was training with a tall, robust man. After the man defeated him, he laughed heartily. "Shimon, your training is not enough. You will not become an excellent warrior like this." As he spoke, he extended his hand to Shimon, signaling, "Get up quickly, because that tall man's wife is making a delicious meal waiting for them to eat together after training." Shimon showed a brilliant smile, took the man's hand, and quickly stood up. Everyone was very happy, carrying their training tools home, their faces beaming with smiles. They were blessed warriors, where the strong ruled, death was life, and the family always came first. As long as they held hands tightly, they would stick together through life and death, never betraying each other. This was the eternal belief passed down through generations in Haegu village. However, disaster struck too quickly. No one could resist. A demon humanoid, yet with 4 arms and a gaping maw, ready to devour everything at any moment. Everyone rushed forward in unity, believing death was glory and the Haegu family would never be defeated. But the demon grew even more excited, grinning sinisterly. "So this is the legendary famous fighting family. In that case, I'll make you even more afraid." Then one person after another fell, and the ground was strewn with the corpses of warriors. Only Shimon remained alive. Watching the corpses at his feet in horror, Shimon trembled all over, his voice distorted as he called out his mother's name. When he saw his mother's corpse lying motionless on the ground, pain and fear seized his heart. Among the other warriors, Shimon, in a panic, only knew to run headlong, not daring to look back at the demon relentlessly pursuing him. Suddenly a small figure flashed past, charging directly at the monster. That child's eyes burned with the flames of hatred, continuously roaring, "We must kill that demon." Shimon spun around abruptly, shouting to stop his brother's reckless behavior. "Stop!" But he was too late to rush over. The child, as if consumed by fury, only knew to tightly grip his sword and charge at the demon with only one thought in his mind. To avenge his mother, however, a terrible sound rang out. Peeved, blood splattered even onto Shimon's face. His face was pale, his eyes wide, terrified by the scene before him. The demon turned its head, its gaze sweeping around as if searching for its next prey. It raised something high and presented it to Shimon. It was his brother's head. The monster grinned, its tone triumphant. Another ant coming to its death? Witnessing this, tears streamed uncontrollably from Shimon's eyes. Back in reality, he was like a madman, letting out a painful howl. Veins bulged, and he continuously muttered, "Kill, kill." Shimon lost control, his rage burning like an unquenchable fire. He charged at Li Yuxuan, determined to kill him at all costs. But Li Yuxuan, though sensing his opponent's madness, did not go for the kill. He merely cleverly used a staff to block Shimon's frenzied attacks. Chelsea stood outside the caution tape, shouting urgently, "Quickly find a way to subdue him. How can you just stand there and watch?" Conversely, Shimon's demon remained unusually calm. It replied coldly, "Because your contractor, Li Yuxuan, intruded into Shimon's memories without permission. That is why he became like this." Its tone grew sharper. "You cannot even establish the contract rope. What right do you have to criticize or command Shimon and me?" Chelsea gritted her teeth in fury at this, but could not utter a single word. Shimon used all his strength, unleashed a world-shattering blow, sparks flying, sending Li Yuxuan flying, his face becoming even more distorted. Veins bulged as if about to explode. Suddenly a voice came from the deepest part of Shimon's heart. It was his demon. It spoke with understanding and sympathy, intertwined with the hatred and pain in his heart. As if at the moment the contract was signed, the two had merged into one. In his memories, Shimon recalled the first time he met Miss Lu Jiao. She found him, the last survivor of the Hegu clan. Lu Jiao's eyes were warm as she invited him to join and revealed a perfect plan. She introduced Shimon to a child named Yasha who had been rescued in a previous operation. But his eyes had been taken by his previous owner. Lu Jiao hoped Shimon could temporarily look after the boy. Shimon waved to Yasha, a sincere smile on his face. From today on he would protect this child. That was Shimon and Yasha's first meeting, a hopeful beginning. Back in reality, Shimon's blade sparked. He kept muttering that no one would dare take what he was protecting. The anger in his heart burned even more fiercely, as if he were half human, half demon, transforming into a terrifying form. He roared that even if he transformed into a demon, he would not back down. Shimon charged at Li Yuxuan with a sinister smile, determined to settle the score. But Li Yuxuan remained calm, using his scythe to dodge and parry every blow. He yelled in annoyance, "Calm down, you battle maniac." Taking advantage of Shimon's opening, Li Yuxuan struck fiercely at his shoulder. Shimon was startled, losing his guard, and Li Yuxuan quickly ordered Chelsea to attack. Chelsea's chains whistled out, tightly coiling around Shimon. He gritted his teeth, struggling unwillingly but could not break free. Under the hazy moonlight, Chelsea revealed her true form, transforming into a massive and powerful regal snake. Standing imposingly behind Li Yuxuan, the overwhelming power of a high-ranking demon suppressed the low-ranking demon, rendering it immobile, and Chelsea could also use the skills of the low-ranking demon she had previously devoured. Sensing the critical situation, Shimon's demon hastily approached its master, constantly reminding him in an anxious tone, "Be careful." Suddenly, one of Teacher Han Yu's chains flashed, severing the tense standoff between the two. He stepped forward. Miss Lu Jiao appeared from behind, her steady voice ringing out, "Stop immediately." Teacher Han Yu announced that the outcome was decided, and there was no need to continue. Chelsea transformed back into her small snake form, coiling around Li Yuxuan's neck, continuously complaining, "The contract rope still has not appeared. What a waste of my strength." Li Yuxuan did not respond, merely glancing silently at Teacher Han Yu, then turned to observe Shimon, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent, his tone full of challenge. "Do you concede?" Shimon's legs trembled. He could no longer stand firm. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth. His demon Bell spoke unhappily, "Li Yuxuan, you are too rude. The training is over." Shimon hastily interrupted Bell, telling her to leave first, and admitted in a low voice, "I lost." Bell stood by, looking at Shimon with worried eyes. He still kept his head down, gritting his teeth, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "You still have not changed my opinion of you. You are a repulsive fellow." Today's defeat made Shimon very uncomfortable, but he emphasized, "My target is not you." His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on their backs. "I fled the village out of fear, and now I regret and blame myself." He looked up, his gaze full of fury, staring directly at Li Yuxuan. "For the price of taking what belonged to my loved ones, I will definitely bring that demon back and utterly destroy it." Li Yuxuan suddenly interrupted, his tone calm yet firm, "Then let us go look for it together." Shimon was stunned, unable to believe his ears, his gaze blank. Li Yuxuan extended his hand, his tone full of determination. "Let us defeat that demon together, and prove that you are not cowardly, that the faith of Hegu village still flows in your blood." After a brief moment of astonishment, Shimon showed a satisfied smile, stepped forward and shook Li Yuxuan's hand. Night fell, and moonlight and starlight twinkled, casting their glow on the ancient castle. Inside the castle, the atmosphere was chilling, and bones were scattered across the floor. A weak young man, breathing faintly, tried to contact headquarters, reporting predators and demons, requesting immediate assistance. but before he could finish, a fierce foot stomped on his hand, severing the communication. The young man let out a painful shriek, looking in terror at the long-haired demon's back. The person walked closer, intentionally letting him see their appearance clearly. "So you are the captain." The young man was dragged by those bones into the viscous water pooling on the floor, only able to scream for help in agony. The demon's figure gradually changed, its long white hair turning short, revealing a sinister smile. It mumbled to itself, "Chelsea, it is looking for Chelsea to settle a score." In the dark room, Li Yuxuan lay motionless on the bed. Chelsea, in her human form, was asleep beside him, keeping him awake. She slept beside him without a care, leaving him unable to close his eyes. He mumbled irritably, his gaze tiredly fixed on the ceiling. Meanwhile, Chelsea was still immersed in sweet dreams. Under the hazy moonlight, a black mist suddenly appeared before Li Yuxuan, carrying an evil aura that seemed to freeze the space. He realized in a flash that it was a demon's aura. Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, using his power to unleash dazzling golden threads from his palm, swiftly coiling them around the evil aura, binding it tightly, preventing its escape. The bound aura struggled violently, and at the same time noisy arguments came from outside the old wooden door. Based on the sounds reaching his ears, Li Yuxuan immediately recognized who was behind it. He calmly walked out, his gaze sharp, and asked displeased, "What are they stealthily doing outside the door?" Suddenly, two figures shouted Li Yuxuan's name in unison, attracting his attention. It turned out Sana and Yasha were already waiting outside. As soon as he appeared, they simultaneously set off brilliant fireworks. Li Yuxuan was slightly startled, not understanding the reason for their welcome ceremony. Seeing his bewildered expression, Sana smiled and explained that since the crisis in J City had been successfully resolved, Lu Zhao had decided to host a celebratory party. Naughty Yasha hastily interjected, his tone eager. "Let us go quickly, or Brother Shimon will gobble up all the delicious food." Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from afar. As soon as Chelsea heard about the food, she immediately rushed out like a gust of wind, excitedly telling Li Yuxuan, "That is super delicious canned meat." He just stood there, his expression still cold, without saying a word. Sana seemed not to understand what Chelsea was implying and gently frowned. In the banquet hall, light shone brightly, illuminating the entire space, creating a splendid scene. Yasha and his demon were happily enjoying the exquisite food laid out on the table. Lu Zhao stood on the balcony, toasting glass after glass, her face radiating joy. Meanwhile, Sana anxiously ran around asking everyone about Miss Lu Zhao's whereabouts. By the bar counter, Li Yuxuan, Shimon and Bayan sat together, sipping wine and chatting. Shimon spoke excitedly, praising, "You can hold your liquor well." Bayan watched Shimon's actions, gently frowning, wondering if he was already drunk. Shimon suddenly fell into thought, recalling past events. "Before, I always thought Li Yuxuan was a hypocrite, but after everything that happened, I finally understood him. He truly is a genuine warrior." He paused, his tone sincere. "Thank you for helping me get rid of that memory." The alcohol seemed to have gone to his head. Shimon's voice was high-pitched, and his emotions were agitated. Bayan looked at Shimon's reaction and said to Li Yuxuan with a smile, "Shimon, he is drunk. He is always like this when he drinks." Li Yuxuan suddenly turned to Bayan and asked, "What about you? Do you drink?" Bayan chuckled, replying, "I prefer milk over alcohol." Li Yuxuan immediately snatched the milk carton from the table, pulling it in front of himself. Under Bayan's surprised gaze, he teased with a raised corner of his mouth, "You cannot drink milk like that." To Bayan's astonishment, he poured the milk directly into his own wine glass. Shimon clapped excitedly, while Bayan could only shout to stop him, but it was too late. Li Yuxuan, with a cunning smile, shook the milk and wine glass, continuing to tease, "This way it'll taste even better." Bayan could only sigh, looking miserable. On the other side, Shimon's demon, seeing him in a drunken haze, hastily went to look after him, its gaze full of worry. Chelsea, still engrossed in grilled meat, suddenly heard a voice approaching. It was Miss Lu Zhao, who was clearly already dead drunk. Sana followed behind, trying to stop her from drinking more, but it was no use. Lu Zhao, without thinking, poured the bottle of alcohol directly into the charcoal fire grilling the meat. Chelsea, seeing her precious meat destroyed, yelled furiously, arguing intensely with Lu Zhao. The two argued incessantly, neither giving way. As the moon hung high in the night sky, the party remained lively, showing no signs of ending. Chelsea, holding the remaining plate of meat, was suddenly startled by a figure on the floor. Recognizing it was Li Yuxuan, she asked worriedly, "Why are you lying here? Are you dead?" Li Yuxuan slowly replied, "Just letting you know I am still alive." Chelsea seized the opportunity to tease, "Is your alcohol tolerance really that bad? You are out after just a little bit?" He laboriously lifted his head to retort, "I just have not drunk in a long time. I am not weak." Chelsea remained persistent, continuing to tease, "You should not have signed a contract with me back then because I do not like weaklings." She paused, then asked curiously, "So when will the contract rope finally be established?" Li Yuxuan glanced lightly at Chelsea, his eyes a little pensive, then slowly recounted that when they stepped into Teacher Han Yu's evil power, he heard countless peculiar mixed voices echoing in his ears. The voices were so chaotic that he could not remember what they specifically were. At that moment, his mind felt as if it had been invaded, and he only wanted to quickly expel everything from his thoughts. Chelsea, hearing this, tilted her head slightly, thinking he was using his drunkenness to apologize for what happened that day. Seeing her confused look, Li Yuxuan hastily clarified, his tone firm, that he had no intention of using alcohol to express his feelings. Could this be the first condition for the formation of the contract rope between them? His question rang out, his expression serious and slightly melancholic. Chelsea stood there, her gaze fixed on him, her mind swirling with thoughts. Just as she was about to speak, Sana's anxious shout came from afar. Miss Lu Jiao, Li Yuxuan and Chelsea were both startled, hastily running towards Sana, wanting to see what had happened. Sana was full of worry, continuously muttering that she herself had forbidden Miss Lu Jiao from drinking. Turned out that countless cube-shaped floating objects appeared behind and above Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao at this moment seemed no longer sober, merely happily holding a plate of meat, unable to control her power. She cheerfully boasted that her meat was very special, and if anyone did not taste it, she would immediately send them to prison. Suddenly, a man in uniform rushed in from outside the door, breathless, reporting a very critical situation. He announced that the Heaven's Wrath base was under attack and everyone was stunned, their gazes uniformly fixed on the man. At the Heaven's Wrath base the scene was a mess, glass shields shattered and bodies spattered across the floor. Inside a glass enclosure, a cowardly demon ranked 36, Coco, was sobbing in front of a man. Coco trembled, asking, "Is it really, Captain?" The man responded with certainty, confirming he was Captain Yu and needed Coco's help. Coco stammered in surprise. Captain Yu actually knows its name? It worried about what the man in front of it intended to do. He reassured it, his eyes flashing with evil intent, that as long as Coco was no longer timid, humans would become even more timid. He lured Coco to leave with him as quickly as possible. Just then, inside the Heaven's Wrath base, everyone was urgently pursuing the intruder. Hasty footsteps sounded from behind, and someone asked loudly, "Have you found any clues about the intruder?" The intelligence officer hastily replied that they were still investigating, but strangely the system had not detected any signs of intrusion, and the gate was still in safe mode with no signs of damage. Li Yuxuan, hearing this, frowned slightly. Lost in thought, he spoke, his tone full of suspicion. Could it be that it wasn't an intrusion but rather someone familiar freely entering and exiting? Suddenly, a young man shouted in panic that he had already found out who the person was. It turned out the suspected person was none other than the captain of Heaven's Wrath's Team A. Bayan and Yasha were both startled by this news. Bayan spoke, his tone full of suspicion. Something must be wrong because Heaven's Wrath members undergo multiple reviews. How could a demon contractor be lurking inside? That is completely impossible. Shimon's temper flared. Unable to restrain himself, he rushed towards the door, roaring, "Whatever the reason, whoever he is, I will tear him to pieces to vent my anger." Yasha hastily pulled Shimon back, his face full of worry. Li Yuxuan silently pondered for a long time, then suddenly spoke. Could that captain be a demon? His brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes revealing obvious confusion. At this moment, in the Heaven's Wrath base's demon cultivation warehouse, the surrounding space was pitch black, exuding an evil aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Sana looked around, expressing her feelings without reservation. This cultivation warehouse is entirely constructed from refined origin stones, and it also has a ceiling confinement personally set up by the president. She wondered how that guy could easily break through it. Chelsea suddenly spoke, her tone low, looking at Li Yuxuan. It seemed she sensed something, a rather familiar and extremely dangerous aura. She warned him, her gaze serious. This time the demon will likely be very difficult to deal with. Shimon's roar came from afar. Yasha immediately recognized his voice. Miss Lu Jiao also identified the source of the sound, the sealed area of the demon ranking. They rushed forward. The door gradually opened, and Bayan and Sana's faces turned pale, left speechless by the sight before them. Bodies scattered on the ground, bloodstains everywhere, and even a few corpses hanging from the ceiling, a chilling spectacle. Bayan quickly spoke, his voice trembling. These people were almost all high-level ability users, and now they've met such a fate. He himself was shocked by the brutality of the incident. Anna's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with anger. She gritted her teeth, believing such cruel behavior could never be tolerated. Determined to punish the culprit behind this tragedy, clenching her fists, refusing to back down, Yasha, in a moment of heartbreak, discovered his brother Shimon hanging from the ceiling, unable to break free. Li Yuxuan was also stunned by Shimon's terrible state. Though tightly bound, Shimon still gritted his teeth, unable to struggle. In despair, he shouted at his demon Bell, "Get out of his body quickly." Shimon anxiously felt his loyal demon Bell gradually weakening, but Bell disregarded his words. Remaining steadfastly by his master's side, Yasha saw his brother in distress, eager to rescue him. The little one prepared to unleash his power, but Li Yuxuan quickly rushed forward, stopping Yasha's demon from appearing. Just as the little one's demon was about to manifest, a sticky slime suddenly attacked, tightly coiling around it. Yasha cried out in pain. What on earth is entangling him? Miss Lu Jiao was also panicked. Not understanding what was happening, she was curious, her eyes sharp. What on earth can trap a demon? Li Yuxuan immediately activated his power. Golden threads shimmered in the dark space. Lu Jiao was about to rush towards Yasha, but he quickly stopped her. After some observation, Li Yuxuan discovered that this place had been booby-trapped by the intruder, a sophisticated trap specifically designed to counter all demons. He noticed a trace of psychic energy lingering on everyone, which became a clue. Chelsea was also observing and quickly spoke. That skeleton seems a bit off. Li Yuxuan looked in the direction of her gaze, and indeed, the skeleton floating in a pool of blood was emitting a strange aura. Without hesitation, Li Yuxuan swung his golden threads, fiercely striking the skull. The skull shattered immediately, and the slime entwining Yasha's demon instantly dissipated. Shimon also fell from the ceiling with a painful ouch, landing on the ground. Sana and Bayan rushed to help him up. Suddenly, the struck skeleton stood up, approaching Li Yuxuan in an eerie manner. It began to speak, its voice steady, as if pre-programmed. These are the last words imbued with the art of combat. Its master will launch a full-scale attack on St. Tanberg City tomorrow morning, and will eliminate every single person in the city one by one. Bayan, Sana and Shimon were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Miss Lu Jiao was also terrified, only muttering about attacking everyone in the city. The skeleton became even more excited, explaining in detail. Its master also said that if Chelsea can come to the labyrinth of Paradise Lost, its master will cease attacking this city. Li Yuxuan turned to Chelsea, his eyes sharp. So everything is related to you? Will it be an acquaintance of yours? Chelsea appeared slightly bewildered by Li Yuxuan's question. She shook her head, her voice low. My premonition is very familiar, including its attack methods. She added a warning. If my premonition is not wrong, then the members of the Heaven's Wrath squad may not be a match for that guy. Li Yuxuan was surprised by Chelsea's rare seriousness and vigilance. The skeleton continued to play the recording like a machine. Miss Lu Jiao could no longer bear it, ordering Sana to immediately silence the skeleton. Sana immediately acted, arrows whistling and striking the skeleton, shattering it instantly. Miss Lu Jiao quickly ordered all departments of Heaven's Wrath, demanding that the entire St. Tanberg City enter a state of heightened alert. She emphasized that if any demon or suspect launched an attack, she must be notified immediately. She also reminded them to authorize the activation of Heaven's Wrath weapons if necessary, to kill that person immediately at all costs. Yasha, hearing this, quickly interjected. Do all members of the team have to participate in the battle? Bayan also spoke, his tone full of doubt. They have not even figured out if the opponent is human or demon, and such an order has been given. Is Miss Lu Jiao overreacting? Lu Jiao immediately explained, her tone decisive. The reason I made this decision is because the most powerful ability users and demon contractors in this city are all in Heaven's Wrath. Even Shimon and Yasha were almost taken out by that trap, so what is there to hesitate about? Moreover, that guy also took away the timid demon. They must understand the hidden danger of the timid demon. Yasha interjected, his tone full of worry. Do they have any other choice? Li Yuxuan was shocked by Yasha's words. He turned around, his eyes sharp. Are you suggesting that Chelsea should go to the meeting? Bayan nodded, agreeing with Li Yuxuan's view and firmly opposed going to the meeting. Bayan quickly explained that this was certainly the consequence of that threat, and the situation would likely become even more difficult. Seeing this, Shimon immediately strongly objected, as he also regarded Li Yuxuan as a brother and could not let him bear it alone. Yasha still stuck to his opinion, believing that the guy's sole purpose in attacking the city was to force them to hand over Chelsea. Meanwhile, Lu Jiao and Sana remained silent, just listening to their heated debate. Li Yuxuan and Chelsea could only exchange helpless glances, speechless, and only made a decision after a long silence. After careful consideration, Li Yuxuan finally spoke, asking everyone to stop the pointless arguments. He and Chelsea had decided to go to the meeting as the guy requested to let him have his way. Hearing this, the other five all gaped, their eyes wide, staring at him in astonishment. Lu Jiao was furious, stopping him at all costs. She believed this act was too emotional and would inevitably bring unforeseen risks. In stark contrast to Lu Jiao's furious expression, Li Yuxuan remained exceptionally calm and unwavering. He firmly stated that this was a challenge he and Chelsea had to face directly, and if everyone worried too much, it would likely drag everyone into a dangerous whirlpool. Shimon, with his volatile temper, immediately demanded to go with him to deal with that guy after hearing his words without hesitation. Lu Jiao desperately tried to stop Shimon. Suddenly, a strange sound came from her earpiece. The voice on the other end directly asked for Li Yuxuan's current location, without any emotional disturbance. It turned out the voice on the other end was the president. Hearing this question, Lu Jiao hastily replied that he had just left. Suddenly, the voice on the other end asked Lu Jiao to bring Li Yuxuan back to the center as soon as possible, because he was the one they had been looking for. Lu Jiao, after hearing these words, froze for a few seconds, unable to believe her ears. Just at this moment, in the SB Alliance president's office, the president was continuously scolding Lu Jiao for allowing Li Yuxuan to act on his own. She felt very embarrassed and worried about the mistake she had caused, and quickly analyzed the situation and admitted her fault. But she also emphasized that the immediate priority was this intruder, which was why she did this. Before she could finish explaining, the president interrupted her, saying he was already aware of the intruder. He spoke while wiping his watch on the table, calmly explaining that this was the first time Heaven's Wrath base had suffered such severe losses, so no one could avoid panic. However, Heaven's Wrath weapons still needed to be used cautiously, because their destructive power was too great, and with technology stagnating after the Crimson Rain cataclysm, they could not fully control them. Therefore, they should not be reactivated unless the situation was beyond repair. But what he wanted to emphasize was not this matter, but another important issue that needed to be discussed with her. As he spoke, he made an information board appear before Lu Jiao, displaying Dr. Qian's latest research progress. She read every line on the board, her eyes wide with surprise. It turned out that internal analytical information showed that Li Yuxuan's DNA completely matched that of the earliest predators, and bore no resemblance to humans. Lu Jiao seemed to realize something terrifying. She looked at the information board in confusion, wondering, could the earliest predator be the shadow that appeared over 20 years ago? At that time, Li Yuxuan should have just been a child. Could this result be wrong? The president seemed to understand her shock and consoled her, saying that if she did not believe Dr. Qian, she should at least believe his analytical results. He also asserted that according to these data, Li Yuxuan could bring hope to this world. Suddenly, Lu Jiao interrupted the president, realizing another thing. Was the intruder's purpose indeed directed at Li Yuxuan? Lu Jiao was shocked by her own guess. Conversely, the president immediately denied it because this research had always been kept absolutely confidential. Suddenly, he turned to the topic of Chelsea. Lu Jiao had long suspected Li Yuxuan's demon contractor. She felt that Chelsea's origin was unknown and that she harbored unfathomable selfish motives. The president suddenly looked around for something, then handed it to Lu Jiao. Seeing this, she quickly ran over to take the item. She held it and examined it for a long time, still uncertain. Could this be the successfully tested time-space demon cone? It was a sharp purple object adorned with sparkling crystals like diamonds. She held it in her hand and observed it carefully. The president explained that this was the time-space demon cone modified by the research department. It could collect a large amount of backup psychic energy from ability users above B grade and could sever demon contracts. Lu Jiao tightly gripped the time-space demon cone, thinking if Li Yuxuan could not control the demon rope, then she would not have to worry about Chelsea losing control anymore. A hint of regret flashed in the president's eyes as he sighed and explained, that item can only be used once. Lu Jiao, after hearing this, only lowered her head, her face solemn, nodding gently in understanding, and promised to handle this matter as he expected. The president stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder, his eyes full of trust but not forgetting to remind her to prioritize her own safety. He paused, his voice dropping, mentioning the past of Lu Jiao's family. He emphasized that while it was important for her to try her best to fulfill her parents' last wishes, she herself was more important, because Lu Jiao was his daughter. Meanwhile, at Yun Restricted Zone number 31, night had fallen, and only moonlight cast a pale glow illuminating a corner of the vast sky. Beneath this sky, a magnificent castle stood, surrounded by fiery red rose branches as if dyeing the entire space with an enchanting hue. Chelsea and Li Yuxuan had arrived at the agreed location. She anxiously kept wiping her sweat, her voice full of doubt. Is this the best plan again? She only felt that her psychic energy was already exhausted. Before she could finish speaking, Li Yuxuan interrupted her, his tone calm and firm. Rather than both of us entering the castle to find that guy and falling into a trap, it is safer to wait for him to appear here. Chelsea was so annoyed she did not want to look at him, only muttering, how do you know when he'll appear if we just wait? Li Yuxuan immediately explained, his tone calm. As long as the two of them do not enter the castle, he will definitely appear before dawn, because he left a message saying he would attack the city tomorrow morning. So ambushing here is the best plan. Chelsea did not reply, just silently followed behind Li Yuxuan, an uncomfortable feeling rising in her heart. She subtly glanced at Li Yuxuan, secretly evaluating him. She admitted that his psychic power was indeed astonishing and might even surpass hers in the future. But a vague sense of unease made her wonder if she had overlooked something important. Seeing her silence, Li Yuxuan turned around and comforted her in a gentle tone. It is okay, you will not be forced. He still has to help you find your power and memories. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan's face changed drastically. He clutched his body and fell to the ground. Chelsea was shocked by his sudden action, not understanding what had happened. She quickly went forward, anxiously asking, Han? Li Yuxuan struggled to remind her word by word. Be careful, our surroundings. It turned out he was suffering a powerful psychic attack, his entire body in pain. Suddenly, a zombie rushed from behind Chelsea, attempting to attack. With her keen insight and own power, Chelsea immediately detected it. She swung her chain, striking directly at the zombie's body with a fierce blow. She thought a single hit would reduce it to ashes, but things went against her expectations. The zombie was unharmed, and still lunged menacingly. Chelsea was shocked, doubting her own abilities. She remembered that before, she could turn zombies into dust with just a light touch, but not this time. She blankly wondered, has her power weakened? Suddenly, Chelsea realized something. Her eyes widened, filled with worry. She looked around and saw countless zombie arms reaching out from beneath the earth and rock layers. She suddenly understood. Perhaps her power was decreasing because fear was encroaching. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Oya spoke in confusion. Do not kill them both, she added worriedly. If you kill anyone, you'll be beaten by you and Chelsea. In contrast to Oya's panic, Yuji was unusually calm. He crossed his arms and sneered, Oya, you do not need to suppress your true nature, because humanity's true nature is slaughter. Hearing this, Oya suddenly became a little shy, her cheeks flushing as if she had comprehended a profound truth. She happily replied, Oya referred to herself as very grateful for this, so whatever Yuji needs she will repay him generously. Yuji just stood there, arms crossed, feeling excellent at this moment. He looked down, stroking his chin, and muttered with an evil smirk, "Oya's powerful killing nature can help him defeat that thing of Chelsea's." Yuji's evil smile held a hint of amusement. As if he was anticipating a dramatic performance, outside the castle, Chelsea and Li Yuxuan were surrounded by a horde of zombies. They kept pouncing, attacking relentlessly. Li Yuxuan had not yet recovered, leaving Chelsea to handle them alone. She muttered as she fought, "These zombies are so annoying." Chelsea violently swung her chains, charging straight into the zombie horde. She said uncomfortably, "This vague sense of terror is truly disgusting," making her utterly nauseous. Her chains were incredibly precise, every strike hitting its target. The zombies seemed to be in immense pain, letting out shrill howls. Li Yuxuan stood observing, suddenly realizing something, and a thought flashed through his mind. Chelsea's power was steadily weakening. Li Yuxuan suddenly remembered a terrifying story Chelsea had once told. He vaguely suspected, could this be caused by the power of that cowardly demon? But strangely, he felt no influence from that power whatsoever. It seemed to be completely ineffective against him. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan spoke out to stop Chelsea. "Stop. If you keep attacking these zombies, your power will only grow weaker." Chelsea responded blankly. Perhaps she too was being affected, which is why her power was like this. Suddenly the ground shook violently, and waves of powerful impacts made it impossible for the two to stand firm. A terrifying sound came from the direction of the castle, drawing Chelsea and Li Yuxuan's gaze. A giant skeleton with horns identical to Chelsea's led a zombie army charging towards them. A sinister purple aura permeated its surroundings as if controlled by some power. As it charged, it sneered, "It is such a pity you signed a contract with such a weak human." The skeleton rushed straight at the two, unleashing a deafening explosion. Chelsea and Li Yuxuan dodged in time but still sustained injuries. Li Yuxuan hastily turned to Chelsea. His gaze filled with worry over her injuries. However, Chelsea was unusually calm, her voice low and steady. She knew she was also injured, but at this moment it no longer mattered. She quickly scanned her surroundings, then left the situation for Li Yuxuan to handle. By now he had gradually recovered. His gaze as sharp as a blade, he charged into the zombie horde, his every move precise and rhythmic. The skeleton saw his fierce momentum and laughed triumphantly. "You only know how to dodge. Do you really think that will let you escape my pursuit?" But Li Yuxuan did not back down. He adopted a defensive stance, ready to face the surging zombie horde. Suddenly a purple light flashed, striking the zombies. They had no time to dodge and took the full force of his blow in the battle. Li Yuxuan did not forget to counter the skeleton. At this moment he showed no fear in his words. Instead he was unusually excited. A terrifying satisfaction spread across his face, sending shivers down his opponent's spine. After witnessing Li Yuxuan's attack, the skeleton cried out in terror. Unable to believe its eyes, he fought with increasing ferocity, declaring that by killing it he would get closer to the truth. Flames burned in his eyes as he charged straight at the skeleton, each strike as sharp as a blade, chopping its bones into pieces that scattered across the ground. But unexpectedly, the bones began to reassemble. In that instant, Li Yuxuan lowered his guard and they aimed at him, ready to attack. Fortunately, Chelsea detected the danger in time and shouted a warning. Li Yuxuan reacted quickly, deploying an energy net to block, but one bone still pierced through, grazing his face and leaving a small wound. Suddenly he found his speed abnormally slow. He panicked, not understanding what was happening. As soon as the skeleton reassembled its body, it cackled, mocking, "Your performance truly lacks any highlights." It mocked not only Li Yuxuan but also Chelsea's abilities. Just then, the skeleton activated its judgment skill, a powerful demon technique that could slow opponents in time and space while its own attacks remained unaffected. As soon as it finished reshaping its body, it became more ferocious than ever. It taunted, "Chelsea, reveal your true form, come out and defeat me." Suddenly, an object from afar slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within the smoke, a figure with long flowing hair appeared. She stood beside Yuji, who softly clapped his hands, giving her an encouraging commendation. Yuji closed his eyes and took a deep breath as if savoring the taste of victory. An evil smirk appeared on his face and he said in a low voice, "Chelsea, enjoy the entertainment he has painstakingly prepared for you." Meanwhile, Lu Jiao, Bei and Sana, Shimon and Yasha had arrived at the rendezvous point. The sight before them terrified everyone. Zombie corpses lay haphazardly, blood-stained, and the ground was a mess. Bayan was stunned, only able to cry out in alarm. She wondered, wasn't this caused by Li Yuxuan and the demon Chelsea? Shimon, however, confidently asserted that he was the winner, so he would never be easily defeated. Yasha looked around, trying to find Li Yuxuan, but he was nowhere to be seen. He spoke, asking. His voice filled with worry. Lu Jiao was extremely tense at this moment, frowning as she ordered, "Everyone, find Yuxuan immediately. The sooner the better. We cannot delay any longer." She quickly divided the group into several teams, assigning tasks and having everyone spread out to search for Li Yuxuan. Under Lu Jiao's command, everyone listened attentively, carefully noting every word. They quickly dispersed, beginning their search. Meanwhile, Li Yuxuan was suddenly pulled into a completely different space, like a dark, mysterious cave. He muttered incessantly, his tone filled with displeasure and confusion as to why he had been brought to this strange place. However, unlike his initial annoyance, Li Yuxuan was unusually calm. He quietly looked around, thinking that, apart from himself and Chelsea, there seemed to be no other living beings in this place. Suddenly, a low voice came from the darkness, carrying a deeply affecting feeling. The way it spoke truly felt painful. The voice echoed as if someone had been secretly observing him. Chelsea was suddenly startled, her eyes wide open, unable to blink. Her heart pounded violently from the sudden sound in the distance. The calm lake surface suddenly became turbulent, the water forming a giant whirlpool. From the center of the whirlpool came a cold voice full of mockery. Chelsea's power has weakened. Have your reaction capabilities diminished too? From the water whirlpool a figure gradually emerged, a demon with shining platinum blonde hair. An evil smirk was on his face, with a hint of malice. His eyes gleaming with provocation, he greeted Chelsea, his tone full of mockery. Do you really not know who I am? He was cloaked in black, exuding a sinister aura. In his hand he held a massive sharp scythe. That was the Victory Demon, not the withered skeleton from before, but a complete and powerful entity. The Victory Demon did not hesitate, swinging his scythe and summoning 4 terrifying heads which charged straight at Chelsea and Li Yuxuan. With keen reflexes, Li Yuxuan immediately cast a skill, creating a sturdy shield to block the attack. He worried about Chelsea, realizing her power was gradually weakening. Step aside, I'll handle this, he shouted, his voice full of determination. The Victory Demon showed a disdainful smirk, triumphantly gleaming in his eyes. You are just a puny human, yet you dare to challenge me? How ridiculous. He raised his hand, revealing a flag engraved with the Roman numeral Y. Chelsea paused slightly, her gaze sweeping over the flag, and a memory flashed. She had seen it before. He is Yu-Ji. She called out the name of her old adversary. Hearing this, Yu-Ji became even more smug, his smile growing brighter in his hand. His weapon unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. Boom! A fierce attack rushed towards Chelsea and Li Yuxuan. Fortunately, both dodged in time, sustaining only minor injuries. Yu-Ji charged forward, separating the two. He relentlessly taunted. Can Chelsea and Yuxuan only dodge? How boring. His aura grew stronger and stronger, his eyes gleaming with triumph. I want to see how miserable you two can become, he continued to taunt, likening them to 2 insects that only knew how to flee. Li Yuxuan did not back down, continuously creating sturdy shields to block Yu-Ji's relentless attacks. Yu-Ji fought with increasing ferocity, charging straight at Li Yuxuan, triumphantly declaring that he would definitely not be able to dodge this strike. But Li Yuxuan had anticipated this. He deployed an energy net, blocking Yu-Ji's attack. In the tense moment he shouted, "Now!" He signaled Chelsea to attack. Chelsea's chains immediately shot out, tightly entangling Yu-Ji, but he remained unfazed, even growing more excited. Li Yuxuan suddenly noticed that Yu-Ji's weapon had an unusual detail. He suspected, was he hiding an injury? Both he and Chelsea were injured, but the reason was unknown. They had clearly blocked the attack, so why? Yu-Ji showed a triumphant smile, declaring that this would be the final battle of their defeat. He wielded his weapon, delivering a fierce blow, not forgetting to taunt. You were once the #1 ranked demon. Do not lose so easily and disgracefully. Chelsea was enraged, her fury blazing. She poured all her strength, unleashing countless chains like rain towards Yu-Ji. Whether in the past or now, I will easily defeat you, she roared in anger. Meanwhile, Li Yuxuan coughed violently, struggling to recover. Chelsea's attacks grew more furious, but Yu-Ji only smiled triumphantly. Does Chelsea truly dare to confidently believe she can easily defeat me in this situation? Suddenly, Chelsea felt pain in her body. Although the reason was unknown, she gritted her teeth and endured, a flash of intuition telling her this space is somewhat abnormal. All her and Li Yuxuan's attacks seemed to be rebounding, not touching Yu-Ji at all. She hastily communicated with Li Yuxuan, who nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with determination to find a way to break through. In this eerie space, everything seemed distorted, like a giant mirror reflecting their figures, but twisted and unsettling. Moreover, the higher the numbers displayed on Yu-Ji's weapon, the more furiously his power erupted, his attack range expanding and his might becoming more terrifying than ever. Li Yuxuan's expression was grave. Quietly discussing with Chelsea how to deal with Yu-Ji, he decisively suggested, do not pay attention to him anymore. The most important thing is to focus on this strange space. Yu-Ji noticed that Yuxuan and Chelsea had already guessed his trick, and his expression subtly changed. He moved swiftly like a shadow, charging directly behind Yuxuan. At the moment he was least prepared, Yu-Ji fiercely swung his weapon, stabbing a vital point on Yuxuan. Yuxuan, caught off guard, was instantly struck. Yuxuan's eyes were wide, his body rigid, unable to move. The excruciating pain left him unable to react, only able to stand motionless like a statue. Chelsea witnessed this horrifying scene, stunned, her face gradually paling, turning to terror. Unable to believe what was happening before her, she rushed to Yuxuan's side, but his body had already fallen limply to the cold ground. Chelsea knelt beside him, embracing him, shaking him desperately, calling out, "Do not die, you cannot die." Her voice was hoarse, mixed with sobs. In extreme pain, Yuxuan only managed to gasp Chelsea before falling silent. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed before Chelsea. At the same time where the two knelt, a strange circular pattern appeared, emitting a mysterious purple light so powerful that even Chelsea was startled. Yu-Ji stood in the distance, a triumphant smile on his face, mocking, "You two will both die. What's the point of struggling on the brink of death?" Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, rushing straight towards Yu-Ji. Fortunately, he raised his weapon in time to block it, dodging a fatal attack. Yu-Ji paused slightly, realizing that was Chelsea's true power. She stood there as powerful as a top-tier demon, her eyes burning with resolve. Countless chains poured from her hands, relentlessly attacking Yu-Ji. Facing this terrifying power, he was utterly shocked, having not expected Chelsea to completely recover her abilities in such a short moment, tightly embracing Li Yuxuan's motionless body. Chelsea glared furiously, roaring at Yuji, "You are just a clone, how dare you treat me like this?" As she spoke, she glanced at Li Yuxuan, finding that his blood seemed to contain a miraculous power that helped her recover. Though she herself did not understand why Li Yuxuan's blood possessed such astonishing abilities, meanwhile Li Yuxuan had fallen unconscious, his body trembling from the intense pain. At the same time, elsewhere, Sana, Lu Zhao and Baiyan's team were searching for Li Yuxuan together. Sana, ever ready, drew her bow and arrow, agilely leading the team in dealing with the skeletal zombies blocking their path. Baiyan frowned, impatiently checking the communication device. Why could not he contact Shimon and Yasha now? Before he could find an answer, a deafening explosion echoed from the ceiling, startling the three. Thick smoke billowed from the enormous hole. Baiyan swiftly activated his ability, creating a protective shield to guard Sana and Lu Zhao. From the thick smoke, a figure rushed out in a hurry. Sana immediately drew her bow and arrow, ready for battle, but after recognizing the person, the three were stunned. It was Shimon, covered in blood. His eyes were vacant, his tightly gripped sword trembling. Shimon muttered incoherently in terror to himself. "It was me, I killed Yasha." His face was pale, having lost his usual composure. He clutched his head, constantly questioning himself. "I only killed one demon, why did I become like this?" Lu Zhao, Sana and Baiyan rushed forward, trying to understand the situation. Lu Zhao asked in confusion, "Why would a slaughter demon appear here?" Shimon clutched his head, trying to calm himself, but his voice still trembled. "I do not know, I could not tell what I just killed." Baiyan and Lu Zhao exchanged glances as if in telepathic understanding. Baiyan used his ability to create a blue orb of light, enveloping Shimon within it to help him calm down. "Think carefully. Perhaps it was just an illusion, not real." Shimon took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. He began to recount, "After Yasha and I separated, everything was normal, but then I smelled a strange sweet and rotten scent in the air. That is when I saw the silhouette of a slaughter demon." His voice grew low, as if that memory still clung to his heart. In that hazy space, terrifying past memories suddenly surged forth, shaking his mind. Although he had experienced an intense battle with Li Yuxuan and learned self-restraint, he still could not understand why the fear of escape would resurface so strongly at that moment. It was that feeling that triggered his uncontrolled attack. As his reason gradually returned, his eyes became more vacant and lost than ever before. The image of Yasha falling beneath his sword resurfaced, plunging him into extreme panic. Baiyan, Sana and Lu Zhao silently listened to Shimon's entire story. Baiyan pondered, calmly analyzing, "Perhaps you entered an illusion. We have searched the entire city and found no trace of any illusion that matches your description." Lu Zhao also spoke, trying to reassure Shimon. "The cowardly demon exists here too. Do not worry too much." Hearing this, Shimon's eyes brightened as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope. "Does that mean Yasha is not dead yet, right?" Lu Zhao swiftly activated her information panel to search, checking Yasha's signal. Although no clear signal was found, she still saw that Yasha's trace had not completely disappeared. Lu Zhao decisively ordered Sana, herself and Shimon to form a team to search for Yasha. She and Baiyan would continue to track Li Yuxuan. Meanwhile, in a dim room, faint light filtered through the window onto Li Yuxuan's face. He slowly opened his eyes, warily looking around. When he checked the wound on his abdomen, he was astonished to find it had completely disappeared. A trace of confusion flashed. Had the wound already healed? Before he could fully recover, Chelsea's chains suddenly coiled tightly around his body as if to crush him. Li Yuxuan had just woken up and was still very weak. Unable to resist, he gritted his teeth, crying out in pain. "Chelsea, what exactly are you doing?" Chelsea before him was cold and imposing, completely different from her usual self. A killing aura emanated from her. Sharp as a knife, she approached him with an icy demeanor, tightly gripping Li Yuxuan's chin, forcing him to look her in the eyes. "Why does your blood contain demon power? Who exactly are you?" Although in pain, Li Yuxuan refused to yield. He looked at her with sharp eyes, not only offering no explanation but daring to retort, "You are with me every day. Do not you know better than I do?" Chelsea merely snorted coldly upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "I do not need to waste energy battling those demons." She suddenly revealed a cruel smile, leaning close to Li Yuxuan's neck and said greedily, "As long as I drink all your blood, I'll regain all my memories and power enough to ascend to the top of the demon ranking." Li Yuxuan gritted his teeth, striving to hide the unease in his heart. He calmly replied, "I do not believe you'll do anything dangerous to me." Chelsea tilted her head slightly, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Why do you trust me so much?" Li Yuxuan smiled faintly, replying without hesitation, "I do not trust Chelsea, the #1 demon on the demon ranking. I trust the contract between us." His sincere words startled Chelsea, a ripple of emotion flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, the chains tightly coiling around Li Yuxuan snapped in response as if an invisible force had torn them apart. Chelsea was startled, feeling her power gradually dissipating within her. Li Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief, teasing, "See, the power in my blood is only temporary. You look much more agreeable now." Conversely, Chelsea angrily grabbed his collar and said through gritted teeth, "Give me your blood now." Just then, a dazzling red light erupted from Li Yuxuan's arm, attracting everyone's gaze. Both exclaimed in unison, "Is this what everyone calls the contract rope?" Li Yuxuan closed his eyes, pondering that although he had not yet found Yuji's true body, establishing the contract rope was still a stroke of luck. Suddenly, Chelsea looked into the distance, her voice low. It is already starting to get light. Li Yuxuan also looked in that direction, realizing we are trapped together. First, we need to find a way to escape from here. Meanwhile, Yu Ji in his captain's form groaned in pain. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his brows furned, striving to endure the pain. Oya looked at him worriedly, but Yu Ji hastily reassured her. I am fine. Do not worry too much. They quietly fled, traversing the dark night, leaving potential dangers behind. Before them lay an abandoned city, its lights swaying like lost fireflies. He bit his lip, striving to suppress the tearing pain in his chest, his teeth grinding together. In his mind, a question constantly spun. Why did Chelsea recover her full power so quickly? It was truly strange. In a crumbling ruin, Ban and Miss Lu Zhao's figures were still relentlessly pursuing Li Yuxuan. Pervasive sense of danger made the air heavy. Ban, with keen reflexes, swiftly activated his ability, erecting a transparent shield to protect both of them. Sure enough, deadly venom sprayed from the darkness, rushing directly towards them. Lu Zhao did not hesitate, quickly pulling the fuse from a landmine and forcefully throwing it at the enemy. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed and thick smoke billowed, enveloping the two. In the distance, a figure loomed, exuding a chilling aura of terror. Lu Zhao mistakenly thought it was an enemy, and immediately signaled Ban to prepare for battle. 4 minutes later, a mysterious and menacing purple light flickered in the smoke from the explosion. Ban quickly spoke, warning cautiously. Miss Lu Zhao, be careful. He concentrated his power, ready to respond at any moment. Boom! Another explosion echoed and a fierce attack struck. Fortunately, Ban's shield blocked the danger in time. Lu Zhao choked and coughed incessantly from the smoke, struggling to open her eyes and observe as the figure before them gradually became clear. A demon dressed in an elegant suit suddenly appeared, and the powerful aura he exuded sent chills down Lu Zhao's spine. She asked herself, was this one of the demons that attacked Yasha? No, this aura belonged to a psychic ability, powerful and eerie. Lu Zhao quickly stopped Ban, thinking it might be Li Yuxuan's psychic fluctuations acting up. Just then, Li Yuxuan emerged from the hazy smoke, his entire body exuding an imposing aura, but behind him a disgusting demon silently followed like a docile pet. He showed a brilliant smile. It was an acquaintance, not some other creature. But when he saw Ban's shield blocking his way, his smile instantly froze. He curled his lips, his tone full of sarcasm. Such a level of welcoming ceremony for me, how truly amusing. Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, brandishing his weapon and fiercely striking the shield. Bang! The shield it did be shattered into countless pieces. He glanced at Ban and Lu Zhao, secretly assessing, never expecting Ban to possess such power. But he suddenly recalled the contract rope in his hand, clearly feeling his power had significantly increased. Ban also observed Li Yuxuan, his eyes sharp, recognizing the contract rope in his hand with just one glance. He dealt with the demons here alone, truly impressive, Ban thought to himself, recalling someone's past words. He had indeed gained demon power. Li Yuxuan did not stop. He changed the subject, his voice low. He and Chelsea had attacked Yu Ji's clone, but after fighting for so long they could not see him anymore. Perhaps he wasn't here anymore. Lu Zhao heard Yu Ji's name, her eyes wide. Astonished, Yu Ji, is not that the guy ranked 9th on the demon ranking? How could he be here? Li Yuxuan hastily explained, his tone certain. Yu Ji is the victory demon, but even now I still do not know what his purpose truly is and why he is playing these tricks. Lu Zhao suddenly muttered to herself as if recalling something. Challenge clone, she cried out, activating her ability. Opening another space, a blue glowing vortex-shaped opening appeared, but in just an instant it crumbled. Lu Zhao was panic-stricken, not understanding why her ability had failed. St. Tanberg was in danger. Li Yuxuan fumbled along the wall, touching its damp surface. A green slime coated his hand. He frowned, his voice low. Perhaps everyone is trapped inside its belly. Meanwhile, a small figure darted quickly through creepy green puddles. It was Yu Ji's clone, a giant worm with sharp teeth, aimlessly chasing Yasha. The little one complained as he ran, so that monster regurgitated itself. Did it do that because he did not taste good? Yasha activated his ability, spraying green slime from his hands to attack the monster. He grumbled, his tone filled with annoyance. Did this monster create this place itself, and my brother Shimon is still in its belly? Despite trying his best, Yasha still could not defeat the monster. He gritted his teeth, asking himself, cannot my greed demon devour this monster from the outside? Yasha angrily gritted his teeth, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that if he could attack the monster from the inside, everything would surely be much easier. Suddenly, countless purple chains erupted from its huge mouth, carrying Chelsea's aura. The monster roared in pain, and Yasha was paralyzed with fear by this sudden sight. Before he could recover, Sana and Shimon suddenly burst out of the monster's body, stumbling into the hazy light. Shimon's eyes shone, unable to conceal his joy of rebirth. Shimon was ecstatic to see Yasha was alive. Meanwhile, Sana maintained her usual calm, nodding slightly in approval. The little one did very well. Shimon was so moved that tears streamed down his face, rushing forward to tightly embrace Yasha, but the little one instantly created a shield with his ability, with a look of disgust, blocking his brother. No hugging. Yasha waved his hand, pursing his lips at Shimon's disheveled appearance. Then Sana smiled, her tone gentle and sincere, thanking the little one for saving both of them. Thanks to the little one's timely rescue, otherwise she and Shimon would have been trapped in this monster's illusion. Yasha was stunned, his eyes wide upon hearing Sana's words. He hastily explained, his tone full of confusion. I only saw purple chains just now. I thought everyone was attacking it from the inside, so I came out. I did not defeat it, a voice from the distance broke through the pervasive smoke. It was Li Yuxuan who defeated it. Lu Zhao, Li Yuxuan and Ban emerged from the darkness. Lu Zhao analyzed with a confident tone. Yu Ji's body was originally very weak. Once it sensed danger, it would regurgitate all the creatures it had devoured. Fortunately, Li Yuxuan seized that opportunity, piercing it from the inside. Shimon clapped excitedly, his eyes sparkling. As expected of Li Yuxuan, he is truly remarkable. Suddenly, Shimon's demon appeared, silently offering to help wipe away the dirt from his body. Li Yuxuan maintained a cold expression, not wanting to get involved in the boasting. He went straight to the point. That guy Yu Ji is still waiting for everyone. Chelsea stood nearby, unable to suppress her excitement. She herself was also eager to see him, to get revenge for everything he had just done to her. Elsewhere, in a silent space shared only by Oya and Yu Ji, Oya stood before him, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Did he really want to do that? Yu Ji flashed a false smile, taking her hand, his voice gentle but full of calculation. Do not worry, you are doing a good thing. It turned out Yu Ji was secretly plotting to use Oya to turn this place into his demon park. He thought triumphantly that his messenger had already conveyed his intentions. He was very eager to see if they would choose to sacrifice themselves or others. Yu Ji clasped Oya's hand tightly, commanding his cards forward. These cards were precisely the humans Oya had enchanted. Now they were merely soulless husks advancing towards the city. Outside the city, the defending soldiers discovered the unstable situation and hastily reported that the tension outside the city was high, and immediate assistance was urgently needed. The soldiers were in position, ready for battle. Below the city walls, the crowd, mesmerized by Oya and Yu Ji, shouted in unison. They demanded to enter the city, to claim their inherent freedom and rights. Chapter 4-2. Meanwhile, at the St. Tanberg City Conference Center, an emergency meeting was underway. The president and 5 others were connected via virtual screens. The Lord of Rose Gold Camel City, a stout man, spoke angrily. Currently, the top-ranked demons on the list required significant effort to capture, but they had been missed due to an alarm. Next, a man in a black robe wearing clothes that emitted a strange light, none other than Mayor Yonet. Robert spoke in a deep voice, saying that the defensive forces within the city walls could not ensure the safety of residents outside and risked demon attacks. Therefore, activating Heaven's Wrath now to minimize losses to the greatest extent was the top priority. Suddenly, another man roared loudly, his tone full of anger. Robert, shut up. He scoffed that Robert was unworthy of speaking with them, for Robert was a robot. This man was Zhao Rui, the Lord of Huasha City, a white-haired woman. Yan Lan, the mayor of another city, calmly countered Robert, explaining that many people outside had contributed to the post-disaster reconstruction. Without them, St. Tanberg City would not be what it was today. Gold Camel interrupted, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Is it right to use my Rose City's tax funds to support these ordinary citizens to fend for themselves out here? Suddenly, a young man who had been silent throughout sighed helplessly. It is not just my Rose City that needs to bear responsibility, is it? He continued, his tone firm. The most important thing now is to come up with a solution, not to quarrel endlessly like this. Because demons do not care what humans have done. That person was Miman, the Lord of Northreach City. He summarized the meeting, turning to the president to solicit his opinion for the final decision. The president stood there with a quietly listening girl beside him. His brows were tightly furrowed, his expression serious as he fell into thought before making a final decision. The president mused for a moment, his gaze sharply sweeping across the conference room. He stated firmly that it was not yet time to resort to desperate measures. Heaven's wrath could not be activated. The survivors outside the city must also be protected with effort. No one could be abandoned. Gold Camel turned red with anger, abruptly standing up and speaking sharply, saying that the opponent was currently using the 9th-ranked timid demon. Did the president believe they could defeat it with their current strength? The president retorted without hesitation. Mayor Gold Camel, he does not need to worry about anything because everything will be executed by Dr. Li according to the contingency plan. Rebuffed by the president, Gold Camel huffed in displeasure, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. He reluctantly nodded, saying that since the president had spoken, things would proceed as he said, and he had no objections. But he did not forget to warn, revealing a sinister smile and his golden teeth. Time is running out. Do not make those living alarms wait too long. Outside St. Tanberg City, yellow dust filled the sky, and the air was heavy as if foretelling an approaching storm. A low male voice came through the walkie-talkie, its tone urgent. Urgently need to contact agents. A weak woman coughed a few times, trembling as she replied through the walkie-talkie that she had been out of contact for an hour. What was the situation outside? She recounted with difficulty, her eyes blurred from exhaustion. Just now, she did not know why she had lost consciousness, and vines had appeared on her body. She looked up and observed that the outside had descended into complete chaos. Determined to act, she used her remaining psychic ability. A flickering green light emanated from her palm and her eyes shimmered with the same light. She opened her eyes wide, realizing in horror that it was those vines that controlled everyone. The vines tightly coiled around each person's body, rendering them unconscious. She thought that if their minds were controlled, her ability might be able to awaken some of them. She used her last bit of strength to stand up, preparing to unleash her ability, but unexpectedly a flash of light severed her neck. She had no time to defend and fell, her eyes wide open, filled with terror. A cold hand supported her body. It was Yuji. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Had Oya's power weakened? How could someone break free from that kind of control? He quickly made a decision. Roaring loudly and cruelly, he would use human blood to nourish Oya. He unleashed his power, turning the girl's body into a pool of blood. That blood rushed towards Oya, seeping into her body. Oya shrieked in pain as the blood continuously surged towards and invaded her. The crowd, controlled by Oya, heard her screams and covered their ears, descending into madness. Soldiers on the city walls were shocked by this terrifying sight and hastily contacted headquarters. It seemed that humans below were already starting to transform into predators within the crowd. Below the city, some people became berserk, their eyes hungry, beginning to hunt like beasts. In the command center, everyone tensely monitored the situation via large screens. A soldier reported through a camera that the defensive wall was nearing its limit. The commander stood in the center of the room, observing seriously with everyone, decisively ordering them to be ready to attack at any moment. A subordinate hastily reported that some ordinary people below had not lost control. The commander roared loudly, unable to control his tone. If they did not use this method and even one of them entered the city, no one could bear the consequences. He explained seriously that his and everyone here's mission was to absolutely not let that outer defense line collapse. He did not forget to instruct that if the president gave the final order, they must immediately launch an attack without any hesitation. Just then, several unmanned fighter jets roared out from within the city. They circled in the air, waiting only for the headquarters command to attack the enemies below. Yuji stood there observing with sharp eyes, thinking that once humans were in danger, they would surely abandon each other. He laughed mockingly, concluding that humans were indeed pathetic creatures. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes, sensing something. He could still feel the demonic power on those weapons. He recalled the Evil Eye's words, muttering to himself, "It is true after all. These lowly humans are actually using demonic power to fight." He closed his eyes, savoring the atmosphere of impending victory. Yuji was triumphant, a cruel gleam in his eyes, secretly calculating that as long as he could seize the opportunity to eliminate humanity and take all the sealed demons, his victorious deeds would surely spread throughout hell. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan's cold voice rang out, shattering his complacency. His beautiful dream ended here, because he would never let all this happen as smoothly as Yuji wished. He curled his lips, a challenging smile on his face. Finally found him. Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, activating his ability. Exuding murderous intent, Chelsea appeared beside him, her eyes burning with fighting will. It is time to settle all the scores between them. Chapter 4, Section 3. Meanwhile, outside St. Tanberg City, yellow dust filled the sky, obscuring vision. A woman tightly held her child, her voice trembling as she warned a controlled boy. That controlled boy should not approach them because the mother and child did not want to enter the city with him. The boy's eyes were vacant, controlled by vines. He raised his stick and roared, "There is freedom there. If he does not want freedom, he does not want to live either." He swung the stick, intending to attack the mother and child, but unexpectedly a heavy punch slammed into his face. Shimon, his face full of anger, stood in front of them. That guy bullying a woman was truly unmanly. Such a thing should not be done at all. The person fell to the ground unconscious. Just then, Miss Lu Jiaobei and Sana appeared. The mother and child asked in astonished, trembling voices, "Who are they?" Lu Jiao smiled reassuringly, her voice gentle yet full of authority. She and the others were St. Tanberg City's law enforcement team, and she reassured the mother and child that they were safe and had no need to worry. In the command center, Lu Jiao and her team's figures appeared on the large screen. The entire room erupted in cheers. Everyone at the center was happy because they had rescued the citizens outside the city. The central captain received a call from the president via private walkie-talkie. He immediately answered, gravely accepting the order, and executed it without hesitation. He ordered everyone to concentrate their attack, targeting Yuji. All units must fully support Miss Lu Jiao in eliminating that guy. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Combat morale within the center soared. The captain continued to stare at the screen, his gaze fixed on Yuji's flag, thinking whether this place can be held depends entirely on the efforts of everyone present, so his attack must be successfully stopped. That demon, Yuji. Outside the city, Yuji faced Li Yuxuan and Chelsea, a disdainful smile on his face, surprised that the two of them had arrived so quickly. He spoke loudly, his tone full of challenge. "Surrender to me now and I can let you two enjoy the great victory I am about to bring here." Li Yuxuan frowned, his tone icy, thinking perhaps Yuji truly did not understand him. He emphasized word by word, "He is destined to be a loser." Yuji's eyes widened at these words. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuxuan charged forward, swiftly launching an attack. Yuji was caught off guard. Before he could defend, he hastily commanded Oya to act. Vines erupted, rushing straight towards Li Yuxuan, but he leaped with extraordinary speed, easily dodging them. The vines continuously intertwined, forming a high ground, allowing Yuji to stand on it and observe. Yuji watched triumphantly from his elevated position, grateful that he had anticipated this and was fully prepared. He laughed mockingly, stating that no matter how agile or impressive Li Yuxuan was, he would ultimately fall to him. He continued to scoff, wondering how long the two of them could last. Subsequently, the vine-controlled crowd charged towards Li Yuxuan. Like wild beasts, meanwhile, in the suburban residential area, Yasha's demon was constantly fighting. Those out-of-control individuals continuously attacked the little one. Yasha grumbled unhappily. These people have suddenly gone mad again. It is truly troublesome to have ordinary people mixed with predators. Yasha's greed demon tried to devour those people, but the little one angrily said that he could not let his greed demon swallow them whole. At the same time, Lu Zhao unleashed her ability, opening another space to transfer the conscious people to safety. Sana stood beside Bayan, assisting with defense. Bayan raised his shield, blocking the attacks of the controlled crowd. Lu Zhao had only one thought in her mind. She believed he must defeat the demon Yuji at all costs. Suddenly, Shimon galloped in from nowhere, his figure flashing past like lightning. He leaped into the air, his sword gleaming with the light of steel. He roared with gusto, his momentum soaring as if it was time to put an end to everything, time for him to step in and quell the chaos. Shimon swung his sword, fiercely slashing at the vines, the dry sound of steel tearing through the air echoing. Without hesitation, he loudly commanded Bel, the demon hidden in his sword, to unleash raging flames. Bel swiftly incinerated everything. In the distance, the vines burned fiercely. Red flames coloring the sky. Oya's painful shrieks came from afar, tearing through the space. These flames were precisely the cause of Oya's agony. Yuji. Hearing Oya's desperate cries, Li Yuxuan paused. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He turned to look in the direction of the sound. He could not help but sigh at the scene that had just unfolded. But then a corner of his mouth lifted and he turned to Yuji with a mocking tone. Does Yuji have time to care about others? Yuji was enraged, his eyes cold, burning with fury. He gritted his teeth, roaring back at Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan, you are just an ordinary human. How dare you insult me like this? He recalled another person with a similar psychic ability. A faint smile gradually appeared. Thankfully, this reminded him of another person who also possessed psychic abilities. He figured since that guy had prepared so many special gifts for him, it was only fair for him to use Chelsea's power, wasn't it? Fury erupted, and Yuji gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. Suddenly, Oya's pained shriek came from behind him, calling his name. Captain Yuji spun around, his gaze sweeping over Oya. Oya was a pathetic sight, her wings tattered, her body bruised and bloody. She cried out in agony. I did as he instructed, but the recent flames had caused Oya immense pain. Seeing Oya's earnest plea, Yuji stepped forward and took her hand as if to share her pain. His voice was low, full of false pity. Was Oya in a lot of pain just now? Oya, teary-eyed, whimpered. I feel terrible. I really want to go home. I do not want to stay here anymore. Yuji's expression immediately turned icy. His aura was murderous. He looked at Oya, his voice full of contempt. Oya is truly pathetic. Now she has become worthless in my eyes. Suddenly, a skull appeared behind Oya, its eye sockets burning with fierce purple flames. Yuji smiled faintly, his voice low as if pronouncing judgment. It is time to take Oya's power to strengthen myself. Oya was stunned, her eyes swimming with tears, unable to believe what the captain had just said. Tears welled up and she murmured painfully, so death is this unpleasant? Past memories flooded her mind, little bunnies attacked by something, dying in agony. A gentle voice rang out, comforting young Oya. Ordinary people would never do such a thing. It was Oya's mother teaching her how to suppress her killing intent and desires. Her mother gently asked, You can do it, right? At that time, Oya was still a naive little girl, her head bowed, her voice full of apology. Oya agreed to her mother's request and apologized for her actions. However, cruel reality pulled her back. Her life force was gradually being drained by Yuji. Before disappearing, she could only murmur, so death is truly this unpleasant. In the sky, drones suddenly wobbled, as if controlled by an invisible force. They emitted electric flashes, then exploded mid-air. Li Yuxuan, quick-witted, swiftly spread an energy net to block the falling debris. Yasha's demon immediately shielded little Yasha. In the distance, Yasha saw other drones exploding one after another. Shimon was unfortunately hit by debris. Roaring in annoyance, a string of curses spilling from his mouth. Bayan reacted swiftly, quickly using his skill to create a barrier, protecting everyone and the civilians from the danger of the out-of-control situation. Suddenly, Yuji revealed a sinister smile, his eyes glinting dangerously at Li Yuxuan. Welcome to the demon playground. After draining Oya's life force, he was now more powerful than ever, transforming into a terrifying, hellish demon-like form. The surrounding controlled people also mutated, turning into terrifying monsters. The air grew heavy and the tension reached its peak. Agents fought with all their might, continuously firing at the brutal monsters, holding on to a slim hope of stopping them. But the more they shot, the more ferociously the monsters charged. Like a bloody storm, the central creature tore in through humans from high in the air, making the scene utterly chaotic. Screams and groans rose one after another, echoing everywhere. The surviving agents quickly contacted headquarters, reporting the critical situation. The agent team has lost its balance. It seems the monsters cannot be eliminated. Immediate support is needed at headquarters. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying sight before them. The monsters' regenerative abilities left everyone speechless. Everyone was dumbfounded. The commander struggled to remain calm, racking his brain for support methods, but immediate reinforcement was almost impossible in this situation. A nearby staff member said with a trembling voice, At this rate, our first line of defense will not hold much longer. Realizing the urgency, the command center leader quickly picked up the phone, giving a decisive order to his subordinates. Quickly summon the Heaven's Wrath Squad. They must eliminate the enemy leader. The urgent order was immediately relayed, and the Heaven's Wrath Squad responded quickly. Miss Lu Jiao could not help but feel anxious after receiving the news. The situation within the city was equally dire. Countless ferocious demons poured out, and some were exceptionally powerful. She sighed, realizing her team could not support the city walls at this moment. Upon reflection, Lu Jiao suddenly understood that her team had fallen into the trap of the enemy leader, Olchidian. She accelerated her attack, mobilizing fierce demon warriors to disrupt their formation, leaving them exhausted and unable to reinforce. Olchidian quickly gained the upper hand, almost certain of victory. Now the situation could only rely on Li Yuxuan fighting alone. On Li Yuxuan's side, he was fighting with all his might, sweating profusely as he battled the demon horde and their leader, Olchidian. On a small hill she stood proudly, surrounded by layers of gigantic intertwining vines forming a living fortress. 7 winged demons encircled her, exuding powerful magic that seemed to freeze the air. Seeing that reinforcements were impossible, Olchidian smiled triumphantly and ordered the demons to charge. She looked directly at Li Yuxuan, her tone full of contempt. "My power can resurrect demons. Yuxuan alone cannot salvage the situation." Olchidian provoked and tempted him. "Sign a contract, hand over Chelsea, and I'll spare everyone," letting them enter the city walls. Li Yuxuan fought continuously with both hands, striking and thinking about how to deal with these brutal monsters. If he charged blindly, he might die before even touching Olchidian. Seeing him struggle, she laughed loudly, gloating. "If you think defeating my clone means you can defeat me, you are truly naive." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, summoning huge vines that erupted from underground, tightly coiling around Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan's lips curled, his eyes cold. As expected, the cowardly demon's ability. Olchidian saw him bound but remained unrelenting, growing even more smug, mocking him and Chelsea. Li Yuxuan actually signed a contract with a weak demon like Chelsea. Can he really complete his revenge so quickly? She launched physical attacks while also waging psychological warfare, trying to shake his will. "It is best to sign a contract with a victory demon like me, not with someone like Chelsea." Li Yuxuan was completely unmoved, instead scoffing, "She only knows how to use other demons' abilities." Or perhaps Olchidian also once lost to Chelsea. These words pierced her pride like daggers. Olchidian gritted her teeth in fury, roaring, "Yuxuan, are you trying to die?" Seeing that she could not tempt him, she ordered the demons to charge. "You truly are a bunch of ungrateful humans. Since you do not know your place, then perish together here." Olchidian led the demon horde towards Li Yuxuan. Although tightly bound by vines with sharp blades close at hand, he remained calm and fearless. He summoned his ability while provoking and stalling for time. Her greatest oversight in this life was underestimating her opponent. Seizing her moment of carelessness, Li Yuxuan's power erupted. From the pile of vines, dozens of his psychic chains burst forth, piercing and tearing the bindings. Olchidian was surprised by this sudden counterattack, tightly bound by Li Yuxuan's chains just as she had once bound him. Li Yuxuan broke free like the wind, charging forward to attack, but her reaction was unexpectedly quick. With just a flick of her scepter, all the chains shattered. Her counterattack was powerful, sending Li Yuxuan flying, spitting blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. Olchidian smiled triumphantly, watching his miserable defeat. Before delivering the final blow, she scoffed, "Yuxuan's temptations are futile. Give up, I will possess Yuxuan now, and not even Chelsea can save you." Despite being bruised and unsteady, Li Yuxuan still curved his lips upwards, provoking, "Is that all you have got?" Enraged, Olchidian charged forward even more ferociously, wanting to turn him into her vessel. A powerful black aura emanated from her, making Li Yuxuan feel suffocated, his thoughts seemingly suppressed. Olchidian's power was indeed far beyond ordinary. It was not something he and Chelsea could easily contend with. In that desperate moment when Li Yuxuan was on the verge of giving up, Chelsea suddenly detached from his body, her body bruised, eyes closed, lying motionless in his hands. He was bewildered with surprise. Seeing this, Olchidian smiled faintly and reminded him, "Chelsea's flawed state, if you continue to resist, is tantamount to courting death." Li Yuxuan quickly bent down and shouted, "Chelsea, wake up." Hearing the call, Chelsea struggled to open her eyes, weakly responding, "Please, Yuxuan, give me some blood." Olchidian gave them no respite, coldly interrupting, "If you want to reminisce, let us end it here." Just as Olchidian was about to send them on their way, Li Yuxuan, his eyes resolute, cut a sharp gash on his own hand and blood gushed out, directly transferring it to Chelsea. As if placing all his hope in her to end this battle, after receiving the blood, Chelsea seemed to be reborn. Her power erupted, instantly spreading throughout her body. A murderous aura surged from her, sweeping away the demon horde that had just been so arrogant. Olchidian was stunned, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she looked at the familiar aura emanating from Chelsea. At the same time, a staff member ran over, panting, reporting with a trembling voice, "An emergency has occurred outside the city." The captain, witnessing Chelsea's awakening, cried out in alarm, "What is this?" Chelsea was now ready to fight, her eyes burning with fierce light. She turned to the captain. "Now you understand the power of the #1 ranked demon." Mid-air, Yu-Ji hovered, tightly grasping a spear shimmering with purple lightning. His lips curved into a scornful and provocative smile. "Do you think I would be scared by what just happened?" he roared, channeling all his energy into the spear. Purple lightning covered the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. He charged forward, determined to fight Chelsea to the death. a gigantic skull manifested. Eerie purple flames erupted from its eye sockets and maw. It opened its huge mouth, charging straight at Chelsea. Chelsea remained calm despite Yuji's roar. Raising her hand to create an energy vortex, she murmured, a hint of pity in her eyes. Even at this point, that guy is still so stubborn. Without further words, Chelsea shot countless chains directly at the skull, piercing it instantly. The roar vanished and the skull shattered into hundreds of pieces, simultaneously piercing Yuji's body. He quickly collapsed in defeat, his eyes wide, his mouth agape in agony. The impact shook the entire battlefield. In this life-or-death moment, Lu Jiao suddenly stopped, listening intently. Chelsea's attack caused an earth-shattering bang, leading the soldiers firing at monsters high in the sky to notice a strange phenomenon. The wounds on the monsters gradually lost their regenerative ability. Several soldiers cheered, reporting to the whole team, "The monsters are weakening. We need a massive counterattack to win." Lu Jiao cast her gaze towards the direction of the sound, wondering to herself, did Li Yuxuan and his team succeed? When the dust settled, she saw Chelsea and Li Yuxuan standing side by side. Li Yuxuan's left hand was bloody. He tightly clutched his wound, his body swaying but still resilient. Before them only a solitary skull remained. It struggled to roar, "I will not be defeated," but the purple flames in its eye sockets gradually extinguished. Chelsea stepped forward, looking scornfully at the skull, murmuring with disgust, "He is just a pile of bones and still will not shut up." Before she could make another move, an eerie voice rang out, "It is quite lively here." Suddenly Chelsea felt her body stiffen, unable to move. A deep red circle appeared and Abe, a demon strikingly similar in appearance to Chelsea, slowly emerged. He looked around, his gaze cold. "I did not expect Yuji to secretly destroy this city behind my back. Truly foolish." Li Yuxuan and Chelsea were frozen by him, speechless, their hearts filled with doubt. Abe walked closer to Chelsea, cupping his chin, and smiled faintly. "I do not think she has forgotten who I am, even though it has been a long time since we met. After all, Chelsea and I used to be very close. We could talk about anything." Suddenly a memory flashed through Chelsea's mind, the image of her being pierced from behind by a spear. The excruciating pain of that day jolted her awake. This person was precisely the one who had taken her power. Fury erupted, and Chelsea cursed, vowing to kill Abe. Abe noticed her fierce reaction, and his lips curved, his tone full of disappointment. Now Chelsea actually signed a contract with a humble and pathetic human. He glanced at the weak, bruised Li Yuxuan. Then he bent down and picked up the dying skull. "I also want to catch up with Chelsea and tell her how I have ruled the demon dynasty all these years." Now only contempt remained on his face. Chelsea was too weak now, having lost the right to speak with him. He announced coldly, his gaze sharp, "I will see Chelsea and Li Yuxuan again next time. I hope by then you two will be stronger than you are now. Only then will you be worthy of speaking with me. Otherwise you will truly be wiped out by my demon army." After speaking, Abe turned and vanished into the crimson vortex. Chelsea and Li Yuxuan were unfettered, returning to normal. But just then Chelsea fell to the ground, reverting to her true form as a pure white snake, lying motionless in Li Yuxuan's hands, eyes closed in sleep as if the battle had drained all her strength. Li Yuxuan hastily helped her, his heart filled with questions. The demon who had just appeared, so similar to Chelsea in appearance yet unusually close, had exuded pressure powerful enough to suppress both of them. So why did not he kill them? What was his purpose? Li Yuxuan held Chelsea tightly, his gaze lost in thought, unable to find an answer. He looked up at St. Tanberg City's defense system. The TNB was now successfully activated, and the energy shield's light shimmered in the sky. He secretly guessed that Lu Jiao's team had held the outer defensive line. A pervasive silence filled the air, broken only by the busy sounds of soldiers cleaning up monster corpses. Shimon sank to the ground in relief, a satisfied smile on his face. "It is finally over. This old man is exhausted." Nearby, Yasha asked softly, "Does he want some water?" Across from them, Sana was carefully bandaging an injured soldier. Lu Jiao's voice came through the walkie-talkie, clear and decisive. "The enemy has completely retreated. We are currently engaged in post-battle cleanup." She paused, then asked, "How's the situation with Li Yuxuan?" Li Yuxuan pressed his earphone with one hand, while with the other he exerted himself to treat the civilians affected by mind control. He used his Dreamweaver psychic ability to purge the residual demonic power from their bodies. These people were bound by him to prevent them from losing control, huddled on the ground, appearing haggard and weak. But suddenly a cold chill ran down his spine. The Dreamweaver psychic ability, once a beacon of hope for healing, had inexplicably lost its efficacy. He stood frozen, cold sweat streaming, his mind in turmoil. In the tense atmosphere, a soldier let out a long, weary howl, his voice drawn out from sheer exhaustion. Another person sat safely in a chair, laughing loudly. "It is finally over. This old man is exhausted." Lu Jiao's gaze remained fixed on the screen in her hand as she said in a deep voice, "This matter is over, but there are still many follow-up issues to resolve, though ultimately things might also turn out for the better." Yasha looked at Li Yuxuan, his eyes full of admiration. "Li Yuxuan seems to be the first one back. I thought you'd stay and help with the other psychic ability users." Sana glanced over, seeing Li Yuxuan with his eyes closed, looking exhausted. He thought to himself, "I cannot reveal that the Dreamweaver psychic ability is ineffective. Most psychic ability users can handle mind control completely, and I am already very tired." Ban asked curiously, "How's your demon doing?" This question made Li Yuxuan pause. He lowered his head, looking at Chelsea lying in his hand. She had just woken up, her voice weak. "It is good." Li Yuxuan, listened to me. Chelsea in her white snake form was coiled up, gasping, I can only hold on for a little longer. I am going to give you all my memories now. Li Yuxuan was stunned speechless. Chelsea began transferring memories into his body. Past scenes clearly surfaced. Li Yuxuan, these are my true past memories. Chelsea in the memory cheered happily. I won again. Another demon identical to Chelsea gently stroked her head, smiling. Chelsea is amazing, Chelsea boasted confidently. This time I killed 5 ranked demons in one go, breaking the record for demon upgrades. I am already a 6th ranked demon now. How are you going to reward me? The demon took out a can of meat, smiling. This, of course. Chelsea's eyes lit up, cheering. This is my favorite canned meat. I am definitely going to become the #1 ranked demon. The demon nodded, his tone firm. Chelsea has never disappointed her brother. Li Yuxuan stood there, his heart full of doubt. Was this demon her brother? Chelsea's expression darkened, her voice low. Yes, he is also the one who hurt me, the culprit who caused me to lose my title as the #1 ranked demon. He asked curiously, why did he do that? And back then he could clearly have killed us, but in the end he left, Chelsea replied with her last ounce of strength. I do not know anymore. I can only remember this much, she warned, her voice weak but firm. Li Yuxuan, you must be careful. That demon's power surpasses all our understanding of powerful beings. After speaking, Chelsea fell unconscious. Li Yuxuan slumped to the ground, muttering to himself, Chelsea, she is unconscious. Shimen frowned and said, even Chelsea, such a powerful demon, has fallen unconscious. Sana calmly explained, after all, the opponent is a 9th ranked demon. Li Yuxuan looked at Lu Zhao, his gaze resolute. So I plan to go to Rose City alone. Perhaps I can find a way to help Chelsea recover quickly there. Lu Zhao crossed her arms and frowned. You alone? Shimen impatiently interrupted. Why cannot we go together? Is not it easier to find a solution with more people? Yasha, seeing his brother's impatience, quickly advised. Calm down, brother. Have not we learned enough lessons from that operation? Action alone is not enough. Sana nodded, glancing at the two. Yasha said, that is right, and Abe has not lifted the alert yet, so we cannot let our guard down so easily against external forces. Li Yuxuan confidently patted his head, laughing loudly. Anyway, I have already killed the one in front of Yu-Ji, so everyone does not need to worry about my safety. Lu Zhao sighed, thinking to herself, why does he suddenly want to act alone? In the president's office, Lu Zhao walked in, her tone full of worry. If everyone is already aware of Li Yuxuan's importance, it might be inappropriate for him to act alone. The president only showed his back, not letting Lu Zhao see his face, and said in a deep voice, let him go investigate. Lu Zhao was still uneasy and continued, Father, I am really not comfortable letting Li Yuxuan act alone. Her father, with arms crossed behind his back, calmly replied, he will not be acting alone, just assign a reliable person to accompany him regularly. Is there anything else? You go back and rest first, the upcoming work will be very busy. Lu Zhao lowered her head, softly assenting, yes. After she left, her father glanced over, his eyes thoughtful. Suddenly an eerie voice rang out, hey, why the long face, Huey? That was Abe. He leaned against the table, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Is not it going well, with everything falling into place just as we planned? The president turned around, his eyes blazing with fury. Abe, he was truly angry this time. He waved his hand, his tone sharp. You should not have violated our agreement to resurrect Yu-Ji. Do you know how many people died tragically after this? If I had not broken away from Han Yu, do you think your plan could have been implemented? Abe still had his arms crossed, sneering. Only this way can he demonstrate his value. A few deaths to achieve our goal, is not that a worthwhile transaction? The president gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. Abe continued, his tone full of mockery. All right, this is your reward. Abe's expression suddenly turned dangerous, a cold smile playing on his lips. When the plan progresses to the next stage, then you can come complain to me again, Mr. President. In Rose City, night fell, and the air was unusually still, with only scattered figures quietly moving through the streets. From the moment Li Yuxuan stepped through the city gates, he felt a mysterious gaze following him. He deliberately walked as if nothing was amiss, but secretly pondered. That person in the white jacket, hands in pockets, has been following closely. I wonder if they are a psychic ability user. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with vigilance. Chelsea was unconscious, and the Dreamweaver's psychic ability was also ineffective. A hint of tension flashed across Li Yuxuan's face. Suddenly, the mysterious person raised a hand in greeting, and a voice rang out. Li Yuxuan, the suddenness of it made him pause, stunned. Turning back, he recognized the person and blurted out, Ban. Ban chuckled. How did you end up coming along? Did not I say I wanted to go alone? Li Yuxuan frowned, his gaze scrutinizing Ban. Ban, carrying a large pile of heavy luggage, replied breathlessly. The captain was worried about you and Chelsea, so she sent me to follow. He wiped away sweat, complaining, it is so hot, I almost could not keep up. Li Yuxuan gently turned his head to glance at Ban, thinking, how could Lu Zhao so easily let me go alone? Perhaps she discovered something. He put his hands in his pockets, walked ahead, and said in a low voice, all right, follow if you must, but do not cause me any trouble. Ban nodded repeatedly. Okay. The bustling crowd came and went, but Li Yuxuan's mind was elsewhere. In his mind, thoughts raced. The Dreamweaver's psychic ability was ineffective. Chelsea was unconscious, and having Ban along might reduce some trouble, but his mental strength was stronger than his own. While immersed in thought, Ban suddenly enthusiastically struck up a conversation with a street food vendor. Wow, green fish with bitter sauce and kelp knots. Boss, 1 bowl please. Li Yuxuan glanced over but said nothing. The rich aroma of green fish soup wafted over, stunning Ban, his eyes sparkling. He leaned closer, inviting, Li Yuxuan, do you want some? Li Yuxuan covered his nose, frowning. The fishy smell assailed his nostrils, making it unbearable, and he roared, "Shut up, eat your green fish." He reached out and covered Ban's mouth, making him mumble. Suddenly, a strange sound made Li Yuxuan glance over. Before his eyes was a bloody scene. Predators were tearing at a battered man lying on the ground. Ban was startled, his eyes wide, blurting out, "There are predators in Rose City." The monsters heard the commotion, turned their heads, and lunged wildly at Ban like rabid beasts. Li Yuxuan, with lightning speed, shoved the backpack on Ban's shoulder, making him stumble forward. Ban shrieked in panic. Li Yuxuan, what are you doing?" Li Yuxuan calmly revealed a cold smile, exuding the dashing aura of an overbearing CEO. "You've been with the team for so long, have not you seen me in action? These two little guys are all yours." Ban could not believe his ears, jumping up to face the monsters. He shouted loudly, activating all his power, raising one hand to block an attack from above and using the other to deal with the enemy in front. But unexpectedly, a monster was already closing in on his side. Ban did not flinch, bending down and slamming a punch into its abdomen, sending the monster flying into the sky. Li Yuxuan watched from a distance, secretly scoffing. Han Yu is a master of martial arts. How has Ban only learned this much? The remaining monster attacked, creating a glowing green orb of light, intending to shoot it directly at Ban. He still calmly raised his fist, looking up at the enemy. With a roar, Ban grabbed the monster's arm, flung it away, and shouted, "Li Yuxuan, this one's for you." The monster, glowing green, flew towards Li Yuxuan at an astonishing speed. He focused his mind, eyes narrowed slightly, thinking coldly, "You really hold a grudge, do not you, kid?" With just a sharp paper cutter, he cleanly dispatched the monster. On the other side, Ban, after a struggle, had apprehended the remaining monster. Seeing Li Yuxuan swiftly end the battle, he was stunned. That quickly, Li Yuxuan twirled the paper cutter, its blade glinting in the night. He asked, "How long does it take for a B-grade person to fight?" Ban awkwardly scratched his head. "Sorry, I only know how to play support." He sat down, carefully observing the monster, then frowned. How did a psychic ability team uniform from Hawknest City turn into a predator? He noticed a tag around the monster's neck with S0713 written on it. Ban blurted out, "S0713, that is the serial number from his suit." Ban immediately activated the watch on his wrist, contacting headquarters. "I have sent the intel to headquarters. Let them investigate what happened." Li Yuxuan mused to himself. S0713, father's experiment back then. His mind was in turmoil. Ban looked up, listening to him. "Let us go, perhaps we can find out something there." The two continued on, entering the JCAT supermarket. Cute teddy bears filled the shelves, but the atmosphere felt eerie. Two mysterious figures appeared. One hung upside down from the ceiling, its feet resting on the shoulder of a person seated in a chair. 3 cards were neatly arranged on the table. The seated person picked up a card and a strange voice rang out, "Dream Traveler, welcome home." It was a pink-haired woman dressed in purple, her nails also painted sparkling purple. She looked at the card she had just drawn, a mysterious smile on her face. "I have prepared a surprise waiting for you." Under the gloomy sky, green light flickered, and the St. Tanberg Alliance headquarters building stood towering, its lights illuminating from bottom to top, layer by layer, like a lighthouse in the darkness. On a huge screen, an image of a monster appeared, its mouth like a carnivorous plant, lying motionless in a pool of blood. 2 figures stood before the screen, discussing intently. One of them was Lu Zhao, who said in a deep voice to the person beside her that this was footage recorded by Ban. The attire of those predators clearly indicated they were members of the Hawknest City Psychic Squad. Lu Zhao's father, the man standing nearby, frowned, his eyes thoughtful. Things were more serious than he had imagined. He recalled that after the D-City incident, he had sent people to monitor the movements of predators in various cities. He discovered that the Hawknest Squad was conducting large-scale core crystal transactions in Rose City, so he dispatched Han Yu to investigate. Lu Zhao felt the gravity of the situation, asking worriedly, "Are there enemies trying to repeat the tragedy of D-City?" Her father's tone was calm as he reassured her. "Do not worry. I have already arranged for reinforcements on standby at all times." He ordered Lu Zhao to strictly monitor every move in Rose City, looking for any weaknesses. Next, they absolutely had to strengthen their defenses. That he pulled a red gem-like pill from his inner pocket and handed it to Lu Zhao. "This is Dr. Qian's research. It can alleviate the side effects of the genes in your body." Lu Zhao stared at the pill in surprise. "Is the doctor working on this new experiment?" Her father replied in a deep voice. "This is a highly classified experiment. At your level, you cannot understand it. You only need to take it." Lu Zhao nodded obediently, without further questions, and reached out to take the pill. Her father turned and walked towards the door. "I need to go to Hawknest City now to negotiate with Mayor Warble. You should quickly get yourself ready, and report to me immediately no matter what happens." As his figure disappeared behind the door, Lu Zhao was troubled, wondering how many secrets her father was still keeping from her. Night fell over Rose City, and Li Yuxuan and Ban walked side by side toward the place he had previously mentioned. Before a red-painted door, purple light shone as if tempting travelers. Ban hesitated, whispering, and Li Yuxuan pulled out a map to check. But he did not know that maps could not be displayed here. The two pushed the door open and the doorbell jingled twice. Ban's eyes lit up, curiously looking at the scene inside, as if entering a fantastical world completely different from the outside. Li Yuxuan frowned and interrupted, "You are too loud. I do not want to smell fish in this room." They continued to walk inside. Suddenly Ban heard movement above his head. He looked up and saw a purple-haired girl hanging upside down. There were some scars on her face, but she still exuded a cute and wild charm. Her hands and mouth were bound, but she still teased, "Why does his mouth smell so bad?" Ban was startled, hastily grabbing Li Yuxuan and shouting. Before he could recover, a huge dark shadow appeared behind them. A bird-faced monster with coiled horns on its head and red eyes roared, "Humans are too loud." Startled twice, Ban angrily waved his hand, striking the demon. It took the hit but surprisingly disappeared without a trace. Li Yuxuan calmly spoke. "These demons are not enemies. They are just welcoming us." Suddenly, a shimmering golden disc flew like a treasure towards Li Yuxuan's back. Ban shouted in a panic, "Look out!" But strangely, the disc turned and headed straight for Ban. After knocking him far away, the disc disappeared and Ban fell to the ground unconscious with no signs of waking up. Li Yuxuan seemed to have expected this and was not surprised. He glanced at Ban, muttering to himself, "Perhaps he will not wake up for a while." He turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping into the darkness. A figure appeared, tall and thin, with messy pink hair and a flamboyant style. It was Abe. He held a card and said calmly, "Sorry, this store does not welcome guests without an appointment, so you cannot blame me for what just happened." Seeing Li Yuxuan, Abe suddenly changed, jumping and bustling around him. His eyes sparkled and he asked excitedly, "Why are not you wearing those cosplay clothes anymore? Did you finally realize they look too fake?" "Did not you?" Li Yuxuan frowned in disgust. "I am here to find the hermit." Abe scoffed at the reason, teasing, "How about I read your fortune?" Li Yuxuan replied coldly, "Your fortune-telling is not accurate. I do not want to discuss it further." This criticism wounded Abe's pride. He widened his eyes and angrily shouted, "I am accurate for everyone except Li Yuxuan." He suddenly fell silent and quickly asked, "Did you come here because your psychic ability disappeared? But why can I still feel it?" Li Yuxuan did not want to be randomly guessed at and interrupted, "I am only here to find the hermit." Abe shrugged, his tone casual. "All right, who asked you to be a guest?" He handed him a card and offered advice. "That old hermit has not been seen in a long time. He is a bit peculiar, you should be careful." Li Yuxuan ignored Abe's words, not caring about the old hermit. Abe cast a spell and the surrounding space immediately changed as if entering an unfamiliar dimension. For a table, a lamp cast a faint light and a figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat sat there, their face hidden in shadow. Abe urged, "Ask whatever you need to quickly." As he approached, Li Yuxuan was stunned. The hermit wasn't a person but a huge mushroom with no eyes or nose. It emitted a deep voice. This child exhausted him, with 49 wounds all over his body. A foul odor permeated the air, making Abe cover his nose and frown even from a distance. Did that old man soil his pants? The smell is so strong. Li Yuxuan remained calm, secretly guessing that the hermit had known he would come, so everything seemed to be prepared. The hermit broke the silence. Li Yuxuan was his favorite child. "Are you tired from your journey?" He spread his hands, inviting. "Please choose something to relax and distress." Before him, on an old wooden table, several items were neatly arranged. A worn-out book, a steaming bowl of luocefen, a long pointed staff, and a pipe resting on a small pillow. Below hung a mysterious red bag. The hermit introduced them, his voice low. These are good things he recently learned from Eastern mysticism. He believed Li Yuxuan would be interested. The hermit, the smartest card in Abe's collection, but only by passing his test could visitors receive advice. Abe still covered his nose because of the foul smell emanating from the hermit. He turned away, looking disgusted. If Li Yuxuan dared to choose that smelly bowl of luocefen, then he would never read his fortune again. Li Yuxuan stroked his chin, recognizing the long item as a pipe. He did not smoke, immediately ruling out that option. The luocefen had a strong smell, leaving only the old book. When he chose it, the hermit let out an "oh," his tone meaningful. "Perhaps the answer you seek is in this book." Suddenly, a mummy-like zombie wrapped in bandages appeared. Its sharp claws glinted like steel. It roared, pouncing on Li Yuxuan. According to the hermit's rules, to get the book he had to defeat this monster, a heavenly demon created by the hermit using poison. With no other choice, Li Yuxuan had to fight. Abe frowned at the heavenly demon's terrifying form, complaining, "Cannot you create a prettier female alchemist next time? Otherwise this is too boring." Li Yuxuan ignored Abe's words, focusing on observing the monster. Its power far surpassed an A-grade predator. Before he could recover, the hermit's voice had already sounded, commanding, "Give my son Li Yuxuan a good welcome." The heavenly demon rushed towards him like lightning. Li Yuxuan dodged the attack. Realizing its astonishing speed, he raised his leg to block a blow, his tone carrying a hint of appreciation. "Hermit, this heavenly demon is quite interesting this time. It is a pity the dream weaver is not here. Otherwise I would like to see what strange things are in his mushroom head." Abe worried from the outside. "Does Li Yuxuan still have time to joke around? If you do not pass the hermit's test, you'll never escape his world." Li Yuxuan curved his lips, his eyes sharp. "Judgment begins." He vanished instantly, making the heavenly demon roar in anger. Suddenly he reappeared behind it, swinging his blade and carving a long gash from its head to its back. Blood splattered and the heavenly demon roared weakly. It fell to the ground and a staff in his hand shimmered. He thought to himself, 10 years have passed and the painful powers from the orphanage have finally been activated. The heavenly demon angrily bared its fangs and pounced on Abe. Abe observed from a distance, asking in surprise, "Did not Li Yuxuan's psychic ability disappear? How can he use it now?" The hermit explained in a low voice, Li Yuxuan's psychic ability had not actually disappeared, it was merely suppressed. Abe, surprised, called him a riddle. He asked, "What happened?" Li Yuxuan launched another attack during the battle. Wounds appeared one after another on the heavenly demon's body, and fresh red blood soaked the bandages, reminding him of blood in a Buddhist temple. But this blood stimulated his excitement. Abe curiously asked the hermit, "What exactly is Li Yuxuan's ability? How is it the same as before?" The hermit calmly replied that the heavenly demon's blood could stimulate the damage energy within Li Yuxuan's body. At this moment, the heavenly demon was covered in thorns like a hedgehog. Li Yuxuan launched his move without flinching. Around him, a series of blades appeared, blades of punishment. One of his most powerful skills. With a wave of his hand, the blades shot straight towards the heavenly demon, shattering it into pieces. Abe, seeing this scene, broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Is this Li Yuxuan's summoning ability?" The hermit shook his head. "This is Li Yuxuan's most primal psychic energy, also known as Shadow of Judgment." Before the burning corpse of the heavenly demon, Li Yuxuan stood tall. His eyes burned with intense light, and the hermit announced, "You have passed this old man's test." He raised an oil lamp, sucking all the smoke emanating from the heavenly demon's corpse into it, as if to resurrect it. Li Yuxuan asked the hermit in a deep, slow voice, "Why did the dream weaver disappear? And judgment, why does it only appear once after so many years?" The hermit was not in a hurry to answer. He looked at him with profound eyes. "When did you first feel the reappearance of the judgment power?" Li Yuxuan pondered, memories flooding his mind. "At that time, the dream weaver disappeared, and I immediately went to Rose City. I accidentally encountered predators, and at the moment I instinctively swung my sword to defend, his power suddenly appeared." He approached the hermit, his eyes sharp. "So when did this power disappear again?" He answered his own question, his voice low. "That was when I successfully used the dream weaver to leave the orphanage. It was also then that judgment disappeared." Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He quickly asked, "Are the dream weaver and judgment mutually restraining each other?" The hermit nodded and said in a low voice, "Indeed, the existence of the dream weaver has always suppressed Li Yuxuan's murderous instinct and intense power in the X organization, powers that stem from the pain he experienced, or in other words, that is his true psychic ability, judgment." Li Yuxuan was stunned, his heart filled with questions. "Then what about the dream weaver? What is it like?" The hermit did not answer directly. He cast a spell, injecting energy into Li Yuxuan's backpack. "The answer you seek is already in your bag." The backpack opened, revealing a small snake. It was Chelsea. The demon was in a deep sleep, completely unaware. Li Yuxuan held Chelsea in his hands, his gaze focused. In this form, she was much more harmless than in her human form. Abe stood by, looking curiously, blurting out in surprise, "Li Yuxuan can actually cultivate the contract rope with a demon in this way." After hearing the hermit's explanation, Li Yuxuan muttered, "Is Chelsea the one before the hermit?" On the other side, the hermit cast a spell. The pages of the book on the table flipped, and ancient memories surfaced. The story originated with Li Yuxuan's parents. When he was an 8 or 9-year-old child, his father suppressed his psychic power despite his mother's strong dissuasion and even harsh accusations. But his father had hidden sorrows and could not stop. The X organization's research project promised to save him, forcing him to take action. His parents, 2 highly learned doctors, joined the X organization and met the person in charge. He led them to participate in the Purge Plan, a project to summon the most powerful demon. Tasked with saving the world, his parents bore this heavy responsibility. In the lab, the research was almost successful. His father deciphered the method to summon the most powerful demon. His mother could not believe it. Repeatedly asking if she could save their child, his father replied firmly, "They had no other choice." He pointed his finger at his own brow, using psychic power and the key. "This might succeed." Chelsea appeared, floating in midair, a pointed horn on her forehead shimmering with purple light, her platinum blonde hair flowing in the wind. She wore an enchanting long dress. She scoffed, "Insignificant humans dare to awaken me." Chelsea knew their purpose, retorting sarcastically, "The price you two paid is not worth me saving your dying child." She demanded they give her a reason to save this son. His parents acknowledged the primal power, which pleased Chelsea greatly. She agreed to save Li Yuxuan, the weak child lying in his mother's arms, but she set a condition. It wasn't that she herself was benevolent. If in the future his parents dared to praise her for this, she would impose punishment and reclaim her power. Furthermore, the loan must come with clear interest. Chelsea touched her finger to the boy's forehead, transferring the primal power, but emphasized that she would reclaim it one day. Memories surfaced, and Li Yuxuan lowered his head, his eyes filled with sadness. His parents joined the X organization, trying to save him with the primal power. But because they had taken the primal power, they were killed by the organization. The hermit nodded. That is how it was. But the X organization did not know that the primal power was already within him. So they sent him to an orphanage to check if he possessed this power. Eventually, they discovered he possessed the primal power of Chelsea's brother Abe. Hearing this, Li Yuxuan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sharp. "Is Abe connected to the X organization?" he asked anxiously, his voice agitated. "Please answer all the hidden secrets. Do not be vague and make me uncomfortable." Abe sighed, seeing the hermit speak so much today for the first time, thinking that the amount of information provided to Li Yuxuan already far exceeded what was given before. The hermit calmly replied, "Are you not still amidst confusion and fragmentation, yet capable of making your own accurate judgments?" His compliment did not make Li Yuxuan feel any better. He only wanted to restore Chelsea as quickly as possible. That was the most important thing. The hermit praised Li Yuxuan as very clever, and that Abe had already led him onto the right path. Upon hearing this, Abe chattered incessantly. Why do not I tell Li Yuxuan's fortune to see if it is true or false? Li Yuxuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he nodded. After all, only Abe was best at fortune-telling here. Abe knew he was being mocked, yet he still drew cards, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself while fortune-telling. If I get this right this time, I'll become a landmark. A card flew out of the chaos floating before Li Yuxuan, depicting two men whose faces were indistinct, surrounded by mysterious star rings. Li Yuxuan seemed to grasp the mystery, a flash of light in his eyes. Afterwards he and Ban arrived at the Enlightenment Club, where the manager greeted them and led them inside. The scene was palatial, like a royal banquet hall, with golden chandeliers emanating warm light. Dining tables were neatly arranged, and guests were dressed in opulent attire. Ban exclaimed, "I thought this club was like a school, but it is so magnificent." Li Yuxuan replied indifferently, "After all, Rose City is the wealthiest city in the Alliance." Ban asked curiously, "Why are we here?" Li Yuxuan explained, "Abe told me that the superconductor machine here can help Chelsea absorb demon power, allowing her to recover faster." Ban mused, muttering to himself, wasn't the superconductor machine completely sealed and destroyed by the Senbot Alliance? How could Rose City have it? Seeing his silence, Li Yuxuan subtly glanced at him, his gaze profound. Li Yuxuan turned, looking at Ban with a puzzled expression. Ban gestured that it wasn't appropriate to talk here. He asked, "Did that fortune-teller say anything else to Li Yuxuan just now?" He calmly replied, "Nothing more." The two walked up the stairs, completely unaware of a pair of mysterious eyes watching them from behind. That person recognized them as members of the Heaven's Wrath team, and they were led to a spacious room, the guide said. "Please wait a moment. Mayor Goldkamal will be here shortly." Once they were alone in the room, Li Yuxuan turned to Ban. "Did you have something to tell me just now?" Ban asked directly without hesitation. "Are the fortune-teller's words credible? After all, this kind of superconductor machine was developed in Hawkness City." Li Yuxuan frowned and thought, although Abe is not very accurate at fortune-telling, he never lies. However, Ban's reference to perception puzzled him. What did that mean? Ban stroked his chin, explaining, 5 years ago, the Senbot Alliance, in order to combat predators, launched the Superpower Puppet Project initiated by Senbot. Rose City produced parts and Hawkness City researched and assembled the superconductor machine. This machine could transfer superpowers from one person to another, cultivating superpowered individuals, but the project failed, and all those who absorbed powers became predators. Afterwards, President Liu personally halted the project and strictly forbade continuing all research results. He paused, his gaze profound. Originally, everything had ended. Unexpectedly, Rose City still intended to continue with it. Li Yuxuan asked suspiciously, "Are the predators in Hawkness City that guy?" Before he could get an answer, the room door suddenly opened and a booming voice rang out. A girl wearing ultra-short military shorts and an exposed bra walked in, exuding an uninhibited aura. She recognized Li Yuxuan, a mocking smile appearing on her face. "Is Heaven's Wrath left with only this guy in glasses?" Ban suddenly stood up, shouting loudly. "Miss Jin," he said seriously, "your words and actions represent the Enlightenment Club. I hope you will not make remarks detrimental to Alliance cooperation." Miss Jin remained unfazed, scoffing again. "Those useless members of Heaven's Wrath, they cannot even protect Senbot City, yet with such meager strength they dare to stand here and talk to me," she continued disdainfully. "Are all the major alliances blind to give their Heaven's Wrath team so many resources and supplies?" Ban was furious at her mocking remarks about the organization, but he could not refute her. Li Yuxuan spoke calmly. "Are you referring to the superpower detector that broke when I lay down?" He stared directly at her, unwavering. "Your people were supposed to fix this machine, but they've been unreachable. When Senbot City was attacked, I did not see anyone from other cities come to assist." Miss Jin recognized him as Li Yuxuan, her brows furrowed, her tone shifting from sarcasm to anger. "I thought you were a waiter here for an interview," she snapped. "Disgracing Rose City's reputation, do you still have the nerve to come here?" Li Yuxuan remained unfazed, replying coldly, "I am merely here on behalf of Heaven's Wrath to collect the superconductor. I hope you'll cooperate." He knew that Heaven's Wrath's authority lay with the federal mayor. She also would not want to be removed from her position for multiple charges of insubordination. His words did not sway Miss Jin. Instead, they made her even angrier. She spread her hands, unleashing her power, and 2 gigantic golden blades manifested. "Today, representing my father, do you really think it is not ridiculous for just 2 of you to try and take the superconductor?" She gripped the 2 blades tightly, charging directly at Li Yuxuan and Ban, shouting that she wanted to see how the guy who overloaded the detector really was. Li Yuxuan spread his arms, sharp claws extending from his fingertips, blocking the attack in time. Seeing him under attack, Ban cast a spell and shouted, "Miss Jin, if you do not stop, I will enforce it on behalf of Heaven's Wrath." But Li Yuxuan interrupted him. "Miss Jin, this is just a sparring match. I cannot unleash my full power here, fearing damage to the equipment. I wonder if this equipment has been inspected. If even one piece breaks, it might be difficult to deal with." His calm words piqued Miss Jin's interest, and she sneered. "You are too arrogant. In that case, why do not we change locations and fight to our heart's content?" A wind with dazzling light swept through, and Bane covered his eyes with his hand. When he opened them, both were gone. Only a small box was left on the ground. They had entered it eager for a good fight. Inside the box, a colossal space manifested. Li Yuxuan recognized at a glance that this was Miss Jin's ideal combat space, constructed with psychic power. He reminded her, "This will consume a lot of psychic energy. Can you really sustain it?" Miss Jin snorted softly, saying coldly, "Do not you feel your psychic energy disappearing? This space is designed to slowly drain the power of outsiders like you, eventually turning you into a useless wreck." Li Yuxuan sensed the truth in her words. She wants me to surrender now. Maybe it is not too late, yet he remained steady, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This is the first time I have encountered such a space ability. This approach is exactly like those bosses who exploit workers' labor. These words enraged Miss Jin, and she shouted, "You brat!" She charged forward, two golden blades swinging. "Do not cry when you are begging on your knees." Li Yuxuan raised his hands, sharp claws ready to meet her. In a building, a man wearing a white wool-collared jacket was listening to a report on Li Yuxuan's appearance. He frowned, wondering why he had come and was interested in the superconductor. More importantly, how did he know I had one of these behind him? A person in a black cloak, their face obscured, revealing only a skull-like outline, spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps the battle with Lord Yuji injured Li Yuxuan's demon?" The man in the wool-collared jacket was startled, looking at the cloaked figure. "If he is already defeated Lord Yuji, should not he be afraid?" The cloaked figure chuckled. "Lord Yuji has recovered some of his strength, so losing to Li Yuxuan is only natural. Furthermore, the demon ranking is about to change. It will no longer be based on strength. Without Chelsea, Li Yuxuan is just Li Yuxuan." Hearing this, the man in the wool-collared coat's lips curved into a pleased smile. "So Li Yuxuan is currently playing a bluff." A subordinate standing nearby was on the phone, repeatedly affirming and mentioned Miss Jin. When he learned that Miss Jin and Li Yuxuan were engaged in combat, he quickly reported it. This news surprised both masters before him, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ban stood outside the box, casting a spell and observing intently. This space consumes psychic energy. Does Miss Jin intend to use it to defeat Li Yuxuan? How could she possibly defeat him? Suddenly the box vibrated, cracking in several places, then shattered into pieces. Li Yuxuan appeared, one foot planted on Miss Jin's shoulder, who lay on the ground. She shouted, her voice filled with anger. "Why is not your energy depleted at all? Just how much psychic energy does Li Yuxuan possess?" Li Yuxuan looked down at her, a smile curving his lips. "Are you satisfied? What kind of gambling agreement is this? Angel investment? You have really given your ability a grand name." He shook his head, scoffing. "I hate those terms the most, so I might have been a bit heavy-handed." He apologized, but the pressure on her shoulder did not lessen at all. Miss Jin could not stand up, groaning from the pain in her left shoulder. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Ban stepped forward to intervene. "After all, we did not come here to fight." Li Yuxuan still replied enthusiastically. "Miss Jin attacked first, and now that I have won, can I have the superconductor?" A deep voice rang out, filled with apology for interrupting Li Yuxuan and Miss Jin's fight due to his late arrival. The man walked in, his smile receding, and introduced himself. "I did not expect my daughter to greet guests with such enthusiastic etiquette. I am Gold Camel, mayor of Rose City. This is our first meeting." He paused, his voice soft yet sharp. "Li Yuxuan, would you mind removing your foot from my daughter?" Miss Jin saw her father and stammered in surprise. "Dad," her expression revealed panic. Gold Camel rubbed his hands, a spark flashing in his eyes. Looking at Li Yuxuan, "Release my daughter." Li Yuxuan silently assessed him. He sensed a trace of demonic aura from this man. Without hesitating too long, he withdrew his foot and calmly said, "I hope Mayor Gold Camel will discipline his daughter well. If she encounters other members of Heaven's Wrath, I am afraid she will not just be stepped on." His bluntness made Miss Jin's eyes widen with fury. She rushed to her father, shouting, "I'll kill Li Yuxuan." Seeing his daughter aggrieved, Gold Camel tried to console her. A first-tier government agency has the power to push people to their deaths. Li Yuxuan and his group are honored guests of Heaven's Wrath. He transformed into a gentle father. "My dear, where does it hurt? Daddy will kiss it better." After pacifying his daughter, Gold Camel waved his hand and a servant brought over a box. He said, "The superconductor is a prohibited and dangerous item. During recovery, Senbot accidentally dropped one in Rose City. If it fell into the wrong hands, it would be too dangerous." These platitudes did not concern Li Yuxuan. His gaze focused on the box containing the superconductor. He spoke, thanking him. "Thank you, Mayor Gold Camel, for safeguarding this item." But his tone suddenly turned cold. "Mayor, why did not you return this dangerous item but kept it until now?" He revealed a look of sudden realization and surprise. "When Bayan and I came to Rose City, we encountered superpower users from Hawk Nest City, but they had all become predators. Mayor Gold Camel and his daughter have nothing to do with this, right?" Li Yuxuan's words made Miss Jin furious. "Those ungrateful people from Senbot, we safeguarded the item and now they want to turn around and bite us?" Gold Camel pretended to exclaim loudly. "There are predators in this Rose City under my jurisdiction. My principle is to create a completely free environment. I have truly been negligent." A glint flashed in Li Yuxuan's eyes as he responded sarcastically. "So are you two completely unaware of this matter?" Gold Camel rubbed his hands, giving a dry laugh. "Given the circumstances, this matter was indeed an oversight on my part. I will thoroughly investigate it." He emphasized, "Fortunately, you two came today to retrieve the superconductor, returning it to its rightful owners. I will also meticulously investigate this predator situation." Ban interjected, thinking there was no need to make a fuss. But Li Yuxuan placed a hand on his shoulder, interrupting him. "Thank you, Mayor Gold Camel, we'll leave the rest to you. We'll take our leave now." As they reached the door, he casually added, "Would you mind arranging someone to send Bayan's backpack to the hotel? After all, we are here on business, not for sightseeing. We do not have much time." These impolite words enraged Miss Jin. "You brat are truly pushing your luck, daring to boss around my people without any regard. Next time we meet, I will surely make you suffer a crushing defeat at my feet." Gold Camel watched Li Yuxuan and Bayan's retreating figures, his gaze darkening. He recalled a conversation from 20 minutes prior when he learned of Li Yuxuan's arrival in Rose City. He realized Li Yuxuan was more powerful than the Zhang family. He asked the person in a black robe whose face was shriveled like a skull, "Should I return the item to him?" The cloaked figure's lips curled into a cold smile, saying, "Of course, give it back to Li Yuxuan. After all, it is just a secondary item. Since he wants it, just give it to him directly." He laughed sinisterly, his voice echoing in the darkness. Perhaps Gold Camel did not care for Li Yuxuan at all, or perhaps in the depths of his consciousness an unpredictable conspiracy was brewing back in the present after the two had left. Gold Camel revealed a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with cunning. He secretly muttered to himself that Li Yuxuan would soon receive a huge gift he would never forget. In the corridor leading to the hall, Li Yuxuan and Bayan walked side by side, both silent. After some contemplation, Li Yuxuan spoke, his tone full of doubt. "Did you notice when Mayor Gold Camel appeared? A demonic aura suddenly emerged, clearly emanating from him." Bayan nodded gently, a hint of agreement flashing in his eyes. He clearly remembered Gold Camel's seemingly radiant but secretly sinister face. Indeed, even President Liu could not see through him. "I am sure everything in Hawknest City is connected to Gold Camel, right?" Hearing Bayan say this, Li Yuxuan's lips curved upward, his gaze sharp. He knew they understood each other perfectly. He ordered, his tone decisive, "Go investigate the movements of the Hawknest City Psychic Squad. I'll stay here. I am sure they'll make a move soon." Bayan nodded without hesitation, then the two parted ways as planned. Meanwhile, in the Hawknest City finance office, a girl was diligently working, her eyes fixed on the computer screen, her fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard. The sudden opening of the door made her pause. A man walked in and a low voice sounded, "I am the employee here for the shift change." The girl did not suspect a thing, gathering her belongings to leave, but when she glanced at the man she subtly frowned, asking curiously, "You seem to be new, right? I have never seen you before." The man smiled naturally, handing over an employee card. "I have not been here long." The girl took the card, glanced at it, then got up and left without any suspicion. The man sat down in front of the computer, a satisfied smile curving his lips. It was Bayan, gently touching his earpiece with his right hand. He whispered into the microphone, "Li Yuxuan, I am in the office." On the other end of the line, Li Yuxuan replied, "What have you found in Hawknest City's records? Why have not you finished?" Bayan's fingers flew across the keyboard, his gaze sharp. "I found that the Psychic Squad's identification numbers do not match the people we encountered that day. This order involves a sum of legal funds allocated for building an arena. Perhaps Hawknest City is preparing for a large-scale arena event. I will confirm with Lu Zhao. The basic orders are all normal with clear origins. Now I will focus on the goods and inspect them carefully." Li Yuxuan nodded through his earpiece. "Hurry up. I am not sure when the owner of the clothes you are wearing will wake up." He glanced at the corner where an unmoving man lay idly wrapped in a large blanket. It turned out Li Yuxuan had knocked him out and given the employee uniform to Bayan. Bayan sighed softly, glanced at the clothes he was wearing, then quickly regained his composure. "I'll find more information immediately. You be careful too," he whispered into the earpiece. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan sharply turned his head. A cloaked figure was approaching silently. He whispered into the earpiece, "Bayan, can you tell me your current location?" Bayan's voice remained calm. "Nothing unusual, just a moment." Li Yuxuan's lips curved slightly, his tone significant. "Perhaps I have just caught a big fish." In a corner of Hawknest City, a group of cloaked figures were silently pushing large boxes one after another into a mysterious building. A person completely obscured by a hood entered a room, respectfully speaking. "Lord Evil Eye, the people of Hawknest City have procured the core crystals as planned. They are all being transported to the city." The person called Evil Eye sat there holding a wine glass, his face as pale as a corpse with brown curly hair draped over his shoulders. The few strange white strands mixed in at his temples. He narrowed his eyes, slowly took a sip of wine, and a pleasurable arc formed on his lips. "If you cannot even deal with the rats in your own home, how can you go further?" The cloaked figure frowned, not understanding his meaning. "Lord Evil Eye, what do you mean by that?" Evil Eye let out a mocking cackle. "He is useless. He has already been followed by someone." Meanwhile, outside the building, Li Yuxuan's figure was stealthily hidden. He had been following the cloaked figure which led him to this secret location. His lips curved upward, a hint of satisfaction in his smile. "Much smoother than I expected." Through the glass window, Li Yuxuan's figure was clearly visible, making the cloaked figure grit his teeth in rage. He had been meticulously careful, yet still had not detected any trace of being followed. Inside, Evil Eye continued to leisurely sip his wine, his tone nonchalant. If he could eliminate Li Yuxuan, perhaps he could advance further. The cloaked figure's fury reached its peak. He abruptly rushed out, shouting, "Do not underestimate him." His speed was like lightning, leaving only a dazzling streak of light, accompanied by a deafening roar. Outside, the people transporting the core crystals panicked, quickly checking the goods and preparing to retreat. There was now a large hole in the room's wall. Evil Eye stood there watching the scene, sighing helplessly. This bar was rented by him. Now that it was so damaged, the trouble was probably immense. The hooded figure had now fully revealed himself. Pointed ears in the middle of his forehead shimmered with a blue light as he charged at Li Yuxuan with all his might. A powerful blow sent Li Yuxuan to the ground, making him seem much weaker than when Chelsea was by his side. Watching Li Yuxuan lying there, he faintly heard Li Yuxuan muttering that he was an idiot, and a deaf one at that. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. He gritted his teeth, roaring furiously, "You are so weak, you are almost dead, yet you still dare to provoke me?" Li Yuxuan lifted his head, his face quickly regaining its calm. He said in an icy tone, "What I just said means that for a demon like you, this much strength is truly too weak, is not it?" With that, he powerfully kicked him between the legs. He did not have time to react, only managing to let out a shriek before collapsing to the ground. Li Yuxuan sat up, looking at the demon lying there, his tone full of disdain. "Too noisy, can you be quiet?" He reached into his jacket, pulled out a small white snake and muttered while looking at it, "If Chelsea were here, she'd definitely find that demon too annoying." The demon gradually woke up, its eyes bloodshot as it roared and charged at Li Yuxuan. He felt that without Chelsea he could definitely kill Li Yuxuan. But before he could touch Li Yuxuan, he was hit by several beams of light, collapsing to the ground, his face still etched with bewilderment. Li Yuxuan stomped on the demon's face, knocking it completely unconscious. Li Yuxuan leaned down, his voice as low as a cold wind blowing past. "Did not your demon mother teach you not to be so noisy?" His eyes were bloodshot now, and his face displayed a ferocity never seen before, like the blazing flames of anger. That kick was the final warning for the demon to shut up. A clear shoe print was left on its face, making it groan in pain. "I am sorry," he gasped, his hands tightly bound. Li Yuxuan sat down, his gaze coldly fixed on him. "What is Mayor Goldcamel's true purpose? I do not believe he would give me the superconductor so easily. You, a demon, why are you wearing a Hawknest City uniform? What are you doing in this city?" The pointed-eared, black-eyed demon was now like a fish trapped in shallow water with no escape. He confessed, trembling, "This superconductor is a defective item. It cannot transfer psychic abilities, so Mayor Goldcamel naturally gave it to you. As for why I came to Hawknest City, it was by another lord's command. But I do not know the specific reason or what I am supposed to do." Li Yuxuan frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. His mood at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt. "Do you think I'll believe you came here without a purpose? If you keep holding back, do not blame me for being merciless." "No," the demon shrieked, its voice trembling. "I truly did not know you possess the psychic ability to steal memories. If you do not believe me, take my memories and see if I am telling the truth or lying." Li Yuxuan rubbed his forehead, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. "If my psychic ability could do that, I would have done it already." Seeing he had no intention of confessing further, Li Yuxuan got up and approached. He raised his wrist where a silver glowing bracelet was worn. "This bracelet cannot transfer psychic abilities. Besides, who said I wanted someone else's psychic ability? I want the power of you demons." As soon as he finished speaking, beams of light erupted from the bracelet, enveloping the demon. He shrieked in pain, the demonic energy within him seeming to be sucked dry. Moments later, he collapsed unconscious. Li Yuxuan looked at the bracelet, recalling the words that the superconductor could absorb demonic power and then transfer it to Chelsea through the contract rope. Suddenly, the demon's broken voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Do you think that by gaining my power, Chelsea will awaken?" Li Yuxuan froze, not yet understanding his meaning. Suddenly, the bracelet on his wrist emitted a dazzling red light, making him grimace in pain and double over. The demon burst into laughter, its voice full of sadistic pleasure. "Enjoy my power. This superconductor is a defective item. It will turn you into a useless wreck." In agonizing pain, Li Yuxuan felt waves of energy surge from the bracelet. Suddenly, a pair of gentle hands cradled his face, and a familiar voice called out his name, "Chelsea." She tightly embraced Li Yuxuan, her eyes full of worry. The white snake that was Chelsea gently wriggled in his hand. He smiled, feeling relieved due to the effect of the contract rope. The demon's eyes widened, unable to believe what was before him. "This superconductor is a defective item. How could this be?" Before he could finish speaking, Chelsea delivered a sharp slash directly to his face, knocking it down instantly. Suddenly, applause and praise came from behind them. Li Yuxuan turned, seeing a long-haired, curly-haired man standing on a nearby rooftop. He seemed a bit regretful. "It has not been long, yet you have forgotten me. The battle in St. Tanberg City has not even been decided, and you have already forgotten my voice." Li Yuxuan recognized him as Evil Eye, now in human form. Not the one-eyed demon. He did not hesitate, throwing a dart at him, but Evil Eye nimbly dodged it. He laughed, his tone playful. "I am just here on vacation." "Calm down." Li Yuxuan did not believe his words. He knew Evil Eye was the mastermind, responsible for all those demons. "You are plotting something, are not you?" he demanded sharply. Evil Eye chuckled, still unhurried. "I have already said I am here on vacation. I do not have time to assign tasks to employees. My time is almost up. I have to leave." Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a faint farewell. Li Yuxuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, "Next time I will not let you escape." He walked into the room where Evil Eye had just stood, his heart full of questions. Evil Eye could not have appeared here by chance, and he could have easily killed Li Yuxuan and Chelsea, yet he ignored them, letting him defeat his subordinate demon. What exactly was Evil Eye plotting? Beside the table where Evil Eye had left a wine glass, Li Yuxuan found a note. It read, Li Yuxuan, do you want the answer? Open that door. Beside it was a portrait of Evil Eye. He glanced at the distant door, his heart wavering. Was Evil Eye joking? But in the end he decided to walk over and push the door open. Inside it was pitch black. The light from the room shone in, gradually revealing the scene inside. Li Yuxuan vaguely felt it was a laboratory. The walls were mottled and covered with papers, and tall stacks of files lay on the table. He stopped, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. Do demons need laboratories too? Rose City has such a place, yet Mayor Gold Camel was completely unaware as he approached the wall. Li Yuxuan's eyes widened. On the densely covered papers were all drawings of a blindfolded boy. He was wearing a lab coat, and the text below it sent shivers down his spine. 56 experimental subjects ingested radiation suffer. Solution number 13, 2011. Strange experimental equipment images were also attached. Suddenly Ban's anxious voice rang out as he rushed in from outside looking worried. But as he approached, Ban found Li Yuxuan standing motionless, not turning around. Ban called Li Yuxuan's name again, his tone full of worry. Only then did Li Yuxuan turn around, his gaze sharp. His stern voice, like a cold wind, commanded, "Report to the Heaven's Wrath organization." What organization's base is this? Lights blazed around the building. People came and went, bustling and festive. But no one could have imagined that beneath this splendid exterior was a hell long hidden by demons. Li Yuxuan and Ban found Mayor Gold Camel. Gold Camel was speaking with President Lu via a holographic display. Gold Camel began, his tone full of justification. I obtained all the necessary permits for my shop and it has always operated legally. How could I know that the X organization and those demons were so cunning? In a small corner of the screen, Captain Lu angrily pointed at the screen, stating sternly, "Is this not his negligence as mayor of Rose City for such a major incident to occur?" Gold Camel knew he was in the wrong, so he lowered his voice. "It is my fault. I will investigate thoroughly." But he did not forget to add, his tone full of implication. However, the Heaven's Wrath team found that Hawknest City's ability users are closely connected to this bar. This made Ban freeze, cold sweat dripping down his face. Why? Gold Camel knew he had meticulously hidden all traces. Just then, a cloaked figure appeared on the screen, their face hidden in shadow. They said, "The city's elite challenge has been organized. To welcome all guests, buying fine wine here is not excessive, is it?" The person paused, their tone sharp. "But the mayor's management is so vague. Gold Camel should reflect on this properly." Gold Camel was not to be outdone, fiercely retorted. Hawknest City's ability users have all turned into predators. Should not the person on the screen reflect on that? The argument between Gold Camel and Captain Lu still did not stop. Li Yuxuan did not want to listen anymore. Turning and leaving Ban with a questioning gaze. Behind him, Gold Camel's voice still echoed, "I hope Hawknest City also investigates thoroughly." In the XOXO convenience store, Li Yuxuan stopped in front of the vegetable counter, his gaze thoughtful. He bent down and picked up a yellow tomato, silently observing it, his thoughts drifting back to the X organization before the Crimson Rain cataclysm. They had always existed, hiding themselves. In the name of saviors, they packaged bacteria as secret medicines, accumulated wealth and used orphans for inhumane experiments. The children's personalities were destroyed, their wills collapsed, becoming their killing tools. Thinking of this, anger erupted, and Li Yuxuan violently threw the tomato aside, gripping the shelf tightly with both hands, cursing through gritted teeth. Those foolish high-ranking officials actually turned a blind eye to this. He trembled all over, and a curse word escaped his lips. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, inviting him to have a cigarette. It was Ban. He had been following Li Yuxuan since he left, and seeing his low mood, he offered a cigarette pack, trying to comfort him. Li Yuxuan shook his head, his voice low. "I have not smoked in a long time." The two sat on a bench outside the store. Ban looked at him and asked, "Why are you unhappy?" Li Yuxuan looked up, his gaze distant. "He played me like a fiddle. He saw me but did not kill me, even treating me as if I did not exist. I feel belittled and very frustrated." Ban frowned, not quite believing him. "After all, you have already defeated UG. You are not weak." Li Yuxuan looked up at the sky, his tone despondent. "I cannot help it either. Next time I'll kill him myself." He thought to himself, but not yet. He turned to Ban and continued, "There are no clues in Rose City. The elite battle in Hawknest City. I think the two of us should go." Ban did not fully understand the reason but still nodded, squinting his eyes with a trusting smile. "All right, I'll go with you." In the distance, in a dense forest outside the city, a group of cloaked figures lined up. They wore collars that shimmered with blue light around their necks. The leader turned back and asked, "Is everything ready?" The people behind nodded. Everything was in order. They quickly walked towards 3 large trucks heading straight for Hawknest City. As the vehicles started and drove away from the forest, rows of corpses were revealed on the ground, all wearing black coats and blue collars. On a nearby tree branch, a white-haired man observed through a telescope, reporting into his earpiece, "That group of people just killed Hawknest City's people and then replaced them to enter the city." On the other end of the line, Captain Lu anxiously replied, "Continue monitoring." Meanwhile, at a suburban train station, a high-speed train stopped at the forest station. On the train, a ragged, pale child stared tiredly at Li Yuxuan and Ban on the platform. Ban turned to Li Yuxuan, saying calmly, "The orphans in Rose City have all been gathered and sent to the Heaven's Wrath Center for management. President Lu has been secretly tracking the X organization's movements in the 2 major cities of Rose City and Hawknest City. Everything is basically under strict control. Yasha and Shimon are also preparing to participate in the elite selection." They will meet Li Yuxuan and Ban in Hawknest City at that time. Li Yuxuan suddenly called Ban's name, wanting to ask some questions about the Heaven's Wrath Center, but the train whistle suddenly sounded, signaling the train's imminent departure, and Ban did not hear clearly. He asked doubtfully, "What did you just say?" But Li Yuxuan hesitated, shook his head, and refused to continue the topic. "All right, hurry and get on the train," he urged decisively. The train stopped, and the announcement sounded. Urban Railway DU1966 train bound for Hawknest City is about to depart. All passengers, please take your seats quickly. As Ban and Li Yuxuan settled into their seats on the train, Ban suddenly noticed something unusual. He muttered, "That is strange. Is this train ahead of schedule?" Moreover, the carriage was empty, with only the two of them, no other passengers. Doubt arose, and Li Yuxuan quickly looked around, and he suddenly shouted, "Ban, grab your backpack." Before he could understand what was happening, the train roared into a dark tunnel. Ban asked the reason doubtfully. But Li Yuxuan only roared, "Stop asking." The train passed through the tunnel, and in an instant the space around them seemed to twist, and the scenery changed accordingly. When the two regained their senses, they were already sitting on the ground in an unfamiliar forest, unsure of their location. Ban was startled, looking around. "Where's my train?" he asked in a panic. Li Yuxuan calmly replied, "That train wasn't for us." He bent down and found a letter in his hand. After quickly glancing through it, Yuji's handwriting was clearly visible. The letter read that this was Yuji's super special gift for Li Yuxuan and his demon Chelsea. "Do not be too moved," Yuji teased. "Have a pleasant journey in Hawknest City." Li Yuxuan could only give a wry smile after hearing this, while Ban grumbled angrily, "Is Yuji trying to murder us by doing this?" He suddenly remembered what Li Yuxuan had once said. "Yuji's fortune-telling is not accurate. How would he know we were going to Hawknest City and even create this fake train?" Li Yuxuan explained, his voice low, that Yuji could not predict anything. His power could only maintain half its strength, which is why the train disappeared midway. Based on his understanding of Yuji, he guessed they might encounter chaos next. Just then, Ban smelled a strong scent of blood. Li Yuxuan also detected something unusual. "A disaster might be happening here," he said in a low voice. The two followed the scent of blood to a clump of bushes. They were shocked to see a group of bound children struggling desperately. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood staining their clothes, some children whimpering weakly, while others had already fallen, unconscious or worse. Around the children, huge demons lurked like ghosts. A lizard-faced demon with a long tongue protruding and blood-red eyes was about to pounce on a boy. The child screamed in terror, "Do not gouge out my eyes." Just then a scalpel flew by, severing the monster's arm. Laser-like beams of light shot towards the demons. Before they could react, the demon about to bite the boy was struck in the chest by a powerful kick from Li Yuxuan and fell to the ground. He stepped on the demon's chest, asking sternly, "Who ordered you?" The demons only hissed, unable to speak human language. Seeing they were useless, Li Yuxuan slashed across the monster's neck and it shrieked and fell. "These beasts cannot speak, so they are useless to keep," he said coldly. Ban shouted from behind. Li Yuxuan, "Look!" A lake appeared before them. But the lake water had turned blood red, and more similar monsters appeared. Li Yuxuan no longer hesitated, commanding Ban, "Quickly protect the children." He shot his spinning scalpel at a nearby utility pole. An explosion rang out, and electricity spread from above to the ground. Li Yuxuan frowned, his gaze sharp. "It is too easy for these beasts living in foul-smelling mud to die like this." The current quickly spread into the lake water, causing a huge explosion. When the dust settled, Ban was holding a boy, crouching on the ground, protecting the child. He looked up and around. "This move wiped them all out," he muttered, but realized that Li Yuxuan's skill was too powerful, perhaps due to anger. Li Yuxuan walked over and asked, "Is everything all right?" Ban pointed to the boy in his arms, relieved. "Fortunately, one is still alive." The boy's crying made Li Yuxuan's tone soften. "Do not be afraid, I'll take you to a safe place. Everything is over." Ban looked behind him, his voice low and sad. "Those children did not make it. They lost too much blood." Li Yuxuan's gaze rested on a motionless child on the ground, his eyes gouged out, two trails of blood flowing down his cheeks, a horrific sight that left both silent, their hearts heavy. In the pale morning light, Li Yuxuan suddenly understood that these were the orphans who had been taken out of the city. Earlier today at the train station, he had seen 56 children's bodies neatly arranged, carefully covered. He and Ban had meticulously handled the children's aftermath. Ensuring everything was in order, fierce flames burned before their eyes, the firelight reflecting on Li Yuxuan's face. Ban and the sole surviving child stood silently nearby. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan spoke, his tone full of confusion. "We should have been on that train. How did things turn out like this?" He turned to Ban, a hint of blame in his eyes. "Wasn't that train arranged for us by the Heaven's Wrath Center?" But Ban only remained silent, looking at Li Yuxuan with sad eyes as if he himself did not know the answer. The child beside them suddenly cried, watching painfully as the flames consumed the past. Li Yuxuan, a child who had also experienced trauma, deeply felt this pain. He said in a low voice, "I am also an orphan, so I understand how you feel." Images from Li Yuxuan's childhood suddenly surfaced as if it were yesterday. The little boy with a brilliant smile on his face and hope in his eyes, a man holding his hand promising him a door to a bright future. But time passed and that door did not shine as promised. Instead, a sinister and cold space appeared, like a bottomless abyss swallowing all ambiguous dreams. Back to the present, Li Yuxuan clasped his hands tightly, his expression serious. If you cannot keep your promises, do not give people hope. These chilling words startled Ban, leaving him standing there speechless. Li Yuxuan silently turned around and walked over to Ban and the little boy. He gently said to the child, "Come on, I'll take you home," leaving Ban standing there, a deep sadness on his face, as if he wanted to say something but it caught in his throat. Suddenly an old scene appeared. In a cold room, two children were fiercely fighting on the ground. A blond boy was on top of another, tightly clutching his neck, asking sternly, "I wonder if you passed the test this time." A calm priest walked over, took the blond boy's hand and praised him. "You did very well, but there is still one more step." He led the boy to a wooden bridge. On the other side of the bridge, dangerous broken glass shimmered. The priest said in a deep voice, "As long as you cross, you will have everything." The blond boy did not hesitate, stepping barefoot onto the wooden bridge. Blood seeped from his wounds, but his face remained expressionless, not making a sound. The scene dissipated, returning to reality. Ban looked at Li Yuxuan and the little boy, his eyes reflecting the pain of the past. It turned out that the blond boy was none other than young Ban. A not-so-pleasant childhood. In another space, counting sounds echoed, mixed with the angry banging of a table. A blond boy, his eyes red like a demon's, roared, "So one eye is missing. That guy actually dared to trick me." An ugly hand rested on his shoulder, and a low voice soothed, "Those filthy humans are not worth your anger." The little boy stammered, "Ah." Seeing the monster before him, one eye covered by a blood-stained white bandage, it cursed, "If they do not offer themselves as sacrifices, I fear we'll all perish on our own." Night fell, and Li Yuxuan, the little boy, and Ban arrived at a hauntingly silent village. Ban frowned, saying, "Something's not right today." The little boy trembled, saying, "Normally at this time the guard would be standing watch, preventing anyone from entering or leaving." Ban frowned, asking back, "The guard, are they ability users sent by Rose City?" The little boy shook his head frantically. "My mother said no." Standing at the doorstep, the little boy shouted, "Mom, open the door, it is Dooley." But there was no reply, and the little boy continued to shout, his voice growing increasingly panicked. Inside the house, a couple behaved strangely. The man gripped an axe, poised to attack at any moment. The woman wanted to rush out and open the door for her son, but he stopped her, saying in a hoarse voice, "Do you want to get us both killed? How do you know that is our son, and not a monster in disguise trying to devour us?" During their argument, the man kicked the corner of a table, emitting a harsh sound that echoed in the silent space. The knife on the table, influenced by an invisible force, clattered crisply to the ground. The sharp sound of the knife came from inside the house, but no one dared to open the main door to check. Little Dooley grew more anxious, his voice hoarse as he called, "Mom, open the door," and vaguely sensed something amiss, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes, then turned to Li Yuxuan, whispering, "Something's not right." Li Yuxuan also quickly felt the danger, his body tensed like a bowstring ready to respond. Suddenly the door burst open and the mother rushed forward, tightly embracing Dooley. Tears silently fell as she whispered, "Son, you are alive, thank heaven you are back." Dooley, seeing his mother's unrestrained emotion, threw himself into her arms and cried loudly. Ban was still bothered by the metallic sound from earlier, frowning in confusion, wondering what that sound had been. Just then, a man emerged from behind the door, his sharp gaze sweeping over Li Yuxuan and Ban. He opened his mouth, asking with suspicion, "Did you bring Dooley back?" Without waiting for a reply, he hastily offered a brief thanks, then rushed to pull Dooley and his mother into the house. Before closing the door, he emphasized, "Devour Town does not have a custom of letting strangers stay overnight. You too find somewhere to rest." Ban could not help himself and loudly reproached, "You have not even asked why your son was taken, yet you are rushing to send us away." But the door had already slammed shut, the man's attitude full of mystery. Li Yuxuan stood outside, his sharp gaze peering through the door crack. Inside the house, the mother continuously cried, covering her face. Little Dooley's mouth was tightly covered by his father. The man raised a sharp knife, its steel glinting, cold and piercing. He intended to kill his own son with his bare hands, ceaselessly muttering, "Why did not you die out there?" Just then a black shadow flashed, cutting across his hand. The man screamed in pain, the knife in his hand dropping to the ground. It turned out Li Yuxuan had already rushed in just in time, throwing his own knife to stop the crime. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. "To lay hands on your own son, what good parents you are." The mother, seeing Li Yuxuan and Ban, turned pale and trembled all over. The father released his hand and Dooley immediately ran to his mother's side, clinging tightly to her embrace. Ban, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "What exactly is going on here?" The father explained with a trembling voice, "Dooley is a chosen sacrifice for the gods. If he cannot be offered on time, the gods will punish the entire town." Ban frowned in confusion. "God's sacrifice? Who is that guy?" The father gradually lost control, pointing at the two in terror. "It is all because of you two. Punishment will descend and no one in town will survive." Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoed, and a gloomy atmosphere descended. Li Yuxuan and Ban grew slightly tense, their expressions becoming serious. Ban suddenly recognized it as the sound of predators. Predators appeared in the town, evil smiles spreading across their ugly faces. A level 4 monster, burly and radiating green light, roared, "Those annoying demons are all gone. Now it is time to party." Terrified screams echoed throughout the town, coming from the residents who panicked at the sight of the monsters. A hungry predator charged at Li Yuxuan and Ban, but strangely, an invisible blue membrane enveloped them. The monster raised its sharp claws ready to attack but suddenly stopped, turning to search in other directions instead. The man and woman inside the house asked themselves in astonishment, "Cannot it see us?" The monster leapt out the window, emitting a harsh sound, then merged with the other monsters searching for prey outside. On the street, a young man gripped a knife ready to defend himself, but the predators passed by him, completely unaware. Something seemed to be protecting the humans, shielding them from the monsters. It turned out Ban was using a demon barrier skill, concealing the humans' aura and protecting them from monster attacks. While maintaining the barrier, he reported to Li Yuxuan, "I have hidden the aura of the entire town, but because there are so many people I can only hold on for a little while." Li Yuxuan smiled, taking off his jacket and eagerly asked, "How long can you hold on?" Ban silently calculated the time, then replied, 30 minutes at most." Li Yuxuan nodded, adjusted the gears on his shoes, a flash of determination in his eyes. He turned to Ban and said, "I need you to do me a favor." Before Ban could ask for clarification, he turned to see Li Yuxuan already in a ready stance, and his face instantly fell. "You are serious, are not you?" Meanwhile, a predator roared furiously, "Where did everyone in town go? Are they all dead? I cannot smell a single aura." Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, quickly rushing towards the town gate. Ban watched him, his heart filled with worry, only hoping for his safety. When Li Yuxuan stepped out of the barrier, the green membrane on his body disappeared. He looked back, a mysterious smile on his face. The distance was just right. He seemed to have a bold plan already forming in his mind. Suddenly, behind Li Yuxuan, a predator silently glided past, swift as lightning, making him surprised by its terrifying speed. It turned out the monster had already smelled his aura, and charged over, its eyes bloodshot. Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, fiercely kicking the monster's head with immense force. Its head shattered into countless pieces, fragments flying everywhere. But just as he knocked down the first enemy, a swarm of predators poured in as if sensing blood. Dense and exceptionally fierce, he glanced at them, a mocking smile playing on his lips as if thinking to himself, "They must have been hungry for too long, which is why they were charging so desperately." Li Yuxuan was fearless, swinging his foot into the air, making a provocative gesture as if inviting the monsters forward. He even deliberately taunted, his tone laced with disdain, "You must be really hungry after smelling the fresh human flesh on me, right? Come on, charge." Provoked, the predators roared furiously, charging straight at him without thinking. Enraged only by hunger, watching the monsters swarm, Li Yuxuan revealed a meaningful smile, his eyes sparkling with triumph. He muttered to himself as if unable to restrain his emotions, "The show has finally begun. Come on, rush at me." Li Yuxuan brandished the sharp scalpel in his hand, rushing into the monster horde with astonishing speed and precision. In an instant, chunks of monster flesh clattered to the ground like a bloody storm. When everything was over, he let out a long breath, but a hint of regret still flickered in his eyes, as if he craved a greater challenge. Just then, a green tentacle suddenly attacked from behind him. With agility and flexibility, Li Yuxuan dodged in time, avoiding a fatal blow. He quickly recognized that the attacker was the predator leader, who had finally revealed itself. The leader monster looked at Li Yuxuan triumphantly, saying arrogantly, "I never expected to meet such a powerful ability user like you in this remote town. If I devour you, I'll definitely evolve into an S-grade monster." As soon as it finished speaking, it flung out countless tentacles, charging straight at him, while continuing to mock, "Be a good boy and become my food." Li Yuxuan did not back down. Continuously dodging the fierce attacks, he scoffed coldly, his tone laced with disdain. "Do not those who are about to die usually say kind words? Why would you say such foolish things?" Suddenly he turned, a smile on his lips, his eyes sharp. He picked up his scalpel and continuously slashed at the monster's tentacles, making it roar in pain. It roared furiously. "How dare you cut my hairstyle?" it roared confidently. "I am not like those grunts. I possess infinite regenerative abilities." Hearing this, Li Yuxuan suddenly lost patience and fiercely kicked the monster in the face, sending it tumbling to the ground. He replied coldly, "As long as I get your core crystal, everything will be over, right?" Without giving the monster a chance to react, Li Yuxuan continued to kick its face with precision, knocking it unconscious instantly. He muttered triumphantly, "My blade will slowly find the core crystal." He brandished his knife, continuously hacking at the monster's body, enthusiastically searching for the core crystal. The monster roared in pain, ceaselessly cursing him. Hearing the screams, Li Yuxuan grew even more excited, laughing loudly. "I am cutting it up. Do not make noise. Do not ruin my mood." After a fierce struggle, he finally killed the monster, leaving only its shattered body, blood and gore splattering. But when he searched, Li Yuxuan was disappointed to find there was no core crystal at all. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Li Yuxuan was not surprised at all, as if he had already anticipated that the leader monster had somehow resurrected, its body emitting green light, reconnecting the fragments. It smiled triumphantly. "You are much stronger than I imagined." Not only did the lights resurrect it, but they also absorbed the power of other monsters, causing it to evolve into a creature more enormous and terrifying than ever before. It roared, its voice deep, "I must eat you to vent my anger." Li Yuxuan raised a hand and rubbed his neck, looking a bit tired but showing no fear at all. He smirked, saying, "You are so plump, looks like I'll have to put in some effort this time. I'll have to chop you into even smaller pieces." Just then, in another space, a child was bound. A childish voice broke the silence. "Dad, look at this painting I drew." It turned out to be a little monster showing off its achievement to its father, as if venting his anger for him. In the gradually fading sunlight of the small town, children gathered, whispering and their eyes shining with envy, looking at the colorful painting. Our dad, a haggard-faced man, looked at the painting seriously, then said in a deep voice, both praising and openly sarcastic, "This painting is indeed good, but what's the difference between that kid's behavior and those foolish guys outside?" He looked directly at the child, his gaze sharp as if to pierce his heart, emphasizing, "Orange is the symbol of Devourth mountain god. Understand?" The child, slightly saddened by his father's attitude, nodded gently, agreeing with him. He mumbled softly, his tone gentle, "We really should not punish them this way." But then, as if thinking of something, he looked up and gave his father a mischievous smile, his eyes sparkling. "If you agree for the guard to continue protecting Devourth Mountain Town, then the amount for this sacrifice must be doubled for me to be satisfied." Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, the giant demon recently defeated by Li Yuxuan roared in fury. Green vines extended from its body, absorbing the energy of surrounding minor demons, causing its body to swell and become like a colossal bloated beast. It fiercely swung its tentacles, charging at Li Yuxuan, roaring, "Quickly become my food and let me advance to a level 5 predator." Li Yuxuan did not back down. He ran, looking back over his shoulder, a provocative smile on his face. He loudly mocked, "This demon knows how to play with ropes too. Let me teach you a few tricks." He grabbed a green rope in front of him and leapt into the air. Moving with the agility of a bird, while circling in the air, he did not forget to mock, "Your rope technique is terrible." In a flash, Li Yuxuan used the demon's own ropes to entangle its neck. The monster let out a mournful howl, the tightening ropes causing it immense pain. He pulled the ropes with one hand and supported himself on the ground with the other, firmly controlling the demon, preventing it from struggling. He smirked, saying, "Enjoy it slowly. This is just an appetizer. There is more exciting stuff to come, and it is not over yet." Li Yuxuan sprang into the air, grabbing 2 green ropes with both hands, swiftly running around the demon and binding its 2 arms behind its back. Its massive body was firmly restrained, unable to move. Finally, he took a small wooden stick and shoved it into the demon's mouth, then wrapped ropes around its head, tying a large bow on its chest like a carefully packaged gift. The demon roared in annoyance, only able to make helpless woo-woo sounds, a sense of humiliation welling up within it. But Li Yuxuan did not stop. He looked at the monster with a cunning gaze and said, "Quiet down. If I accidentally cut something sensitive, do not blame me." You began to search the demon's massive body, looking for the core crystal. Suddenly, you stopped at its tail where there was a red slit, like a secret pocket. Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, sharply slicing it open. The demon trembled all over, letting out a horrific shriek. He reached in and pulled out a purple core crystal, but the intense stench made him frown, cover his nose and mutter, "Hiding the core crystal in such a foul place, how disgusting." He glanced back. The demon had now collapsed to the ground, motionless. Li Yuxuan unleashed his blades of judgment skill. Thousands of sharp blades continuously cleaved the monster's body, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. In an instant, its colossal body was reduced to scattered fragments of flesh. Seeing the sky darken, he turned to leave, planning to find Bayan to clean up the mess. Suddenly, a strange aura made Li Yuxuan stop before him. A purple vortex abruptly appeared, like a door to another space. From within it emerged an old man with white hair, his eyes covered by a silk scarf. He spoke in a low voice, "Do you not prostrate yourself before this venerable one?" Li Yuxuan quickly hid behind a large tree, concealing his presence. The old man seemed not to notice him, muttering to himself, "The entire town has not a trace of human aura. Could they all have been eaten by predators?" Hearing these words, Li Yuxuan guessed he seemed concerned about the fate of the people, so he decided to step out, feigning panic, and with a trembling voice paid his respects to the venerable one. He recounted, "A group of predators just came to town. Everyone hid in the caves. I was saved by an ability user who arrived just in time." These words were meant to test the old man's intentions. As soon as he heard ability user, he immediately asked, "Where is that person now?" Li Yuxuan pretended to hug himself, his voice trembling. "I was too scared. I hid behind a tree for a long time, and when I came to my senses, I ran here," he sobbed, complaining. "That scoundrel actually ran away, leaving the entire town in despair." Li Yuxuan's acting was masterful. If one had not personally witnessed him dismembering the demon, anyone seeing his frail body and trembling voice would have believed him implicitly. The old man seemed completely convinced, nodding and saying, "The Lord has promised that as long as offerings are made tomorrow at 12 p.m., the entire town will be protected." As he replied, he wondered aloud, having heard that an ability user had appeared in this remote place. He could not understand why an ability user would come here. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his sharp gaze swept over Li Yuxuan, then he turned and walked into the purple vortex. The surrounding space trembled slightly. Before disappearing, he left a cold warning, "You human, you must do as I say. Present the offerings to the Lord tomorrow at noon, or else the entire town will once again be slaughtered by predators." Li Yuxuan maintained a respectful posture, bowing farewell, his performance flawless. But as soon as the old man's figure vanished, his expression changed, his gaze sharpening as he fell into thought. He muttered to himself that this group of demons was very likely the culprit behind the children's gouged-out eyes. But what did they want with those children's eyes? Night fell. In a small house on the outskirts of Hillside Town, dim yellow light seeped from the window, illuminating a cold corner of the yard. The warm atmosphere inside contrasted sharply with the silence outside. Li Yuxuan handed Bayan a cup of warm water, while Bayan rubbed his shoulders, clearly exhausted. He had just maintained the demon barrier for half an hour and incinerated piles of low-level demon corpses. Li Yuxuan could not help but exclaim, "Your mental strength is far more powerful than I imagined." Ban smiled faintly, and replied easily, "No matter how strong my mental power, I am only here to assist you." Besides the two of them, a couple and a small boy were in the room. Li Yuxuan looked at them, his voice low. "Now, can you clearly tell me why you are sacrificing those children's eyes to the demons?" the man stammered, looking painfully at the little boy beside him who turned out to be his son. He sighed, his voice trembling. "To save my son, I was forced to do this immoral thing, gouging out other children's eyes to offer to the demons. If we do not obey, predators will attack and the entire town will be wiped out." This explanation made Li Yuxuan and Ban frown, their anger flaring. Was the entire town being threatened by this group of demons with such an absurd excuse? Li Yuxuan sharply asked, "Have demons now become the town's guardians?" He continued to press. "Why did not you ask the Senbot Alliance for help?" The man suddenly raised his voice, his eyes burning with fury. "Asking you ability users for help is useless. No one listens. They say they'll fight predators, but when predators attack, not a single person from the Senbot Alliance is seen." Anger and resentment made him grit his teeth. "If ability users have abandoned our lives, then why cannot I seek help from demons?" The heavy complaint left Li Yuxuan and Ban in silence, unsure how to respond. After some thought, the two decided to contact Lu Zhao to clarify everything. On the screen connected to headquarters, Lu Zhao's image appeared. Li Yuxuan immediately explained the situation of the past few days, emphasizing that the residents here were desperate. They would rather sacrifice children's eyes than trust the demons. Was this the great Senbot Alliance you once spoke of? Specifically to rescue humans? His voice was cold, filled with accusation. "You once said we should work together to eliminate demons. What do you call this situation now, a joke?" Lu Zhao was somewhat uncomfortable with these sharp remarks. She replied stiffly, "The Heaven's Wrath Squad is also bound to make mistakes. These demons are not simple. I demand that you do not doubt the team or Senbot's faith." She emphasized that the most urgent task now was to eliminate the demons and protect the residents of Hillside Town. "I will send Sana to support the two of you." Lu Zhao's hollow words made Li Yuxuan tired. He muttered to himself, "It is always like this, only using flowery words to make people obey Heaven's Wrath's orders." Not wanting to argue further, he turned away, his gaze cold. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Ban walked to the screen and gently said to Lu Zhao, "This matter was indeed our mishandling, but those children are the hope for the future, and I do not want to see them treated so cruelly." Lu Zhao nodded, but her tone remained serious. "I understand, but it requires time for a thorough investigation before action can be taken." She turned and ordered Sana, who was standing behind her, to quickly go to Hillside Town to support them and monitor Li Yuxuan, ensuring he did not act recklessly. Lu Zhao looked at Ban through the screen and quietly asked, "Do you feel like Li Yuxuan has returned to his old self before he joined Heaven's Wrath?" Ban looked back at Li Yuxuan's lonely figure in the corner of the room. He brought a half-burnt cigarette to his lips, took a deep puff, his eyes profound as if lost in thought. The next morning a truck sped along an empty road. The clock showed 11:35. Li Yuxuan sat in the driver's seat, his face resolute. Upon arriving at their destination, he and Ban got out of the car and quickly discussed their plan. Recalling the news that the demon would demand offerings at 12 p.m., Li Yuxuan said, "I'll scout the situation. You stay here and protect the town, guarding against predators or other demon attacks." Ban nodded, his eyes firm, ready for the upcoming battle. Before Li Yuxuan left, Ban worriedly reminded him that although those demons weren't ranked demons and Chelsea was asleep, he hoped he would be extra careful. Li Yuxuan replied with a confident smile, "Do not worry, after all, you are the one who defeated Yu. Before getting into the car, Li Yuxuan did not forget to tell Ban to take better care of himself. As his current power could only maintain the barrier for half an hour, he also joked, wondering how Ban pursued girls. This sudden topic of pursuing girls startled Ban, making him feel a little flustered. He quickly said loudly, his tone somewhat stammering, "Li Yuxuan, what nonsense are you talking about?" As soon as the car door closed, a purple object zipped out and landed directly in Ban's hand. Li Yuxuan's voice came from inside the car, telling him to hold on to this level 4 Predator Core crystal. It could help him maintain the barrier a little longer. Before Ban could fully understand, Li Yuxuan continued, his tone playful, "No need to thank me, it is just that I cannot stand weak people like Ban who cannot last long." Ban tightly gripped the core crystal in his hand, looking seriously at Li Yuxuan, and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Be careful and come back alive." After closing the door, Li Yuxuan looked straight ahead, started the car and prepared to leave. Before driving off, he did not forget to remind Ban again that his mission this time was to protect the residents here. Li Yuxuan also left a meaningful message. Ban would not be like the others, would he? As soon as he finished speaking, he sped off, leaving Ban standing there hesitant and unsure how to respond. After a long while, he finally sighed, his gaze following the disappearing car, when Li Yuxuan's car stopped in an area where winged demons gathered. They circled as if searching for prey. Meanwhile, in a dark basement with rough brick walls, the white eye-patch old man, the one who had spoken with Li Yuxuan earlier, stood there. He addressed the other person as Evil Eye, his tone filled with doubt. "When did an ability user appear in this area? Have ability users already figured out their plan?" Evil Eye was currently in human form, wearing a fast food employee uniform. A relaxed and cheerful smile on his face, he countered the old man. "Are you scared?" "Is just a small ability user. Why such panic?" the blindfolded old man replied, his voice low. "No, it is just that I am a bit worried. But this seemed not to affect Evil Eye's mood. He called the old man Pilot, then said, "Reinforcements have arrived, have not they? He is going to rest. Do not bother him with everything." As soon as Evil Eye left, a child ran in from outside calling Pilot AB3, informing him that the core crystals had arrived. Then the little boy pulled the old man's hand and walked out to meet someone. The child also excitedly boasted that there were 4 this time. It turned out the child was taking old Pilot to meet Li Yuxuan. Because Li Yuxuan wore glasses, the child mistakenly thought he had 4 eyes. As soon as Li Yuxuan saw old Pilot, he feigned a beaming smile and addressed him. "Venerable one, I did not expect to meet you again." The child, seeing his eyes clearly in the sunlight, noticed his crimson pupils looked unusually eerie in his black eyes. It was happy to see Li Yuxuan, so it turned and asked Pilot, "If we gouge out his eyes now, will we get 2 core crystals?" Such cruel words coming from a child showed that gouging out eyes had become routine for it. Hearing these words, Li Yuxuan quickly waved his hands nervously, saying, "I am already old, my 2 eyes are no longer bright and agile. I do not want my eyes gouged out." It was then that old Pilot stroked the child's head, calling him Guozi. He gently said, "They can only gouge out children's eyes." The appearance and words of the 2 before him made Li Yuxuan ponder. This child's eyes were actually demon eyes, and he felt this child was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. As for this demon called Pilot, Li Yuxuan saw his eyes were covered with bandages. Could he have gouged out his own eyes and given them to this child? But why would he do that? And why did this child love eating core crystals so much? A series of questions swirled in his mind, but perhaps he would soon get the answers. After hearing the comforting words of the demon elder Pilot, the child became happy again. He ran over, calling Li Yuxuan 4 eyes, and asked, "Where are its core crystals?" Since the human promised double, hurry up and bring them out for inspection. Li Yuxuan resumed his ingratiating smile. He pointed to the truck, saying the goods were in the carriage, guaranteed fresh. The child excitedly opened the carriage, but it was pitch black inside. It could not see anything, so it stuck its head in. Just then, Li Yuxuan grabbed its collar and directly threw it into the carriage, making it tumble onto a pile of cardboard boxes inside, crying heartbreakingly. Li Yuxuan loudly said that its matters would be discussed after the adults finished talking. Then Li Yuxuan closed the carriage door. He walked over to the demon elder Pilot, wanting to say something, but suddenly the old man's lips curled into a puzzling smile. He told Li Yuxuan to first clarify things with that child. These unclear words left him somewhat puzzled. Before he could figure it out, the truck he had just closed the child in suddenly exploded. The tiny figure inside the truck leapt out at extreme speed, charging towards Li Yuxuan and delivering a fierce kick. Li Yuxuan instinctively raised his hands to block. The child's strength was too great, pushing him back a few steps. It continuously threw large rocks at him, causing Li Yuxuan to inevitably sustain injuries. His neck and cheeks were lightly grazed, blood seeping out. This greatly surprised Li Yuxuan. Since when could a child injure him? Perhaps because it was deceived. This child was now extremely furious. Its face no longer resembled a child's. Instead, it had the expression of a demon, with blood-red eyes and several black spots appearing on its cheeks and forehead, looking very eerie. The demon child shrieked. The furious voice rang out, "Everyone who deceives me must die." Li Yuxuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his gaze attempting to appease yet also serious. He began, partly explaining and partly reasoning. "I apologize, it was indeed wrong to deceive you like that, but it is also wrong for this child to gouge out other people's eyes." He looked directly into its bloodshot eyes and asked if it too should admit its mistake and apologize to others. But the child remained fierce, completely unmoved. It shouted loudly that as long as O's illness was cured, a few deaths did not matter. This idea was too selfish, even cruel. Unlike a normal child, under the demon's influence, it had become infected with twisted emotions, alienating itself from humanity. Although Li Yuxuan's tone was gentle, everyone could feel the deep-seated anger within him. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "How can you sacrifice others' lives to save yourself?" He glanced at his pocket. Chelsea still lay there obediently, with no sign of waking up. He said softly, "Do not ever do such evil things again." Hearing the mention of the demon's evil deeds, the child became even more enraged and charged straight at Li Yuxuan, shouting, "Do not you dare talk about all like that, you liar." It swung its small fists, rushing directly at Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan quickly reached out to block, stopping its fist. Immediately a gleaming chain appeared, tightly coiling around the child's limbs. It was the chain of judgment. With his other hand, he emitted a beam of light that shot directly into its bloodshot eyes. He said coldly, "Normally I do not hit children, but if you cause any more trouble I will retaliate." Before it could react, Li Yuxuan leaped away. The demon child remained fierce, striking his back with lightning speed, which annoyed Li Yuxuan slightly. Fighting a child, even winning, brought no glory. He thought his previous actions were not worth it, assuming it would retreat once it knew the difficulty. To his surprise, the child lowered its head and mumbled to itself, then suddenly looked up and roared, "No one is allowed to gouge out my eyes." At the same time, it fiercely waved its hand, shattering Li Yuxuan's chains into pieces. Not only did its ferocity not diminish, it doubled. It attacked continuously, forcing Li Yuxuan to barely defend with his hands. He realized the child's strength had suddenly surged mysteriously, exceeding normal capabilities. No longer backing down, Li Yuxuan retaliated with a heavy kick that sent it tumbling far across the ground. He reflected that every hardship a child endured had its underlying cause. He thought, when one is angry it is hard to listen calmly to reason. He knew that whatever he said this child would not listen, so he could only subdue it first. Then he would act. Li Yuxuan raised his hand to strike, but just as he was about to make contact the child turned, looking directly at him with pitch-black eyes, eerie red light flickering in its pupils. That gaze made Li Yuxuan's mind reel and his head spin. He reached up and rubbed his eyes, trying to regain his composure. The child turned to the demon elder pilot, who was not far away, and loudly declared, "I do not need your help. I can deal with Li Yuxuan by myself." Elder pilot, calling it Guozi, responded in a low voice, "Have you forgotten? Mental intrusion is the most painful torture, is not it?" It turned out he had been observing from the shadows. Knowing that Li Yuxuan had once defeated a level 4 predator and possessed extraordinary strength, he believed that only by inflicting mental pain on Li Yuxuan, forcing him to submit and become a slave, was the best strategy. But Li Yuxuan let out a long laugh, startling Elder Pilot. His right eye glowed with golden light while his left was blood red. He laughed heartily, covering his ears. "You want to invade my mind? That idea is truly amusing, like listening to a joke." He laughed until his head hurt. His mocking laughter sounded utterly surreal. As soon as he finished speaking, both the child and Elder Pilot screamed simultaneously, clutching their heads and wailing in agony. Li Yuxuan stopped pretending, his gaze sharp and full of fury. He wanted to see what garbage these two demons had in their minds. Entering the child's mental world, Li Yuxuan heard a cold voice report. "Experiment subject number 24, number 56 have been injected with radiation sufferer solution number 13, type C drug, and solution 421. A terrifying scene appeared before him. A group of doctors surrounded children tied to beds, injecting them with drugs one by one. Watching the child painfully twitching on the bed, eyes wide open, Li Yuxuan felt a chill run through him. "The X organization," he muttered, recognizing the child's familiar face. "So it was an experiment subject," a nearby doctor reported. "The electroshock experiment on the child is complete with no reaction. Next we will sever its trachea to activate its ability." Although the child's eyes were full of fear and pleading, the X organization personnel coldly continued their cruel actions. Li Yuxuan, unable to bear it, shouted, "Stop!" But they continued regardless. After the experiment, the child emitted a dazzling golden light, its eyes tightly closed, blood streaming down its face. It cried miserably, screaming in pain, but no one was moved. A doctor stepped forward, feigning comfort. "Accept your new life." But the child struggled, trying to escape. The doctors reported in a panic that the experiment subject had escaped. However, another person coldly said, "No need to pursue, just report to the higher-ups that the experiment was successful." Seeing the heartbreaking scene in the child's mental world, Li Yuxuan could not suppress his fury. He gritted his teeth and growled, "The X organization, those beasts, a group of cruel madmen, have not been completely destroyed yet." The innocent child, suffering extreme pain, twisted his heart. In a flash, the scene switched to the boy crying and running in the pouring rain. He fell to the ground, lying motionless, just looking down in distress and wailing loudly. From the darkness, a hand with sharp claws reached out, accompanied by an old voice. "From now on, I will be your eyes." The person who appeared was indeed the demon elder pilot. At that time, his eyes were still blood red, his pupils pitch black, looking terrifying. From then on, the child seemed to have found a reliance, clinging more and more to this awe, unaware that he was a demon. When the old man gave his own eyes to it, the boy became even more trusting and grateful. It once innocently asked, "If you give me your eyes, what will you do?" Elder Pilot stroked its head, smiling gently. "As long as you are happy, my eyes will grow back later." Hearing this, the boy cheered. "Is it true that what you eat strengthens that part? If so, I just need to find lots of eyes for right." The scene in the memory stopped there, and Guazi's shrill scream rang out. The black pupils in its eye sockets suddenly popped out on their own, and the child once again endured double pain, both physical and mental. "The pupils have returned to their owner, Pilot." Li Yuxuan looked at him and roared, "You beast, do you want me to recount every single evil deed you have committed?" After Elder Pilot reinstalled his eyes, he no longer hid his true nature. He cackled, conjuring two blazing purple energy orbs in his hands. "Your psychic power is truly beyond imagination," he said. "If you become my subordinate, Lord Evil Eye will grant you generous rewards." This thought made him laugh heartily without stopping. Li Yuxuan frowned, saying with disgust, "Hearing that name Evil Eye all day long has annoyed me. Did not you hear Evil Eye mention Chelsea? Before signing the contract, Chelsea clearly stated what the terms would be. Did not you even know the price you'd have to pay?" He concluded coldly that furthermore this transaction was one-sided, so he would not accept it. After speaking, he waved his hand and threw his knife at Elder Pilot. But Guozi suddenly rushed out from somewhere, blocking in front of the old man. It shouted loudly that even if its Abba was bad, it was still better than a human like Li Yuxuan. Seeing the child's stubbornness, Li Yuxuan became extremely annoyed. He kicked it aside and admonished, "Children should mind their own business." Elder Pilot laughed mockingly. "You will not even spare a child. It seems you are no good either." At the same time, he launched an attack directly at Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan had never claimed to be a good person. He retaliated, moving as fast as lightning, and in an instant he was beside the old man, startling Pilot. As he got closer, he mocked, "I truly do not understand how a beast like you can still speak human language." This remark was accompanied by a heavy punch that sent the old man flying far away, creating a deafening crash and raising dust. Guozi heard the colossal sound, and even though it could not see clearly, it still crawled on the ground, loudly calling Abba's name, crying as it did so. This scene forced Li Yuxuan to make a difficult decision. He wanted the child to face reality. Even if it was painful, it was better than remaining a demon's puppet forever. Golden thread seeped from his hand into Gwazi's mind. It saw the scene after escaping the laboratory. Two doctors supporting each other discussing, "The first task is complete, now begin the next experiment." Evil Eye sat there laughing heartily, ordering the nearby Elder Pilot to disguise himself as an angel and save this successful experiment subject. Elder Pilot accepted the order, and everything that happened afterward was now clear to Gwazi. The boy cried out in agony when it learned the truth. The person it had always loved and trusted was actually the one who had harmed it in the X organization. But it remained stubborn. "If not for Abba, I would have died long ago. He saved me, did not he?" Li Yuxuan sighed, clutching his chest, exhausted. He barely managed to use his Dreamweaver psychic ability amidst the dust after hitting Elder Pilot. The old man's figure emerged, holding a long staff, his entire body enveloped in purple light. Gwazi's cries excited him greatly. He roared, "Let everyone suffer, and then I will come to save those desperate humans." That mad appearance exposed his true nature, completely different from his usual hypocritical gentleness. The battle between Li Yuxuan and Elder Pilot was not yet over. Gwazi lowered its head, crying, its voice choked, unable to believe what it had just seen. Li Yuxuan's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as he looked at Elder Pilot, who had now revealed his true form, no longer gentle. His eyes were blood red, his nails long and sharp, and his open mouth revealed sharp teeth. He held a staff in his left hand, a gem on its head emitting purple light, and electricity crackled around his body. He let out an eerie laugh, triumphantly saying, "Even if Gwazi knows the truth now in his heart, I am still an angel." After speaking, a group of winged demons appeared beside him, looking like devils bearing sharp fangs, ready to tear Li Yuxuan apart at any moment. He commanded, "Forward, tear him apart, let him suffer the ultimate pain of hell." Li Yuxuan did not flinch. He unleashed the power of judgment, creating a cage of light to envelop Gwazi, ensuring the child's safety. He turned to the demons, his tone impatient. "Why do they always say such cruel things before every fight without waiting long?" He made his move, firing countless sharp blades as if clearing away the demon queen's bad habits for them. The sharp blades tore through the bodies of the winged demons, making them howl in pain. However, one agile demon dodged the attack, swooping down from above, charging directly at Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan frowned, daring not to underestimate his opponent. He took a step back and skillfully dodged. In the distance, Elder Pilot laughed triumphantly. The staff in his hand was bestowed by Lord Evil Eye, and all demons had to obey it, making it difficult to destroy. He injected energy into the staff. The gem on its head glowed brilliantly, radiating power that controlled demons. That demon charged even more frantically at Li Yuxuan. He confidently declared that human weapons were no match for this staff. His arrogant words only made Li Yuxuan more excited. He mocked, "Thank you for telling me the story of this staff." With nimble hands and feet, he drew out a spiked whip and shot it directly at the demons. The demons' necks were severed and their painful howls echoed. The whip in Li Yuxuan's hand belonged to an old acquaintance. He wanted the demons to feel its familiarity. Elder Pilot recognized the whip and said in surprise, "Chelsea wasn't supposed to be unconscious after being banished. I do not understand how you have Chelsea's weapon." Li Yuxuan's lips curved into a mocking smile. "I did not expect you, a demon, to know quite a bit, but unfortunately your ears and brain do not seem to work very well." He continued to wield the whip, preventing the demons from approaching, let alone harming him. They were struck hundreds of times, only knowing to growl in pain. In a flash, 4 demons were tidily bound together. Li Yuxuan stepped forward, stepping on their heads, and coldly announced, "Their demon queen Chelsea has already signed a demon contract with me. Even if Chelsea is unconscious, her weapon does not need to sleep." He wielded the whip, flinging the demons far away. "Anyway, they are just low-level demons, unworthy to be Chelsea's food. You might as well have them back." Elder Pilot growled angrily. Watching his subordinates get flung back, he waved his staff, pointing it directly at Li Yuxuan. "Even if Chelsea has signed a contract with you, it is no big deal to me." The gem on the staff emitted an enormous light, shooting towards Li Yuxuan and causing an earth-shattering explosion. Before he could fully recover, a flash of light swept past Elder Pilot, and a sharp whip instantly severed his left arm, which was holding the staff. He had just been excited about his own move, so this sudden attack stunned him. It took a few seconds for him to realize his arm had been severed. He screamed and fell to the ground. Chelsea's whip had instantly defeated him. Li Yuxuan stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice. "Rank demons mean nothing. You have no right to be arrogant in front of me." The tip of the whip pointed directly at him, threatening to pierce his body. Elder Pilot gritted his teeth. Clutching his bloody shoulder, his eyes filled with ferocity. Li Yuxuan suddenly recalled the old man saying that pain could unleash immense power in a person. A corner of his mouth curved upward. If that was the case, he wanted the old man to taste that pain. He gripped the whip, his eyes glinting red, his face showing only hatred and murderous intent. He wanted to gouge out the old man's eyes, tear open his mouth and strip off his skin, to see if such physical agony could help the old man become a rank demon. No sooner had he spoken than a heart-wrenching pain made Elder Pilot shriek. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yuxuan stood there covered in blood, his breath heavy. Elder Pilot lay motionless on the ground, bloodied, his body covered in countless wounds, his flesh mangled in a horrific sight. He looked at the old man, his voice weary. "Is that all it takes for you to break? Then you can be Chelsea's lunch." He raised the bracelet in his hand, absorbing power from Elder Pilot's corpse. Energy surged in, enveloping Chelsea's still form. Her eyes closed. Suddenly she spoke. "Leave the gem from that staff. It is a weapon demons cannot destroy." Li Yuxuan looked back at the staff on the ground. The gem on its head no longer radiated murderous intent, only countless cracks remained. Following Chelsea's instructions, he incinerated the remaining demon corpses, then went to rendezvous with Bayan. Upon seeing Sana, Bayan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were too many predators. He was close to his limit, he said. Sana understood Bayan's exhaustion and quickly stepped forward to support them both. Under the faint sunlight, Sana turned, her gaze fixed on Li Yuxuan, and her steady voice rang out, defending Lu Zhao. "Actually, Lu Zhao did not mean what you thought she did earlier." Li Yuxuan subtly frowned, not wanting to get into an argument. He merely replied calmly that after they left, the town would return to normal. Sana knew Li Yuxuan still harbored doubts about the alliance, so she decisively announced that she would stay to clear out predators and at the same time turn this place into a training base to help the villagers defend against danger. Sana's words were fluent and full of determination, but still not enough to make Li Yuxuan fully believe. He only hummed softly, then replied coldly, "Talk once it is done." Bayan, standing nearby, was surprised to hear Sana had decided to stay. Wasn't she supposed to participate in Hawknest City's elite challenge? That was a great opportunity for her future development. Sana shook her head, a faint smile on her face. "I am not going. I am not interested in those things." She then earnestly entrusted Bayan, "Please protect Miss Lu Zhao while I am away." Bayan nodded. "Absolutely, rest assured." Li Yuxuan turned to leave, but before departing, he left a loaded remark. "What organization are the demons here closely related to?" He wanted Sana to be careful. Though his words were cold, Sana felt the genuine concern deep within him. Watching his figure gradually disappear, she smiled softly, thinking he truly was someone who said one thing but meant another. In a small restaurant in the town, the waiter said with a smiling face, "That'll be 666 yuan, welcome again." After the door closed, he stretched, a hint of weariness flashing across his face, but when he turned around, his eyes gleamed with cunning. It turned out that beneath this ordinary human guise, he was none other than Evil Eye, the master of those demons. Nothing escaped his eyes. He knew Chelsea had just devoured another demon, exceeding this month's target. His harmless smile concealed a heart more cruel and evil than anyone else's. This small town appeared so peaceful under the sunlight, but for how long no one knew. In Hawknest City at dawn, a long queue lined up before the massive iron gate waiting for inspection. The guard shouted sternly, demanding everyone have their ID cards ready. "No one will slip into the city with ill intent." The inspection team, clad in black with weapons at their waists and sunglasses obscuring their expressions, coldly observed the crowd. Li Yuxuan stood silently among them, his sharp gaze fixed on the guards. He mused, based on the information provided by the children he had just rescued, the X organization was still capturing children for experiments. Demons and predators could form contracts and use each other, but predators themselves were unstable. So why were they chosen? Were there other plans or experimental objectives? When it was his turn, Li Yuxuan calmly handed over his ID card. The gatekeeper called him Four Eyes, carefully checked the document, then nodded. "So you are one of us." Li Yuxuan thought to himself that it was unwise to reveal his identity before everything was clear, but just as he thought everything was going smoothly, the gatekeeper returned his document, saying coldly, "According to this ID card, the validity period has expired. You are not an ability user, so you cannot enter during the elite challenge." This news greatly surprised Li Yuxuan. Lu Zhao's intelligence was indeed unreliable. He forced a smile, intending to use his ability to persuade them, but before he could act, a light orb on the city gate suddenly shot out a beam of light, instantly sweeping him away. When Li Yuxuan opened his eyes, he was already in a forest near the city gate. He observed the city gate again, realizing Lu Zhao had never mentioned such strict identity checks. Being suddenly teleported without feeling anything surprised him. Suddenly, a card hovered behind him, emitting a familiar voice that answered the doubts in his heart. It turned out that Light Orb was Hawknest City's protective barrier, and also an insurmountable main gate. Li Yuxuan turned, facing Abe. He was still wearing those flamboyant clothes, a rose in his mouth. This encounter seemed coincidental, but Abe had already anticipated he would be stopped. The two looked at the city gate, where the energy light orb formed a sturdy barrier. The guards used fragments from inside the barrier to open a passage. Abe looked at Li Yuxuan with a mocking smile. "You cannot even get past the city gate, yet you want to wield influence in Hawknest City? Are you afraid people will not know who you are?" Then he said confidently, "I can help you sneak in successfully." Li Yuxuan narrowed his eyes, watching Abe warily. Abe's strange behavior and the traps he set last time made Li Yuxuan wary of him. Abe's recent proposal seemed completely untrustworthy to him, and he was also puzzled by that mysterious energy orb. Who controlled that power? Hawknest City possessed such immense ability, so why wasn't it used to stop demons and predators? A string of unanswered questions left Li Yuxuan's mind in turmoil, but Abe, with his red lips, a significant smile on his face, slowly raised a card depicting a masked figure and spoke. "To know the answer, the only way is to enter Hawknest City." The The two reappeared before the city gate, causing the guards to break out in a cold sweat. Abe had now transformed into a magnificent princess, with flowing pink curly hair, purple glasses covering half his face, exuding an indescribably exaggerated aura. Beside him was Li Yuxuan, dressed in a bulky brown bear costume completely covered from head to toe, named Mr. Deep Love Bear by Abe. The two pretended to be a street circus couple, coming to add to the excitement of the elite challenge, but the guards remained suspicious. His sharp gaze swept over them both. He would not let them pass. Abe did not back down, calling the guard officer in a syrupy voice, saying that he and his husband just wanted to earn some money during the competition. After speaking, he turned and nudged the bear beside him, whining, "Darling, hurry and beg officer with me, do not just stand there." Faced with this commotion, the guard lost his patience and shouted, "These two are highly suspicious, do not even think about entering the city." Just then, the bear, who was Li Yuxuan, suddenly stepped forward and hugged the guard tightly. Abe giggled and explained, "Mr. Bear loves hugging strangers, so please bear with him, officer." The guard was throttled, frothing at the mouth, and said weakly, "It hurts so much?" But Abe cleverly shouted, "He is saying they are allowed through." He then pulled the bear's hand and skillfully passed through the barrier formed by the energy light orb, leaving the guard twitching on the ground, indistinctly shouting, "No entry." Unfortunately, the two were already gone, leaving the other guards frantically shaking their captain. After entering Hawknest City, the two stopped in an alley and shed their disguises. Abe boasted triumphantly, "My idea was a perfect success, just as I promised." Li Yuxuan sighed softly. Although he disliked Abe's exaggerated style, he had to admit the outcome was as desired. He promised, "Next time I'll treat you to a meal, the kind Ban likes." Abe heard Ban's name and asked curiously, "Why is not Ban here this time?" Li Yuxuan explained, "Ban has private matters and will arrive later. He is waiting for us to meet up." Abe frowned, expressing doubt. "I thought both of you were part of the organization and interested in the elite challenge. For ability users like you, this is a great opportunity. But judging by it, you already have long-term meal tickets." Li Yuxuan told Abe about the X organization and its connection to demons. Demon attacks had erupted far from Hawknest City, yet coincidentally this city was holding a competition at this very time. "If I were an X organization demon investigator, I would act now." After speaking, he suddenly turned, his tone serious. "Do not confuse me with the Heaven's Wrath organization members." Li Yuxuan held the pass, lost in thought. Despite being blocked at the city gate, he encountered no further obstacles after entering. Did this city harbor two different factions? Before he could ponder further, a shrill cry for help reached him. Li Yuxuan looked over and saw two robots dragging two struggling children. One robot coldly announced that they had found unauthorized entrance into Hawknest City and must destroy them. Its arms transformed into gun barrels, green light flashing ready to fire. The two children closed their eyes in terror. Suddenly, from a distance, two throwing knives flew, precisely embedding themselves in the robots' heads. They emitted system malfunction alarms, then collapsed. Li Yuxuan walked forward and helped up the two children. A boy and a girl, both around 10 years old, recalling the X organization's atrocities of capturing children for experiments and even murder. Rage burned in his heart. The two children repeatedly thanked him, but he merely waved his hand. "I am just a passerby, I do not know anything." The little boy grinned mischievously. "Everything that just happened could not escape my machine eyes." He pointed to his eyes. One originally human had now been replaced by a steel machine eye. Li Yuxuan was stunned. A human body, and a child's at that, had been modified in such a way. Even knowing Hawknest City was a city of machinery, the intent to turn humans into machines still sent shivers down his spine. Li Yuxuan felt a chill run down his spine and cold sweat streamed from him at the sight of this cruel scene. Seeing the strange expression on his face, the child, undeterred, explained excitedly, "It is normal here. Many people in the city have mechanical parts installed on their bodies." As he spoke, the girl beside him raised her right hand, showing off her gleaming steel arm, but a hint of worry was still visible on her childish face. The girl quickly said, "We must hide now, lest those people come looking for us again." Li Yuxuan asked curiously if they had made some mistake to be so severely pursued. The boy recounted indignantly, "They wanted to save their friend, but those bad adults did not like it, so they are hunting us down." The girl also advised, "Do not participate in the upcoming elite challenge." Li Yuxuan had not yet understood the reason, and was about to ask further when suddenly, next to the two robots he had just defeated across the street, a trash-cleaning robot detected something unusual. Its alarm system emitted an ear-piercing shriek, making the two children panic and immediately turn to flee. Before disappearing, they turned back and shouted, "Whatever you do, do not participate in the competition, or you'll die like Alice did 10 years ago." Hearing the name Alice, Li Yuxuan stopped, muttering it to himself, wondering if he knew this person. In a towering skyscraper, a high-rise office, a figure stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, dazzling light obscuring his face. Behind him, an older man took a drag from his cigarette, and a deep voice sounded, "Everything is ready. Before long we will possess the world's most powerful superpower predators." The person by the window nodded, coldly ordering, "Proceed as planned, do not disappoint me." At the city library, under the bright sunlight, Li Yuxuan stood before a computer screen, his fingers rapidly scrolling, muttering about the city's commercial development history. His gaze focused, he browsed each line of information until he stopped at the Elite Challenge data. He discovered that Hawknest City had held this event many years ago. and a team named Alice had won the championship, but as he continued reading, Li Yuxuan's eyes widened, shocked by the cruel truth. The girl was right. Although the Alice team was meticulously selected, they met with tragic failure on the third day. The screen clearly showed the team members' inverted corpses from the year of the competition. None were spared. Li Yuxuan frowned, lost in thought. How could such an elite team fail? Had Hawknest City's high-level administrators concealed the true power of the demons? Worse still, were they deliberately using ability users as human shields to block something even more terrifying? This thought sent a jolt through him. If this competition was a meticulously planned conspiracy, then what was its true purpose? He hastily pulled out his phone to call Bayan, wanting to discuss countermeasures. But by all accounts, Bayan should have arrived by now. On the other end of the line, the phone rang piercingly. Bayan's phone lay solitary on the ground. The screen displayed an incoming call from Li Yuxuan. A hand bent down to pick it up, and a mocking voice sounded, looking towards Bayan standing in the distance. How interesting, another lost lamb. Bayan, disheveled and with a tired look on his face, had clearly just gone through a battle. He stood amidst the scattered corpses on the ground, adjusted his glasses, and turned to respond. Do not underestimate support roles. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, and support can kill too, you know. The man called the doctor looked surprised. Bayan, I did not realize you had killed so many people. Bayan frowned, his tone disgusted. I just knocked them out, the doctor nodded, looking at the unconscious people on the ground. Indeed, they were just knocked out. Bayan explained. These people are from Rose City. They charged at me without a word. Perhaps Miss Jin Shanshan, the mayor's daughter, still holds a grudge against me, which is why she sent people to cause trouble. Seeing his phone in the doctor's hand, he yelled in annoyance, Do not snoop on my phone. The doctor smiled, quickly returned it, and said, Li Yuxuan has already arrived in Hawknest City. I'll send you to him now. But just then the doctor revealed a meaningful smile which made Bayan feel that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Sure enough, the doctor proposed to disguise Bayan. Although he did not understand why, Bayan reluctantly agreed. By nightfall, the two had met up with Li Yuxuan in Hawknest City. Seeing their appearance, Li Yuxuan could not help but want to laugh. The doctor was still in his formal attire, playing the role of the original circus wife, while Bayan was dressed in a flamboyant clown costume. The doctor cheerfully waved and shouted, Mr. Bear, I have brought teammates to help you. How are you going to thank me? Bayan muttered weakly. I do not understand why I have to wear this. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan abruptly stood up, his back to his two teammates, and raised his phone high. He deliberately drew Bayan's and the doctor's attention to the screen. The two reacted. Li Yuxuan's phone emitted a click, capturing a happy memory of the three of them amidst a dangerous mission. Bayan frowned, annoyed that his comical clown appearance had been photographed. The doctor noticed his displeasure and quickly explained, One of us is a stowaway, and the other is being targeted by Rose City. I used a disguise to avoid being recognized. As he spoke, he handed the bear costume to Li Yuxuan, excitedly saying, Put it on, the three of us will be like a circus coming to liven things up. Li Yuxuan turned, a sly smile on his face, looking at the doctor. This elite challenge was indeed lively. It definitely needed some circus entertainment to boost the atmosphere. His eyes sparkled with cunning, as if a plan had already formed in his mind. After changing into their costumes, the three stood before the security gate, where a camera was scanning them with a beam of light. The doctor cheerfully said to the camera, We are the circus invited by the mayor to attend tonight's party. I wonder if we can enter? The camera scanned them. The information displayed in the system confirmed their identities, and the gate immediately opened. Everything went so smoothly that Bayan could not help but feel suspicious. He followed the doctor in, his eyes still fixed on the camera. The doctor urged, Hurry in before it changes its mind. But as soon as they stepped into the hall, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, accompanied by the announcement, Suspicious intruder detected. The three were startled. A line of combat robots appeared, and cold warning voices echoed through the hall. Level 1 alert activated. Li Yuxuan removed his bear hat and looked directly at the robots, his tone firm. Did not you already approve my entry? Why are you now calling it an illegal intrusion? Bayan gritted his teeth, thinking that the matter had been resolved smoothly. But Li Yuxuan already held 3 knives, his eyes cold. I just want to have some serious academic discussions. Do not get in the way, he said to these metal contraptions. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 knives in his hand shot out at lightning speed, precisely embedding themselves in the robots before they could retaliate. The robots immediately combined, their muzzles aimed at the trio, but Li Yuxuan was quick, erecting an energy shield, causing the bullets to deflect upwards towards the ceiling. The doctor, playing the role of a delicate circus princess, shrieked, Bayan, Li Yuxuan, protect me, Bayan shouted. Seeing the numerous robots, Li Yuxuan, do your clown work? Realizing Li Yuxuan intended to charge directly at the robots, Bayan was startled. Their opponents were superpower machines, much stronger and faster than humans. Charging like this was too risky. But before he could stop him, Li Yuxuan's figure had already burst through the shield, rushing towards the robots, leaving a final instruction. Remember to protect me. His figure swept past the robots like a gust of wind, too fast for the naked eye to track. When he stopped, a knife was embedded in the core system of each robot, rendering them completely paralyzed. Li Yuxuan curved his lips, thinking that machines were easier to deal with than humans. Paralyzing their cores was enough. But the damaged robots still tried to activate their defense protocols, as if wanting to continue fighting. Bayan was startled, worried they would be difficult to handle. The doctor next to him pulled out a card and shot a beam of light at the robots. In just a few seconds, the sounds in their systems became chaotic, their images distorted, and then they all fell motionless. Bayan turned, looking at the doctor in surprise. "Amazing," he said. The doctor smiled and explained, 7 upright holy grails can make the target fall into an illusion. "Like it? Want me to teach you?" Bayan awkwardly refused. Li Yuxuan interrupted. "Stop arguing, this building feels a bit off, very strange." His words silenced the trio. Their gazes drawn to the walls and ceiling before them, they realized they were moving like a mysterious, never-before-seen formation. Li Yuxuan curved his lips and smiled. Hawknest City truly lives up to its reputation as a city of technology. It is unexpectedly impressive on the street. A crowd gathered in front of City Hall, which was adorned with colorful ribbons, issuing a warning. City Hall is undergoing annual maintenance. Citizens, please keep clear of administrative areas. Notifications rang out one after another, but citizens still lingered, taking out their phones to record City Hall's articulated movements. Hawknest City's spectacular sight and cutting-edge technology left everyone in awe. Suddenly the ground shook violently, and the floor lurched. The doctor was startled, quickly grabbing Bayan's arm tightly. All 3 instinctively bent down, their eyes fixed on the strangely tilting floor. Li Yuxuan reacted swiftly, leaping up and gripping a branch of the ornate chandelier, suspending himself in midair. Simultaneously the bricks beneath his feet slowly sank, descending underground. Li Yuxuan's figure hung in the air while the doctor and Bayan, still on the same brick, were instantly pulled down into the depths. Bayan's expression was tense. Realizing the building's structure was changing, he quickly asked Li Yuxuan, "Are you all right?" Looking at the bizarre changes around him, Li Yuxuan deduced that the building's structure was Rubik's Cube-like. In an emergency, would activate a transformation mechanism from its center, with each change occurring precisely every 3 minutes, like a giant Rubik's Cube. As he thought, he glanced downwards, where a deep, perfectly square pit had already appeared, just as he had predicted. Li Yuxuan had previously read about this mechanism in the city library and never expected to witness it firsthand today. Bayan seemed somewhat impatient, frowning as he pressed, "What do we do now? The demon barrier consumes too much stamina, we cannot just stand here." Li Yuxuan, still gripping the chandelier, suspended in midair, pondered for a moment before decisively concluding that they must find the building's center. Only by pinpointing its location could they plan their next move. He immediately shouted, "Doctor, bring out your divination to find the way and tell me where the center of the building is." Hearing his name called, the doctor was overjoyed and smug, as if he were the key figure in this critical moment. He pulled 4 cards from his sleeve, grinning, "I will mercifully save you, but if I cannot find the right place, do not blame me." Li Yuxuan jumped onto a nearby stone platform, not forgetting to urge, "Hurry up, do not waste time." The doctor immediately activated his ability. In this life-or-death moment, all hope rested on his divination. A magic circle gradually appeared, enveloping the doctor. He floated in the mysterious space, his body as steady as a mountain. Bayan saw the doctor release his hand and could not help but worry if he could stand firm. But it turned out his worry was unnecessary. The doctor quickly stabilized, immersed in the magic circle, exuding a rare sense of tranquility. Bayan could not help but marvel. The person who had just been clinging to him, afraid of everything, now seemed reborn. To answer Bayan's question, the doctor calmly said, "I just have a fear of heights." At this moment, Li Yuxuan was leaping across the undulating floor, sometimes flat, sometimes tilted. The doctor's voice came to his ears, guiding him via a wand card. "Turn left." He looked up, and indeed there was a path to the left. He quickly rushed in that direction. Suddenly a gunshot rang out and a bullet grazed his back, fortunately. Li Yuxuan dodged in time. He stopped and said coldly, "What era is this that people are still using bullets for assassinations? It is almost comical. Keep up with the times. Oh, and you are X-Organization's dogs, are not you?" Facing Li Yuxuan were 4 men with guns, expressionless and silent. They all fired in unison, bullets whizzing towards him. Li Yuxuan dodged, his figure deftly weaving through the hail of bullets as the doctor's words still echoed in his ears. "Deal with these guys first." Hearing this, Li Yuxuan charged at them, his hand gripping a familiar sharp knife. One of the men, wearing a purple jacket, had sinister eyes and was twirling an apple in his hand as if activating an ability. He frowned, muttering, "Want to get close to us? Dream on." The apple in his hand suddenly erupted with astonishing power, striking Li Yuxuan and sending him flying, crashing heavily into the wall. The doctor, observing from afar, could not help but gasp in surprise. Li Yuxuan frowned, struggling to stand up. Just then another man wearing sunglasses cast a spell, creating a huge net that descended upon him. Before attacking, he even mocked, "No need to keep up with the times, killing you is enough." Li Yuxuan was unfazed. He lightly cut his own hand, blood dripping, then swiftly charged at the enemy. He unleashed his Blades of Judgment technique, the spinning blades tearing through the sunglasses man's net. This strike was precise and powerful, drawing a gasp of admiration from the doctor in the distance. But unexpectedly, a third person appeared behind him. Cloaked and with a blurred face, he held a gun ready to shoot Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan was quick, powerfully kicking the cloaked man in the face, using the force to spring away. The sudden kick caught the cloaked man off guard, leaving him dizzy as he fell to the ground. Li Yuxuan smiled smugly, turning to taunt, "Thanks for being a human cushion, you helped me jump quite far." Looking up, he found the passages on the ceiling crisscrossed, forming an eerie maze, forcing him to be cautious. He yelled at the doctor, "If you see my current predicament, give me a hand and say less sarcastic things, doctor." A serious voice came to his ear, guiding him via the wand card. "The result of my divination is right above you. Now, do you want to deal with those who want to kill you, or jump directly out?" Li Yuxuan's brief lapse in concentration immediately led to him being hit by a bullet from the person not far away. The person stared intently at Li Yuxuan, shouting, "Surrender quickly, maybe you'll die an easier death." Li Yuxuan glanced at the group before him, realizing their actions were not limited by power. He immediately guessed the reason, and without hesitation shot a sharp knife at the man who had been holding the apple earlier. His teammates cried out in alarm, "Look out!" But as the knife tip touched the glowing circle emitted by the apple, the 3 knives fell to the ground simultaneously. Losing their effectiveness, the group immediately fired repeatedly at Li Yuxuan, but his figure suddenly twisted, disappearing like a phantom amidst their rage. The man holding the apple suddenly discovered, his voice trembling, "This is the left banished taunter card." This discovery sent a chill down his spine. Before he could recover, Li Yuxuan's voice already sounded behind him. "You guessed right, too bad this card can only be used once." Just as he was about to touch him, a black shadow suddenly rushed forward. It blocked the attack with its hand. Li Yuxuan took a step back, standing firmly on the ground, his eyes cold as he looked at the newly appeared figure. His lips curved slightly. Just as he expected, the X-organization did not just send a few small fries with broken guns to deal with him. "You are the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, are not you?" Before him was the zero-gravity demon, which turned out to be the apple held by that man earlier. It floated in midair wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a heavy vest. A white-gloved hand extended from its sleeve. It looked less like a human and more like a floating suit of clothes. It did not reply but waved its hand, activating its ability. Suddenly the space around Li Yuxuan lost gravity, and everything seemed to float upwards. He pushed down hard, trying to keep his body stable. The man controlling the apple revealed a sinister smile. "You have been controlled. Next, do not even think about escaping our grasp." Behind Li Yuxuan, the remaining 3 aimed their guns at him. Facing the zero-gravity demon, he was completely surrounded, but Li Yuxuan, far from being afraid, calmly curved his lips and replied, "I really do not want to dodge." He glanced at the ceiling, thinking that this building transformed every 3 minutes anyway. Perhaps the time was up. Just then, the floor structure behind Li Yuxuan rotated and deformed, collapsing onto the location of the 3 men. They were all crushed, perhaps dying instantly before they could even react, leaving only the man controlling the apple alive. Li Yuxuan said coldly, "Do not move." The warning startled the man. He looked down and both of them were floating in midair. The floor was already dozens of meters below them. Seeing this scene, a bewildered and terrified expression appeared on his face. Li Yuxuan explained, "Thanks to you and that zero-gravity demon's gravitational pull, otherwise we both might have died together." The man trembled, his body cold, eyes darting about as he calculated. If he changed the gravity now and the direction was wrong, both would fall, with almost zero chance of survival. But this might also be the best opportunity to kill Li Yuxuan. He was busy calculating, unaware that Li Yuxuan had quietly approached from behind, a sharp blade pressing against his neck. Li Yuxuan said coldly, "Do not get distracted." The zero-gravity demon was still manipulating a cube-shaped sphere in its hand. It seemed to be preparing something. Li Yuxuan tightened his grip on the blade, threatening the man, "Order your demon to give me that sphere." It turned out that sphere was the core of the building's mechanism. When Li Yuxuan got the core, the man stammered, his eyes panicked. Li Yuxuan slightly loosened the blade and slowly walked away. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the man's resentful gaze. He was still clutching the apple, muttering curses under his breath. Useless. Before the man could pull any tricks, Li Yuxuan abruptly turned and slapped him hard across the face, knocking him to the ground, his eyes wide with alarm. Perhaps the sudden slap had stunned the man. Before his curses could cease, Ban had already swiftly dealt with him. He stumbled, his eyes bloodshot, still trying to play dirty. Li Yuxuan stood there with an indifferent expression, softly muttering, "You are almost dead, yet still so much nonsense and still trying to play dirty tricks." Just then, the doctor, standing next to Ban, suddenly spoke. Drawing Li Yuxuan's attention, she frowned, a hint of complaint in her tone, saying it was really difficult to find Li Yuxuan. This entire building kept changing, making it very hard to search. Li Yuxuan did not reply, simply and quietly deactivated the building's defense system. He thought to himself, if the system was locked, the entire building would no longer change randomly. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He frowned, asking himself, why had the 3 of them made such a racket, yet no guards had appeared? Were they not coming to arrest them? Ban's eyes remained fixed on the surveillance screen, answering in a steady tone that there were no guards left. On his way here, Ban had encountered a group of patrol robots. He discovered that all the guards had probably gone to the warehouse on the city's edge. Li Yuxuan paused, murmuring in surprise, wondering what they were all doing at the warehouse on the city's edge. Ban still did not avert his gaze, his fingers flying across something, replying, "Ban does not know either. Those robots kept repeating the highest level of warning." Li Yuxuan said nothing more, lost in thought. He figured if the entire guard force had abandoned the crisis at the mayor's building to go to the warehouse, there must be something more important hidden there. He made up his mind that he must find an opportunity to investigate that warehouse. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Ban spoke, his tone very certain, revealing that Ban had already marked the warehouse's location on the map and would send it to Li Yuxuan later. Li Yuxuan smiled slightly, secretly grateful. Ban always seemed to anticipate his thoughts and intentions, quietly preparing everything perfectly. The 3 of them stared intently at the screen, observing every detail. Li Yuxuan felt a touch of regret, muttering, I still have not had a chance to meet the mayor because I wanted to hear from him what exactly happened with Alice. What exactly happened? Suddenly, a faint sound came from behind them. Cold and sharp mechanical tentacles were quietly approaching. Bane immediately sensed the danger and hurriedly shouted, issuing a warning to everyone. Li Yuxuan was startled, frozen in place. Before he could react, countless mechanical tentacles behind him were already poised to attack. They pushed towards the trio at astonishing speed, and a violent tremor shook the entire space. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief, her voice trembling. The situation was too dangerous just now, but then her hair stood on end and a purple light enveloped her and Bane's bodies. It turned out she had activated her hangman skill in time, suspending the two upside down in midair, safely protected. Unlike the doctor's excited demeanor, Bane's face was purple as he said, Did not you say next time you use this skill, can you tell me in advance? In such a sudden situation, I feel a bit nauseous. Bane hurriedly turned, anxiously searching for Li Yuxuan in the dust. He urgently asked, Yuxuan, are you all right? Li Yuxuan was fortunately unharmed and calmly replied, Be careful, that little guy has appeared again. The little guy he referred to were the guard robots, he murmured. How could they all leave so easily? It turned out they had all left, but still left behind a troublesome one to guard. Bane anxiously asked, I wonder if Li Yuxuan can defeat that guy. He feels this robot is not simple. Li Yuxuan did not answer, merely motioned for the two to quickly leave the area. No sooner had he spoken, he immediately soared into the air, leaping over the robot's head, deliberately disrupting its vision. But unfortunately its body was equipped with countless sensors, and its cold electronic eyes still locked onto the target. Hearing the robot's ear-piercing alarm, Li Yuxuan could not help but curse its stupidity. Machines are after all just machines, they cannot compare to humans. He drew his weapon, Chelsea's axe, and swung it fiercely at the robot's back neck. A deafening crash echoed, the force of the blow shaking the space, but Li Yuxuan's eyes widened. To his surprise, the axe hit, but its iron armor was too thick. It was unharmed. The robot calmly repeated its slogan, re-evaluating the target. The evaluation finished, determining the object's danger level, and its tentacles rushed forward, attacking Li Yuxuan with increasing frenzy. He stumbled, unable to keep up the pace, but quickly raised his axe to block. With practiced skill, he parried several attacks, minimizing damage, but the monster's strength was too great. Li Yuxuan secretly calculated that dragging this out was not an option. The robot attacked a few times, then suddenly stopped. It seemed to be re-evaluating its target. A cold machine assessed his danger level. Realizing the threat was not to be underestimated, it immediately activated the annihilation program, emitting an emergency alarm signal like a metallic roar, but it suddenly stopped. In just a few seconds the machine detected an anomaly. The surrounding environment had changed. It lowered its head, its metal legs hovering in midair. Beneath its feet was a bottomless black hole swallowing everything before it could react. It was swept into the vortex, free-falling into the endless void, unable to escape. Outside the building, Li Yuxuan, Bane, and the doctor hovered in midair thanks to Bane's power, preventing them from falling. The doctor stood nearby, her eyes sharp, softly murmuring, realizing now the reason he asked them to go outside first, as if she had just understood Li Yuxuan's strategy, how he had anticipated creating this situation using the building's shifting bricks. Although Li Yuxuan looked tired, he still turned to Bane, his tone steady. Find us a place to land. He realized the three of them had attracted too much attention, and needed to hide quickly. Bane nodded understandingly, immediately doing as Li Yuxuan said. Li Yuxuan frowned slightly, his brow furrowed as if lost in thought. He was worried about the weapon Chelsea had given him. It seemed insufficient to deal with that machine, causing him a slight unease. Just as the group found a hiding place, the robots appeared, carrying out their mission. Two cold machines announced that there was an obstruction in the mayor's building system and repairs would be carried out. They swiftly evacuated irrelevant personnel from the area. The doctor hid in a corner of the alley, observing and softly asking, What's the plan now? Li Yuxuan still calmly replied, They do not need to worry about the aftermath. What needs to be done now is to find a place to replenish our strength and then prepare to deal with the elite team. The doctor was slightly surprised, having thought Li Yuxuan was just here to have some fun, but he had such a big plan. Bane glanced at the robots, softly sighing. I have to admit those guys are powerful. Would not it be great if we could use them against those predators? Li Yuxuan listened, and also looked at the robots, countless thoughts rushing through his mind. He had never heard of Hawknest City possessing such powerful machines before. So why did the high-level administrators here keep this a secret? Meanwhile in a house's garden, lights shone brightly, their glow even reaching outside. A short-haired girl, still in her office uniform, respectfully reported something to someone. She might have been a secretary. She said she had spread the information about the dangerous system maintenance in the building as instructed. The man sitting there reading a book listened and nodded slightly. Well done. He emphasized that the elite challenge was a matter of life and death for Hawknest City. No accidents were allowed to disrupt it. The girl hesitated, softly asking, Does the mayor not need to be informed? The man put down his book, his face gradually becoming visible. Under the light a huge scar ran across his right cheek. He calmly replied, The mayor is busy, letting him share this burden is enough. Night deepened and a full moon hung high in the sky. In the windows of the tall buildings a few faint lights emanated. Li Yuxuan sat on the bed, focused on searching for something on the screen before him. The doctor and Bayan sat around a round table looking exhausted. The doctor sighed, thinking about the powerful robots they were about to face. His tarot cards only worked during the day, and each card could only be used once. If he had known, he would have saved them to deal with those guys, he muttered, and Ban, seeing this, offered comfort. It is all over anyway, and we are safe now, but that comfort seemed unnecessary. In the blink of an eye, the doctor had reverted to his usual flamboyant self. Laughing loudly, he wasn't blaming himself. He was just a bit world-weary. Everything was arranged. Now he had time to read a fortune for him. Ban heard this, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. He was a materialist and did not believe in the doctor's supernatural claims, so he shook his head and refused. Just then, Li Yuxuan suddenly spoke. "No." This abrupt remark startled both of them. The doctor frowned and retorted, "What do you mean, no? Do you mean Ban has no career luck and will never get promoted in his life?" Although he did not believe in the supernatural, Ban was also somewhat confused upon hearing this. He stood up and half-jokingly said, "Li Yuxuan, share some of your good luck with me." But it seemed everyone had misunderstood Li Yuxuan's meaning. He was engrossed in searching the mayor's buildings database but found no records related to Alice. All the warehouse information he had carefully checked was useless. His sudden mention of the warehouse puzzled the doctor, who did not understand which warehouse Li Yuxuan was referring to. Ban pondered for a moment, then hesitantly asked, should they actively attack now, capturing high-level administrators for questioning? Li Yuxuan sighed, tightly clutching his pillow, burying his face in it, his body slightly hunched. Given the current situation, they no longer had the time and energy to create more chaos. "Tomorrow we should concentrate on the elite challenge," he murmured, his tone filled with weariness. Ban heard this and immediately guessed Li Yuxuan's intention. To find the real clues, they had to investigate deeply, penetrating to the heart of the matter. Li Yuxuan also believed this. With such a major event, he did not believe the X organization would do nothing, and previous ability users were all selected from here. How could they completely cover everything up? The doctor was still somewhat confused, not understanding why Li Yuxuan was so fixated on Alice. He thought it was just a casual mention, but Li Yuxuan had kept it in mind. But Ban had already seen the problem, and he calmly explained to the doctor, so many elite ability users were wiped out. Logically, Hawknest City should not have been spared, yet for so many years it has been peaceful here. Is not this contradictory and strange? The doctor nodded, as if suddenly enlightened. Indeed, if demons and predators were active normally, then only the elite team had problems back then. Ban continued to share his thoughts. If Hawknest City truly could stop demons and predators on its own, they should investigate it more thoroughly. It would be best to expand their efforts to save more people. But currently the three were troubled by their identity problem. They were under strict surveillance. Li Yuxuan turned to the doctor and asked, "Is there a way to disguise ourselves so we can participate in tomorrow's examination?" The doctor smiled slyly, holding up a tarot card. "This is the Lover's card. It could change how Li Yuxuan and Ban appeared to others, but it was only valid for one day. Let us use it tomorrow." The doctor's tone suddenly became serious, and he warned that the mythical Alice was related to the Trojan War, most famous for the giant Trojan horse. This warning slightly startled Li Yuxuan, as if he had just realized something. He suspiciously asked, "Does Hawknest City have spies?" "But you might be thinking too far ahead." The doctor simply meant to remind them to be careful of ability users who had formed contracts with Trojan horse demons. Ban heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "There are even such shameful demons?" Only Li Yuxuan's face showed resentment when he heard the doctor's reply. He buried his face in his pillow, muttering, "Do not ask the doctor anymore. It is just idle thoughts." The next day, the broadcast echoed throughout the city, announcing the official start of the Elite Challenge. Ability users from different worlds poured in, registering, creating a lively atmosphere. On the city streets' giant screens, the image of a man in a royal uniform flickered. His lips curled upward, revealing the arrogant smile of a victor after winning the previous match. Large, bold text on the screen excited the audience. Which ability user would pass this round? Everyone was urged to wait and see. But just then, on the arena, the man who had just been so smug suddenly took a heavy blow. He landed face first, his entire body sprawled within the competition circle. The host shrieked, "Mr. Troublesome Cotton has won." Surprisingly, he had defeated 16 contestants. The defeated man's face was swollen like a pig's head. He mumbled unwillingly, "Has my illustrious future come to an end here?" Behind him, a Trojan horse emitting a green light appeared. The Trojan horse's face looked very impatient, panting as it urged its master to quickly climb onto its back. It was precisely the Trojan horse demon. It helped the man up, and a green light enveloped the two, then vanished instantly. Another person stood there witnessing the scene, unable to hide his surprise. This person was Li Yuxuan, transformed by a tarot card. In others' eyes, he looked a bit comical. Short in stature, yet he had defeated many powerful opponents. The host excitedly shouted, "Although Mr. Troublesome Cotton is small, he possesses such immense power. Which other contestant dares to challenge him?" No sooner had he spoken than a pair of pointed high heels appeared before Li Yuxuan, and a girl full of personality stepped out. She was the Serpent Woman. The Serpent Woman's lips curled upward, her gaze sharp and arrogant, her conceited voice rang out. It was time for Li Yuxuan's winning streak to be broken, but Li Yuxuan, small in stature and expressionless, remained completely unfazed. He calmly replied, "The previous 16 people said the same." These words ignited the Serpent Woman's fury like fire. She brandished her sharp whip and charged at him, not forgetting to shriek, I am not like those 16 people, the host excitedly continued to report. The serpent woman launched a fierce attack on Mr. Troublesome Cotton, but Li Yuxuan skillfully dodged her every fatal blow, appearing to have plenty of leeway. The serpent woman was momentarily stunned. Just then a loud bang echoed and dust filled the entire arena, obscuring all vision. Meanwhile, on arena number 2, dust swirled like ocean waves. Two figures were locked in fierce combat, but inside a nearby floating energy orb, Sana and Shimon were leisurely playing cards as if the battle outside had nothing to do with them. Ban was also in the orb. Wide-eyed and bewildered by the sight, Shimon shrugged, saying lazily, I was terribly bored. I was just passing by and wanted something to do. Unable to wait, he fought with these elites. Sana smiled and added, I have already finished dealing with the aftermath in Devourf town faster than expected. So I came to find Shimon. Ban's eyes lit up when he heard this, delighted to have more teammates. As there is strength in numbers, he said. He then shared the information he had just heard. Some ability users went missing today. We can investigate. But suddenly noticing Sana's strange gaze, Ban asked hesitantly, Is there something on my face? Sana replied with hesitation. Ban, were you forced to wear that? It turned out that under the influence of the tarot card, Ban appeared to others as an arrogant girl dressed in a tight black gown, draped in a fur coat with blonde hair loosely tied back. This tarot card's transformation ability was indeed extraordinary. As the three played cards, a broadcast announced that the final showdown had reached its climax. Shimon turned his head and commented, Li Yuxuan's opponent is certainly not bad. On the arena, a snake-headed human-bodied spirit appeared behind the serpent woman. She let out an arrogant laugh. How could Li Yuxuan be my opponent without a demon contract? Her eyes stared directly at him, her brows furrowed as she smelled a powerful force on her opponent. If I can just eat him, perhaps I can escape that person's control, she mumbled softly, greed glinting in her eyes. But Li Yuxuan remained expressionless, looking at the snake behind her, thinking it might just be an insignificant small demon. These words enraged the serpent woman, and she roared, How dare you belittle my demon? Suddenly, an image of Chelsea appeared from nowhere. Her voice was icy as she looked directly at the small snake. How dare you be so disrespectful to the Queen of Serpents? With a roar, the serpent woman's demon snake trembled. Its face pale, it suddenly opened its huge mouth and lunged directly at its own master. The serpent woman cried out in panic, What is it doing? Li Yuxuan was also stunned, not understanding why the demon would attack its own partner. The next second, the serpent woman was forced to unleash a desperate move, triggering a huge explosion that flung the demon snake away. The sudden reversal of the situation made Li Yuxuan realize that the serpent woman was a predator. At this moment, her appearance had completely changed. White hair, eyes like burning flames, and fangs growing out, her identity was exposed. She made no attempt to hide it, roaring that as long as she ate Li Yuxuan she would leave before they arrived. No sooner had she spoken than she brandished her whip and lashed out at him. Screams echoed throughout the arena, the serpent woman's face glinting with bloodlust, determined to turn him into a sacrifice. But Li Yuxuan agilely dodged, flipped his palm, and shot a volley of throwing knives towards her. He suddenly recalled the faint presence of Chelsea he had sensed earlier, but the simulation function had not activated. Perhaps Chelsea had not woken up yet, or maybe that presence was the invisible pressure from a senior. The throwing knives flew, but they were blocked by the serpent woman, whose sharp laughter echoed. Does he think he can stop me with just this much skill? Is he dreaming? But Li Yuxuan remained unfazed, as if everything was within his plan. He had not expected those throwing knives to stop her. When they landed, they simultaneously embedded themselves in the ground, surrounding the serpent woman, and red lines appeared, transforming into dazzling energy chains that tightly coiled around her body. The serpent woman's painful screams echoed, proving that the magic chains were tightening, draining every drop of energy from her body. Li Yuxuan's lips curled into a slight cold smile at this moment. His judgment power was now truly unleashed, sharp as a blade. In a moment of clarity, he sensed the bloody scent emanating from the serpent woman's body through his special ability. A strange, indescribable odor. The intense pain made her defiant shouts gradually weaken. Her body trembled and sweat poured down. She groaned, looking up at the sky. It hurt so much, but even in pain she did not forget to curse. Just die already. A powerful force suddenly erupted from her. Tearing through all the tight chains, her anger reached its peak. Losing all control, her eyes bloodshot, she roared and charged straight at Li Yuxuan, launching fatal attacks, each punch carrying monstrous killing intent. Her mouth incessantly repeated curses. Li Yuxuan and those people must die. He skillfully dodged every attack, but suddenly paused when he noticed a gleaming reinforced layer shimmering around the serpent woman's hands. She could actually reinforce her ability to this extent. Li Yuxuan mused that momentary lapse almost cost him dearly. The serpent woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she fought and provoked. If you are so capable, stop hiding. After a series of dodges, Li Yuxuan clenched his fist and shot 4 scalpels sharp as ice. They pierced through the serpent woman's body at its weak points. Intense pain spread, making her collapse to the ground. Powerless and terrified, she shrieked, What did you do to me? Li Yuxuan gave a cold smile, raising the gleaming scalpel in his hand. I merely performed a joint resection. Now, the serpent woman was completely immobilized, unable to stand up or even move a single finger. She lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes blank, not understanding what had happened to her body. Just then, a malfunction alarm signal from robots sounded outside the arena. Were they approaching the serpent woman to dispose of her? Li Yuxuan observed, thinking to himself, the effect is still too slow. Although immobilized, the serpent woman still roared in despair that she did not want to go back to that experimental zone. But her body could only remain still, her eyes filled with terror, her voice trembling. It was this strong resistance that immediately prompted the robots to act. A metal arm sharply struck the serpent woman's back neck, and the surrounding space instantly fell silent. One of the robots approached Li Yuxuan, its metallic voice flatly stating, "I am a guard for the Elite Challenge. Thank you for helping us subdue the serpent woman. We will handle her rest." Another robot dragged the serpent woman's body away from the arena. Li Yuxuan frowned, his mind racing. Could her enhancement ability be a result of devouring and integrating the abilities of other ability users? He secretly worried. Hoping no more accidents would occur, Li Yuxuan's small stature made a robot curiously observe him, finding his life index to be lower than normal. It spoke, "Do you need help?" Li Yuxuan shook his head, leaving in a hurry, not forgetting to reply, "No, just a minor illness, will not die from it. If it is a serious illness, there is nothing that can be done. Do not interfere." On arena number 2, Shimon and Sana were questioning the responsible robot. "We have already won. Why is not the gate open yet?" The robot replied with a stiff metallic voice, "The adjacent arena has malfunctioned. It is being processed. Please wait a moment." Shimon, quick-tempered, roared impatiently, "This is too troublesome. I should have gotten rid of these idiots at the start." His words and fierce gaze made the robot detect hostility, immediately triggering an alarm signal. Seeing the situation was worsening, Sana quickly pulled Shimon's clothes. "Do not cause trouble, you'll ruin the plan." Just then, a signal came through Shimon's earpiece. Yasha's childish voice came from the other end. "I found those missing ability users, but they are all dead. It seems they were eaten alive by something. Their bodies were torn to shreds, some only half remaining." The sight was horrifying. Suddenly, Yasha's voice broke off, becoming panicked, and slime dripped onto him from above, making a ticking sound. Looking up, Yasha was horrified to discover a huge predator, shaped like a snake with smooth, stark white skin, a long tongue flicking out and sharp teeth ready to devour him at any moment. Yasha's scream through the earpiece startled Shimon. He roared, "Why are there predators in Hawknest City?" But the signal suddenly cut off, leaving Shimon in extreme worry, calling out Yasha's name loudly. Silence enveloped them, with only the whistling of the wind through stone cracks. As if responding to Sana's question, Bayan's gaze was sharp, as if he had anticipated everything. He silently looked around, thinking to himself that the number of predators hidden in this city might far exceed their imagination. Shimon seemed very anxious, hurrying to save Yasha. He turned his head, his gaze firm on Sana, then said, "You come along too." He knew the temperament of the Yasha brothers too well. If left unchecked, they would probably cause huge trouble. Sana hesitated, a flicker of worry in her eyes, and quietly asked, "Bayan, are you all right here alone?" Bayan smiled, his voice full of confidence. "I have leveled up. Of course I'll continue to investigate with Li Yuxuan according to plan during the Elite Challenge." Sana looked at him, wanting to say something but remaining silent. Her eyes were filled with unease. Bayan gently turned around, his graceful figure accentuated by a tight black cheongsam. He gave a brilliant smile and a reassuring glance to Sana. "He and Li Yuxuan will both be fine." Finally, Sana nodded, relieved, and left with Shimon. In the Hawknest City Mayor's office, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. The mayor, furious and red-faced, slammed his hand on the table and roared at the man in a priest's robe before him. "These incompetent idiots cannot do anything right. Not only did the demon escape, but now we almost lost the experimental subject too." The man's voice was low as he slowly reminded him, "If you continue like this, you will not achieve anything great." The mayor was startled, worried that if this news leaked, it would cause immeasurable consequences. His gaze swept across a gleaming ruby suspended in an energy orb on the table. The priest, his face obscured, slowly spoke, "Things have progressed to this point. What the mayor worries about is no longer worth mentioning. Do not worry, embrace the coming great evolution." Meanwhile, at the Flower Plain border, the venue for the second Elite Challenge, Li Yuxuan and Bayan had arrived. The surrounding environment was arid, the land cracked, without a single blade of green grass. Li Yuxuan glanced at the watch on his wrist, his eyes sharp. He mumbled softly, his tone full of sarcasm, "You must kill enough demons and predators within the allotted time to advance." It turned out this bracelet was for calculating the number of kills. Truly they know how to utilize ability users to eliminate danger. Bayan, however, did not pay much attention. He shrugged, his voice flat, saying, "That is only natural for us ability users." Li Yuxuan merely gave a scornful laugh upon hearing this, then casually took off his bracelet and tossed it aside. "Annoying," he muttered, then decided to find a place to rest first. Bayan heard this, his eyes wide with panic. "Rest? Should not we be looking for demons and predators to eliminate?" Li Yuxuan's lips curled upward, his eyes glinting playfully. "Working for them for free, better to wait until near the end and just borrow another ability user's bracelet." Bayan was dumbfounded, a series of complaints welling up in his heart. Such words coming from a Heaven's Wrath team member, how disgraceful. Suddenly he glanced at Bayan, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Bayan, under the transformation of the cheongsam, looking like a charming woman. Li Yuxuan chuckled. This appearance was quite amusing. Without overthinking, he waved his hand and continued forward. It did not matter anyway. This effect only lasted one day. The most important thing now was to find a place to rest. Bayan was speechless. He suddenly realized Li Yuxuan was exceptionally radiant, as if enveloped in light. It turned out the doctor had used the special effect of the lover's card, making Bayan unconsciously find him unusually cute. The surroundings were harsh with bare branches and barren ground devoid of any greenery. From the pervasive dust mist, a man in ragged clothes emerged, claiming to be the manager for the day. He looked at Li Yuxuan with a sinister smile. Li Yuxuan, you must be very grateful to me, because it is I who have come to deliver you. Suddenly a sound came from behind him, and he quickly turned to soothe something in the darkness. Do not worry, I will definitely find a delicious meal for it. That delicious meal was Li Yuxuan, it turned out. He revealed an evil smile, his eyes glinting with calculation. Meanwhile, at Li Yuxuan and Bayan's resting place, a stranger secretly broke in to cause trouble. He was beaten black and blue by Li Yuxuan, his face covered in blood. Li Yuxuan held a scalpel to his face, his eyes cold. It turned out he belonged to the X organization and had come to scout. Bayan stepped forward, his tone sharp. Last time in the mayor's building, this time here again. The X organization always knows our exact location, do not they? He remained silent, and Li Yuxuan, without patience, leisurely drew a line across his face. He shrieked in pain. Please, I'll talk, just stop. He gasped, continuing that the reason they knew everyone's location was this bracelet, which could pinpoint any place. Bayan glanced at the watch on his wrist, his eyes darkening. The man continued to confess that someone in Hawknest City wanted them both dead. Last time they had given him and Bayan's location to him, asking him to scout. Li Yuxuan pressed, his voice cold. What's the purpose? Why are they doing this? He shook his head despairingly. I truly do not know their intentions. For the last question, Li Yuxuan looked him directly in the eyes. Is this city conducting some kind of ability experiment? It seemed he himself did not know the specifics. Li Yuxuan only learned that Hawknest City was fully developing a mysterious technology, and they had now entered the stage of implanting robots into civilians. Before he could finish speaking, Li Yuxuan mercilessly punched him in the face. He was sent flying to the ground by the punch. Li Yuxuan snorted coldly, feeling very displeased, believing that the questions he asked were worthless because this guy obviously knew nothing. Bayan stood by, observing, and agreed with this thought. The two began to converse, their gazes meeting. Suddenly a thought flashed through Li Yuxuan's mind. Are they secretly plotting to turn humans into predators? Bayan listened, openly revealing a look of shock. Just then, Li Yuxuan felt a strange airflow attack from behind him. He used his power as fast as lightning, striking in that direction. A thick black smoke gradually emerged, enveloping the entire space. Bayan also immediately realized the danger and quickly cast a spell, raising a shield to protect them both. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, and the black smoke swiftly covered Bayan's shield, but unfortunately cracks began to appear on the shield's surface. Bayan sensed the anomaly and shouted, "Perhaps something is trying to devour the demon barrier's shield." Li Yuxuan immediately recognized the mastermind, his eyes sharp, radiating killing intent. From the black smoke, a familiar figure gradually became clear. It was Judgment, the one known as One Eye. He stood there amidst the swirling black smoke, a strange red glowing hole emitting an eerie light. He scoffed at Bayan. Have not seen you in so long. Has your power not recovered yet? It looks like you are gaining the upper hand. His gaze swept over, seeing Li Yuxuan, Chelsea, and Bayan's figures, but it seemed he had not recognized Bayan yet. A hint of surprise flashing across his face, Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, immediately gesturing to Bayan, asking him to provide cover. Bayan nodded, swiftly preparing everything, ready to jump into battle at any moment. One Eye saw that both were ready, but was not in a hurry. He curved his lips, scoffing at Li Yuxuan, his tone filled with disdain. I have another gift for Li Yuxuan. He snapped his fingers, emitting a crisp sound, and from the darkness, a terrifying demon appeared. The Justice Demon, he sneered. Chelsea can eat all demons to recover her power, but if she eats too many, I am afraid Chelsea will struggle to digest them. So I sent this demon to devour other demons. Chelsea only needs to devour this one, and perhaps it will be easier to digest, he laughed triumphantly. But perhaps Chelsea might also be devoured by it. You never know. With that, he commanded the Justice Demon to advance. The monster opened its huge mouth, forming a massive black vortex, devouring everything in its path. The sky was dyed blood red, and the space was shrouded in gloomy colors. Li Yuxuan stood still while Bayan swiftly activated a shield, protecting them both from the red whirlwind. In the narrow barrier space, Bayan anxiously discussed, believing he could concentrate energy for an attack, so the barrier's range could only extend this far. Li Yuxuan looked around, nodded. This is enough. He coldly assessed that these smoke entities had no physical form and being attacked would do no harm, only devour things. Bayan observed carefully and added, perhaps it is hiding its physical form. He did not forget to encourage, you are the one who defeated the UG demon. You will definitely succeed in this situation. Bayan's encouragement made Li Yuxuan's lips curl slightly. For him, the word discouragement never existed. He just felt uncomfortable, a silent anger burning within him. Li Yuxuan did not hesitate, drawing his weapon and charged forward with burning determination. He had to find that demon's physical form and give it a good lesson amidst the black smoke. Its physical form gradually revealed itself. The monster looked around in astonishment, finding no trace of Li Yuxuan or Bayan. It roared in anger, proclaiming that no matter where they were, its smoke could easily sense their location. Hiding was futile. It opened its huge mouth, intending to devour everything. Suddenly, a flash of light swept past, striking it like lightning. The demon panicked, not yet understanding what had happened. Just then, Li Yuxuan already stood before it, questioning sharply, "Are you perhaps intending to retreat because you are afraid of Chelsea?" Spoke each word slowly, a hint of provocation curling his lips. "Although this battle may be unfair now, I still accept, but on one condition: I must always be the one with the upper hand." Li Yuxuan was full of confidence. Raising Chelsea's scythe, which gleamed with cold light, he declared war. "The game has begun. Now who should be hiding?" He fiercely struck the demon with his scythe. It panicked and fled in a hurry. But Li Yuxuan had already started the chase, an exciting pursuit unfolding between him and the monster. Li Yuxuan felt the blood boiling in his veins. Full of excitement, his lips curved upward, thinking, wasn't that demon just now so triumphant? Now it is running and hiding like a coward with its tail between its legs. Suddenly a shimmering shield appeared before it. The demon was stunned, not yet understanding what had happened. It turned out to be Ban's masterpiece. He had quietly waited in the direction it was charging, swiftly erecting a sturdy shield, cutting off all the monster's escape routes. At the same time, inside the shield, Li Yuxuan had caught up. He positioned himself, his sharp scythe ready to unleash a fatal blow. Suddenly the demon revealed a smug smile, looking triumphant. It turned out it had set a counter-trap for the two. Its body suddenly disintegrated, turning into fragments. Its four heads floated in the air, emitting a bone-chilling laughter. Before flying away, it even deliberately mocked, "Was it really afraid of running away? Actually, I am a demon with no physical form, so there is no need to worry about being attacked. I was just looking for an opportunity to catch both of them in one fell swoop." Seeing the situation turn bad, Ban hastily spoke to stop Li Yuxuan. "Stop quickly, it is best to find a place to hide first." But contrary to Ban's worry, Li Yuxuan remained resolute. He coldly replied, "Attack is the best defense." He did not hesitate, charging forward at high speed, determined to defeat that demon. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Ban, "Remember to protect yourself. I'll go figure out how to deal with it." Before Ban could answer, Li Yuxuan vanished in the blink of an eye. From above, the one-eyed demon sat arrogantly, observing everything with satisfaction. As if watching a good show, he murmured to himself, "Is not Li Yuxuan trying to lure that justice demon to save Ban?" But then his single eye suddenly widened, as if realizing his judgment was wrong. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Li Yuxuan, with his ghost-like elegant steps, was charging straight at him, as if pursuing a hidden secret. He thought, although it can be said that this demon can devour everything, it must also have something it cannot devour. That place must be related to its true form. Li Yuxuan searched everywhere, his gaze sharp, not missing any detail. Suddenly a demon's head flew from somewhere directly at him. Fortunately, Li Yuxuan reacted in time, swinging his scythe to block, and the two forces collided fiercely. Suddenly, Li Yuxuan's scythe shimmered with a dazzling golden light. He immediately realized it was Chelsea. She had intervened to protect him. Chelsea quickly communicated telepathically that the justice demon had a body, and that was its weakness. Li Yuxuan listened, somewhat puzzled. Even he did not know where to start looking for its body. Chelsea hurriedly continued, "As for my physical condition, it is currently unstable, so I cannot perceive its body. But you are different. You can use the power of the Nightmare Weaver to search." Li Yuxuan nodded, suddenly remembering that his Nightmare Weaver ability had not fully recovered. The Justice Demon was always hiding, making the search even more difficult, but with no other choice he decided to take the risk. Li Yuxuan concentrated all his power, activating the Nightmare Weaver skill. Suddenly countless invisible connection lines appeared, shimmering in space. He glanced at them, secretly guessing in his heart. Suddenly those connection lines began to move as if guiding a direction. Li Yuxuan was slightly surprised but still rushed in the direction they pointed. Meanwhile, the demon was still searching for the two everywhere. But it did not expect that Li Yuxuan was moving beneath it completely unnoticed. He muttered a curse to himself. "This demon is indeed not as smart as I imagined." The deeper he went, the more solemn Li Yuxuan's gaze became. He found that countless devoured corpses began to appear around him. Was he already close to its true form? Suddenly he stopped before a strange object. Before him was a blurred form, indistinct in shape, but upon closer inspection it looked like a disgusting mass of internal organs. Li Yuxuan murmured, "So this is that demon's body?" He no longer hesitated, injecting all his strength into the scythe and fiercely slashed at that mass. He slashed and cursed. "This body is truly disgusting and ugly." The moment the scythe made contact, the demon shrieked in pain. It hastily activated its ability, attempting to restore its body to its original state. Li Yuxuan stood there, observing with cold eyes. Does it also have regenerative powers? How troublesome. Watching its body gradually recover, Li Yuxuan gritted his teeth, deciding to completely shred it and see what shape it could regenerate into. He injected all his strength into the scythe, continuously charging and attacking. Sword, light and shadow fast as lightning, only the demon's painful screams echoed in the space. Demon shrieked, continuously begging Li Yuxuan to stop. Its chunks of flesh fell from its body, scattering on the ground, shattered like withered leaves in the wind. The blood-red sky gradually faded, returning to a clear blue. Li Yuxuan stood there in silence, only letting out a soft sigh. He had expended too much physical strength. Exhaustion permeated every inch of his muscles. He no longer hesitated, fiercely bringing the scythe down on the last remaining piece of flesh. In just a blink of an eye, the demon's physical form completely disappeared, unable to regenerate again. Li Yuxuan felt the Nightmare Weaver power within him gradually fading. He suddenly thought of Chelsea. When the nightmare weaver disappeared, she also fell into a deep coma. In the distance, Ban rushed over anxiously, shouting as he ran, "Li Yuxuan, where's the mist?" Seeing the smoke had dissipated, he immediately guessed Li Yuxuan had succeeded. Upon arriving, Ban saw the scattered fragments on the ground and could not help but ask, "Is this that demon's body?" Li Yuxuan nodded, calmly confirming, "Those are its internal organs." Ban frowned in confusion, asking, "This is the first time I have heard of a demon having internal organs." Li Yuxuan hurriedly began to explain, but suddenly remembered something, and he turned around, asking Ban, "When I went to search for its body just now, that demon did not detect me. Did you enhance the barrier's power to conceal me?" Li Yuxuan quickly thanked Ban for his help. Ban listened and somewhat awkwardly waved his hand. "It is nothing big. Did not I say I would help you defeat that demon?" He also emphasized that it was thanks to Li Yuxuan actively luring the demon away and protecting him, so what he did was nothing significant, appearing very cheerful. Ban pointed at his face, laughing loudly. "We are a team. Helping each other is only natural, so why thank me? I would even boldly suggest that instead of thanking me, you should just treat me to a meal." In contrast to Ban's enthusiasm, Li Yuxuan looked impatient, shaking his head and sighing, "Your eating habits are a bit strange. How could an ordinary person like me possibly handle them?" The two stopped joking and returned to serious matters, discussing whether to continue their investigation or track down Evil Eye's whereabouts. Li Yuxuan pondered that given Evil Eye's style, he might have already made his getaway. But before they could make a decision, a system notification sounded. "Attention, contestants, teleportation is about to begin." Ban glanced at the watch on his wrist, muttering, "Has the competition already ended?" Immediately after, both their bodies were enveloped in a dazzling blue light. In an instant they vanished, teleported to a completely different space. The system voice sounded again. "Apologies, the system encountered an unexpected situation during teleportation. Everyone will be returned to Hawknest City." Li Yuxuan and Ban appeared before a huge city gate. Ban was astonished, not understanding why they had been sent here. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by shouts for urgent help, and an atmosphere of chaos spread. Li Yuxuan and Ban's gazes became more solemn than ever. They realized that what the system had just mentioned was precisely this unexpected situation. Before them, countless demons and predators were simultaneously attacking Hawknest City. The scene was utterly chaotic, and Shimon, as boisterous as ever, charged into the demon horde with an excited smile. He leapt up, appearing before them, and roared, "Come get some, all of you!" The demons looked up at him, unable to hide their surprise. In the distance, Yasha looked at his brother, muttering, "Shimon must not have been this happy in a long time." Another deafening explosion sounded, startling everyone. It was Shimon who caused all this, as he, Sana, and other ability users were working together to eliminate the demon horde. Sana shouted, entrusting little Yasha, "Yasha, quickly go support the other ability users." Yasha nodded. "All right." In another corner, an injured person was groaning in pain. Ban appeared in time and quickly treated him. However, he could only provide temporary treatment and instructed the person to wait for a healing ability user to arrive. The person thanked Ban profusely. Li Yuxuan stood there, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene. He wondered how demons and predators could have breached Hawknest City. Wasn't this place supposed to be heavily fortified? Ban looked around, judging in a deep voice. The barrier's energy field might be malfunctioning. Just then, a healing robot glided over, announcing, "Ability users, please assist everyone as quickly as possible. The enemy has not yet breached the defenses, but the energy field is disconnected. If it cannot be repaired in time, war will erupt and everything will be catastrophic." Hearing about the energy field, Li Yuxuan immediately turned to the robot, eagerly asking, "When did that energy field disappear?" The robot quickly replied, "It disappeared last night. We were investigating when this chaos happened. Truly unfortunate." As soon as he heard what happened last night, Li Yuxuan had a sudden realization. An idea flashed in his mind, and he rushed out without hesitation, only managing to turn back and tell Ban, "You go save the others. I'll figure out how to restore the energy field." Ban was surprised by his sudden action, only managing to shout, "You hurry too before it is too late." As Li Yuxuan ran, his thoughts raced. He gradually realized some things. Last night, right after the Elite Challenge began, a fire broke out in Hawknest City. Thick black smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, and robot soldiers continuously searched to investigate the cause. Li Yuxuan subtly hid in a corner, skillfully evading their scrutinizing gazes. After some maneuvering, he finally entered the room where the incident occurred. The room had been cleaned with no signs of chaos, but Li Yuxuan's gaze suddenly fixated on a spot on the floor. He observed intently, without a word. Suddenly he drew his scalpel, brimming with magic. With a sharp cut, the floor immediately cracked open. A deafening crash erupted. "So there is a secret space beneath the floor." Li Yuxuan looked up, secretly sighing. As expected, it is well hidden. He leapt into the space below without hesitation, looking around. Li Yuxuan found that this place seemed to have been used to detain someone. He wanted to inspect it closely, but suddenly remembered that his Nightmare Weaver power had not yet fully recovered. Even so, it was still useful for finding basic clues. So Li Yuxuan activated his power. A mysterious circle shimmered in his eyes, awakening his truth-teller ability. A scene gradually appeared in his mind. He saw a slender purple-haired girl, sitting weakly in a chair, ragged clothes clinging to her. The girl wore a strange machine on her head which appeared to be draining her power. At the door, two children, a boy and a girl, rushed in, seemingly to rescue the purple-haired girl. When the machine helmet was removed, the wires inside short-circuited, sparking. The little boy shouted loudly, "Run, it might explode here!" The three children rushed out, trying to remain calm, but a sudden flash of lightning struck the purple-haired girl's hair, scorching a few strands. At that moment, Li Yuxuan's vision cut off, unable to see what happened next. He opened his eyes wide and walked to where the scorched hair had fallen. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized that the source of Hawknest City's energy field was that purple-haired girl. It was already broad daylight. In a high-rise apartment, an old priest carried a bowl of hot soup to the purple-haired girl and gently said, "Little one, drink something to replenish your energy." The girl looked pitiful, having never been treated kindly before, yet she gave a radiant smile, "Thank you," from the side. A white-haired girl said anxiously, "We cannot stay here too long. They must be hunting all three of us nationwide. We need to leave quickly." The old priest smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry about that. The city outskirts are in chaos right now due to demon attacks." The little boy stood by the window, innocently asking, "Should not we go help everyone?" The old priest revealed an eerie smile, replying, "Monsters definitely cannot attack here. Even if they get in, ability users will deal with them. It is only natural for those ability users to be alive to protect poor people like you and me." Outside the room, fierce fighting sounds echoed. A battle with robot soldiers was underway. A robot fell, causing a tremor. The old priest looked in that direction, revealing a mysterious smile. "Guests have arrived." The little boy by the door cheered happily as if seeing an acquaintance. It was Li Yuxuan. The little boy happily shouted, "Kind big brother." Li Yuxuan's gaze fixed on the purple-haired girl, not looking at the old priest, and he coldly demanded, "Was it you who took this little girl?" The purple-haired girl trembled with fear. The other two children quickly stepped forward to protect her and the old priest. One child reassured, "Do not get agitated. He is a good person. He saved our friend." The other child nodded in agreement. Li Yuxuan frowned, finding it ridiculous that the children called him a good person. They explained in a flurry that all three of them had grown up in an orphanage. The purple-haired girl, possessing a special awakened ability, was captured by some force and turned into a power source for energy. The two children desperately protected the purple-haired girl, continuously recounting their efforts to rescue their friend. The white-haired girl stepped forward, embracing her friend and gently reassuring her, "Those robots were too fierce. We had no other choice." She continued, "Thanks to the old priest distracting the robot soldiers last night, they were able to easily sneak in and rescue the purple-haired girl." The purple-haired girl still trembled with fear, continuously pleading with Li Yuxuan, "Do not take me back there." The white-haired girl quickly reassured her, "Li Yuxuan is a good person. He will not take you back there." The old priest revealed a mysterious smile, his eyes glinting. Things were indeed not as he had predicted. He arrived earlier than he had expected. Much sooner, he smirked, provoking, "Do you dare to lay hands on the good person in these children's hearts?" Li Yuxuan let out a cold laugh, his tone full of disdain. "The definition of a good person is hard to pinpoint. Back in J-Town, I was still called the great villain by the villagers." He stopped beating around the bush, looking directly at the old man, his voice icy. "What exactly is your purpose?" The old man walked slowly, explaining as he went, "You are thinking too much. I just wanted to do a good deed." He stopped, his voice heavy. "This child has been imprisoned for years, serving as the power source for the energy field barrier. It was solely due to that energy field that the entirety of Hawknest City remained safe. But in exchange for a child that was too cruel," Li Yuxuan frowned, fiercely retorting, "While saving a child is a good thing, is not allowing the entire Hawknest City to be attacked by demons too great a loss and too cruel." The old man heard this and immediately sneered, "Your theory is to save a group of people with one life, but for me, saving one life is already very important." Li Yuxuan's face flushed with anger, his expression severe. "You have misunderstood me. If it were me, I would find a way to achieve both, neither sacrificing a child nor letting the residents of Hawknest City be harmed." He pointed directly at the old man. "I expose you. Your claim that Hawknest City was safe due to that energy field is ridiculous. Your words can only fool others." The old man burst into laughter, agreeing, "Indeed, since ancient times, peace has never been built on equality, and Hawknest City's peace was certainly bought with many huge sacrifices. But exactly how, you will gradually learn." Li Yuxuan froze, his eyes wide open, not understanding the old man's meaning. Suddenly, he felt an unusual airflow. Outside the window, Hawknest City was under attack by a giant octopus-shaped demon. Its body was dark green and black, and its massive tentacles swept across, destroying everything in their path. A notification echoed throughout the city. "Civilians, please proceed to the shelters immediately." "Civilians, please proceed to the shelters immediately." The residents below shouted in panic, "How are we supposed to fight this?" Shimon, sword in hand, rolled up his sleeves and shouted excitedly, "Good, such a huge body. This will be a blast to fight." Sana stood beside him, calmly saying, "Do not get agitated. This demon seems unusual." Sana glanced towards the street corner where a man stood, his legs slightly bent, his entire body engulfed in raging flames. He did not care about predators or demons. Sparks flickered around him. He retracted his hands, and thick streams of red-orange energy shot from his palms as he roared, "Just smash them!" The ray shot out with astonishing power, heading straight for the monster, causing a deafening boom. The attack hit its target but only destroyed a small portion near the demon's eyes. The wound quickly self-healed. The man's face turned ashen, and he shouted, how is this possible? The solar devil laser ray I fired has even more energy than solar thermal energy. The monster lifted its dark green and black body, its long tentacles lashing the ground like whips, raising dust. Bayan's erected shield temporarily protected the four of them. Bayan asked, is everyone all right? Sana hesitated. We are fine. But what about the other ability users? Shimon looked as if struck by lightning. Turning to Yasha, this guy seems to have the same energy as my demon, able to even eat the sun, Yasha cursed. Brother is stupid. That is not solar energy. And this demon is not devouring it at all. At this moment, a cold voice interrupted them. My dear master, this final prayer is not for our own benefit, for that is irrelevant, but for our compatriots behind us. Everyone looked in one direction, and someone softly said, it is a bird, Bayan continued. Those arrogant sinners are singing praises to their Lord from Canto 11 of the Inferno, Shimon muttered blankly. What are they talking about? The vice mayor closed his book and said in a deep voice, the world regards arrogance as the chief of the 7 deadly sins, and it is also because arrogance cannot be redeemed. An inorganic light flickered above the vice mayor's head. He remained calm, continuing in a deep voice, therefore only those with unceasing arrogance can be invincible. Sana shouted in astonishment, Vice Mayor, why are you siding with the demon? Yasha nodded in agreement. That guy is right. This demon is not devouring, it is so arrogant it considers itself invincible, which is why it avoided all harm. It turned out that the invincible demon's ability was causality-based, so sinister it was almost unbreakable. One of its huge tentacles extended near the vice mayor, growling lowly. Where is what I want? The vice mayor respectfully bowed and replied, I am very sorry, there were some unexpected circumstances this time, so I am not yet prepared. As compensation, all the ability users here will become your sacrifice. The invincible demon, massive in body and imposing in aura, sneered twice. Bayan seemed to realize something. His eyes wide with horror. At the same time, the demon's tentacles, emitting sharp green light, rushed forward. They penetrated human bodies, disregarding Bayan's protective shield. Some people were unharmed, but those touched by the tentacles seemed to have their life force drained. The demon's green eyes flashed and its voice boomed, thanks for the meal. Shimon flew into a rage, swinging his sword and roaring, damn it, you dare to hurt my teammates, I'll butcher you. Yasha, seething with hatred, also controlled his vile ability, thinking, I must devour this demon. Sana, maintaining her composure, observed the monster and warned, be careful, this demon is not right. The survivors looked at the ground in horror. Where the demon passed, green energy beams appeared, forming cracks. Immediately after, an emerald green liquid surged from underground and someone exclaimed, what is this thing? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rang out and the strange liquid spewed from underground. Splashing high like a fountain, the demon seemed to dominate the entire area. The green liquid covered the ground, adhering to everything. Sana struggled weakly, sighing, it is over, I cannot move. Bayan desperately twisted his body, silently calling out, Li Yuxuan, where are you now? The demon's eyes widened, its pressure heavy, and it let out a chilling laugh, slowly saying, I will devour all of you. A cold voice full of mockery rang out, you demons are truly a bunch of tasteless, unaesthetic waste. The demon froze, exclaiming, oh, as a purple light suddenly flashed, carving a perfect arc and severing rows of tentacles. Li Yuxuan appeared, his purple scythe gleaming. He plunged the scythe heavily into the ground with a muffled thud, then looked up at the demon, his voice cold. Ugly as you are, if it were me, I would not let you go even if I became a ghost. His sharp strike saved several lives. An ability user knelt on the ground cheering, those things are starting to retreat. Bayan still worriedly reminded him, this demon has not been completely eliminated. Be careful. The demon watched him thoughtfully, recognizing it as the queen's energy scythe. Li Yuxuan stood proudly, his tone full of provocation. Do you remember your queen? That makes things easier. He revealed a sinister smile and asked, your queen is now my contracted demon. Will you willingly offer yourself to satisfy the queen, or will I subdue you, chop you into pieces and send them to her? How do you choose? The demon seemed to have been poked in a sore spot, letting out an angry roar. Even if you have a contract with Chelsea, so what? I'm the undefeated demon. Even if Lord N arrives, I will fight to the death in an instant. Li Yuxuan appeared before its huge eyes. With a swing of his scythe, he continued to ask, so do you know the victory demon? Which of you two is stronger? Purple lightning seemed to tear through space, striking down like firewood. He landed lightly, unharmed. A shockwave spread, raising billows of black smoke that swirled into the sky. The dazzling explosion light like brilliant lightning illuminated the vast space. Heaven and earth shook, fragments flew everywhere and crashing sounds boomed like a storm. One person waved a hand accusing, it is too messy, Yasha sneered. Thanks for the meal. The deputy mayor was within a sky blue shield, seemingly protected from the chaos outside. Li Yuxuan bent down, stroking his scythe, triumphantly saying, UG won this time. But then the demon's clear voice rang out, foolish. Li Yuxuan turned in astonishment. The demon had evolved, appearing in a new form. Its lower body was tentacles, while its upper body was human-shaped. It roared, UG, I am undefeated, immortal, indestructible. Its colossal body stood majestically, and a tentacle swept out, carrying an explosive energy flow, terrifying in both speed and power. Yasha wrapped Li Yuxuan's back with his power, asking worriedly, are you all right? Li Yuxuan let out a strange laugh, his words perplexing. Haha, excellent. Without directly answering, he wielded his scythe, leveraging it to leap into the air. Thinking this was far more interesting, the deputy mayor looked down from above, hands in pockets, his tone dismissive. Even the gods may be powerless against him. How can a mortal like you defeat him? In this small war, this demon is undefeated. Li Yuxuan was completely unfazed, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he threw 3 throwing knives, imbued with a scorching red energy flow, straight into the sky. The 3 throwing knives exploded with a bang, creating a small-scale explosion that partially damaged the demon's body. He stood on the ground looking up at the deputy mayor on the city wall, his tone full of sarcasm. Is that so? Your gods are truly useless now. He pointed at the huge demon besieging Hawknest City, then continued, such a powerful demon, surrounded on all sides, yet Hawknest City remains unharmed. Deputy Mayor, your relationship with the demons is a bit too good, is not it? The deputy mayor responded calmly, his tone reasonable. To save all the civilians in Hawknest City, sacrificing some ability users is a great act of salvation. Li Yuxuan countered sharply, his gaze piercing. If I am not mistaken, this is the truth of the destruction. What a pity. I thought you wanted to use human shields to fill the gaps in the demon's attack. I underestimated you. The old man's lips curled into a mysterious smile. My approach ensures years of peace for this city, does not it? He snapped his fingers, his voice cold and cruel. With great power comes great responsibility. If ability users cannot defeat the undefeated demon, then they might as well become sacrifices, exchanging them for the peace of civilians, becoming revered figures recorded in human history. A robot projected an image from its eye. A middle-aged man spoke in a panic, his voice trembling. I think the deputy mayor is absolutely right. Duty of ability users is to protect us civilians. Whether through sacrifice or battle, please come and save us, we just want to live, another person echoed. We have paid our taxes to you. If you cannot protect us, then go sacrifice yourselves for the monsters. No matter what, everyone must live. Sana looked up in horror. Shimon cursed. Damn it, your taxes did not go into our pockets. Please just get rid of these monsters no matter how. We have suffered enough, Yasha cursed. A bunch of deluded fools serves you right. The image of the old deputy mayor seemed etched into the public's mind. He continued to brainwash them, his tone dignified. Think carefully. These are the cries for help from weak civilians longing to survive. Sacrifice yourselves, quickly sacrifice yourselves, he emphasized. Can you bear to disappoint their hopes? After your struggles, you will all be brutally killed by the undefeated demon, which will only make everyone distrust ability users even more, believing you to be incompetent. Give up struggling. Bravely and fearlessly sacrificing yourselves, that is a true hero, dying for justice. A purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, level with the undefeated demon's eyes. It was Li Yuxuan. Without any hesitation, he swung his scythe, silently cleaving the demon in 2. Shimon clenched his fist, praising that kid. Li Yuxuan did great. He tightly gripped his scythe, veins bulging as if suppressing towering rage. He looked at the deputy mayor, his tone mocking. Is this truly a deputy mayor who always has everyone's best interests at heart? He replied, his voice devoid of emotion. There is no need for such flattery. On the contrary, is saving these people truly worth it to you? Behind Li Yuxuan, the undefeated demon was smoking, its wounds healing at an astonishing speed. He continued, unless you want to become a hero. Li Yuxuan's eyes widened, roaring, shut up. A green light with tentacles attacked from behind the demon. He calmly swung his scythe, severing it into several pieces. The old deputy mayor's voice still echoed, that is right, Li Yuxuan, are these people worth your protection? Li Yuxuan gritted his teeth. Shut up. My goal was never to save people, the demon continued to provoke. Then kill them all. You crave blood. Only blood can ignite your craving, your reason for being, your everything. Li Yuxuan's eyes were blood red. In his mind, the nightmare weaver and the judge seemed to be fiercely clashing. He leapt to dodge the tentacle's attack, secretly cursing. Since you two have the energy to argue, can you at least deal with this demon first? The demon still chattered incessantly. Stop fighting. What have you gained by fighting all this time? Its sharp words pierced his rationality like daggers. You are suppressing yourself. If you do not kill them, what's the point of living? Li Yuxuan was furious, but still desperately restrained his anger. He roared, shut up. A golden thread carrying a sharp energy flow passed across his cheek. That eerie voice still echoed, mocking, look at yourself now. 2 figures, 2 versions of Li Yuxuan appeared, one mad, one calm. Standing on either side, he felt confused, unsure where to look as the voice continued to invade his mind. Where is your true desire? Can you not smell blood and hatred? Li Yuxuan, was it kindness that sustained you until now? The undefeated demon tightened its tentacles, forming a huge fist. It roared, since that is the case, why not liberate yourself? The fist slammed down, but Li Yuxuan dodged agilely. He gripped the scythe handle tightly as if using it to steady himself. He replied in a deep voice, your answer is, but his patience was gradually running out, his eyes shimmering with fervent golden light as if intending to incinerate everything. So annoying, all of you, be quiet. Suddenly, a little girl's tender voice rang out, pulling his reason back from the brink. Big brother, big brother. Li Yuxuan turned his head. The little girl continued, I know your scythe is bearing the pressure of the tentacles. She ran to his side, tugging his clothes, asking worriedly, how can that unreliable fortune-teller take care of those children? Li Yuxuan urged, his voice gentle, be good, turn your head away, do not look. The little girl's eyes widened, tightly grasping his clothes. Big brother, you are a good person, I want to help you. Li Yuxuan's forehead beaded with sweat, and he replied, let me remove his arm first, then I'll correct your statement. The little girl closed her eyes, and a sky blue light emanated from her palm. If they could use this power, then Li Yuxuan could too. She touched him, and the light spread over his entire body. Before Li Yuxuan could say anything, the undefeated demon slammed another fist to the ground, triumphantly laughing. HMPH, weak and tiny human, cannot even withstand one move. But it suddenly noticed something amiss. A voice came from above, word spirit was cast, and Li Yuxuan suddenly grew larger, cradling the demon in his palm. At this moment their sizes were completely reversed.